Warning, no skills available for upgrade.
System enraged. Self-destruct imminent.
Warning, no skills available for upgrade.
System enraged. Self-destruct imminent. Class 1 to 5 of the Profession Awakeners program was as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Shinzei was restless.
The system's warning sounded like a countdown to a bomb, growing faster and faster, seemingly on the verge of exploding any second.
Was this system in such a hurry to move on to its next user?
A young woman in black stockings and a headset was speaking rapidly, pitching her sales. Our company is offering a warrior starter pack, which includes a profession change manual, beginner's gear, basic skill books, and a guide to the Abyss Dungeon, all for just 2,000% of the standard price.
Don't miss out. We also offer installment payment plans. Our company is backed by the prestigious Lee family, a super household certified by the school. Rest assured, it's completely trustworthy. We've also got Mage, Ranger, and Assassin starter packs available. Additionally, we're offering free carry services for the Abyss Dungeon as part of a high-level to low-level mentoring program. Student loan discounts available. Feel free to inquire. There were still 3 days left until the official release of the profession manuals. In the meantime, companies selling profession starter packs were taking advantage of the delay to cash in early. The chance to start leveling up ahead of time was tempting for everyone. Shinzei wanted one too, but as an orphan, he had no money. Even the cheapest assassin starter pack cost 100,000. His pockets were completely empty. If you want to change professions and grind dungeons, you've got to spend money first.
This world is ruled by pay to win.
Does this mean us regular folks are just pawns in this game of spending? But he had a system, so why worry? The system's imminent self-destruction was the real problem here. Shinzei quickly shoved his way through the crowd, shouting to the young woman in black stockings, "What's your most expensive profession pack?"
"I'll take it." The classroom fell silent.
All eyes turned to him. "Shinzei, you've got some guts."
The young woman beamed and handed him a package emblazoned with a skull. "This one's perfect for you, a necromancer pack.
It's powerful in early, mid, and late game. You've seen the videos, right? Soloing the Abyss Dungeon, only necromancers can pull that off. It's 990,000. We do recommend installments, though, and we offer student loan discounts.
I can tell your family's well off, no one complains about extra perks."
Necromancer. Shinzei's eyes lit up.
This profession relied on skill usage rather than raw stats. Pairing that with his skill upgrading system was a match made in heaven. But 990,000 was an outrageous sum.
"What's the maximum installment plan I can get?" Shinzei asked. "The maximum is 10 years.
But I wouldn't recommend such a long plan, the interest will snowball. I suggest a 1-year plan, the interest is only a few hundred.
Much more cost-effective."
"Then I'll take the 10-year plan," he said matter-of-factly. With the system as his backing, he figured he'd skyrocket in strength within a month. In this world, power was king.
A peerless genius burdened by a loan? Don't make him laugh. He might even wipe out the debt at a whim. And if he became ruthless enough, taking down the Lee family itself would erase all debts, wouldn't it? 10 years?
The young woman in black stockings froze for a moment. The other students erupted in chatter, their voices buzzing with disbelief. They thought Shinzei was digging his own grave. Right then, Shinzei's best friend, Liu Yang, barged through the crowd and grabbed his arm.
"Bro, don't rush into this. Do you even know what a 10-year installment means?
You'll be a slave to the Lee family for 10 years. With them holding your debt over you, they'll force you into all the dirty, grueling jobs.
And as for the high-level to low-level carry services in the Abyss Dungeon, you think those high-level players are doing it out of kindness? They don't have a choice. Their debts keep piling up, and they can't pay them off. They're completely controlled by the company, turned into corporate slaves. Is that what you want for yourself?" Shinzei's expression shifted. On closer thought, Liu Yang was right. Being in debt was like selling your future. These companies selling profession packs were too crafty. They deliberately delayed the release of the official profession manuals to monopolize the market. The other students nodded in agreement, warning him that it was all a trap. They suggested waiting 3 more days for the official manuals. But I don't have time to wait. Qin Zhe frowned. The young woman in black stockings quickly chimed in, don't think of it that way. With proper financial planning and responsible spending, there won't be any issues. You can even set a limit to avoid going over budget. Lu Yang cast her a sharp glance and continued, and necromancer? That's not a profession for regular people. The cost of skills, equipment, and boosting stats is at least 100 times higher than other professions. Sure, necromancers are great in theory, but that's just survivor bias. Most necromancers struggle throughout the entire game. Even some of the wealthiest families have failed with it. Lu Yang was practically shouting now, his face red with urgency. He was genuinely worried about Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He silently vowed to remember Lu Yang's kindness. Other students chimed in too. Yeah, warriors are the most versatile class. They're great for both rich and poor players. Why not get the warrior starter pack instead? Warriors? Nah, they're too slow. Agile monsters would run circles around them. Rangers are better, they can shoot arrows from a distance and dodge effectively. You could even clear dungeons without taking damage. Without taking damage? You wish. The Abyss dungeon is notoriously hard. Leveling is brutal. Rangers don't have the damage output, they're basically useless. No one wants them in parties. Then go for an assassin. In the end, it's all for nothing anyway. If the assassin can't win, he can still run, no one can catch up to him. The classroom immediately erupted into a heated debate. Nearly half the class had purchased the job switching packs. 3 extra days to level up was just too tempting to pass up. Lu Yang, I still think I should. Qin Zhe said hesitantly. Lu Yang sighed. I know you're stubborn and I can't talk you out of it. Just make sure you've thought it through. Don't act on impulse. I understand. Qin Zhe nodded firmly, then stepped forward and said, I want to buy the Necromancer job switching pack. The price, 10-year installment plan. Lu Yang and the black stockings salesgirl froze. Are you sure about the 10-year plan? The interest is 10 times the principal. By the time you're done paying, the total will be 70% more than the original cost. Maybe you should discuss it with your family first? The black stockings salesgirl wanted to hit her KPI, but not at the expense of ruining someone's life. Even the homeroom teacher stepped in to advise, think it through carefully. No time to think it through. Just approve the loan already, Qin Zhe urged. The system was about to crash. The black stockings salesgirl hesitated, a guilty sense of pushing someone into an abyss creeping in. The guy was actually quite good-looking, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Despite her inner conflict, she worked swiftly, completing the loan process in minutes and handing Qin Zhe the paperwork to sign. Once he signed, she handed him the job-switching pack adorned with a skull insignia and gave him a professional smile. Thank you, Qin Zhe said eagerly, taking the pack. Then he blinked and asked, how do I switch jobs? I'll take you to the temple to switch jobs. You can ride in my car, the black stockings salesgirl offered, trying to alleviate her guilt. All right, let's go. Qin Zhe was impatient. The system was on the verge of crashing. The classmates shook their heads and sighed. You just can't talk that guy out of it. Necromancer is so hard to level up early on. The summons are weak as hell. Those little skeletons fall apart just from walking around, let alone fighting mobs. Nobody wants them in a party. Yeah, even if he somehow gets carried in a black abyss dungeon, he'd only make it to level 3 max. Level 10 is when you actually start your career. He'll regret it eventually, but it's his choice. No one else to blame. Switching jobs at the temple also came with a chance for a talent awakening. The first career choice was self-determined. Talent awakening, however, was a gift from the heavens. There were 9 temples spread across the 9 regions.
Years ago, when the Black Abyss invaded, humanity had barely managed to stabilize the situation after 100 years of war, thanks to the powers bestowed by the temples. Later, powerful families rose to dominance, leveraging their wealth to control resources for professional career holders. The once stable human society began to crumble. With dark tides threatening to boil over at any moment, the only way to survive was to grow stronger. Shinzei, why did you choose necromancer? The black-stocking salesgirl asked while driving her beetle, her face full of confusion. Because you said it's the most promising career. What? I didn't mean. She panicked internally. She had only praised it so highly to hit her sales quota, never expecting him to actually believe her. Shinzei, what does your family do? I'm an orphan. My parents died in battle. Her breath caught, her heartbeat quickened, and she silently cursed herself, I'm a terrible person. The temple soon came into view, a massive Gothic structure. After parking, the black-stocking salesgirl buzzed around to help Shinzei with the paperwork. She was incredibly efficient, finishing everything in just a few minutes. If he had done it alone, it would have taken at least an hour, given how complex the documentation was. I'm heading in, Shinzei said, nodding to her. Good luck. I hope you awaken an A-grade talent, she said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she offered a sincere prayer. Clutching the job-switching pack, Shinzei strode into the switching chamber. Inside, a temple worker motioned for him to place the job switch token on the central pedestal. The room dimmed, with only a single beam of divine light shining down from the ceiling. Opening the pack, Shinzei saw the job switch token for the first time, a cold, gray bone. As he placed it on the pedestal, a low chant reverberated through the room, and a chill spread outward, the unmistakable aura of the undead. Moments later, the temple worker spoke solemnly, Congratulations, you have successfully switched jobs. Next is the talent awakening. Please clear your mind, your talent will reveal itself naturally. Understood. Closing his eyes, Shinzei steadied his breathing and waited. A moment later, a miraculous force surged from within. He could feel it. B-grade talent, Resonance Crystal. Resonance Crystal, embed up to 3 highest-level skills into the crystal. All other skills will share the lowest level among them. Removing a skill requires a 48-hour cooldown. A B-grade talent, not bad. The temple worker remarked with indifference, proceed to exit through this side. Though it was only B-grade, Resonance Crystal, when paired with skill leveling systems, rivaled or even surpassed certain S-grade talents. The black-stocking salesgirl dashed over as soon as she saw Shinzei emerge. What grade talent did you awaken? She asked, more excited than he was. B-grade. Resonance Crystal. It lets me share skill levels, Shinzei replied. Damn it. She slapped her forehead in frustration. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold the undead class book. Lu Shiyu, you sold your soul just for a performance target. Guilt and self-reproach filled her heart. Shinzei didn't bother with her regret. He found a plastic stool, sat down, opened the class transfer package, and quickly rummaged through it. Finally, he pulled out a skill book. Summon small skeleton. Just one? Shinzei was shocked, feeling cheated. Well, there used to be 2. Then the company thought the costs were too high, so they cut one out, the black-stockinged lady laughed nervously. In her mind, though, she was cursing herself, Lu Shiyu, you're heartless. Asterisk the poor guy trusted you, picked the undead summoner class, now he's stuck with a 10-year debt, and as an orphan no less. How's he supposed to live? Have you no conscience, asterisk? Shinzei frowned and opened the skill book. A greenish glow immediately poured out. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Summon Small Skeleton. Chant for 3 seconds to summon a weak skeleton for battle. Lasts 1 day. Costs 50 mana. Skill level increases by 1 point per second. Auto-leveling enabled. LV.1, chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 weak skeletons. Lasts 1 day. Costs 50 mana. LV.10, chant for 3 seconds to summon 1 sturdy skeleton. Lasts 1 day.
Costs 50 mana. LV.11, chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 strong skeletons for battle. Lasts 1 day. Costs 50 mana. LV.11, LV.12. LV.12, LV.13. It just kept on going.
Finally, the system alerts in his mind stopped, and the world fell silent. At the same time, Summon Small Skeleton kept leveling up like a ticking clock, with the skill descriptions evolving constantly. Summon Small Skeleton LV.55, summon a horde of weak skeletons for battle. Lasts 1 day. Costs 50 mana. Qin Zhe sighed helplessly. The skill leveled up by 1 point every second. Eventually, it would max out, right? Lu Xiyu, still in her black stockings, stood beside him with a complicated expression. She hadn't left. Her mind was a battlefield of clashing thoughts. One voice said, "Just leave. Lu Xiyu, you're just a sales rep. Getting this kid to the temple was already more than enough. Whatever happens next isn't your problem. If you leave now, you can avoid the trouble." The other voice yelled angrily, "How can you be so heartless? You've already scammed this poor guy, he's in a mess because of you. He's an orphan, stuck with 10 years of debt to boost your sales numbers. You can't just walk away. At least give him your contact info so you can help him in the future." "Why are you still here?" Qin Zhe asked, surprised. Lu Xiyu hesitated, torn between her choices. Just then, a group of students entered the temple to buy their class transfer packages. Among them was Qin Zhe's best friend, Lu Yang, who immediately spotted him and the black-stockinged Lu Xiyu. Walking over, Lu Yang shot Lu Xiyu a glare, making her lower her head guiltily. Turning to Qin Zhe with a grin, Lu Yang asked, "Hey, all done with your class transfer? What's your awakened talent?" he added. "B rank, Resonance Crystal. It lets me share skill levels," Qin Zhe replied casually. "B rank? That's pretty good." Lu Yang's eyes lit up. For students like us, awakening a talent at all is rare. 60% of us don't awaken one. 30% get F to C ranks. B rank puts you in the top 10%. A rank is a 0.3% chance, and S rank is practically non-existent. Awakening a B rank talent puts you ahead of the pack. If you were a warrior, you'd be unstoppable. But as an undead summoner? What a waste! The more Lu Yang spoke, the angrier he got, glaring at Lu Xiyu again. If it weren't for her misleading advice, this wouldn't have happened. A perfectly good B rank talent had been wasted. Lu Xiyu trembled, realizing she was in deeper trouble now. Qin Zhe's B rank talent wasn't particularly outstanding for an undead summoner. But in any other class, it could have been a game changer. And now, because of her, Qin Zhe's situation was a total mess. Lu Xiyu couldn't even bring herself to look at him, fearing the resentment she might see in his eyes. Qin Zhe, however, seemed oblivious. He was focused entirely on his endlessly leveling, Summon Small Skeleton, skill. When the skill reached LV.500, it suddenly evolved. Summon Small Skeleton, summon Big Skeleton. Summon Big Skeleton, summon a powerful big skeleton for battle. Lasts 1 day. Costs 100 mana. The levels continued climbing, but now the mana cost had doubled to 100. A wave of panic hit Qin Zhe as he realized the problem. If this kept up, the skill's mana cost would soon exceed his max mana limit. He quickly opened his stats panel to confirm his fears. Mana, 100. Just enough for now, but one more level and he'd be in trouble. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he frantically thought, "I need to level up fast. If I don't, the skill will keep upgrading, but my mana won't keep up. I'll be completely useless. And that 990,000 debt, there'll be no escaping it either." As he prepared to leave, Qin Zhe turned to Lu Yang. "Bro, something's come up. I gotta go. Sorry I can't stick around to watch you transfer classes. Rain check? Let me treat you to a late-night snack." Lu Yang was surprised. "How are you moving so fast?" I was planning to help you level up after I changed my class. Shinzei shook his head helplessly. You're too weak, no one wants to team up with you. At that moment, Lu Shiyu chimed in, I know some high-level players. I could connect you with them to help you level up. Lu Yang scoffed, shut up, you troublemaker. Are you trying to scam us for money again? Lu Shiyu didn't argue back. Her nostrils flared slightly, and she looked like she was about to cry. She genuinely wanted to help Shinzei, but hiring high-level players would indeed cost quite a bit. She'd have to give up her commission to help him, which would amount to tens of thousands. Shinzei smiled, it's okay. After all, this was my choice. I can't blame anyone else for it. You go ahead. I'm fine here, he said. Lu Shiyu's warm smile made Shinzei's heart skip a beat. How about you yell at me or something, she said half-jokingly. You could even slap me a couple of times. Shinzei looked confused. What kind of weird habit is that? Of course, he didn't actually slap her. Instead, they exchanged numbers so they could stay in touch. Once everything was settled, Shinzei hurried to the entrance of the abyss. He needed to level up quickly. If he didn't upgrade his skills soon, he'd end up regretting it. Lu Yan watched Shinzei leave and let out a soft sigh. Such a good B-rank talent, completely wasted like this. The homeroom teacher and classmates started arriving. Shinzei awakened a B-rank talent, someone exclaimed. The teacher nearly had a heart attack. But he picked Necromancer. Such a promising talent, completely ruined. The classmates were equally shocked. A B-rank talent? Those are so rare in Linhai City. You can count the number of B-rank talents we get in a year on one hand. But he chose the wrong class. A necromancer needs at least an A rank, ideally S rank talent. I'd love to ask him what he was thinking. Necromancer is usually chosen by big families who test their talents beforehand to make sure it's a good fit. But he just rushed into it. He probably won't even make it to level 5. Forget it, I'm off to switch to Ranger. Anyone want to team up? Let's hit the beginner level abyss together. Count me in. I'm a warrior, so I can tank. Add me too. I'm an assassin. Assassins are fine. The beginner gear set is decent as long as you don't die. Got it. They chatted as they formed a team. Shinzei's situation was only mentioned briefly before everyone moved on. After all, people figured he'd fade into obscurity soon enough. Lu Yang, want to join our team? I'll join if you bring Shinzei along. I've trained in martial arts for years, so my strength and agility are better than most. I can handle the workload of 1.5 players. Lu Yang had just switched to Berserker, a high-damage, low-defense class. No way. Even if you're worth 1.5 players, Shinzei doesn't even count as half. Together, we'd still be short a player. It's not that we don't want to bring him. The abyss is tough. Losing limbs is common. We can't risk it. Fine, I'll go find someone else who might take him. Lu Yang wasn't angry. Everyone had their own concerns. He just didn't want to see Shinzei fall so far and wanted to help him. Shinzei took a cab to the entrance of the abyss. He had enough money to pay for the ride outright without using installment plans. So this is the entrance to the abyss. Pretty impressive. He stared at the massive, swirling black vortex in front of him, the surrounding aura distorting the space. Professional players came and went, some looking confident, others utterly exhausted, and some even being carried out on stretchers. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the center of the vortex. Inside, it was as lively as a large hall. A massive electronic screen in the middle displayed player news and team recruitment posts. Hashtag Hua Nation's strongest player, Emperor Sha, hits level 70, now world number 1, prepping for the level 70 raid, hashtag. Hashtag level 56 powerhouse morning light missing after being hunted by a rift stalker. Huge reward for assistance, hashtag. Hashtag League Group opens its second Soul Hall. Registration now open with lucrative rewards for those accepted, hashtag. Shinzei glanced at the screen and shook his head. He turned his attention to his own stats panel, large skeleton summoning skill LV, 1230. Without realizing it, he had already reached over level 1000. The pressure weighed on him. He needed to level up immediately. Pulling out the black card from his class change package, he saw the intricate, twisted circle design on it, the Abyss Entry Pass. Walking to the entrance, a prompt appeared. Easy, normal, hard, and dangerous difficulties require teams to enter. Cross-level challenges are not allowed. You must clear the respective dungeon to unlock free entry. Nightmare difficulty can be entered solo or with a team. No prerequisite clears required. Going straight to nightmare difficulty feels a bit arrogant. Let's try easy first. But how would he form a team? He remembered the possibility of hiring higher-level players and decided to call Lu Shiyu. Hello? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly on the other end. Hi, I'm the guy who recently bought the Necromancer class package. Shinzei? I remember you. What's up? I need to level up. Hey, can you help me get in touch with some high-level teammates? Any idea when that can be arranged? Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. I'll find the strongest high-level players for you. I need 4 teammates. This dungeon requires 5 players to enter. How soon can you gather them? I'm in a bit of a rush here. 4. Lu Shiyu on the other end of the phone paused, biting her lip. Fine, I'll find you 4 teammates, but don't let anyone else know. Normally, we can only arrange for 1 high-level player to assist you, but I'll use a bit of my special privileges to form a full team. Each of them will be around level 10 or so. Thank you so much. How long will it take to get everyone together? Shinzei smiled, his eyes curving like crescent moons. But his smile froze quickly. About half an hour. After hanging up, Shinzei did a quick mental calculation. Half an hour was enough time for him to level up his skills 1,800 times. He could have already advanced by then. But he couldn't expect others to just drop everything and show up immediately, such a hassle. He opened his attribute panel and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Giant Skeleton Summoning Skill, upgrade successful. Elite Skeleton Summoning Skill, LV.57 LV.58. LV.58 LV.59. LV.59 LV.60. Elite Skeleton Summoning Skill, summons a giant skeleton. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 150. Damn it, the mana cost exceeds my limit. I can't summon it. Shinzei's heart pounded, and panic set in. Would the system just screw him over like this? He started pacing back and forth anxiously, his mind racing. Suddenly, a girl dressed in a cat-made outfit appeared, bouncing over with a large suitcase in her arms. The suitcase was filled with red and blue potions, the bottles clinking together. Sir, red potions make you tougher, blue potions make you last longer. Stock up now and you'll be glad later. Only 500 coins a bottle, and there's a discount for bulk orders. Best prices around, meow. Shinzei hesitated, recalling that he still hadn't equipped his beginner gear. Maybe it could add 50 mana points. Sorry, I don't need any for now. He waved her off and turned to rummage through his starter pack, only to find that all he had left was a Black Abyss guidebook. He froze for a moment before opening his attribute panel. In the bottom left corner, there was a storage option. Opening the storage, he found 5 pieces of white-grade beginner equipment, a Necromancer staff, Necromancer cloak, Necromancer soft armor, skeleton pendant, and Necromancer boots. Necromancer staff. Required level, LV.1. Attribute bonus, Intelligence +1, Strength +1, Mana +50. Special ability, reduces casting time for necromancy skills by 1 second. Description, a staff crafted from undead bones. It feels icy to the touch, and will never warm up. When he saw that the staff added 50 mana, Shinzei's mood lifted instantly. This perfectly solved his problem. Necromancer cloak. Required level, LV.1.
Attribute bonus: Intelligence +1, Agility +1, Health +100. Special ability: after a 3-second cast, applies a frost effect to enemies, slowing them down. Costs 5 mana per second. Description: resembles bat wings. When spread, it allows brief gliding. The Necromancer's soft armor added 1 intelligence, 2 strength, and 300 health with no special abilities. The skeleton pendant added 2 intelligence and 100 mana. It could summon a small skeleton for 5 minutes. The Necromancer boots added 1 intelligence, 2 agility, and allowed smooth sliding on flat surfaces. Equipping the full set of beginner Necromancer gear, Shinzei instantly transformed into a chilling Necromancer. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. This outfit is pretty cool, cold and mysterious. Admiring himself in the mirror, Shinzei realized only 5 minutes had passed. He headed to the Black Abyss Management Office to rent a temporary room to test his abilities and decide which dungeon to tackle next. Temporary room rental, 1,000 coins for 1 hour. The receptionist didn't even look up as she spoke. Can I pay in installments? She looked up, her mouth twitching slightly. Spending 1,000 coins, Shinzei's remaining funds dropped to 22,000. Holding a white card, he walked to the Black Abyss portal. Would you like to enter the temporary room? Yes. In an instant, his vision blurred. When he came to his senses, he was standing in the center of a pure white room. In front of him stood a testing pillar of unknown material. After confirming he was alone, Shinzei raised his staff. Come forth, my elite giant skeleton. 2 seconds of chanting later, the ground cracked open, revealing a pit large enough to swallow a small car. A massive flaming skeletal hand emerged from the pit. After gripping the ground, a skeletal body slowly climbed out. Finally, a 3-meter-tall flaming giant skeleton stood before him. Its square skull was lined with sharp teeth and adorned with 2 horns. The burning skeleton turned and knelt on one knee before Shinzei. Shinzei stared at the colossal creature, stunned. Even kneeling, it was taller than him. Elite skeleton. Level, LV.1, cannot exceed summoner's level. Health, 6, 400. Attributes, Strength 370, Agility 232, Intelligence 77. Skill 1, Sacrificial Flame. Engulfs itself in soul fire, dealing 77 magic damage per second to nearby enemies. Unlimited usage, no resource consumption. Skill 2, Heavy Strike. Charge for 1 second to deal 640 points of powerful damage. Hitting the torso has a chance to cripple the target, while hitting the head may trigger a double critical strike along with a stun and knockback effect. Skill 3, Improvised Weaponry. The elite skeleton monster removes one of its ribs to increase attack range by 1 meter. The attack now deals area damage and gains a 50% damage boost. It also adds a sacrificial flame effect, causing enemies to burn over time. Introduction: a flammable and easily enraged skeleton. Over 6,000 HP and stats breaking 100? This is just level 1. As it levels up, the skeleton will grow even stronger and its stats will become insane. With this kind of power, it should be able to solo an easy level dungeon, right? Shinzei thought to himself as he decided to test the skeleton summoned by the skeleton necklace. Come on out, little skeleton. With the sound of rattling bones, a half-meter-tall skeleton appeared, trembling and looking as lifeless as a Sadamomu. A 3-meter-tall flaming skeleton slowly turned its head to look at it. The little skeleton panicked and immediately fell apart into pieces. Dead. Shinzei was speechless. He finally understood why people didn't take necromancers seriously. This kind of skeleton? He could easily take down 10 of them by himself. Elite skeleton, full force attack on the training dummy. The flaming skeleton nodded and walked toward the dummy, clenching its fist and slamming it down hard. Boom! The dummy dented, and damage numbers appeared. -412. -77. -77. The sacrificial flame effect applied, causing continuous burn damage. Ordinary monsters usually have around 500 HP.
This should be enough to sweep through them with ease.
In the Abyss Dungeon, experience and loot distribution is based on contribution. Solo players get 95% of the experience, while the rest is shared among others.
The experience reward also scales with party member levels. Bringing high-level teammates into a run increases both difficulty and experience gains.
Shinzei decided to bring 4 high-level players into a solo run. Just then, his phone rang.
Thinking it was Lu Xiyu, he picked up only to see it was Lu Yang. On the other end, Lu Yang asked with concern, "Hey man, where are you?"
"I'm in the temporary room.
Just redeemed a carry run."
"What about you?" "I redeemed one too. Call me when you're ready. We'll team up and find others, bringing high-level players gives us an edge. It's a deal."
Shinzei was worried about party size, but Lu Yang had already taken care of it. Not long after, Lu Xiyu called to say that 4 high-level players were waiting for him in the main hall. Feeling excited, Shinzei immediately left the temporary room. At the meeting point, he saw a stylishly dressed woman leaning against the wall, smoking with an air of nonchalance. Beside her were 3 other people, their faces expressionless.
"You must be Shinzei?"
The fashionable woman noticed him first and asked lazily.
"Making us high-ranking professionals wait, and you're the first to show up. Let's get this over with quickly. I don't have all day."
She stubbed out her cigarette and tossed it into a trash can. The other 3 walked over as well, none of them bothering to introduce themselves.
"I want to test the normal level Abyss Dungeon. Let me fight solo first. If I can't handle it, then you can step in," Shinzei said to them.
"No way, that's a waste of time," a man with slicked back hair objected.
"Then I'll file a complaint and make sure you don't get paid," Shinzei retorted.
"What?
You've got a death wish, kid?"
The man with the slicked back hair froze for a moment before threatening him coldly.
"Forget it, Aze. Let him try.
A level 1 rookie can't stir up much trouble in a normal level Abyss. Even for us level 10 professionals, it takes teamwork to clear it." The stylish woman spoke calmly.
"TCH." The slick-back man glared at Shinzei before turning away. "Fine, that's settled then. Let's move. I'm short on time. Ugh, when will I finally pay off my loans? I'm so sick of carrying newbies." "Pay off? Carrying newbies all day leaves no time to make real money, it's a vicious cycle." Listening to his teammates bicker, Shinzei sighed and formed a party with them. After entering the dungeon, he noticed everyone had hidden their personal information.
Only their levels and classes were visible, most of them above level 10.
"How about we introduce ourselves and get to know each other?" Shinzei suggested cautiously.
"Don't try to get chummy, rookie," the slick back man cut him off rudely.
The others remained cold and distant as well. Shinzei nodded and stopped talking. "Necromancer. Ha. Select normal level Abyss Dungeon. Enter?" "Yes."
Shinzei confirmed, and the scene around him distorted and shifted. The sound of insects chirping in the grass surrounded them, and the air carried a faint stench of decay. They found themselves in an estate, with a mansion partially obscured by lush vegetation. The 4 high-level players opened their eyes and immediately tensed up, their bodies stiff with vigilance. Fear seemed to ripple through them, hinting at unpleasant memories tied to this place.
"Awoo."
A piercing screech came from the grass as something crawled toward them.
"Don't forget our agreement, let me go first."
"If I can't handle it, you can step in," Shinzei reminded them.
"Hurry up. The monsters are out."
The fashionable woman was so anxious she almost started cursing. Shinzei raised his staff and let out a couple of short whistles.
"Hey, there's more to come.
Click the next page for an even better show," he teased.
Having just used up all his mana, he awkwardly asked, "Anyone got a mana potion to spare?"
The 4 others widened their eyes, as if they'd just heard the punchline to a bad joke.
Moonlight spilled over the grassy field, and finally, the monster emerged.
Razor-sharp claws, a rotting body, a mouth full of jagged teeth, and yellow eyes locked onto them.
A regular mob ghoul. "Here, hurry up. The fashionable woman tossed him a mana potion.
She signaled the others to prepare for battle. No one expected Qin to take down the ghoul alone.
"Come forth, my skeletons!" Qin began chanting. A circle of flames ignited on the ground, radiating a destructive aura.
"What is that?" the group murmured in confusion. From within the fiery circle, flaming skeletal arms emerged, followed by towering skeletal warriors, 3 meters high.
The ghoul froze in place.
The next second, a flaming skeletal fist came crashing down.
Smash! The ghoul was flattened like a fly. Damage, -432, -77.
Congratulations, your elite skeleton defeated the ghoul.
You've gained 20 XP.
The experience gain was nearly double the norm. What the hell is going on? The fashionable woman stammered in shock.
7 menacing flaming skeletons now surrounded them. Even high-level players were trembling. Was this guy a newbie? Or an undead summoner?
The eerie atmosphere of the mansion was dispelled by the blazing flames. The fashionable woman, the slicked back-haired man, and the other 2 experts stood on high alert.
Their jaws dropped in unison.
First, they stared in disbelief at the flaming skeletons, then at the ghoul that had been smashed into paste, and finally at the mysterious newcomer.
What was the connection between these 3? Who are you? The fashionable woman, no longer acting nonchalant, looked at Qin in utter disbelief.
A normal guy, Qin replied casually.
Follow me. I'll lead you to victory.
With that, Qin moved forward, the 7 flaming skeletons closely surrounding him like stars orbiting a sun, their formation impenetrable.
Not even a fly could get through without taking a hit.
Meanwhile, the other 4 scrambled and stumbled, trying to avoid being stepped on by the skeletons, who paid no mind to their safety. The flaming skeletons adhered strictly to Qin's pace, making their movements unpredictable. Suddenly, the bushes rustled again, and 5 more hideous ghouls crawled out, their claws scraping against the pavement with sparks flying. They had only taken a few steps before they froze. 7 flaming skeletons were already glaring at them. Before the ghouls could react, a massive flaming skeletal hand descended from above, grabbing one of them.
Sacrificial flames engulfed it as the ghoul struggled desperately.
The fashionable woman and the others were stunned, their faces frozen in shock. The ghouls, which required their full team effort to defeat, were now nothing more than toys for Qin's skeletons.
What happened next was even more horrifying.
The ghouls were torn apart limb by limb, their remains discarded carelessly. Congratulations, your elite skeleton defeated a ghoul.
You've gained 21 XP.
The other 4 ghouls were quickly annihilated, some stomped to death, one had its head ripped off and impaled on a withered branch, and another was completely shattered.
Each kill was more brutal than the last, the skeletons merciless in their onslaught.
Congratulations, your elite skeleton defeated a ghoul.
You've gained 21 XP.
Congratulations, your elite skeleton defeated a ghoul.
You've gained 21 XP. Congratulations, you've leveled up to LV.2. All stats +1, free attribute points +5, HP +200, MP +100. Already leveled up? Qin muttered, puzzled. Was this supposed to be hard?
He continued walking, seemingly unfazed. The fashionable woman and her team were left speechless, their minds reeling.
What the hell just happened? Why did the ghouls shatter so easily? Weren't these the same monsters that had given them such a hard time before?
They stared at the mangled remains on the ground, finally realizing just how terrifyingly powerful Qin's skeletons were.
The fashionable woman took a deep breath and turned to the others. We need to get to know this guy. What do you think? Absolutely, one of them replied. This kind of power is unreal.
I don't even get it, said another.
Even if he's some prodigy from a prestigious family, this level of strength shouldn't be possible. The gap is just too big.
The fashionable woman smirked.
Don't try to figure it out.
There's plenty in this world that's beyond our understanding.
If you could wrap your head around everything, you wouldn't be standing here. I get it now. The group came to a consensus. The fashionable woman cleared her throat and sweetly caught up to Shinzei. Hey, handsome, you're amazing. We're teammates, right? We haven't even exchanged names yet, huh? Weren't you the one who said exchanging names was pointless? Shinzei asked, pointing to the slicked back-haired man behind him. That guy literally said, "What's the point of exchanging names?" A minute ago. The slick-haired man, his face flushing red, quickly turned his head away to avoid eye contact. The stylish woman shot him a glare but quickly softened her expression with a smile. He's just joking around, she said hurriedly. Shinzei ignored her and said, I think I might break a record this time. You guys aren't going to just freeload off me, are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of four froze, stunned. They had brought a newbie along to clear the dungeon, but now the newbie was about to break a record and was even asking for compensation? It was entirely fair. Ahem, our resources are pretty limited, or we wouldn't be running old players guiding newbies in the first place. If you really break the record, each of us will give you a piece of level 10 or higher green equipment. How about that? Level 10 gear? Not bad, Shinzei replied. Well then, we'll settle it after the dungeon is over, the stylish woman said, nodding again and again. All right. She wanted to suggest adding him as a friend, but seeing how Shinzei wasn't engaging with her, she reluctantly gave up. Instead, she silently followed behind him, her steps unusually cautious. The manor was massive. Just walking took them half an hour. Ghouls burst out from all directions, increasing in numbers as time went on. What started as 10 ghouls became 20, and now 30 were appearing at a time. 7 elite skeleton warriors ripped out their own ribs and wielded them like baseball bats, smashing any charging ghouls away. Typically, ghouls disintegrated in midair. Even the ones that managed to land intact were barely holding together. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul. Gained experience, 22 points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul. Gained experience, 23 points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV.3. All stats plus 1, free attribute points plus 5, HP plus 200, MP plus 100. All stats plus 1, free attribute points plus 5, HP plus 200, MP plus 100. The elite skeletons he had summoned were still level 1 because Shinzei was level 1 at the time. Now, if he summoned them, they would be level 4. While the level 1 skeletons were still functional, recalling them and summoning new ones would leave a brief gap during which they could be easily destroyed. After defeating over 30 ghouls, they finally emerged from the narrow forest path. In front of them was a white marble fountain, intricately carved but covered in dust and leaves, clearly neglected for a long time. The fountain's design is pretty beautiful, the stylish woman remarked as she stepped closer. According to the walkthrough, this manor used to belong to a wealthy family. It was bustling with people back in the day, but strangely, the couple who owned it took in a lot of orphans. On harder difficulties, you'll encounter a lot of ghostly children here. Orphans? Shinzei's expression shifted at the mention of the word. Suddenly, a towering ghoul appeared atop the fountain. Even crouching, it was over 2 meters tall. Unlike the usual ghouls, this one had long black hair that fell to its shoulders, exuding an unsettlingly artistic aura. The ghoul boss had arrived. The long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled out of the marble fountain. While regular ghouls had heads resembling oversized lumps of meat, this one had flowing hair and a strangely refined appearance that somehow made it even more horrifying. So, this is the boss fight? My level hasn't even gone up much yet, Shinzei muttered, frowning. It had only been an hour since they entered the dungeon. The stylish woman quickly explained, "Little brother, this is the hardest part. This is when the monsters come in the greatest numbers. That ghoul boss won't come down right away, it will release 5 waves of monsters to wear us down first. When the final wave appears, the boss will join the regular monsters in charging at us." More monsters to kill? Perfect, Shinzei said, his excitement evident. By the time this is over, I should be able to hit level 10. The stylish woman and the other advanced players exchanged looks, their expressions complicated.
It had taken them 3 whole years to reach level 10. In the beginning, killing even a single ghoul took an hour, constantly moving, dodging, and consuming potions just to barely take one down. And then waves of ghouls would follow. They had only made it out of the dungeon a few times by sheer luck, forcefully disengaging from battle. Those who weren't so lucky had been devoured by the ghouls. 3 years. Do you know what it took to survive those 3 years? And now this newbie, in just a few hours, was casually talking about reaching level 10? When they first met him, he was still level 1, and they had to guide him step by step. Now, after a brief stint in the dungeon, he was already catching up to them. Their feelings were a mess, hard to describe in words. Just as the stylish woman had said, the boss fight progressed as expected. The ghoul boss didn't attack directly, instead, it let out a strange, chilling cry. Ghouls began crawling out of the small surrounding buildings, faintly resembling gardeners and servants based on their tattered uniforms. "You 5, go handle the front. The other 2, stay back and guard me," Shinzei commanded. 5 of the elite skeletons stepped forward, ribs in hand, ready for battle. The boss's presence made the regular ghouls more ferocious. Dozens of them swarmed a single skeleton warrior. Elite skeleton warriors charged forward from all directions. Some climbed onto its back, others grabbed its legs, and a few even wedged themselves into its joints. The ghouls bared their sharp teeth, biting down hard on the skeleton's bones. Sparks flew, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. -23. -27. -22. Damage numbers continuously popped up. But to the elite skeleton warrior, with its 6000 plus health pool, this was nothing more than a tickle. Still, it moved clumsily, only managing to take down one ghoul at a time. Its sacrificial flames, however, dealt AoE damage. -77. -77. -77. The battle raged on, and soon the ghouls were wiped out. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed a ghoul. Gained 21 EXP. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed a ghoul. Gained 21 EXP. Level up! You are now LV.5. All attributes +1, free attribute points +5, HP +200, MP +100. Suddenly, a second wave of ghouls appeared, these with a silvery metallic sheen, resistant to fire damage. Elite ghouls. The elite skeleton warrior raised a rib bone and smashed it down on a silver ghoul. -537. One strike wasn't enough to take it out, and the enemy staggered, trying to retaliate. The second strike landed, and the silver ghoul finally fell. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul. Gained 32 EXP. Shinzei noticed the efficiency of his elite skeleton warrior was dropping. He couldn't recall it and resummon it now. Though he lacked real combat experience, he'd played plenty of real-time strategy games. He quickly commanded, "Have the 5 elite skeletons tighten up and form a small circular formation." The 5 elite skeletons executed the command perfectly. Ignoring the elite ghouls clinging to them, they all turned and moved to the center, standing back to back in a circle. The remaining elite ghouls were now concentrated in front of them in a fan-shaped area. They swung their ribs wildly, with no regard for technique. Boom! 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 -501. -512. -529. The elite ghouls quickly lost their ability to fight back, unable to even lift their heads. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul. Gained 33 EXP. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul. Gained 35 EXP. Level up! You are now LV.6. All attributes +1, free attribute points +5, HP +200, MP +100. Without realizing it, an hour had passed. Shinzei was starting to feel tired just standing there. He stretched his ankles and muttered to himself, "Man, standing all this time is exhausting."
I need to find a place to sit. Two elite skeletons stood guard nearby, so he wasn't worried about getting ambushed. Looking around, he picked up a stone block. Hey, hey! How can you sit on a rock? That's so dirty, it'll mess up your gear. A stylish woman ran over, snatching the stone block from his hands. Then where should I sit? I've got a lounge chair, a tent, even a sleeping bag in my inventory. You've got to be prepared for everything when adventuring. She pulled out a lounge chair from her storage and thoughtfully set it down in front of him. Don't you need a break too? As long as we break the record, I'm happy. You've been killing non-stop, so you're the one who deserves a rest the most. Thanks. Shinzei realized he was indeed worn out and lay back, letting out a long, comfortable sigh. Man, if only I had something to drink right now. I've been walking so long without a drop of water, I'm parched. He muttered to himself. He hadn't thought to stock up on basic supplies, so he had no choice but to wait until the monsters were cleared out. Something to drink? The stylish woman paused for a moment, then tugged on a man with slicked back hair, her expression serious. The man hesitated briefly before reluctantly pulling out a bottle of champagne from his inventory. This was supposed to be my celebratory drink for when I paid off my loan. He also grabbed 5 champagne flutes. Well, I guess we'll celebrate your hitting level 10 early. To the newest rising star of the 9 provinces. Cheers! The clinking of glass resonated crisply in the air. The stylish woman held her flute and sighed. I never thought clearing the Abyss dungeon on normal mode would be this easy, feels like a dream. Everyone nodded in agreement, their emotions complicated. They recalled their first encounters with ghouls, how many of them had been terrified to the point of wetting their pants, fleeing in utter chaos. And now, this young man was cutting through the dungeon like it was nothing. Comparison really was the thief of joy. Suddenly, Shinzei, lounging in his chair, broke the silence. Everyone, there's something I'd like to ask of you. What is it? If it's within our power, we'll do our best to help, the stylish woman said eagerly, her eyes lighting up. The others also looked at him with concern. I'd like you all to keep the details of this dungeon run to yourselves, Shinzei said slowly. Don't worry, the 4 of us are tight-lipped. We won't spill a word or cause you any trouble, the stylish woman nodded repeatedly. All right, just a suggestion. Whether you say it or not doesn't really affect me. Of course. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Shinzei, capable of solo-clearing standard dungeons, knew that revealing his true power would only attract more factions seeking him out. He preferred to stay low-key, keeping things to himself. Before the conversation could continue, a radiant white light enveloped Shinzei. The glow of leveling up stunned the onlookers. Another level up. He was now at level 7. His rocket-like leveling speed left them green with envy. Meanwhile, in the Black Abyss standard dungeon, terrifying ghouls crawled rapidly across the ground, their claws sparking against the cement floor. A 5-man team was in complete disarray, struggling to fend off the ghoul onslaught. Warriors, hold the line. Stop relying on me to do all the work, I can't take much more. Where's the ranger? Hiding in a corner? We need better ranged DPS. At least Liu Yang is holding his own. Everyone should learn from him. It's exhausting babysitting newbies all the time. The team was in chaos, trapped between 3 ghouls. The level 10 monk was struggling to handle 2 of them, his staff landing continuous blows. -132. -143. He was satisfied with the damage, pretty high for his level. Liu Yang, wielding a beginner's spear, relied on skillful movement and attack range to chip away at a ghoul's health. -28. -31. Eventually, he managed to grind 1 ghoul to death. A leveling up glow surrounded him. Phew, finally reached level 2, he sighed in relief. That was tough. Liu Yan looked at the fallen ghoul and exhaled deeply. He now understood how grueling it was to kill one. Earlier, 3 newbies on the team had been so terrified at the sight of a ghoul that they vomited and completely lost their will to fight, they only knew how to hide.
Combat is like walking a tightrope on the edge of life and death. Most people lack that mindset and are destined to fail as professionals, Liu Yang muttered, shaking his head at the frightened trio. They'd be better off taking the safe route and working in a factory. He pulled out a health potion and downed it, his dangerously low HP rising back up. Gazing at the eerie full moon, he felt uneasy. I wonder how Qin Zhe is doing. He took out a 990,000 loan to buy the Necromancer starter pack. If he can't make it as a professional, his life is over. As long as I don't run from the fight and make it to level 2, it's a win, he cheered himself on silently. Once I get out, I'll find another team to grind levels with. Meanwhile, 5 elite skeletons were still in a fierce battle. In the mansion, the number of silver ghouls had swelled to hundreds, crawling densely across the ground, a truly terrifying sight. This is the difficulty level of a standard Black Abyss dungeon? Qin Zhe was taken aback by the hundreds of silver ghouls before him. Even his elite skeletons required considerable time to take them down. What do we do in this situation? Someone asked. We handle the fourth wave of mobs by using terrain to our advantage, the stylish woman explained. For example, at a narrow passage that only allows 2 ghouls through at a time. We'll hold them there and slowly whittle them down with potions and healing skills. High risk, but that's why we always bring return scrolls. If things go south, we break the scroll and escape immediately. Smart move, definitely safer that way, Qin Zhe nodded in agreement. The 4 displayed impressive strength, easily holding off 2 silver ghouls. The Black Abyss guide marked key spots for farming mobs. Using terrain not only ensured safety but also boosted efficiency. Alright, I'll check the guide when I get back, Qin Zhe remarked. The group was stunned. You charged in without even reading the guide? But seeing his formidable flaming skeletons, it seemed like brute forcing his way through was working just fine. Boom! The elite skeletons swung their curved rib bone weapons, increasing their attack speed but slightly reducing their damage. They unleashed a frenzied assault. -478. -469. 2 damage numbers popped up almost simultaneously, instantly killing the silver ghouls charging forward. Congratulations, your elite skeleton killed a silver ghoul elite. You gain 32 EXP in Ghoul Claw, equipment, *1. Congratulations, your elite skeleton killed a silver ghoul elite. You gain 34 EXP. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up as he opened his inventory. The razor-sharp claw lay quietly inside Ghoul Claw, level 5, specifically designed for melee classes like warriors and monks. Seeing its class restriction, Qin Zhe decided to stash it for now. Once out of the dungeon, he could either sell it on the marketplace or gift it as a favor. Here, have some chips while you wait, the stylish woman handed him a bag of spicy chips. You even brought chips? Thanks. Qin Zhe, feeling a bit bored lying on his chair, perked up instantly. The stylish woman, noticing his impressive strength, adjusted her attitude. The situation turned 180 degrees instantly, and the actions taken made Qin Zhe quite satisfied. Unfortunately, he wasn't fond of associating with such fickle individuals. Casually munching on chips and sipping champagne, Qin Zhe waited leisurely. In the end, all the silver ghouls were completely wiped out. Qin Zhe successfully leveled up. Congratulations! You've reached LV.8. All attributes +1, free attribute points +5, HP +200, MP +100. At this moment, the long-haired ghoul boss could no longer sit still and slowly climb down from the stone fountain. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. Silver moonlight blanketed the ground. The long-haired ghoul boss descended from the fountain as silver ghouls and regular ghouls surged from all directions. This time, the whole family showed up. Black Abyss boss, long-haired ghoul. Level, LV.5. Attributes, Strength 153, Agility 162, Intelligence 23. Skill 1, Bite and Devour. Skill 2, Frenzy Aura. Skill 3, Moonlight Restoration. It extended its sharp claws and smoothed its long, black hair. Once all the ghouls had positioned themselves, it let out a piercing howl. Then, it crawled rapidly in a serpentine Z-shaped pattern and charged toward the flame skeleton. It leaped abruptly, spreading its limbs wide like a carnivorous spider pouncing on its prey. The flame skeleton, slow to react, ended up with the long-haired ghoul boss perched on its shoulders. Its legs clamped tightly around the skeleton as its claws, gleaming coldly, were raised high before stabbing fiercely at the skeleton's head. Clang! Sparks flew as metal clashed. The flame skeleton took 327 damage. Since it wasn't a living creature, losing its head didn't stop it from fighting, though now it couldn't see. Meanwhile, the long-haired ghoul boss was scorched by the sacrificial flames, losing 23 to 25 HP intermittently. This boss's resistance to fire is insane. That black hair of hers hasn't even singed a bit, Shinzei muttered from afar, watching the battle unfold. He couldn't help but throw in a sarcastic comment. Suddenly, the long-haired ghoul boss's attack speed sharply increased. Its claws carved out shining arcs, attacking twice per second, wildly striking at the blaze skeleton's head. At that moment, the sound of a breaking wind rang beside it. As it just turned its head, a rib rapidly enlarged and slammed hard onto its forehead. Heavy hit. Double damage. Minus 1089. The long-haired ghoul boss immediately became stunned and fell straight to the ground. 5 burning fire skeletons immediately surrounded it, their eye sockets burning with a faint fierce fire, staring fixedly at it. The boss struggled awake, only to find itself surrounded by 5 ferocious skeletons. Then, ribs fell from the sky, continuously smashing down on it. Minus 489. Minus 493. Minus 523. Minus 501. The 5 burning fire skeletons waved the ribs in their hands like blacksmiths going mad. Even if ordinary and elite ghoul crawled over and possessed backs to attack wildly, they completely ignored them. The sacrificial flames were enough to burn ordinary ghouls to death. Damn, that's too brutal. One hit with the staff, the brain must fly out, right? For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this boss. Everyone looked at the scene, unable to stop making strange remarks. The long-haired ghoul boss tried to get up more than once, braving the heavy blows to its ribs, trying to break free. But as soon as it lifted its head, a precise heavy strike landed again, instantly making it dizzy. It reached out its claws to protect its head, but even its claws were crushed and deformed. Minus 1032. Minus 512. Minus 531. Unfortunately, the Black Abyss dungeon has no down protection, nor invincibility time. Under such heavy attacks, it could only admit defeat. With the ribs being relentlessly struck, the boss's health rapidly dropped. When it fell to 5,000 points, it suddenly howled upwards like a husky. Its body quickly turned red. Not good, the boss is going berserk. It will be immune to all kinds of control, and its damage and speed will greatly increase, the stylish woman shouted anxiously. The other 3 nodded seriously and quickly climbed up the nearby tree. You better hurry too. We can't take this situation lightly, the stylish woman urged Shinzei. But the boss is about to die. Shinzei pointed ahead. What? The fashionable woman froze, then quickly looked forward. She saw the long-haired ghoul boss still lifting its head and roaring, while the rib club struck its head fiercely. Surprisingly, the ghoul boss showed no reaction, stubbornly enduring the attacks. The club struck again and again with heavy blows, causing damage numbers to multiply and continuously appear. Minus 970. Minus 982. 993. The long-haired ghoul fell down directly before its eyes turned red. Congratulations, Elite Skeleton Monster has successfully killed the ghoul boss and gained 3,000 experience. Obtained Ghoul Summon Skill Book ×1. Obtained Ghoul Ring ×1. Received Manor Key ×1. Upgraded to LV.9, all attributes +1, free attributes +5, HP +200, MP +100. Notice, normal dungeon cleared, please exit within 1 minute, settling time. Level, LV.9. Health, 2400, Mana, 1000. Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21.
Remaining free attribute points, 40. Skill, Epic Skeleton Summoning LV.532. Talent, Resonant Crystal. Equipment, Novice Undead Staff, Novice Undead Battle Boots, Novice Undead Cloak, Novice Undead Soft Armor, Novice Undead Necklace. I didn't expect this ghoul boss to be so stubborn, Shinzei laughed. It got hit on the head so many times and didn't move at all, but in the end, it was still killed. Although he didn't reach level 10, reaching level 9 was still good. Moreover, the ghoul summon skill book dropped by the boss perfectly suited his needs as an undead summoner. Shinzei used the skill book without hesitation. A teal light flashed, and he felt a vague connection within his body. This was the ghoul summoning technique. Ghoul summoning technique: summon a normal ghoul to fight for you, lasting 1 day, consumes 100 mana, learning requirement, LV.5, class restriction, undead summoner. The skill upgrade system can only upgrade one skill at a time. The skeleton summoning technique was just upgraded, and continuing to improve it would take time, so it was better to upgrade the ghoul summoning technique first. Level up quickly. Ghoul summoning level 1, level 2. LV.2, LV.3. LV.3, LV.4. The dungeon's over, let's get out first. Shinzei glanced back at the 4 high-level players behind him, their expressions complex. After finishing this round of the dungeon, he had actually leveled up to 9, just 1 level short of them, like a dream come true. After the team exited the dungeon, a record-breaking announcement sounded immediately. Congratulations, the fastest clear record for Black Abyss normal mode has been broken, time, 2 hours 27 minutes. Rewards, clear completion pack and speed clear achievement. The announcement immediately caused a huge stir. Someone actually broke the record, Liu Yang said with envy in his eyes. We didn't even get out of the starting map, and 5 ghouls already drove us back. If we hadn't run fast, we probably would have been stuck in the dungeon. Has Shinzei come out? Black Abyss normal level dungeon Dark Night Manor, settling. Rating SSS, reward SSS level treasure chest, normal dungeon, 1000 experience, equipment forging hammer ×1. As the settlement rewards echoed in his mind, Shinzei felt the space before him distort. When he came to, he was already standing at the teleportation point. The surrounding professionals stopped in their tracks, looking at them in surprise. The record breaker has emerged. For level 10s and 1 level 9, looks like a professional record-breaking team. Life will be easier from now on, endorsements and resources will keep coming. Jealous, as long as you have a record-breaking title, things get easier, and you can rise up. More professionals hurried over from afar, and some were calling others through communication devices. Look, someone broke the record. So what if they broke the record? It's not like you did. They cleared the normal level Abyss dungeon in just 2 hours. Where? On the other side, the professionally awakened high school teachers and students gathered together. The head teacher tirelessly reminded the students. The path of a professional is tough. Even the strongest empire cult in Huaxia had difficulties leveling up, but eventually rose. So once you enter the dungeon, don't hesitate to use a town portal scroll for safety, it's something that can save your life. At this moment, a student pointed to the distance. Teacher, that person looks like someone from our school. He previously bought the Necromancer job change pack with an installment plan, spending a whole 1 million. What a huge sucker. Ha, I remember now, paying 1 million in installments for a useless Necromancer summoning scroll. I really don't understand what he was thinking. He must be done for, we probably won't see him in a few days. Huh, wait, why is Shinzei surrounded by so many people? What's he doing? The students started shouting, and the homeroom teacher frowned and turned to look. The homeroom teacher froze there, then suddenly blurted out, "Holy crap! Homeroom teacher, what exactly happened?" The boys were already dumbfounded, while the girls still asked innocently. Shinzei, he broke the record. And it was an ordinary level dungeon. The homeroom teacher said dumbfoundedly, as if a big piece of news had just exploded. No one had expected that Shinzei, who had been utterly defeated before, would become the record breaker. All eyes in the arena were focused on him. Even the most naive person knew how valuable breaking a record was.
Many professional teams were willing to spend big money to buy the record breaker title, which not only gave a 20% bonus reward but also attracted shops to offer endorsements. With this title, there was basically no need to worry about food and clothing anymore.
I really want to marry him. Can anyone help introduce us? I want to too. This is awesome.
With this title, no need to work hard or run dungeons, money flows in every day. Later I have to ask Qin Zhe if he likes men or women. Lu Yan, who had just come out of a dungeon, looked at Qin Zhe breaking the record with great surprise. It must be thanks to the 4 high-level players. Hearing the discussions around him, he was speechless. Last time you said Qin Zhe was a big sucker, and today you're changing your tune? That was then, this is now. I just want to find a husband with a title, so what? Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. All right, you guys really have thick skin. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qin Zhe and the others were surrounded so tightly there was no way out, and the professionals looked up, eager to see the face of the record breaker.
There were also reporters sneaking in, clicking away nonstop with their cameras.
This record was astonishing, only 2 hours and 27 minutes, far faster than the previous record of 8 hours and 59 minutes, almost 3 times as fast. Once the news broke, it was definitely big news. A few meters around Qin Zhe were left as open ground, with everyone standing guard, as if welcoming the hero's triumphant return.
It actually ended just like that, like a dream, the fashionable woman said with a complex sigh.
They led all the way but never made a move, yet the record was still broken, truly absurd. Yeah, I thought I was just unlucky, but it seems the gap between people is really huge. He's already level 9, almost catching up with us.
Everyone looked meaningfully into the distance.
Brother Qin Zhe, later we'll prepare level 10 equipment, preferably for a necromancer, so you don't have to search all over. Thanks for the trouble, everyone.
Qin Zhe nodded and dismissed the team. Wait a moment.
The fashionable woman quickly called out to Qin Zhe, who was about to leave. They had clearly guided Qin Zhe through the map, but now they were reluctant to let go. May I ask, what do you plan to do next? She asked.
I want to try the nightmare level dungeon and see if I can get through it, Qin Zhe answered faintly.
A sudden sound of gasping drew from those around. Big brother, you absolutely must not go, the man with the slicked back hair urged anxiously.
The nightmare level dungeon is hard to get out of once you enter. Many geniuses went in and never made contact again. That place is simply not something humans can conquer.
His voice trembled, filled with fear. Qin Zhe was a bit surprised but still nodded and said, "Thanks for the reminder, I'll be careful." The others, upon hearing that he was going into the nightmare dungeon, their expressions turned grim, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. That dungeon had another name, the Genius's Grave, specifically designed to deal with those who refused to admit defeat. After the team dispersed, the stylish woman and her partner hurried to help Qin Zhe find equipment. Qin Zhe decided to first upgrade his skill levels, buy some items and daily necessities, and then consider entering the nightmare level dungeon. After all, dungeons of that level require utmost caution.
Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu, wearing black stockings and a sales headset, was distracted, her face occasionally showing worry and regret.
She was worried about the situation on Qin Zhe's side. High-level professionals would reduce the rewards. She knew it wasn't easy for Qin Zhe to reach level 3, and from now on, he could only rely on himself. Thinking of Qin Zhe being an orphan and her own solemn promise, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but blame herself. Lu Shiyu, you really deserve to die. Suddenly the phone rang, and she hurriedly answered, "The dungeon is over? How did it go?" A sigh came from the other end of the line, making Lu Shiyu's heart tighten. Qin Zhe is finished, he has fallen into a nightmare trap. She was struck as if by lightning, stunned in place. Ah! The person you are looking for is simply perverted. Perverted to a degree beyond description. The fashionable woman sighed over the phone. Pervert? Lu Shiyu couldn't immediately tell whether it was a compliment or an insult. After all, girls often use the word pervert when scolding someone. Yeah, I was terrified the whole way. The 4 of us stuck close to him, and only then did we manage to survive. Lu Shiyu became increasingly confused.
Could it be that Shinzei was so bad that he needed close protection just to save his life? She felt a pang of pain in her heart. It was truly tragic. She could already imagine Shinzei scrambling for his life in the dungeon. And his skeleton's summoning skill was really awful. She had specifically watched a video where the little skeleton walked unsteadily, its bones all falling apart. All of this was because Lu Xiyu felt even more pain in her heart. "I've ruined a child's future," she choked out. The fashionable woman on the other end of the phone asked in confusion, "What future did you ruin?" Lu Xiyu tearfully explained, "In order to meet the KPI, I hyped up the most expensive undead summoner gift pack like it was amazing." He believed it and even took out a loan for 990,000 yuan to buy it. Later, I found out he was an orphan with only a B-level talent. The phone was silent for more than 10 seconds before the woman finally said, "You really deserve to die." Lu Xiyu retorted, "That's a B-level talent. Anyone with that level of talent would achieve great success in any other profession, but you made him choose necromancer. Who would pick that?" Her heart was filled with regret and guilt. "I am guilty." She knelt down and cried, wishing she could go back in time to slap herself hard twice. For the sake of KPIs, she ruined a child full of potential. Don't blame yourself too much. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. We're just ordinary people, not gods, the woman comforted her. "Thank you, I feel a bit better. Next time, wear some armor. Be careful not to get stabbed on the street." Lu Xiyu was speechless, hung up, and continued working listlessly. She was 22, a priest by profession, who once dreamed of becoming a professional player. The first time she entered the Black Abyss dungeon, she was scared out of her wits and wet her pants. Especially when she saw a ghoul tear apart a companion in the street, leaving her deeply traumatized. She knew what Shinzei was about to face. The phone's lock screen news displayed, #shocking. The record for clearing the ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon has been broken, with the time shortened by 3 times #. Lu Xiyu glanced at it, turned off the phone, and put it in her pocket. The record-breaking event gradually gained momentum, first sparking small-scale discussions among professionals, then being reported by the media, causing a nationwide stir. Personal information of Shinzei and the others was strictly confidential, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to find their contact details. Some influential people wanted to buy this information and could obtain all personal data, including contact details, simply by paying a large sum. The information about Shinzei and his partners was also extremely valuable. Despite this, their phones were almost constantly ringing, mostly from influential parties seeking to collaborate. "This is really a headache," Shinzei sighed. Direct messages are about to explode. Seeing over 999 messages in his inbox, he felt his scalp tingle, as if he were being besieged by cyberbullying. "I want to rent a temporary room," Shinzei said to the front desk. "How long?" the front desk girl asked without looking up. "Rent it for 10 hours first. 10,000 yuan, pay all at once or use a card." "Can 10,000 be paid in installments?" "Ha?" The receptionist looked up and was stunned when she saw Shinzei and his title. "You can pay in installments. How many years do you want to divide it over?" 20 years, I guess." The receptionist was stunned. Shinzei walked into the temporary room, looking at his still relatively intact little treasury, and smiled with satisfaction. Installments were still possible, who would pay it all at once? At this rate, he might become a world-renowned super genius within a month and easily pay off his debt. This was the most cost-effective way to freeload. Most professions only need 2 or 3 skills. Too many skills not only consume mana but also easily cause mental overload. Shinzei opened the skill menu, and the newly learned skill lay quietly. Silver Skin Ghoul, chant for 5 seconds, summon a large group of metallized ghouls to fight, lasts for 1 day, consumes 100 mana. Come out, ghouls. Shinzei raised his staff, chanting a spell. As the voice fell, eerie sounds echoed around, as if insects were crawling. A flock of silver glimmering ghouls appeared, as many as 60. Their faces were almost rotten, eyes cloudy and yellowed, staring fixedly at Shinzei, filled with a craving for flesh and blood.
Shinzei instinctively stepped back 2 paces, every hair on his body standing on end, his heart racing as a sense of fear surged in his chest. But he quickly gave a bitter smile and muttered, "Even scared by my own summoned monsters, what a useless summoner." Silver-skinned ghoul LV.432. Level, LV.9, no higher than summoner level. Health, 1800. Attributes, Strength 127, Agility 153, Intelligence 89. Skill 1, Fear Aura, applies mental suppression to surrounding creatures, sometimes causing opponents to lose the ability to act, but ineffective against higher levels. Skill 2, Devour Corpses, restores 100 health per second while devouring corpses, and after finishing, randomly increases 1 attribute. Skill 3, Steel Bite, entire body is steel hardened, damage increased by 50%, causes disabling effects, and resists negative statuses. Introduction, a group of nightmare monsters that eat people whole without leaving any bones. This is the data for the ghoul in this dungeon. With just over 2000 health, an epic skeleton monster one-shots it perfectly. Let those two fight and see the result, Shinzei waved his hand. At your command, my lord. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton monster slowly stood up, gripping a purple-patterned greatsword, and took a fighting stance. The ghouls all turned their gaze toward it. The battle erupted instantly. The skeleton monster swung its sword in a wide sweep, and several ghouls instantly scattered, falling to the ground and disappearing. Minus 1823. Minus 1871. Minus 1903. Damage numbers kept appearing, effortlessly killing the opponents in seconds. Shinzei did not recall the ghouls. The necromancer is different from other summoners. There is no need to train summon beasts, you only need to use skills to summon monsters with 100% loyalty. As skills improve, the summoned beasts will also become stronger. Moreover, the summoned beasts come equipped with weapons, which is quite convenient. How should I distribute the free attribute points? Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21. Remaining free attribute points, 40. There are 3 development paths each for Strength, Agility, and Intelligence. I'm a summoner, so of course I choose Intelligence. Shinzei thought for a moment and allocated all 40 points to Intelligence. Intelligence 21 plus 40, Health plus 400, Mana plus 400, Mana regeneration rate increased to 1 per second. The summoning skills of an undead summoner usually summon fixed monsters and are not affected by attributes, so adding points to any attribute does not change the summoned creatures. However, his spell skills are closely related to intelligence. Next are the rewards dropped by the long-haired ghoul boss. Ghoul skill book learned, remaining are the ghoul ring and the manor key. Ghoul ring. Level requirement, LV.5. Quality, silver. Attributes, Agility plus 7, Intelligence plus 3, Health plus 300. Skill 1, Climbing ability. When equipped, allows fast climbing on walls and ceilings, speed increased by 200%, climbing noise greatly reduced. Introduction, Blood-stained ring. Do you only get the bonus when crawling? Standing doesn't work? Shinzei saw the ring's strange ability and couldn't help but complain. But since the ring slot was empty, he put it on first. The basic attribute bonuses were pretty good. Just in case of danger, crawling up a wall to escape might come in handy. Mansion key. Dungeon item. Function, opens the manor gate. Description, Shu, be careful not to be discovered. This is the manor key? It's way too big. Shinzei looked at the palm-sized giant key, helplessly feeling that the design was deliberately unusual. Next is the record-breaking clear reward. Record-breaking clear gift pack. Open. Congratulations, you have received a platinum-grade equipment selection chest. Please choose a profession. A whole bunch of professions appeared, such as warrior, ranger, assassin, and more. Shinzei searched for a long time before finally finding the necromancer profession. When he clicked on it, a magic book embossed with a skull slowly spun into view. Necromancer Magic Book. Level requirement, LV.10. Quality, Platinum. Attribute bonus: intelligence plus 30, agility plus 10, strength plus 10, mana plus 2000.
Enhancement, 0. Forging, 0. Refining, 0. Skill 1, Rapid Casting.
All undead spell casting times are reduced to 1 second, mana consumption is halved, and there is a chance to enhance the spell effect by 1 level when casting.
Skill 2, Flight. Consumes 5 mana per second, grants the ability to fly with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second and a maximum flying height of 500 meters. Skill 3, Sacrifice.
Sacrifice a friendly undead unit, converting its health into your own shield that lasts for 1 minute, consuming 50 mana.
Introduction: This is a brutal magic book. Daily Novel Update Group 940757303. Divine Artifact, an absolute divine artifact. Shinzei's eyes lit up when he saw this platinum-level magic book.
Setting aside the basic attributes, the fast casting skill drives countless mages crazy.
Skill chanting is the biggest limitation for mages. Reducing it to 1 second allows them to cast skills continuously without gaps. It's like a limiter has been removed.
Previously, Shinzei didn't dare to recycle summon creatures and resummon because the 3-second chanting time was too long, fearing he would be instantly killed without elite skeletons blocking the way. Now the chanting is shortened to 1 second, and with the cover of other undead, it can completely achieve a perpetual motion-like battle. The flying skill is also very powerful, allowing escape from dangerous areas, observing the battlefield from the air, greatly enhancing safety. The sacrifice skill is also very practical for survival. After sacrificing, you can still summon new undead.
If you don't move, the undead will fight for you.
The only regret is that the level cap is 10, and Shinzei can't equip it yet.
I can only go through the dungeon and level up to 10 first.
The record-breaking completion gift pack can drop platinum-level equipment, so tempting.
No one has cleared the nightmare-level manor dungeon yet, and the first clear reward is still available. Shinzei happily stored the death mage in the warehouse. There is also an SSS rating reward. Do you want to claim the SSS rating reward?
Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level treasure chest, normal dungeon, 1000 experience, and 1 equipment forging hammer. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. For Shinzei at level 9, 1000 experience points can only increase 5%.
Open the SSS grade treasure chest. The treasure chest slowly opens.
While Shinzei was opening the treasure chest in the temporary room, the people outside were already going crazy with anxiety.
Beep beep beep. The man in the suit hung up the phone gloomily.
Manager, I can't get in touch with Shinzei.
What on earth is going on with him?
Lu Shiyu, wearing black silk stockings, obediently sat in the office, feeling increasingly puzzled. She didn't understand why the manager insisted on finding Shinzei.
You don't need to worry about it.
Call him over, I want to discuss the debt, the manager said coldly, giving her a disdainful look.
Debt? Is it the 990,000 loan for the undead exclusive gift pack?
Lu Shiyu was startled, her heart immediately filled with panic.
That's right.
After investigation, he doesn't qualify for a loan and cannot apply for a 20-year extended installment plan, so we must notify him immediately to repay in advance. The manager finished with a sinister smile on his face. If he has no money, he can use other things as collateral.
How could this happen?
Lu Shiyu hurriedly explained, I never heard anything about loan qualifications. I personally approved the 20-year installment for him. As long as he hasn't committed any major violations, he should be eligible for this installment.
Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? The manager retorted with a dark face, or do you think you, a low-level salesperson, can override the opinions of the company's top management?
Lu Shiyu's voice trembled, is this the directive from above? Think about it yourself, the manager sneered. Lu Shiyu somehow got out of the office, her mind in a mess. She knew the company would force freelancers to repay their loans early, making them unable to pay and thus forced to declare bankruptcy, ruining their futures. She didn't expect that just after helping Shinzei set up a 990,000 installment plan, the company would come knocking with the aim of controlling Shinzei. Lu Shiyu, you truly deserve to die, someone cursed angrily.
Just after setting up the installment plan, you're already conspiring with the company to harm others? What should I do now? She lay over her workstation, speechless for a long time. The SSS grade treasure chest slowly opened, golden light reflecting on Shinzei's face. "This is golden grade equipment," he said in surprise. "The quality is slightly worse than the record-breaking treasure chest." Magic soft armor. Level requirement, LV.5.
Attribute requirements: 30 intelligence, 15 strength.
Quality, golden grade. Basic attributes: intelligence plus 10, strength plus 5, HP plus 800. Skill 1, Magic Shield.
Consumes 100 mana, grants a 2000-point magic shield that blocks attacks from any direction, and increases magic resistance by 50%.
Skill 2, Rock Solid.
Consumes 50 mana, entering a state that can resist physical negative effects such as knockback, shatter, and heavy strike.
Skill 3, Rapid Recovery.
Can only be used once every 24 hours, consumes 300 mana, restores all health, removes all negative statuses, exits combat, and teleports to any location within 10 meters.
Introduction: Honor Symbol Soft Armor. Truly a life-saving tool.
Especially the last skill, similar to a pseudo-resurrection, not only can it heal, but it also allows exiting combat, making it convenient to leave dungeons. Unable to escape the fight, there was only one dead end. Shinzei took off the heavy plate armor and put on the magical soft armor.
Soft armor is really comfortable.
Plate armor is as hard as plasterboard, but this soft armor is as light and gentle as ordinary clothes, yet very sturdy. From now on, he would never wear plate armor again, it was just too uncomfortable.
Skill information flooded into his mind.
He had already mastered the release method, next was to practice more.
The final reward: it's over. Equipment Forging Device. Tool.
Function: forge platinum level and above equipment, increase base attributes by 10%, have a chance to gain new abilities, success rate depends on equipment level. Forge: equip the Necromancer's spellbook first before using it.
Shinzei stretched lazily and confirmed his strategy. Skills level up once every second, allowing for multiple upgrades in a single day. Now the ghoul summoning skill level can catch up with the skeleton summoning spell. He's preparing to find Lu Shiyu to acquire more necromancy skills in installments. The resonance crystal takes effect, greatly increasing the success rate of nightmare-level dungeons. The Tomb of Geniuses? He's going to break this curse.
Shinzei stepped out of the temporary room. It had only taken a little over an hour, and the remaining time couldn't be wasted, so he went to the front desk to freeze the time. Suddenly, a voice of surprise rang out.
"Shinzei, you're already level 9? My best friend Lu Yan walked over, his face full of astonishment. "No way, you really made it to level 9? Lu Yan looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Hee, I'm awesome, right? Call me Godfather, I'll take you flying." Shinzei responded with a smile.
He knows very well who treats him well or badly.
"Wait, you said the sales found you 4 senior professionals, but those 4 didn't take action, and yet you swept through the ordinary dungeons? How am I supposed to believe that?" Lu Yan couldn't believe it.
The necromancer is extremely weak early on, even the skeletons are incredibly fragile.
Believe it or not, do you want to level up? Foster father. Lu Yang looked around, ignoring the crowd, and knelt down immediately.
No matter how absurd, his level is real, and he can easily clear simple dungeons without any problem.
The two of them rise together. "Alright, from now on, when I kill monsters, you shout 666. Shinzei nodded with satisfaction. Nightmare-level dungeons can be soloed, but increasing the difficulty will raise the final rewards.
He previously cleared a hard-level dungeon with 4 high-level professionals at level 1, gaining experience exceptionally fast, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 9. Similarly, if he brings 4 deadweights into a nightmare dungeon, the experience bonus will also be exaggerated. "You really underestimate me too much."
Lu Yang shouted, a little dissatisfied.
"I have practiced martial arts for several years. Just now, in the easy level dungeon, I single-handedly took on a ghoul, and the high-level professionals even said I have a promising future.
Quite impressive. Shinzei nodded. Let's go, let's buy some equipment and get ready to continue the dungeon. How are you feeling now? I'm great. Let me show you what skill really means. Don't be surprised when the time comes, you might end up calling me your godfather.
Lu Yang placed his hands on his hips, smiling proudly, already imagining the scene of Shinzei kneeling and calling him godfather. At this moment, the head teacher suddenly appeared, looking at Shinzei in surprise. Unexpectedly, you broke the record for the difficult level dungeon, bringing honor to the class and the school. Other classmates also gathered around, some with envy and some with jealousy. They feared their brothers suffering hardships, but feared even more their brothers' soaring success.
This is the true portrayal of their inner feelings.
On the surface, they still have to pretend to congratulate.
Congratulations, congratulations, you've set a new record at the hard difficulty level. I'm really envious. With this title, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life, you can make money lying down. Shinzei smiled and responded, thank you, everyone. You treat me well, and I will treat you well too. If you want to harm me, don't blame me for being unkind. The school values your performance a lot, but unfortunately, the necromancer profession makes them a bit hesitant.
If you can complete the Black Abyss dungeon twice, the school will provide you with various subsidies, the homeroom teacher said, pulling Shinzei aside.
Shinzei's eyes lit up, and he asked, if there are subsidies, can I make requests? You still dare to make demands? The homeroom teacher was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, resource allocation is fixed to prevent anyone from abusing their authority. Don't worry, the school's subsidies cover all aspects, you can rest assured. What if I clear the nightmare level dungeon?
At these words, the homeroom teacher's eyelid twitched. If you clear the nightmare dungeon, the principal's position could even be made available for you.
Wait, you don't really intend to? Then it's settled. Shinzei smiled and walked outside the Black Abyss connection point. The homeroom teacher looked completely baffled, watching him leave. The students behind immediately erupted into chaos.
Damn, this Shinzei is so fake, just broke a hard level record and is already showing off, even talking about nightmare level like he's really going to do it.
He got lucky and still acts all innocent, even dares to challenge the nightmare dungeon. Can we let this slide? He specifically hired pros to help him break the record, and you think that makes him awesome? It's really sickening.
Shinzei walked out of the Abyss connection point and took out his phone to make a call.
Hello?
Lu Shiyu's voice sounded frantic.
I want to buy some stuff, like professional skill books. Where are you? I'll come find you.
Shinzei was surprised, this service attitude was just too good.
I'm just outside the Black Abyss connection point, with a friend. Okay, I'm coming right away.
After hanging up, Shinzei and Lu Yang casually ordered a serving of cold noodles by the street. In less than 10 minutes, the familiar beetle car appeared.
Hey, over here. Shinzei smiled and waved.
Lu Shiyu hurriedly got out of the car and grabbed Shinzei. Let's go, get in the car and talk. This is very important. Shinzei was stunned and looked at his friend, who gave him a knowing glance. I understand. You need to leave Linhai City quickly and go to Beijing City.
I've already bought the plane ticket.
That place is beyond the Li family's influence, they won't come looking for your money there. You settle in first, and I'll come find you after I handle things at work. Lu Shiyu spoke urgently, handing Shinzei the plane ticket.
What on earth? I just wanted to buy something, and you want me to go to another city? Lu Shiyu sighed and told him about the company asking for early repayment. If it's early repayment, then it's early repayment. Isn't there still a month left now? Shinzei was surprised. You won't be able to run away then. The company will force you to do things you can't accept. If I can't run away, so be it.
Asking me to change cities is just ridiculous. I just want to buy skill books and daily necessities.
You're not thinking of paying in installments, are you? Yeah, how did you know? Lu Shiyu was speechless. Shinzei persisted, and Lu Shiyu withdrew the plane ticket.
She was stunned, the solution she had racked her brains over was actually rejected.
An arm can't twist against a thigh. She didn't believe Qin Zhe could escape the company's control. Was it me who didn't explain the seriousness? She was driving, doubting herself. Daily updated novel group 940757303.
Lee's Exchange, professionals coming and going non-stop. Their eyes were numb and bewildered. 80% of the people looked back at the luxurious building as they left, clenching their fists tightly, their nails digging into their skin. They silently swore to themselves that as soon as they cleared their debts, they would never use installment loans again. Loans were convenient and felt great at first, but when you couldn't repay them, the interest rolled up bigger and bigger. The more you borrowed, the more you owed, until eventually it reached hundreds of thousands. At that point, the trading company's people would come knocking, telling you your qualifications weren't enough, that loans had to be tightened, and you had to pay immediately. If you couldn't pay, you had to work for the company at outrageously low wages, far below market price. The gear from the dungeons was only bought at a third of its value. The company even hired accountants to calculate precisely, ensuring that professionals would always live on the edge of subsistence and become ruthless money-making machines. In this world, strength is supreme. The trading company backed by the super lineage Li family was beyond official interference. Qin Zhe broke the record for an ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon, and the company fixated on his potential, binding him tightly. Lu Yang angrily said, "I told you, as soon as the company finds out you have potential, they'll trap you with debt. They'll squeeze every bit of value out of you, that's their method." Lu Shiyu also advised him to leave this city quickly and escape Li family's control if he wanted to continue as a professional. She said, "Go into sales, you'll be in demand anywhere." But Qin Zhe lay there indifferent. "It's nothing serious, don't worry about me." Others were anxious upon hearing this. "Big brother, you've ruined the rest of your life. It's like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, and you're still going to the exchange?" At that moment, Qin Zhe got out of the car and walked straight towards the exchange's entrance. He thought to himself, if you're going to reap the benefits, you might as well go all the way. He had previously tested the homeroom teacher. If he could clear the nightmare-level dungeon, the principal would have to give way to him. Although exaggerated, it showed the value of the nightmare dungeon. Strength is the hard truth. He intended to break this invisible prison with his fists. He was well aware that the company was utterly shameless. Whether it was the 100,000 yuan assassin or the 990,000 yuan necromancer summoner, the company had ways to keep you trapped forever, sinking endlessly into the mire. This was a forced sale of the future for professionals. At this time, Lu Shiyu caught up and asked him, "Qin Zhe, what do you want to buy?" Qin Zhe asked in return, "What's the most expensive thing you have here?" Lu Shiyu and Lu Yang exchanged glances. No matter how they looked at the scene, it seemed strangely familiar. The most expensive is the Resurrection Badge, which allows full-status resurrection once in a dungeon and can only be used once per dungeon. It costs 10 million. The second most expensive is the Forced Escape Scroll, which lets you flee during battle and sells for 5 million. Then give me a Resurrection Badge. Qin Zhe waved his hand casually, looking very confident. Revival badges are like a second life. They are very important in the Nightmare Abyss dungeon to prevent sudden death. Lu Shiyu was so frightened upon hearing 10 million that she kept hiccuping. "Are you giving up completely?" she hurriedly advised. "Please don't do that. You're still young, and your future is long. Don't buy any more." She looked at Qin Zhe's self-destructive state and felt extremely distressed, silently blaming herself. She had turned a good kid into this. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe's words stabbed her heart like a knife. "Don't you want to meet your KPI? 10 million should be quite a lot for your commission, right?" Qin Zhe said curiously, really wanting to give those around him some benefits. Lu Shiyu clutched her chest, stepped back a few paces, her face awkward, speechless. At that moment, she even considered atoning with death. At this time, a frivolous voice came from beside her. "Oh, so this is Qin Zhe. Lu Shiyu, you did well. You actually brought this little brother here. I'll double your year-end bonus this time." Qin Zhe turned his head and saw a man in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, exuding an elite vibe, but his tone was condescending. "Manager, that.
Xinzhe, it's not what you think. Lu Shiyu hurriedly explained, but it made no sense at all. What's the matter? What's going on? Xinzhe frowned at the man, guessing he was the manager. My name is Lu Guanghua. I heard Xinzhe broke the dungeon record, so I specially came to thank you, and I informed Lu Shiyu. Now that we meet, you really are handsome. Lu Guanghua smiled and extended his hand. The surrounding professionals sneered coldly. Young master, there's more to this chapter, click next page for more excitement. Manager Lu was skilled at hiding a dagger behind a smile. Many were initially fooled by his smile but realized how deep they had fallen after a few times. Xinzhe stared at him in surprise and asked, Are you here to steal Lu Shiyu's clients? You're a manager now, aren't you embarrassed? As soon as he spoke, the people around couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time they had looked at him seriously. This person is quite interesting. Lu Guanghua awkwardly withdrew his hand, lowered his head to straighten his cuffs, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Brother Xinzhe, let's get to the point. You currently have a 990,000 installment loan. Because your credit has been revoked, it must be fully repaid this month, or we will initiate legal proceedings. After that, you can forget about entering the Black Abyss dungeon again. However, we won't force you into a dead end. Here's a second option, join the young master's team and follow his orders. He is level 10 now, and as long as he levels up 5 more times, all your debts will be forgiven. Xinzhe narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding there was another meaning behind this. The surrounding professionals were all stunned. This team was almost the most dangerous choice. Everyone knew that young Master Li was a playboy who didn't take ordinary people seriously. People in the team were often scolded by him, and deaths in the dungeon were common. Lu Shiyu's pupils constricted when she heard this, and she grabbed Xinzhe's sleeve. Xinzhe said, I refuse. Then prepare to repay the money within a month. Gathering 1 million shouldn't be a problem, after all, you're an orphan. Manager Lu sneered, publicly exposing Xinzhe's background. Who told you I'm paying back? Xinzhe replied coldly. Lu Guanghua was stunned, what? Lu Guanghua furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing. He quickly understood. Xinzhe had already cleared the normal level Black Abyss dungeon. Even if he was carried through, just the record-breaking loot rewards would earn him a lot, far exceeding 1 million. Obviously, Xinzhe believed he could repay it and was full of confidence. Lu Guanghua showed a hint of a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Too naive. The contract clearly states that if unable to repay, all equipment and props can only be sold to the exchange company, at prices far below the market value. Debts must be repaid, as a matter of course. Since you're so confident, I won't bother you with shopping. We are a legitimate company and won't bully anyone. Lu Guanghua smiled and stepped back. Right now, wanting to leave Linhai City is probably impossible. Lu Shiyu shook her head and sighed. People around were talking in whispers, frequently casting glances at Xinzhe. Some were excited, some confused, and others found it hard to believe. Exactly how many arms do you have to outmaneuver the company's big shot? But Xinzhe's next move shocked everyone. 10 revival badges worth 10 million each, bring me 10. Xinzhe said calmly. Are you serious? Lu Shiyu asked in surprise. I have to prepare for the next dungeon. Money is external wealth, but you only have one life. Plus, it can help improve your performance, so why not? Xinzhe shrugged with a smile. Lu Shiyu was speechless, that's really convincing. In the end, Lu Shiyu couldn't refuse Xinzhe and could only retrieve a safe deposit box through connections, inside which was a resurrection badge. When she handed it to Xinzhe, her face was full of hesitation. Are you really going to buy it? She asked. Of course, in installments, over 20 years, Xinzhe replied calmly. Ah? Lu Shiyu looked at him in surprise. Aren't you also doing it for the performance? A 10 million commission is nothing to sneeze at, Xinzhe shrugged. Lu Shiyu immediately widened her eyes and took a step back. This action instantly caused a commotion among the surrounding people. He's practically jumping into the pit himself. Heh, not dying fast enough for you, someone sneered. Bye. Let him by. Behind the scenes, Lu Guanghua coldly watched Qinzhe on the monitor. Breaking the record was worth this price. 10 million resurrection badges, paid in installments over 20 years. Lu Shiyu's head buzzed as she completed the procedures. Where is the necromancer's skill book? Let me see. Qinzhe continued to wander around the exchange, his gaze scanning the goods. Right here. You are currently level 9, with a total of 3 skill books, 2 support skills and 1 summoning. Which one do you want? I want them all. Lu Shiyu was speechless. Now she didn't even ask about the price? As expected, she's giving up completely. To be honest, Qinzhe is the most conflicted when it comes to buying things. Soon, 3 skill books were placed in front of Qinzhe. Summon Skeleton Archer, Meditation, Evil Aura. Summon Skeleton Archer, level LV.5, 3 seconds chant, summons a skeleton monster wielding about a fight, lasts for 1 day, consumes 100 mana. Qinzhe's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this book. He was in need of long-range output, and the Skeleton Archer was just perfect. The chance of clearing the Nightmare Dungeon greatly increased. He opened the skill panel and found that the Silver-Skinned Ghoul had already been upgraded twice. Silver-Skinned Ghoul Moonlight Ghoul Shadow Ghoul. Level LV.237, promotion count is similar to that of the Epic Skeleton Monster. Qinzhe immediately took it off the upgrade slot, equipped Skeleton Archer's summoning technique, and began upgrading. At the same time, B-grade Talent Resonance Crystal activated. Put all 3 skills into the Resonance Crystal for shared upgrades. Meditation, universal for mages, sit cross-legged on the ground, quickly restores mana, restores 100 points in 1 minute. Evil Aura, basic undead skill, increases ally speed by 10% and resistance to negative effects by 10% within the aura, with a diameter of 10 meters. The last 2 skills are also good. Meditation prevents mana consumption, and Evil Aura is a team buff. After leveling up, the effects became more obvious. With the blessing of the Resonance Crystal, the level kept rising. LV.1 LV.2 LV.2 LV.3 Constantly improving, never stopping. 1 skill book is 1.5 million, 3 books make 4.5 million, you. Lu Shiyu was at a loss for words. Buy. Qinzhe nodded without hesitation. He absolutely had to buy these 3 skills. Another set of equipment, it's time to change my novice gear. A set of level 5 silver equipment costs 12 million. Silver? That's too shabby, get me a set of gold equipment. Ah? Gold equipment? Lu Shiyu gaped, looking at Qinzhe, who was completely crazy, at a loss for words. The surrounding professionals all gave thumbs up to Qinzhe. What a warrior! Even Lu Guanghua in the backstage couldn't hold back anymore. Selling such precious equipment outright, Qinzhe might not even break even in the end. But now that things had come to this, he could only endure. Soon, a dazzling set of golden equipment was brought out, valued at about 30 million. Take back the staff and clothes, I want this set. I'm taking everything else. Azure Wave Cloak, Azure Wave Boots, Azure Wave Necklace. All are level 5 golden equipment, suitable for mages. Golden equipment is truly different, comfortable and cool to wear. Qinzhe, wearing the equipment, was full of. After this round of operations, his original 1 million suddenly seemed insignificant. His approach of taking out loans to buy equipment and skill books, combined with the title of record breaker of normal level dungeons, quickly spread online, sparking heated discussion. After all, everyone knows that Li's company has been unreliable for a long time. Qinzhe's move was simply jumping into the fire pit. Think about it, can an ordinary dungeon really level me up to 9? There must be something unusual inside. Are you saying? Lu Yang suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Qinzhe in disbelief. That's right, the so-called high carries low, high-level professionals didn't make a move, which instead became my experience bonus. Qinzhe nodded, confirming his guess. This is unbelievable. Are you coming with me or not? We're brothers, so I'm the one telling you. Liu Yang hesitated. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, but once cleared, the future would be boundless.
Shinzei's thinking was simple as well. Bringing one more person not only added experience bonuses but also allowed for more completion rewards.
Why not?
Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I let everyone know that as long as they follow me, they'll have meat to eat. Those who oppose me will be erased from the world, Shinzei said calmly, full of confidence.
Liu Yang was stunned, infected by his confidence.
I'm all in, I believe in you.
Take me through to the end. Foster father. Do you want to choose Nightmare Level Black Abyss Dungeon?
Extremely high difficulty, monsters strengthen 3 to 5 times, extremely dangerous, please choose carefully.
Current duo status. Yes/no. Liu Yang, stepfather, keep it up. Shinzei, 1. Countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8.
As the words fell, the space before Shinzei's eyes twisted for a moment, then vanished.
Moonlight spilled on the ground, the grass rustling softly, silent and eerie.
The twisting of space broke the silence, the ghoul's terrifying shriek sounded, and the sound of rapid crawling came from the grass.
Ah, such a terrifying aura.
The bushes are full of ghouls.
Liu Yang looked around in panic.
It was hard enough to deal with one ghoul, let alone so many.
I know you're nervous, but don't rush.
Shinzei narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his staff.
Come out, my skeleton.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 circular vortexes appeared. The epic skeleton wielding a purple greatsword slowly rose, hollow eye sockets burning with purple flames.
Liu Yang? You say this is a skeleton monster?
The nightmare-level manner feels even more real, the wind carrying a strong malevolence.
Shinzei cautiously scanned the surroundings, a chill seeping into his neck. A terrifying presence was lurking here.
The manor stood in the distance under the night sky, coldly watching him. The bushes rustled, and a ghoul crawled out. Shinzei was prepared, but he was still startled. These ghouls were covered in twisted patterns, like the graffiti of a madman.
Nightmare Ghoul. Common Nightmare Monster. Health, 5300. Level, LV.10.
Attributes, Strength 273, Agility 298, Intelligence 73.
Skill 1, Frenzy.
When nightmare ghouls see a professional, they instantly enter a frenzy state, increasing their movement and attack speed by 300%. They may not distinguish friend from foe, devouring enemies or allies to increase their madness level and enhance their own attributes.
Skill 2, Agony.
Nightmare ghouls are always in pain. When attacking, they apply the agony buff to the target, causing continuous blood loss of 10 points per second for 1 minute. Introduction, filled with resentment during life, unwilling to let anyone go even after death.
Foster father, did you see the patterns on those ghouls' bodies? It feels like having a nightmare. Liu Yang was trembling all over, standing close to Shinzei.
Already this scared before even starting to fight, truly hopeless.
I want to fight too, but I'm just a level 2 nobody.
Liu Yang said with a bitter smile. This is just the beginning of the nightmare dungeon, the monsters get even more twisted later on.
Shinzei shook his head.
5 purple skulls surrounded them, giving a sense of security. The skull eye sockets burned with purple flames, showing no fear in the face of the nightmare ghoul, raising the sword and charging forward. The nightmare ghoul jumped wildly, clawing frantically with its 4 paws, moving so fast it nearly left afterimages.
An attack speed of 5 claws per second was indeed terrifying.
But what greeted it was a purple greatsword, the blade striking directly on its face. Whoosh! 1 sword strike, a direct kill.
Minus 5,320.
Congratulations, killed the nightmare ghoul, gained 80 experience points.
Did I see that right? 1 sword dealt over 5,000 damage?
Level 10 professionals max out at 500, your skeleton's damage is 10 times higher, and there are 5 of them?
What exactly is going on with you? Liu Yang was stunned. Skeletons have an execution skill, so you can kill them with 1 sword strike.
Normal monsters have about 2,000 health, Shinzei said with a smile. Having buddies to grind monsters with made it feel much easier.
Coming in alone, feeling gloomy inside.
Relying on just these 5 skeletons is not enough to kill these ghouls.
You can still summon more? Come out, my archer skeletons.
Shinzei raised his staff, and a dark purple pentagram spun at his feet. A skeletal hand stretched out from the ground, frightening Liu Yang into shouting. Immediately after, a full skeleton crawled out, carrying a simple black great bow on its back. Liu Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing, foster father, your skeleton is something special." Archer skeletons are much smaller than melee skeletons, about 1.8 meters tall, with a thinner frame. There are 12 of them in total, forming a squad. Obliterating archer skeleton.
Level, LV.9, cannot exceed the summoner. HP, 7,300.
Attributes, Strength 673, Agility 1132, Intelligence 798.
Skill 1, Annihilation Arrow.
The arrow carries death energy and releases a 2-meter radius deathstorm after piercing the enemy, dealing 300 damage per second and completely consuming enemy corpses.
Skill 2, Infinite Arrows.
Arrows are composed of death energy. Consuming a bit of energy allows shooting 1 arrow. Hitting an enemy causes negative effects such as numbness, panic, and pain.
Skill 3, Arrow Rain.
Shoots 30 arrows at once, striking enemies within an area. Can stack with regular skill effects, but damage decreases when continuously shooting the same target. Introduction, Precise Professional Archer. They entered combat mode, quickly drawing their bows to full tension, the arrowheads igniting with black flames, flying in a parabolic arc, accurately hitting the back of a ghoul. Death energy erupted, transforming into a spinning black energy orb that instantly engulfed several nightmare ghouls. Damage dealt was 1,821 points, along with a large area of 300 points of continuous damage. The surrounded enemies moved noticeably slower. The purple skeleton wielding a greatsword swiftly advanced to finish it off.
Minus 2,389.
Congratulations, you have killed a nightmare ghoul, gaining 83 experience points.
Nightmare skeletons kept appearing like cockroaches, never stopping.
The purple skeleton and the archer skeleton worked together seamlessly, killing every enemy no matter how many swarmed. Liu Yang watched the battle before him, his heart growing determined. Shinzei hadn't lied to him, there really was hope of clearing the nightmare dungeon.
This will be a war of attrition, so let's take a break first. Shinzei pulled out a lounge chair and set up a simple hotpot table.
Soon, the aroma of hotpot filled the air.
Liu Yang was puzzled. You're actually eating hotpot inside the nightmare dungeon?
His worldview was utterly shattered.
Enough talk, want to dip some lamb? Shinzei invited with a smile. I got this. Godfather, you just lie down.
Outside, the battle was fierce, but inside the two of them were eating heartily. In the exchange company, a man was curled up on the ground, trembling all over. The young master of the Li family, Li Yuhao, was stepping on his back.
Linhai City is my Li family's territory. Who do you think you are, daring to steal my equipment? Li Yuhao roared.
The man trembled and pleaded, "Young Master Li, please have mercy. This equipment was hard to come by, I just want to sell it for a good price.
My son is seriously ill and urgently needs money. That's none of my business. I want this equipment, so hand it over."
Li Yuhao kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying several meters. At this moment, Lu Guanghua walked in, glanced at the man on the ground, and respectfully said, "That person named Shinzei refused to team up with you."
Li Yuhao frowned. Shinzei?
That Shinzei.
Lu Guanghua was about to remind him when Li Yuhao's eyes lit up. Are you talking about that handsome man?
Lu Guanghua was stunned, a rumor about complicated relationships between men and women flashing through his mind, feeling disgusted, then nodded, "Yes, it's him."
Then what are you waiting for? Bring him to me. Does he think he can just refuse? Do you think he can just come whenever he wants? Li Yuhao said disdainfully, "Do you even need to ask me about something like this?"
Understood, he is borrowing nearly 50 million this time.
Investigations show he definitely can't repay it.
We can bring him in by the end of the month at the latest, Lu Guanghua said, wiping sweat from his brow.
End of the month? I'm not waiting that long.
Li Yuhao said coldly.
Bring him to me tomorrow. If you can't, get lost.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lu Guanghua nodded repeatedly. As he just turned around, an urgent notification popped up. Announcement: Professional Qinzai challenges nightmare-level Black Abyss dungeon.
What? Lu Guanghua was shocked, suddenly understanding Qinzai's intention. As long as he passes the nightmare-level dungeon, it will definitely attract the attention of the top officials and he will receive protection. If he fails, he won't have to repay his debt. At Linghaishi Awakening No. 1 High School, the students quickly learned of Qinzai's news.
The former envy instantly vanished, replaced by confusion and schadenfreude. Is Qinzai crazy?
Buying so many things on installment at once, even the exchange is coming to collect the debt, and he still dares to talk back. Not only did he buy 10 million resurrection badges, but he also bought gold-level equipment.
He really doesn't understand how powerful the exchange is. TSK, this is getting interesting, things are getting more and more exciting. Might as well go all out.
Since he's never experienced crazy shopping before, spending 990,000 on the undead job transfer package this time, his brain is completely broken. The homeroom teacher's expression changed repeatedly before finally letting out a heavy sigh. He actually wanted to help Qinzai and was willing to assist him in applying for resources from higher up. But suddenly borrowing 40 to 50 million yuan was something the school simply couldn't support, let alone help him pay off his debt. The Li family's company never took losses. With the backing of the ruling family in the central district, they acted with impunity in the small city of Linhai, establishing a systematic mechanism to exploit ordinary professionals. After a detailed study by the legal department, it was found that everything was completely legal and compliant. It would be extremely difficult for local forces to eliminate this power. Of course, all of this was Qinzai's own doing. Knowing there was a tiger on the mountain, he deliberately went into the tiger's den. At this moment, an announcement rang out throughout the hall like a hammer striking everyone's heart. Announcement: Team Qinzai has begun challenging the Nightmare Dungeon, please be informed. The homeroom teacher and students were stunned, a flash of realization struck their minds, and they immediately understood. The homeroom teacher smiled bitterly and said, that kid Qinzai planned to enter the Nightmare Dungeon from the very beginning, even openly revealing his identity and blatantly provoking the Li Corporation. As long as he can pass the Nightmare Abyss Dungeon, everything will change.
40 or 50 million is nothing. He is someone all factions want to recruit.
He hurriedly checked the team members, his mouth twitching.
Qinzai is level 9, Lu Yang is level 2. These two are truly a suicide squad.
The Manor Black Abyss Dungeon is a first-tier dungeon, only allowing professions below level 10 to enter. The dungeon is extremely difficult, and since professional skills and attributes are not yet mature, it is even harder than high-level nightmare dungeons. Many prominent families avoid this dungeon altogether and go straight for leveling up. Over time, the Nightmare Manor dungeon became a legend that no one dared to touch.
Qinzai and this other person were undoubtedly heading to their deaths. In the eerie manner, the nightmare ghouls screamed relentlessly. The epic skeleton charged into battle wielding a purple-patterned greatsword. The greatsword was skillfully swung, countering the ghoul rushing straight from the air. They reversed their grip and plunged the greatswords into the ground. The flesh-tearing effect caused by the blade edge was extremely shocking. Minus 2,370.
The ghoul's health bar was halved, but it was still struggling.
An arrow descended from the sky, striking the back of the head. Black energy swept over, engulfing it. Minus 1,789. Minus 300. Minus 300.
Fortunately, there was no friendly fire from teammates, otherwise, the epic skeleton would have been injured as well. Congratulations, successfully killed a nightmare ghoul, gained 80 experience points.
Countless ghouls were killed, raising experience by 2/3.
Lu Yang nearby was fighting just for show, yet he had already leveled up twice, from level 2 to level 4.
The upgrade speed is so fast, it's like a dream.
Lu Yang sighed, picking up a slice of hot pot meat and putting it into his mouth, the aroma wafting in. This place is so heavy with yin energy, even with a blanket over me, I feel the yin energy creeping through my clothes, and there's this feeling like something is watching us, controlling everything in the shadows. He frowned and said. Shinzei held a cup of hot coffee, covered by a blanket, and asked, "What do you think?" I feel the same. I've studied the strategy guide before. The entire manor dungeon is divided into 2 phases. First, you kill the zombie boss outside the manor to get the manor key, then enter the manor to continue clearing the levels. Lu Yang analyzed, but I found that everyone who enters the manor attracts the manor boss's angry attacks, accompanied by roaring sounds. That's right, the monsters outside the manor and those inside are from different factions. They are hostile to each other. Shinzei nodded in response. At that moment, a whip crack suddenly sounded from afar, and the nightmare ghoul growled as it retreated. Let's go, we'll fight our way through, Lu Yang said. I'll pack up, Shinzei replied. After tidying up, they advanced toward the manor. Now that they had the key, progressing through the dungeon was no problem. New monsters appeared from the grass beetles about a meter long, their silver spots shimmering under the moonlight. But what shocked Lu Yang was, these beetles had human heads with hair growing on their necks. These bugs have human heads on their necks? Lu Yang gasped, feeling a chill run through him. Shinzei frowned silently, the strategy guide never mentioned this kind of monster. The dungeon only had a strategy guide for the hard level, no one knew the details about the nightmare level. Beetle Vengeful Spirit. Common Nightmare Monster. Level, LV.10. HP, 7300. Attributes, Strength 432, Agility 397, Intelligence 129. Skill 1, Take Off. Spreading its insect wings allows for slow flight, scattering scales during flight that cause negative effects such as confusion and pain. Skill 2, Vitality. Even if the head is severed, it can still survive for 30 minutes. If someone casts a healing spell, the vengeful spirit can regain mobility. Introduction, they were once human, until one day. Damn, can the dead really come back to life? Lu Yang exclaimed in shock. I think these beetle spirits are even scarier than ghouls. Lu Yang couldn't help but step back, knowing the consequences of being caught by them would be terrible. I actually think they are just a form of punishment, Shinzei said. Judging by their skills, they have no means of attack at all. They seem to be suffering, not here to harm. This has nothing to do with us, open fire. Lu Yang decisively ordered. The beetle spirits have extremely high attributes, even stronger than the nightmare ghouls, but their will to fight is very weak. Upon seeing the purple skull, their 8 legs trembled, and their white eyes were filled with panic, and they actually tried to flee. But halfway through their escape, they stopped again, as if being driven back by some terrifying force. Is this deliberately driving them over here for us to kill? Shinzei frowned. This nightmare instance is quite interesting. The skeletal warriors stood firm in defense, while the shadowless archers utilized their ranged advantage, accurately shooting arrows into the beetle carapaces. The necrotic energy burst forth, destroying their bodies. Each arrow deals over 1,000 damage, with arrow rain covering the sky. Lu Yang saw the beetles' painful shrieks, some even spreading their wings and staggering into flight, completely devoid of any will to attack, only wanting to escape. Their calls sound like human voices, as if they are telling something. Lu Yang said nervously. They were originally human souls, bound to these bugs, suffering and being punished. Shinzei said with a complicated expression. If they were good people in life, we help them find release. If they were bad, then it's punishment for evildoers, Shinzei explained. The rain of arrows continued, and the blood of the beetle vengeful spirits gradually emptied. Now we just need to hold out for half an hour until they are completely dead. Shinzei did not rush forward but chose to advance steadily, waiting for all the beetle spirits to fall before confirming the experience was secured. Suddenly, moonlight purification shone down, illuminating the twitching beetle spirits on the ground. Their health, which had originally dropped to 0, began to recover, healing faster and faster, as if they were on stimulants. What on earth is going on? If they keep healing, won't we have to fight for a whole year? Shinzei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The beetle resentful spirits that had just fallen overturned one after another, hatred showing in their eyes as they stared at Qinzhe, their true nature gradually revealing itself.
The situation is not good. If they can keep resurrecting, we might be worn down to death.
Lu Yang gripped the spear tightly and said warily. The mastermind boss is probably not satisfied with our attacks and is trying to tear them into pieces.
If that doesn't work, we'll have to force our way in.
Take down the boss first, then deal with the minions.
Lu Yang thought to himself, this order seems a bit backwards.
Qinzhe raised his staff, and the surrounding space twisted. A group of shadow ghasts slowly crawled out, their grayish-white bodies almost blending into the dark environment.
There were 130 of them, moving at great speed.
The newly resurrected beetle wraith hadn't reacted yet when a shadow ghast's claw directly pierced through its shell, tearing it apart and spraying viscous blood everywhere.
-7237718009.
The shadow ghasts attacked extremely fast, striking 3 times per second, with damage stacking significantly. The beetle vengeful spirit howled in pain and sorrow.
Let me go, I'm just the dormitory manager, I don't know what the director did. Please, spare me. Ah!
Accompanied by screams and scattered information, Qinzhe finally understood the truth. This manor was originally an orphanage, taking in homeless children. These beetle vengeful spirits are actually the staff, they control and deceive the children, and after raising them, they drain their blood and sell their organs.
They are truly vile villains. Qinzhe sighed helplessly. He originally thought the boss's methods were complex, but it turned out to be just simple torment and punishment. These people clearly should have complete control over the manor, so how did it end up like this? Lu Yang asked with a puzzled face.
Not sure, but judging from the wails of those beetle spirits, it's possible that some child suddenly turned dark and started tormenting them, Qinzhe said.
Right now we can only guess. Let's first see if our results satisfy the other side. The shadow ghoul moved extremely fast, flickering between the shadows.
The beetle wraith was torn apart, revealing human entrails scattered all over the ground.
Its health finally dropped to 0.
The beetle wraith shattered into pieces on the ground, its legs still twitching, not dead.
Must hold on for 30 minutes.
This time, no moonlight essence poured down.
Kill notification sound keeps ringing.
Successfully killed beetle wraith, gained 120 experience points. Successfully killed beetle wraith, gained 120 experience points. Congratulations on reaching LV point 10, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, unlocked advanced undead summoner skill, all skill levels increased, HP +1000, MP +500. It seems my guess was right, the mastermind behind the scenes wants me to slaughter these beetle spirits.
What on earth happened in this manner?
Qinzhe took out a level 10 undead spellbook, finally able to hold it in his hand.
The novice staff was thrown into the storage. Daily updated novel group 940757303. Finally reached level 10. After equipping the necromancer's spellbook, the chanting time is reduced to 1 second.
This way, no matter how many skeletons die, I can immediately resummon them and bring them back at full health. It also grants the ability to fly, useful for escaping or scouting. Qinzhe happily equipped the spellbook, his fingertips tracing the intricate patterns on the cover, with a conspicuous skull embedded in the center.
Foster father, you've leveled up to 10, congratulations.
Lu Yang said excitedly. Along the way, he felt like he was dreaming. Although he could only gain a small amount of experience, the large base was enough to raise him to level 5. For ordinary people, reaching level 5 takes at least a year. Later, leveling up becomes increasingly difficult. Many get stuck at level 5 because easy dungeons don't give experience, and they can't clear the difficult dungeons, ultimately forcing them to quit the profession.
Only one professional in tens of thousands can reach level 10.
But Qinzhe reached level 10 in just 2 days.
Lu Yang looked at Qinzhe with full gratitude and admiration.
Too strong, he had already become Qinzhe's biggest fan in his heart. Qinzhe was not excited about leveling up, he was more concerned about the high-level skills of the undead summoner. He was surprised that skills also had levels. He only knew that leveling up would unlock more career skills, and at level 25, a class transfer would be available to obtain an exclusive career path. At that time, combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Once we get out of the dungeon, I must get the high-level skills. After defeating the beetle wraith, they pressed on. Half an hour later, they finally reached the familiar marble fountain. The long-haired ghoul boss lay on the fountain. Sensing someone approaching, it slowly raised its head. Its pupils swirled like a vortex, as if capable of sucking away souls. Long-haired ghoul, nightmare. BOSS. HP. Attributes: Strength 931, Agility 1083, Intelligence 273. Skill 1, Blood Moon Rotation. Embodiment of the Blood Moon, ancient gates open, craving the flesh of young boys and girls. It reassembles them to give new life, tripling the long-haired ghoul's attributes, but losing 1000 HP per second until death. Skill 2, Phantom Forest. Casting illusions with both eyes, forcibly pulling the enemy into their consciousness, inflicting intense pain, causing confusion, stupor, madness, and even having a chance to convert the enemy. Skill 3, Watchdog. The guardian of the ancient door, accepting sacrificial blood offerings to gain a full attribute refund. After it dies, the door closes, waiting for the next guardian to be born. Introduction: Their favorites. Are you ready to face revenge? Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Qinze? Lu Guanghua suddenly stopped and asked sternly. It doesn't matter, he's my client. I tricked him into buying a 990,000 yuan undead job transfer pack, and I feel very guilty. I want to make it up to him, Lu Shiyu sighed. Whenever she thought of Qinze, she felt like a sinner. What a good kid, yet because of her influence, he ended up going astray. Humph, if the company finds out you have a special relationship, you'll have to return all the money you earned and pay a huge compensation, understand? Lu Guanghua threatened coldly. Actually, he had already checked earlier. The two really had just met and had no other relationship, otherwise, he would have threatened Lu Shiyu by now. Got it, got it. Lu Shiyu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. Lu Guanghua was about to let her leave when suddenly an idea struck him. He smiled slyly and asked, "Do you know where Qinze is right now?" Lu Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then recalled that she had sent Qinze to the Black Abyss connection point, and casually answered, "He should be in the dungeon." "Heh, do you know which dungeon he's in?" "I don't know that." Lu Shiyu isn't part of the professional circle and doesn't pay attention to that information. He entered the nightmare-level dungeon. That brat is trying to use this to avoid the company's accountability. Sink or swim? He is too naive. The company has never suffered a loss. Even if he dies, he must be transported back. The company owns the rights to his body, and any losses from experiments or research must be compensated. The equipment on him will also be reclaimed. Lu Guanghua gritted his teeth. Who hates Qinze the most? Of course, it's him. Because of Qinze, he received a lot of scolding. Lu Shiyu clenched her fists tightly when she heard these vicious words. These were the most vicious words she had ever heard. Not even sparing the deceased's body, is this still human? Thinking about the fact that she actually worked for such a company, she felt an even greater weight of guilt. Suddenly, she was stunned by the words "nightmare instance." I heard the nightmare dungeon is extremely dangerous, no one dares to enter. She asked bewilderedly. Dangerous? Everyone who goes in dies, and even if they escape, none survive. Lu Guanghua said with glee. Got it? When Qinze came out, he was already a corpse. Boom! These words struck Lu Shiyu's mind like a thunderclap. She pressed her hand to her chest, the pain unbearable. So, sending him into the Black Abyss connection was like sending him to the guillotine. Qinze was aware of the risks of installment loans, but he had long made up his mind. Even if he died in the nightmare dungeon, he would never be a slave to the company. Mist filled Lu Shiyu's vision, making it impossible for her to see her surroundings clearly. At this moment, her heart was both shocked and pained. The battle inside Nightmare Manor was fierce. Bones and limbs flew wildly in all directions. Foster father, the meatballs are cooked,
tender and delicious, come and try. Lu Yang was busy handling logistics, managing the hot pot meticulously. Various vegetables and meats were added to the pot on time and taken out once cooked. Stop putting more in the pot, eat some quickly, I can't finish so much. Xinzhe looked at the food being taken out and couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine, the efficiency was too high. Hee, you're the main fighter, you have to eat well first. Lu Yang smiled as he sat down and took a bite. He knew he was just a bystander handling logistics and had to take good care of Xinzhe. The main combat force should be the skeleton monsters, but they have no tongues or stomachs, nor any senses. Xinzhe shook his head with a smile. This actually became their advantage. The long-haired ghoul boss's illusions were ineffective against them. They felt no pain, no fear, and were not afraid of damage, like living dead warriors. On the battlefield, the long-haired ghoul boss's health had dropped to about 70,000, having lost more than 50,000. It fought more fiercely with each strike, suddenly charging fiercely, circling behind the epic-level skeleton, and biting down to crush its spine. Crack, the spine broke, and the epic-level skeleton tried to grab it, but suddenly collapsed, its body shattered, the purple flames in its eye sockets extinguished, and it turned to nothingness. An epic skeleton fell. The summons are about to give out. Xinzhe squinted, the other skeletons also had very little health left. Shadow Ghoul, take the front. Xinzhe ordered, cancel the epic skeleton's summoning spell. The shadow ghouls hiding in the darkness remained fierce, with 130 alive, immediately sending out 60 to confront the long-haired ghoul boss. The originally brave epic skeletons fell one after another. Come out, my skeleton monsters. Xinzhe raised the magic book, 5 circles lit up on the ground, and the epic skeleton monsters slowly rose. Because they were not placed in the upgrade slots, their forms did not change. They stepped forward and charged at the long-haired ghoul boss, and the battle erupted once again. The long-haired ghoul boss was obviously stunned when it saw the fully healed skeleton monsters appear. The archer skeleton monster, which had been waiting in the upgrade slot, finally advanced. The dread archer skeleton has been upgraded to Dark Ranger. Dark Ranger, hero-level summoning skill, summons a fixed unit each time. The higher the skill level, the stronger the hero. Summons one hero Dark Ranger to fight, lasting for 1 day, costing 1000 mana. Activation condition, sacrifice 100 units, regardless of friend or foe. Xinzhe was surprised. After 5 upgrades, it actually became a hero-level unit? Hero-level summoning? Xinzhe felt excited as he saw the introduction of the new skill. Summoners come in many types, beasts, humans, elves, and even dragons, each with different summons and combat styles. But hero-level summons are extremely rare and serve as a measure of a summoner's strength. Heroes are not only stronger, but their growth potential and skills far surpass those of ordinary summons, even allowing them to contend with peers of the same rank. However, obtaining a hero-level summon is extremely difficult. Even prestigious families with generations of legacy rarely possess a hero-level summon. Could it be that every summoning skill I have can eventually be upgraded to hero level? Xinzhe gasped, feeling both excited and scared. He tried to stay calm and discovered that doomed archer skeleton summoning didn't directly transform into Dark Ranger summoning, but instead split into 2 branches for him to choose from. One is the hero-level path, and the other is the special monster path. Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer Clan, Special Monster Path. The Dark Thunder Skeletons are a powerful undead race, with numbers increasing as the level rises, and their combat power is not to be underestimated. Xinzhe immediately understood. The Dark Ranger is hero level but can only summon 1. The Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer is not hero level but unlimited in number. At higher levels, it can summon hundreds or even thousands, each with considerable combat power, and combined they may not be inferior to the Dark Ranger. I want both, really torn. Why am I given such a difficult choice? Xinzhe grabbed his hair, his mind in complete chaos, unable to make a decision. At this moment, Lu Yang suddenly shouted in a trembling voice, "Foster father, the situation has changed. Look, the moon has turned red, and the entire night sky seems dyed in the color of blood, it's terrifying." Only then did Xinzhe notice that the red moonlight had already stained the whole world.
The horror was slowly closing in, and he had no time to hesitate.
Damn it, this isn't the only chance, Shinzei gritted his teeth. I can make up for it by splitting into more skills later. He decisively chose Dark Ranger Summoning. After all, when facing a boss, single target damage is more important, and hero-level units are just right. System prompt, selection successful, please sacrifice 100 units, regardless of friend or foe, to activate the summoning skill. Sacrifice more? Shinzei looked around. The enemy minions had already retreated from the blood-red battlefield. Only the long-haired ghoul boss howled with its head thrown back, emitting a strange red glow, its black long hair stained blood red. 5 epic skeletons surrounded it, wielding purple-patterned greatswords, striking repeatedly. Damage numbers kept popping up, minus 2037, minus 2089, minus 2148. Without a doubt, this was a good opportunity to deal damage, but the headache was that their damage couldn't keep up with the Blood Moon's healing speed. Shinzei clicked on the shadow ghouls on the field. There were 101 of them, just enough for the sacrifice. He suddenly raised the spellbook, and countless ghostly lights converged from all directions. Sacrifice. The eyes of the shadow ghouls gradually went vacant, and one by one they fell, turning into black smoke and disappearing. System prompt, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice 100 to 100. Dark Destroyer Archer Skeleton Summoning, switch to Dark Ranger Summoning. Dark Ranger Summoning, upgraded to LV.2. The Blood Moon effect was nearing its end, and Shinzei hurriedly raised the undead spellbook and began chanting. Come forth, my Dark Ranger. A black-purple pentagram magic circle spun on the ground, with purple light gathering into a sphere. A slender and graceful figure appeared in the light and shadow, carrying an exaggeratedly large longbow on her back. As the light faded, a stunning beauty emerged. She was only wearing a tight purple leather suit, her skin smooth and delicate, muscle lines sleek and full of strength. Wearing a hood, her face hidden in the shadows, her eyes flickering with a crimson glow like rubies. My lord! The Dark Ranger knelt on one knee, looking respectfully at Shinzei. Dark Ranger has appeared. Heroic level. Level, LV.10, not exceeding Summoner's level. Base attributes, Strength 1037, Agility 1589, Intelligence 1205. Skill 1, Withering Arrow. The Dark Ranger's arrows carry a wither effect. After hitting an enemy, they ignore both magic and physical defenses, spreading like a virus, causing wounds to develop red spots. The initial damage is 300 points, gradually increasing to a maximum of 1000 points per second. Healing and purification are ineffective, only special holy items can remove it. After the enemy dies, the wither flower absorbs life force, growing on the corpse, autonomously attacking nearby enemies and releasing wither mist. Skill 2, Wither Detonation. Detonates the wither effect within the body in one go, causing 5000 points of true damage. If the liquid splashed from the explosion touches other enemies, it will cause a weakened wither effect that upgrades to the normal wither after 10 seconds. Skill 3, Charged Piercing Arrow. Charge for 3 to 10 seconds, compressing dark energy to its limit, with a range exceeding 3000 meters, an arrow length of 1 to 5 meters, dealing over 3000 points of piercing damage. Skill 4, Petal Flicker. Upon sensing danger, can teleport instantly to any perceived area within 5 meters, scattering withered petals on the spot. Enemies touched by the petals become infected with a weakened withering effect. Introduction, Hunter in the Dark, many big shots hate her with a passion. Charging for 10 seconds can deal 30,000 damage? And these base stats, simply outrageous. Shinzei was utterly shocked. The hero's attributes are really exaggerated. Before Shinzei could give the order, the Dark Ranger had already locked onto the Blood Moon flesh-eating ghoul boss. Her eyes glowed with a cold, merciless crimson light. Slowly drawing the giant longbow, dark energy gathered at her fingertips. The Dark Ranger steadied his bow stance, the scarlet light in his eyes growing ever more intense. The arrow gathered and intensified at his fingertips. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Blood Moon ghoul boss, transformed from long hair, sensed danger and began to struggle uneasily. It tears through the epic skeleton, crushing the bones with steel-like sharp teeth. minus 5327. Immediately after, a single claw crushes the epic skeleton instantly. Minus 3721.
The strength of the long-haired ghoul boss has increased unprecedentedly. Your epic skeleton monster has died. Your epic level skeleton monster has died. Your epic level skeleton monster has died. The freshly summoned skeleton monsters fell one after another before they could even warm up. The long-haired ghoul boss suddenly turned its head, a blood-red whirlpool swirling in its eyes, emanating a chilling aura.
It's looking this way. Lu Yang retreated in fear, his voice trembling.
Don't look directly into its eyes, someone shouted urgently. Lu Yang quickly closed his eyes, but a dazzling purple light streaked across his eyelids. He opened his eyes to see the long-haired ghoul boss suddenly tilt its head back, its massive body rolling backward from inertia, with an arrow piercing through its head. The blood-red streaks spread rapidly, and the ugly monster surprisingly carried a touch of eerie beauty.
17,000 damage. You say this is a level 10 monster?
Lu Yang widened his eyes, his head buzzing. Qinzhe raised the magic book, and 5 epic-level skeletons crawled out, their eye sockets ignited with flames, lunging at the long-haired ghoul boss.
They can't get through, but they can buy time. The monsters can resurrect until the blue resource is depleted. The Dark Ranger charges a cloud-piercing arrow and fires it fiercely.
The long-haired ghoul boss can't withstand the great force and is thrown backward several meters. Finally, accompanied by the monster's piercing screams, the kill notification sounds. Congratulations on killing the long-haired zombie boss, Nightmare Mode, gained experience.
Obtained special item Blood Moon Orb. Obtained platinum level equipment Blood Moon Claws. Obtained gold level equipment Crimson Battle Armor. Obtained gold level equipment Crimson Necklace.
Apart from the platinum equipment, the rest are all level 10 gold and silver equipment. Blood Moon Claws can only be equipped by assassins. They have excellent attributes and skills, making them top-tier equipment and highly sought after in the market.
However, level 10 equipment can only serve as a transition, limiting its value.
Qinzhe valued the Scarlet set more, each piece being level 10, with attributes and skills far surpassing his current level 5 golden set.
Scarlet Armor. Level requirement, level 10. Class restriction, universal. Quality, golden grade.
Attributes, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, intelligence plus 10, health plus 1500, health regeneration 2 per second.
Skill 1, Blood Pool.
The Crimson Battle Armor automatically stores health. Killing enemies absorbs 10% of their health, storing up to 100,000. Unless healing is blocked or recovery is prohibited, each time health is lost it instantly restores until the stored health is depleted.
Skill 2, Crimson Explosion. Consumes 500 health, dealing 1000 damage within a 5-meter radius and knocking enemies back.
The more health consumed, the higher the damage, up to a maximum of 7,000 points, with a stronger knockback effect.
Skill 3, Savage Ram.
Consumes 100 health, creating a heavy blood armor with a shield spike, capable of breaking enemy encirclements, dealing 513 impact damage, and dealing double damage to structures.
Introduction. A presence like a blood ox, extremely durable. Crimson Cloak. Level requirement, LV.10. Class restriction, universal. Quality, gold level.
Attribute bonus, intelligence plus 15, agility plus 15, body becomes lighter, can run at full speed along vertical walls.
Skill 1, Elemental Defense. When attacked by fire, water, lightning, and other elemental forces, the cloak can block the damage. Skill 2, Aerial Glide.
Unfold the cloak in the air to gain gliding ability, adjust the height of both ends to change direction.
Skill 3, Crimson Confinement.
Consumes 500 mana to release scarlet power on the enemy, causing panic and immobilizing them in place for 0.1 to 3 seconds, with the effect depending on the enemy's level.
Introduction. Want to experience the joy of flying?
Scarlet Warboots increase agility by 20 and intelligence by 10, allow triple jumps in the air, with speed far surpassing the Necromancer's Tome. The 3 jumps can reach up to 20 meters, and paired with a cloak, the gliding effect is excellent. The Scarlet Necklace increases intelligence by 20 points and strength by 10 points. It can be equipped with a Scout Eye, has over 500 health points, automatically alerts and remotely notifies the user, and can also share vision. Currently, only one Scout Eye can be equipped. Shinzei glanced at the attributes of the golden grade equipment, immediately took off his level 5 suit, and threw the old gear into the warehouse to collect dust. After changing his equipment, Shinzei looked completely renewed, radiating a dark red, mysterious, and powerful aura. Beside him, Liu Yang's body flickered with white light, obviously having successfully leveled up. Although he was just an accompanying runner, the experience and rewards he gained also made him very excited. Much more comfortable, Shinzei muttered to himself. He cancelled all the epic level skeletons and shadow ghouls summoned on site, leaving only the hot-bodied Dark Ranger. Hero-level summoning spells cannot be repeated in a short period. Once cancelled, she cannot appear again. Finally, he picked up a special item, the Blood Moon Orb. It was a blood-red crystal ball with a blood-red moon floating inside. Blood Moon. Special item. Effect: after use, the blood moon descends upon the world, and the ancient gates open. They will meet with you. You can choose to become their watchdog and gain their power, or face death. Description: as long as you provide enough delicious fresh blood, they will grant your wishes. So this is an invitation? Shinzei muttered to himself. Hiring a watchdog? The long-haired ghoul boss had arrows stuck all over its face, looking miserable. The life of a watchdog wasn't easy at all, neither living like a human nor like a ghost. Who would want to do this? Shinzei stood in front of the ghoul, shaking his head with a sigh. The truth about the Manor Dungeon finally became clear: all the online analyses were completely wrong. Because the key clues were hidden in the nightmare-level dungeon, which ordinary people couldn't access at all. The long-haired ghoul boss was just a middleman. It had made an agreement with the orphanage director to supply the orphans' internal organs long-term to the ancient ones, while the director reaped huge benefits. This place is simply a terrifying human farming ground. Shinzei's heart jolted, dark and bloody. Those beetle spirits with human heads turned out to be the administrators of the orphanage, controlling and deceiving the children. Judging from the punishment they suffered, the children have already revolted and taken over part of the orphanage. Relying solely on the children's strength, it might still be hard to completely resist, Shinzei muttered to himself. What exactly happened to make the situation like this? He remembered that after the long-haired ghoul died, it dropped a manor map hand-drawn by a child. So he summoned an epic-level skeleton monster and sent it to find the map. Soon, a 5-meter-tall giant skeleton returned to Shinzei holding an A4 sheet of paper. Master. Shinzei took the map. On the map, crooked houses and routes were drawn with black crayon. At the top was written a sentence. My best friend, where are you now? Trigger story quest, my best friend. Quest description: children from the orphanage have been disappearing one after another, leaving the other kids anxious. The dormitory aunt says those children have all been adopted and will live good lives. The children's worry turns into hope, longing for someone to take them away from this gloomy orphanage. Until one day, a child named Xiao Feng discovers his best friend is missing. He searches everywhere and finally finds his friend brutally gutted in front of a hidden stone door, with the adults from the orphanage all present at the scene. Terrified, he runs back to the dorm crying. The aunt tells him that his best friend has already been taken away to live a better life. Mission objective: find Xiaofeng's best friend and bring them to him. Mission reward: experience points plus 1 random item, 1 random equipment. Shinzei was stunned. Your best friend has been gutted, where am I supposed to find one? Foster father, it was too dangerous just now. How did I trigger this quest? Best friend? Liu Yang walked over happily, this time he had reached level 6. He looked at the quest description and was completely stunned. Damn, isn't this just a scam to make money off kids? What the hell are these people? He was about to curse but suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Shinzei asked. I just remembered, I saw a video before where a content creator found a place full of children's dry bones. They posted it without figuring out what it was for.
Do you think it could be here? Very likely. Those kids are probably already just bones. Then are we still going to do this mission? Do it. Don't forget what my profession is. Shinzei smiled mysteriously, necromancer. Right, I deal with skeletons, so I can definitely find his remains. When a god starts to bleed, he is no longer a god. People began to rebel, wanting to trample him underfoot. The Lee Exchange Company was suffocating ordinary professionals. They used debts to force people to sell their future cheaply. Many saw the problem, but since their lives were still okay, they could only endure silently. Rebels were treated as outcasts, and everything seemed natural. Until Shinzei appeared. He made no grand moves, nor did he start a rebellion, he just caused the company some losses. Especially when news of him entering the Nightmare Dungeon broke, everyone's emotions erupted. Notice, Shinzei's team has entered the Nightmare Dungeon. Countless professionals woke up to the realization that they too have the right to disobey. I ran so many dungeons in the past 3 years, obtained more than a dozen silver-tier equipment, and earned 50,000 yuan more than most ordinary people. Things cost twice as much, and after paying off 500,000 principal plus interest in 3 years, I still owe 450,000. I've really been ripped off. I'm done. I'm forced to lead newbies every day. Where's the time for me to run dungeons myself? I was foolish when I was young and took out installment loans totaling 1.3 million. After years of scrimping and saving, the debt hasn't lessened, and I even owe an extra 100,000. I really want to stab the entire leadership of the company. I'm suing the. A year ago, I was just starting to stand out with a bright future ahead. But because I owed installment payments, I was forced to take care of. He said if I helped him once, my debt would be wiped clean. I believed him, but he ended up breaking my right leg, ruining my career. The funniest thing is, the medical expenses paid by Lee's company were actually deducted from my debt, and in the end, I still owed 50,000. Let's go all out, the Lee family is a cancer. Shinzei can enter the Nightmare Dungeon to fight back, so why can't I? Shinzei really knows how to live, despite owing so many installments, he just went into the Nightmare Dungeon to fleece Lee's company. This is the first time I've ever seen Lee's company suffer a loss in my life. If Shinzei can survive the Nightmare Dungeon, it will be a fatal blow to the Lee Corporation. At that time, everyone will respond and overthrow the Lee family's tyranny in Linhai City. Countless wronged professionals were fiercely discussing. Shinzei's appearance brought a glimmer of hope to their dark lives. As long as he can come out alive from the Nightmare Dungeon, everything could change. In this world, strength speaks. They have no strength and can only be oppressed by the Lee family. But Shinzei proved the importance of strength. Meanwhile, the Lee family executives leisurely drink coffee, watching the struggles and anger of the lower-level professionals. They sneer at rebellion. Debt must be repaid, it's only right. A bunch of losers, just wanting to spend money without paying back? It doesn't work that way. Daily Updated Novel Group, 940757303. Countless professionals are eagerly awaiting Shinzei's return. He is no longer just an individual but a symbol of victory. As long as Shinzei returns, they will follow in his footsteps and resist the exploitation by the Lee family. Not to mention wiping out all debts, at least cancel the rules of low-price purchases and forced trades. Otherwise, no matter how many times the dungeons are cleared, 80% of the profits would be eaten up by the Lee family, and the remaining 20% would still have to go toward repaying debts. That's too outrageous. At the connection to the Black Abyss, there was an altar set up by professionals, praying for Shinzei's safe return. That eagerness was almost overflowing beyond words. The Lee Exchange would not allow such a thing to happen and immediately issued a task order, using the debt to force these people to continue dungeon runs. The professionals complained verbally but obediently followed along to the dungeon. No one dared to resist alone, after all, their identities were limited. The day quickly passed, but the hope for change did not appear. No one came out, and no bodies were teleported out, creating a tense atmosphere. The bodies haven't been teleported out, which means Shinzei isn't dead yet, someone comforted. Don't be naive, one day is too short.
Nightmare-level dungeons are incredibly fierce, monsters everywhere. It's normal if Shinzei got overwhelmed. Another person shook their head. Shinzei is not a smart person, he wouldn't be foolish enough to risk his life.
Someone defended. The nightmare dungeon doesn't follow anyone's will, it lets you in or out as it pleases? Don't be naive. Someone sneered.
There has been enough time to assess the situation.
Someone sighed.
I really wish there was a peerless genius to lead everyone and break the Lee family's monopoly. Without strength, no one listens.
Someone said helplessly. If Shinzei comes out, is heavily wooed by Lee with big money, or even joins the family to enjoy resources, do you think he wouldn't be tempted?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. On one side was a golden boulevard, on the other a path full of thorns. Anyone would choose the former. Everyone suddenly realized how naive they had been. In the mayor's office of Linhai City, Tang Ju, dressed in a white suit, was sternly hitting the desk. She was only level 24, which was the highest in the official Linhai City team, but far below the level 37 experts of the Lee family. The gap in strength was obvious. In this world, strength speaks, and the mayor's power was useless in the face of raw power. As a superfamily, the Lee clan also suppressed the official forces in the central district. If it weren't for the checks and balances from the other four great superfamilies, the Lees would have long monopolized Longwa, controlling all the resources. At this moment, the principal sitting below said anxiously, "The situation is severe. Longwei is forming 5 major oligarchic groups, and the official forces are gradually weakening.
The 5 superfamilies are jointly sidelining the government, and high-level dungeon resources are becoming increasingly scarce.
The future of Longwei is truly unpredictable." His eyes were filled with concern for the country's future. Internal turmoil continues, and external threats are becoming increasingly severe. He is well aware of the methods of the 5 superfamilies. They use extreme suppression to absorb others' growth nutrients.
In the end, they will harm everyone, including themselves, dragging all into the abyss. We have no control over matters at the national level, nor can we intervene.
What's most important now is Linhai City. The grievances of the professionals have long been building. The Lee family has grown powerful by sacrificing the futures of all professionals to grab resources for themselves.
We must eliminate this cancer.
Upon hearing this, the government leaders immediately fell silent. The other party has level 37 professionals and has established a complete exploitation system. They are legal and compliant, there is absolutely no reason to intervene.
Wanting them to confront head-on? It's as hard as climbing to the sky.
I think the breakthrough point lies in Shinzei. Principal Shirkan was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke.
Everyone looked at him in unison. The head of the Human Resources Department was the first to object. "I disagree. Shinzei's talent is only grade B, and he's just a necromancer. Our resources are limited, we can't bet everything on him. Yeah, even if he manages to escape, it doesn't mean he's valuable.
Unless he clears the nightmare dungeon, but the chances of that are almost zero. Breaking the monopoly of the Lee family is too difficult. We must rely on the power of grassroots professionals. Shinzei is already the people's choice, there is no one else but him." The high-ranking officials started arguing endlessly.
Mayor Tangju was silent for a long time and finally sighed. "Everyone, let's pause for a moment.
I have decided to put all resources on Shinzei. He is the people's choice, the forces he can mobilize are beyond imagination.
But the premise is, he must come back alive."
Inside the Nightmare Manor, Shinzei was still unaware that he had become the center of everyone's hopes. The body burial site is just ahead. The nightmare-level dungeon environment has changed, but the key location should be the same.
Liu Yang looked around, searching for the place from the video. "No need to look any further, do you see that? Isn't that an ancient door?"
Shinzei patted his shoulder, making him shiver in fright.
"Ancient door?
A place specifically for cutting off kidneys."
Liu Yang followed the direction and saw a large door hidden among dead branches in darkness.
The door was engraved with intricate patterns, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Ancient door, sealing a terrifying unknown existence.
The two tacitly dared not approach. They decided to first search for a mass grave nearby. "This is the place, found it. I was wondering why it was so hard to find, turns out it was covered by weeds." Lu Yang pointed to a clearing and shouted excitedly. Qinzhe nodded, raised the necromancer's spellbook, and began chanting. "Spread out, cemetery of the undead." A huge wave of light spread out in all directions. Tombstones emerged one by one from the ground, marking the identities of the nameless bodies. They were all children, who died in a tragic and unbearable way. The little skeletons crawled out of the ground one after another, their bones incomplete, some had sunken skulls, some hopped on broken legs, and others had rib cages shattered, exposing large holes. Their eyes gleamed with innocence and curiosity as they looked at Qinzhe and Lu Yang. This horrifying scene broke Lu Yang's heart. "I can't watch anymore, it's too painful. It's hard to imagine what they went through in life." Qinzhe sighed and said, "The reason they can stand up is that their souls haven't left yet. Let's help them find release and return earlier. This is a nightmare instance, with endless cycles. What you see may not be real, it could also be historical footage. Everything will reset once other players enter." Lu Yang took a deep breath, recalling the image of his parents hanging from the ceiling when he was a child, something he could never forget. He was powerless to change everything, and he was even burdened with the debts left by his parents. After a moment of silence, Qinzhe asked, "Who is Xiaofeng's best friend?" A small skeleton with a broken rib raised its arm. "It's you. Come with us, we'll take you to meet Xiaofeng." Qinzhe waved his hand, and the broken little skeleton ran over excitedly, falling twice along the way, losing its head but picking it up again and putting it back on its neck. Little Feng's best friend. Quest NPC. Level, LV.1. Health, 500. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 10. Skill, none. Description, ordinary little skeleton. "Let's go, head to the manor." Qinzhe gently patted the little skeleton's head, then commanded an epic-level skeleton to lift it up and place it inside his own empty chest cavity. This not only protected the little skeleton but also kept his movements swift. On the way to the manor, they didn't encounter any powerful monsters. The unknown creatures watching from the shadows also remained silent. After all, they didn't care at all about what state Xiaofeng's friend had turned into. Under the cover of night, the manor villa finally came into view. A 3-story small Western-style building, all the windows were dark, and both doors were tightly shut. This should be the final scene of the nightmare dungeon, right? Lu Yang's voice trembled slightly. "It should be. Once we get past this level, we can go back," Qinzhe said, taking the manor key from the warehouse and inserting it into the huge lock. Click, the lock opened, and the door creaked as it swung open. Dust filled the hall. The hall was spacious, with an impressive arched staircase in the center, a luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and Roman columns lining the surroundings. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton bowed its head and entered, barely able to move. Qinzhe frowned and looked around the hall filled with dust. Suddenly, a hoarse and grating voice came from the stairs, "Outsiders, welcome. I am the owner of this manor. Help me, and the reward is generous wealth? Power? Or beautiful women?" Qinzhe and Lu Yang looked at each other, thinking, "Still bargaining with us? We'd be lucky if we didn't cut you down immediately." But the option box really popped up in front of me. Trigger main quest, the Undying Manor Lord. Wealth, strength, beautiful woman. Note, choosing one will forfeit the best friend quest. The two looked at each other and smiled, both choosing to give up. Some stances can never be shaken. No matter how tempting the manor owner's reward is, it's impossible to abandon your best friend. Despicable outsider. How dare you refuse my kindness? You greedy crawlers, how dare you defy me? Die. The voice of the manor owner suddenly turned venomous, as if the whole world owed him. Immediately, howls came from all directions, accompanied by pounding footsteps. What's going on? Lu Yang cursed angrily, "Old Dingzi really knows how to make a fuss. Who can remain calm after witnessing the tragedy inside the manor?" The clanging lasted for several seconds before a 2-meter-tall soldier in full armor slowly appeared. His movements were stiff, and his body was covered with disgusting vein-like substances, each vein having eyeballs that kept moving. Obviously, these veins were controlling the soldier's actions. Contaminated soldier. Nightmare level monster. Level, LV.10. Base attributes, Strength 1023, Agility 178, Intelligence 32. Skill 1, Corrupting Power. The corrupted soldier possesses eerie powers, delivering attacks instantaneously that cause 2 to 5 times critical damage. It can regenerate 10 health points per second, and when its body touches ordinary creatures, there is a high chance of corrupting them, bringing them under the control of the same consciousness. Introduction: a pitiable soldier, unconscious before death. Although this monster's skill is simple, it is extremely troublesome. Come forth, my shadow ghoul. 130 shadow ghouls crawled out of the surrounding air, mainly to buy time. The heavy task of killing the monsters still had to rely on the Dark Ranger. Shinzei removed the Dark Ranger from the system upgrade slot and replaced it with Epic Skeleton Summoning, because the Dark Ranger could not be summoned repeatedly, so enhancing the Epic Skeleton was more advantageous. A fierce battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Break time, find a place to lie down for a bit. Shinzei stretched lazily and took out a lounge chair from the warehouse. Boss fights require command, but fighting mobs is purely to burn time. Foster father, walking this far must have made you thirsty. Here's a bottle of ice-cold soda. Bang bang bang. The infected soldiers marched stiffly, their knees seemingly unable to bend. They were even more troublesome than the skeleton monsters. The epic-level skeleton monster strode forward and swung its greatsword fiercely. The opponent's counterattack block was astonishingly fast, the silver longsword trailing after images in the air as it fiercely collided with the purple-patterned greatsword. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, the epic skeleton monster was pushed back several steps, and the sword's edge cracked. Minus 1279. The infected soldier couldn't stand steadily, stiffly falling down, the long sword broken. Minus 1784. Both sides clashed, with the epic skeleton monster slightly gaining the upper hand. In the next second, a black giant arrow spun through the air, whistling sharply as it grazed past the skeleton monster. The infected soldier had just gotten up when the giant arrow pierced his head, blood splattering. A powerful force sent him flying, passing through 2 of his comrades, and impaled him on the wall. The power gradually waned, but it was enough to kill the infected soldier. Congratulations, successfully killed an infected soldier, gained experience, 200, blood pool content increased, 2500. The Dark Ranger is really amazing, one-shotting monsters is so efficient. Shinzei held a cup of steaming hot coffee and took a satisfied sip. The only drawback was that the charged arrow required 10 seconds to fully charge, releasing too slowly, so it could only be used to slowly wear them down. Adoptive father, the owner of that manor just now should be the orphanage director. Everyone else turned into beetle wraiths, suffering torment, but he's fine? Lu Yang asked suspiciously while grinding coffee. The director benefited from the orphanage incident, the ancient door rewarded him. Although Kid Brother has turned dark, he's equally powerful as the director. Both sides are at a stalemate in the manor, so the system lets us choose whom to support. Shinzei analyzed based on years of gaming experience. Then we should find Kid Brother and help him break the balance. A promising student. Shinzei smiled and took out a crooked A4 paper with a rudimentary map drawn on it. The map was clearly marked, a circle deep in the corridor on the first floor, an arrow pointing to me, Xiaofeng, kitchen, accessible, basement, dangerous, director's room on the second floor, dangerous, toy room, accessible, experimental dissection room, extremely dangerous. This is the children's dormitory, and Xiaofeng is here. The other accessible places should have rewards. We just want to clear the level now, let's not worry about other rewards for the time being. What do you think? Shinzei pointed at the map and asked Lu Yang. I completely agree. The nightmare dungeon is terrifying, I'm always tense and can't even imagine how difficult the higher level dungeons must be. Actually, there's a shortcut in the nightmare dungeon.
If you choose a faction at the start, you can avoid most of the battles and directly join Xiaofeng or the Dean to get help from NPCs. Right, if you sneak in through the window, you can avoid the current fights. That's right, but right now we need to kill monsters to level up. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed on Qin Zhe's body, and he leveled up. Congratulations, leveled up to LV.11, all attributes plus 1, free attributes plus 4, HP plus 500, MP plus 100. High levels naturally suppress low levels, greatly reducing the effectiveness of stats, and even a 1-level difference still causes obvious suppression. Finally leveled up, it's getting harder and harder to level up after level 10, Qin Zhe sighed. Lu Ziguang beside him easily leveled up 5 or 6 levels by freeloading experience, while he had only leveled up twice since entering the dungeon. Actually, besides relying on dungeon NPCs, there is a third possibility. I won't rely on any NPCs, I'll use absolute power to kill you all directly. This epic level skeleton monster levels up once every second and has finally reached the crossroads of promotion. Epic level skeleton monster LV.max, ready for promotion. Please select the promotion path, hero level path, special monster path. Hero level path, Red Skull, melee hero. Special monster path, Thunder Skull tribe warrior. Red Skull? Qin Zhe frowned, lost in thought. Although he couldn't see detailed information, he could sense some content from the options. The Red Skull is a melee hero riding a blazing skeleton horse, skilled in charging and breaking through defenses, with attack power far exceeding its defense. In normal battles, the Red Skull delivers solid output, at least not worse than the Dark Ranger. But frankly, the Red Skull is a master at crushing weaker opponents, able to rout enemies of the same level or below even more ruthlessly than the Dark Ranger. However, in the nightmare dungeon that Qin Zhe is currently facing, the Red Skull is more prone to being severely damaged and is likely to be instantly killed when charging into enemy lines. The Thunder Skeleton warriors have average attributes but can summon hundreds or thousands of their kin. As frontline damage absorbers, they are very suitable for protecting the Dark Ranger in the backline to output damage. After much consideration, Qin Zhe ultimately chose the special monster route, the Thunder Skeleton warrior. After all, the Thunder Skeleton has appeared twice already. If he doesn't choose it now, there may not be another chance next time. I choose the Thunder Skeleton clan. Selection successful. Epic Skeleton Monster, Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior LV.1 summons an ordinary Thunder Skeleton Warrior to assist in battle, lasts for 1 day, consumes 300 mana points. LV.1 LV.2 LV.30 summons an advanced Thunder Skeleton Warrior, lasts for 1 day, consumes 300 mana points. The higher the level, the stronger the summoning spell. Qin Zhe silently waited until all the epic level skeleton monsters retreated, with heavy casualties among the shadow ghouls. He finally raised the magic book and whispered, "Come out, my Thunder Skeleton." Daily Novel Update Group, 940757303. Foster Father, the monsters are tightening the encirclement. We should retreat outside the manor. Lu Yang's face was pale as he looked at the slowly moving infected soldiers. The pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Don't be fooled by their slow pace, their attacks were exceptionally fierce. Each slash sparked, even the purple giant skeleton struggled to withstand them. At best, swords and bones were broken, at worst, they were completely shattered. The situation for the shadow ghouls was even more dire. They were fast and agile, theoretically able to easily handle the sluggish infected soldiers. But the reality was different. They hid in the shadows, using their speed to circle behind the soldiers, avoiding the sharp silver swords and preparing for a heavy strike. Yet the blood vessels and protruding eyeballs on the shining armor stared intently at them, seemingly able to predict their movements. When the shadow ghoul bared its claws, the infected soldier suddenly turned, swiftly slashing a sword. A damage number of -4738 appeared. Before the shadow ghoul could even scream, its chest was cleaved open, its health bar instantly emptied, and it dissipated into black smoke. Qin Zhe felt their resentment and smiled faintly, saying, "Wait until I upgrade the Thunder Skeleton clan and hang you all up to level up. One day, you'll regain your dignity." The resentment dissipated with his words. Qin Zhe possessed a B-level talent resonance crystal, meaning upgrading one skill meant upgrading them all.
Naturally, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. "Foster father, what should we do? Your ghouls are almost wiped out." Lu Yang was terrified and couldn't even focus on his hot pot.
"Don't worry, I still have a trump card." Shinzei raised the necromancy spellbook, chanted for a second, and terrifying thunderlight twisted around him like a coiling giant serpent.
"Foster father, are you about to ascend?" Lu Yang looked around in astonishment as a powerful aura brewed within the thunder.
On the ground, a summoning circle composed of lightning spins open, and the sky above opens accordingly.
Skeleton frames flashing with electric plasma slowly descend, suspended among the lightning.
Jagged skulls pop out, and limbs and bones assemble one after another, forming 3-meter-tall skeleton giants.
They pant lightning, projecting an intimidating aura. Tiny flashes of electricity flicker in their deep eye sockets, imbuing these skeletons with a trace of divine aura. Thunder Skeleton Clan Common Warrior. Special Summoned Creature. Level, LV.11, cannot exceed Summoner's level.
Attributes, Strength 1237, Agility 832, Intelligence 327. The Thunder Skeleton was born in the Forbidden Thunder Pool, with lightning energy embedded in its bones. When activating Thunder Mode, its health increases by 50%, its size doubles, all attributes are boosted by 20%, skills transform into Super Thunder form, greatly increasing combat power, lasting for 1 hour, after which it becomes weakened. When using the Thunder Stomp skill, they leap high and release 4,327 points of thunder damage, causing paralysis, dizziness, and fainting to enemies within the area.
The Thunder Armor increases defense by 30%, slows down the attack speed of enemy projectiles, and paralyzes enemies.
This time, 20 regular Thunder Skeletons appeared, each 3 meters tall. Although smaller than the epic 5-meter skeletons, their combat power and bone strength far surpassed the others. Electric sparks flickered in the air, forming a powerful magnetic field capable of directing thunder energy. The 20 skeletons slowly landed, their eye sockets flashing with electric light. Locking onto the enemy, they strode forward, fists crackling with thunder, fiercely smashing down onto the infected soldiers. The soldiers swung their swords to block, the blades shimmering with silver light. Just as the two were about to collide, the electric sparks in the air surged violently, suddenly making the infected soldiers' swords heavy and their speed plummet. The Thunder Skeleton's fists dodged the blades and slammed hard onto the soldiers' heads, leaving big dents and spraying crimson blood. The soldiers were knocked back several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. The Thunder Skeletons watched coldly without pursuing, turning around to guard and defend against the infected soldiers stiffly approaching from behind. Suddenly, a black giant arrow streaked through the air, piercing through the head of an infected soldier, knocking him back with momentum, and taking down several soldiers along with him. Terrifying damage numbers quickly appeared as the battle raged intensely. Damage output still relied on the Dark Ranger. The Thunder Skeleton and Dark Ranger each performed their duties, one tanking damage, the other dealing damage. This is the most efficient way to farm monsters. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining 210 experience points and plus 2,500 blood pool content. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining 215 experience points and plus 2,500 blood pool content. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining 230 experience points and plus 2,500 blood pool content. The infected soldiers fell one by one, and the defensive circle kept expanding. Shinzei's experience points rapidly climbed, quickly reaching 20%. This is crazy. Lu Yang's eyes widened throughout. With a clear disadvantage, the moment the skeleton monster appeared, the situation instantly reversed. This is not a summon at all, it's clearly a powerful boss, the kind that requires hundreds of professionals working together to defeat. He looked at Shinzei and couldn't help but speak. Shinzei interrupted first, "Don't ask, it's a secret." "No, I just want to shout 2 words." Lu Yang said firmly, "Foster father." In the first-floor hall of the manor, infected soldiers lay fallen in the dust. The shiny armor grew dull, eventually crumbling to the ground like rotten food. What kind of power does the manor owner possess to turn people into this? Lu Yan looked at the rotten corpse, both terrified and curious.
Not sure. Let's go over and take a look, then we'll know.
Shinzei glanced at the experience panel, which had already risen to 50%.
Just need to kill one more wave of monsters, then he can level up.
He realized that the closer to the boss, the stronger the monsters became.
Ah, in the past? Aren't we going to find Xiaofeng to submit the quest? Lu Yang asked in surprise.
I think we should just take down the boss directly, the experience and rewards are greater. The Black Abyss dungeon dynamically adjusts difficulty and rewards based on the player's combat power. If we let Xiaofeng join, the experience will be cut at least in half, and the rewards will be less.
Aren't we here just for experience and rewards?
Shinzei stood up calmly, and the Dark Ranger slung his longbow over his shoulder, following closely behind.
20 Thunder Skeleton warriors surrounded them, closely guarding with strict discipline. Oh, huh? Lu Yang's eyes widened even more, leaving him speechless. You're afraid the NPC will be too strong and steal your experience and rewards? That's right, Shinzei admitted.
I actually prefer to carry tagalongs, that way, the experience rewards are higher.
Lu Yan was speechless.
I suspect you are hinting at me, but there's no evidence. After the infected soldier turned into a pile of rotting flesh, the manor suddenly became much quieter. The manor owner did not show up again, seemingly assessing the threat we posed to him. We go straight here. Shinzei pointed to the master bedroom on the second floor circled in red on the map. Take out the manor owner directly. Xiaofeng specifically marked the words extremely dangerous next to the master bedroom.
Alright, I'll listen to you. Lu Yang swallowed. I'm just a supporting role, following your lead. Kill the dean, then go to Xiaofeng to get the next mission, perfect clear.
Shinzei said with a smile, nightmare mode clear record, guaranteed.
Nightmare mode?
Lu Yang's eyes lit up, then he joked, we're really tough.
Shinzei was speechless.
Then, Shinzei withdrew 20 Thunder Skeletons and a Dark Ranger, preparing to upgrade their skill levels. Lu Yang cleaned up the hotpot scene and packed up the leftover food to avoid waste. Shinzei led the army up the magnificent arched staircase to the second floor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were covered with grotesquely twisted blood vessels that opened and closed like living creatures, sending chills down one's spine.
Is this dean a demon? Lu Yang felt completely uneasy.
Keep moving forward, we'll find out soon. Shinzei frowned and led the team slowly ahead. No monsters were encountered along the way, but the pulsation in the veins grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Shinzei stopped and tilted his ear to listen.
Did you hear that?
Drumming, he asked.
It's not drumming, it's a heartbeat. Lu Yang's face changed dramatically. Some monster is gestating.
The sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder, as if vibrating his heart.
Lu Yang couldn't help but clutch his chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable.
His health kept dropping, the numbers jumping above his head.
This is too outrageous, I'm going to be killed by the boss's heartbeat.
He hurriedly took out a red potion bottle and chugged it down.
This is ridiculous. While complaining, Lu Yang kept chugging the red potions.
Fortunately, he had stocked up 50 bottles earlier, originally to grind down the ghouls. Unexpectedly, they had now become his lifeline to avoid being killed by the boss's heartbeat. Shinzei clutched his chest, feeling uncomfortable, but he was in better condition than Lu Yang and had not lost any blood. The Thunder Skeleton and Dark Ranger beside them were completely unaffected. Why not just destroy the blood vessels on the wall directly, someone suggested. The boss must be furious. The Thunder Skeleton drew his shiny long sword, lightning flashing along the blade. The sword tip, sparking with electric arcs, pierced the blood vessels in the wall, causing bright red liquid to gush out.
And it even bursts. Lu Yang couldn't help but complain.
Don't get splashed, be careful of infection, Shinzei warned. Before he finished speaking, the Dark Ranger stepped forward, using his body to shield Shinzei, preventing infection. Both the Thunder Skeleton and Dark Ranger had strong bloodlines and were not afraid of contamination. Suddenly, a scream came from the depths of the corridor, the director's scream. The blood vessels in the walls contracted violently, as if feeling pain. Shinzei recognized the voice and felt a pang of anxiety. If he really trusted the director and chose his side, it would probably be a dead end, with infection being the least of the consequences. "It looks like we made the right choice. Let's keep moving forward," he said firmly. The manor villa began to shake, and the director was clearly panicking. They reached the red circle marked on the children's drawing, which was the core. Veins converged from all directions, or rather, spread out from the inside. Loud heartbeats and gasps were coming from inside the door. "The final boss has arrived." Shinzei took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Lu Yang was administering the medicine while wryly smiling. "What am I preparing? Sprinkling some cumin to enhance the flavor? Are you ready?" "Going in." Shinzei took a deep breath again. Lu Yang wanted to complain about what good being ready would do. He was just a tag-along now. Just as he was about to speak, Shinzei suddenly changed his mind. "Adoptive father, don't worry about me, go all out." The Thunder Skeleton warriors received orders to quickly destroy those external blood vessels. Each time the silver sword stabbed in, a damage number popped up, indicating the blood vessels were directly connected to the final boss. It's better to chip away some health first than to fight the boss head-on. The room was continuously filled with tearing howls, as if something was trapped inside, ready to burst out at any moment. Shinzei signaled Lu Yan to first send the skeleton scout ahead to confirm safety before he himself followed. The elderly man in front of them wore a respirator, trembling as he walked on the floor made of blood vessels. In the center of the room was a huge cocoon of flesh, blood vessels spreading from it, and the sound of a heartbeat coming from within, clearly nurturing some kind of creature. Unhatched demonic flesh cocoon. Nightmare BOSS. Level, LV.10. Attributes, Strength 1000, Agility 1000, Intelligence 1000. Skill 1, Hatching remaining time, 1 minute 32 seconds. Shinzei squinted. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, or else he would have faced the fully evolved boss. The old man ignored the two of them, walking up to the flesh cocoon. His face behind the respirator was full of affection as he gently stroked the cocoon, and 4 drip attached to his hand. "Is this the gift they gave you?" Shinzei asked with a frown. "That's right, such a perfect work of art." The old man sneered coldly. "You coarse villagers only know how to destroy. You truly deserve to die." Shinzei was speechless, thinking to himself, how does this old bidang insult people like this? "Is this your son? Suffering from a terminal illness?" Shinzei asked further. "Of course, I helped him ascend to a higher form of life, and he will be grateful to me." The old man was full of confidence. Shinzei realized that this was indeed the case and let his guard down. "No problem then." He waved his hand, ready to use the remaining time to shatter the large meat cocoon. 20 thunder skeleton monsters, clad in thunder armor, lined up and charged forward. Electric arcs flickered in the air, suppressing the enemy. The dean cried out in sorrow, spreading his arms to stand at the front like an eagle protecting its young. After charging for 10 seconds, the arrow was shot again, piercing through the dean's chest and stabbing into the demonic flesh cocoon. "The damage has decreased, it's over." Shinzei's pupils constricted. Originally, it would take 70 seconds to kill instantly, but now with the damage reduced, a quick battle is impossible. "Come out, my ghoul." 130 shadow ghouls crawled into the house from the walls, launching attacks from all directions. "Spread out, Necropolis. Destroy, Great Curse Chant." Shinzei recklessly unleashed all his damaging skills with full force. "Spread, Necropolis." Centered on Shinzei, the undead aura waves spread out in all directions. Graves popped up one after another, and tombstones rose from the ground. The originally chaotic and sinister scene of intertwined blood vessels instantly turned into a gloomy undead cemetery. To be honest, a field full of graves is much less disturbing than one full of blood vessels. The undead probably never expected to have such a fresh day, all thanks to the contrast in the environment. After the undead graveyard opens, the movement speed and attack speed of skeletons and ghouls increase significantly. The stronger the unit, the weaker the bonus. Thunder skeleton speed increased by 50%, ghoul increased by 100%. Dark Ranger also has a bonus, but charged arrow still requires 10 seconds to prepare. Thunder Skeleton Warriors hold the defensive line, protecting Shinzei and the Dark Ranger. The Shadow Ghouls desperately attack the demonic flesh cocoons, but the damage is unsatisfactory. Minus 574. Minus 589. Minus 603. Their damage gradually gets suppressed. For level 10 professionals, the damage generally ranges between 200 and 300. Those with top-tier equipment and proper training can deal 500 to 1000 damage. For example, assassins, who pursue ultimate damage, can easily reach 1000 damage. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger fires another fully charged arrow. The Dean is pierced with arrows all over, but still hasn't fallen, losing tens of thousands of HP. Great Curse Incantation. Shinzei raised the magic book and recited loudly. This spell can deal damage to enemies while restoring his own health and mana, dealing 300 damage per second and restoring 100 points. Although the damage is not high, the healing effect is very practical. The drawback is that he cannot move while casting, and attacks will interrupt the spell. Damage comes in waves one after another, and the healing keeps increasing. Shinzei felt his condition getting better and better. 1 minute later, the blood of the demonized flesh cocoon was almost depleted, with only a little left. The Dark Ranger charged up for another 5 seconds, and with the ghoul's finishing blow, the boss before them could be taken down. More importantly, the flesh cocoon would hatch in 10 seconds, and this time was enough to kill it. Suddenly, the director with an arrow stuck in him turned his head, bloodshot eyes filled with rage as his voice was cold and furious. "You all deserve to die. My perfect body, you will pay for it." What? Lu Yan was stunned. This old boy actually sacrificed his own son and took over the demonized body himself? It looks just like that. Shinzei snorted coldly, that old boy deserved it. At this moment, the seemingly dying director stretched out his hands with 4 tubes attached, and surprisingly forced open the outer shell of the demonized flesh cocoon, trembling as he squeezed inside, his hands seeming to be grasping something. The demonized flesh cocoon began to tremble violently, accompanied by sounds of suffocating struggle. Oh my god, it's not human. Lu Yang's vision went black. Full assault, aim for the cracked gap. Shinzei's scalp tingled, not knowing what to say. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger's arrow, charged for 6 seconds, pierced through the air. The damage was precisely calculated to exactly clear the remaining health of the demonized flesh cocoon. At that moment, a claw covered with black spikes suddenly stretched out from the crack and actually caught the arrow. Crack! The arrow broke in half and fell to the ground. There was still a soft plastic tube inserted in the back of that clawed hand. Shinzei and the Dark Ranger both showed expressions of surprise. "You all should die alongside my son. Dare to damage my perfect body." A beastly sound comes from the demonic flesh cocoon. Immediately after, 2 clawed hands covered with black spines pried open the crack and slowly pushed the body out. A lizard-like face emerged, its golden vertical pupils glinting with a vengeful fiery light. It wore glasses on the bridge of its nose, and the director's appearance could still be vaguely recognized. "You all truly deserve to die." It roared angrily, its gaze fixed firmly on Shinzei. If a look could be lethal, Shinzei would have died countless times already. "Dragon?" Shinzei exclaimed in surprise. "Looks like a Western dragon, the kind that has wings and can breathe fire." Lu Yang joined the discussion despite his fear. Shinzei frowned, staring at the boss interface, waiting for the information to display. But he didn't get the boss panel. Instead, he saw the opponent crawling out from the cocoon wall. "Be on guard." Before the words fell, the monster that the Dean had turned into suddenly lost control and fell heavily to the ground. Shinzei was stunned. He saw that the dragon-shaped monster was covered in scales, with everything below its waist missing, and it could only crawl on the ground using its claws. Its golden vertical pupils were full of resentment and hatred. Ha ha ha. Shinzei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed his previous efforts were not in vain. Demonic dragon with physical disabilities. Nightmare BOSS. Level LV.10. Health. Attributes: Strength 3217, Agility 103, Intelligence 1738.
Skill 1, Enchanted Dragon Breath.
Charges for 3 seconds before unleashing a breath attack, dealing 700 damage per second, with an added enchanted debuff. If not cleared within 10 seconds, the target will rot and decay, becoming food for the enchanted dragon.
Consuming it increases base attributes and skill damage. Due to physical damage, damage is halved, and it cannot consume enemies. Skill 2, High-Speed Flight. Cannot be used with a damaged body. Skill 3, Dragon Body.
Dragon Scale Defense, Dragon Claw and Dragon Teeth attacks are greatly weakened, movement speed reduced by 99%.
Skill 4, Evolution. All dragons can evolve infinitely and can also infinitely restore their damaged bodies. Incomplete Restoration Countdown, 48 hours 29 minutes 53 seconds. Introduction: One dragon, the overlord of the world. Someone won't be able to sleep tonight. Lu Yang laughed heartily.
If the Dean truly becomes a fully formed demonized dragon, he'll have it good from then on, able to ascend to the heavens and dive into the earth, capable of anything. But for now, I'll just enjoy this reward. The dragon's strength is even higher than I imagined, and it can still grow. Qin Zhe looked at the demonized dragon's attributes, his eyes shining.
I definitely have to get a bone dragon or something in the future. If this guy takes shape, I'm probably going to die here. Fortunately, it lost its lower body. Kill it for me. You all deserve to die.
The Dean looked like a newborn lizard, covered in tender scales, with transparent mucus flowing down his body. Only his face appeared old and full of resentment, making it chilling. Its lower body was deformed, leaving only a truncated, damaged tail, hideously ugly. It crawled rapidly on the ground, emitting a hiss filled with resentment, its throat brewing a corrupted breath that spread forward like a dense cloud. The Thunder Skeleton warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, showing no fear of the terrifying breath. The electric current in the air surged sharply, causing a tingling electric shock upon contact. After the corrupted breath entered this area, its speed plummeted, as if caught in a swamp, with only a small amount of poison gas contaminating the frontline skeletons.
Damage was reduced in some cases and increased in others, greatly delaying the skeleton warriors' deaths.
Suddenly, a black arrow shot through the air, carrying strong kinetic energy straight into the Dean's chest. The Dean painfully clutched his chest, his body trembling, his gaze even more fierce. Using his sharp claws, he desperately crawled on the ground, dragging his mutilated lower body, looking both miserable and forlorn.
"We'll use a kite-flying tactic," Qin Zhe said with a slight smile.
Since the Dean was slow to move, they had to take full advantage of this.
Then, a marvelous scene unfolded.
The Dean desperately crawled forward a few steps, and Qin Zhe's army retreated a certain distance. The Dean roared angrily in pursuit, and Qin Zhe's army advanced again. Unable to strike or escape, the Dean howled in frustration.
The Dark Ranger leisurely drew his bow, charging his shot within the formation, occasionally firing penetrating arrows, dealing damage to the Dean every 10 seconds. The Dean's newly regenerated dragon scales provided no defense at all. "Foster father, this is amazing,"
Lu Yang said excitedly.
"Are we really going to clear the nightmare-level dungeon?" It felt like a dream. Clearing the nightmare-level dungeon of the manor so easily? This was unprecedented.
Once cleared, the outside world would surely go crazy over it. Most importantly, with this clearance record, the future is bright. Lu Yang was deeply moved, his heart full of excitement. Everything was brought about by Qin Zhe. What followed was simple: the core was to toy with the enemy. The Dean was so furious it hurt his teeth, but he couldn't hit anyone or escape. He could only watch helplessly as his health continued to drop. At the same time, Li Corporation grew increasingly ruthless, beginning to purge those who had supported Qin Zhe. Countless grassroots professionals were filled with grievances, and the situation became chaotic.
Many people chose to stand on the rooftop, ending their hopeless lives.
Most professionals were barely holding on, burdened daily by loan repayments.
Whenever they passed the Nightmare Junction, they couldn't help but sigh.
It's been 2 days, and there's still no news from the connection point. The first person who dared to resist Li's company is gone just like that. It's really heartbreaking.
When will this kind of life ever end?
Every day I wake up in debt, and the gear I get from dungeons has to be sold at a low price. There's no future in sight, life feels so meaningless.
Bro, you're lucky not to be married.
I am, and every day I see my wife's sour face. I have elderly parents above me and kids below, plus a heavy debt on my back.
The pressure is so great that I don't even dare to go home at night. Did Shinzei fail just like that? There's no news at all, it's really upsetting.
Not necessarily, if he failed, his body would have been sent back.
Since it hasn't been sent back yet, it means there's still hope. Don't be too optimistic. Bodies can't be sent back from nightmares. No news for 2 days, most likely he's done for.
Countless people sighed, longing for a strong individual who could break the rules and change the status quo.
But such people were terrifyingly rare, only emperors in history could achieve that.
Occasionally, S-level geniuses would appear in Linhai City, but those geniuses were fought over by various forces, with all resources poured into them, and in the end, they were still controlled by the Li clan.
As people at the bottom, how could they expect those geniuses to look back at them? They might only be oppressed until their deaths.
Since Shinzei entered the Nightmare instance, a slender figure frequently appeared at the Black Abyss connection point.
Lu Shiyu clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes. Shinzei, you have to come out. I will help you repay your debt. From now on, I won't do bad things or deceive others anymore. Please, come out.
Her voice was choked with guilt and hope. On the other side, the students received the official job transfer certificates, and more people entered the Black Abyss instance. The hall was filled with their laughter and chatter. Remember to buy plenty of red potions, you can get through simple dungeons relying on potions.
Don't take out loans to buy equipment.
It feels good now, but you'll know when the tears come. The homeroom teacher kept repeating the reminders.
Understand. Everyone answered in unison.
Then, they looked at each other and all shook their heads. No one dared to choose installment loans, after all, there was a cautionary example. The craziest one was Shinzei. He took out a multi-million loan in installments to buy a full set of top-tier equipment.
And the result?
Before he could even enjoy it, he got trapped in the Nightmare dungeon. People from the Lee Corporation are now waiting at the entrance of the Nightmare, ready to collect Shinzei's body. With such a disastrous outcome, no one dared to risk taking out an installment loan. Unexpectedly, the principal, the dean, and even the mayor all rushed over.
The few of them wore grave expressions, staring intently at the entrance of the Nightmare. He hasn't come out for 2 days now. Is there still any hope that Shinzei is alive?
Mayor Tangju crossed his arms and furrowed his brows.
The data analyst sighed, there is almost no chance of survival, it's even difficult to transport the bodies out.
Even S-level geniuses have trouble escaping the Nightmare-level Manor dungeon, and Shinzei only has B-level talent, so escaping is even harder. What a pity, I should have paid attention to him earlier, the principal regretted. He must have been panicked at the time, with no guidance, which is why he rushed into the Nightmare dungeon. We can only do our best to ensure he can at least bring back the intact corpse.
That's all we can do.
The half-dragon boss, transformed from the dean, crawled in a sorry state, its small body covered with black sky-piercing arrows, looking like a hedgehog. Arrow after arrow struck, and its health rapidly decreased.
Roar!
The dean roared angrily, his golden vertical pupils shining like flames.
Its breathing quickened, summoning more minions.
But it had no effect.
Instead, Shinzei smoothly leveled up.
Congratulations, leveled up to LV.12, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +500, MP +100. Shinzei allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence, showing a clear specialization. Undead summons have independent attributes, the higher the level, the stronger they are. Other support and damage skills all depend on intelligence and must be improved.
The demonized dragon boss was the hardest he had ever faced. Although its movement slowed, it could only take hits.
But its scales were hard and it recovered quickly. Dark Ranger's penetrating arrow has become fixed damage, with limited actual effect. Can only use time to wear down the opponent. Congratulations, killed a corrupted soldier, gained 210 experience. Congratulations, killed a corrupted statue, gained 300 experience. Congratulations, killed a corrupted ghoul, gained 150 experience. Various small fry monsters fell outside the encirclement formed by the Thunder Skeleton warriors. Once they enter this electromagnetic field, their movements become extremely slow, as if they have stepped into a quagmire. Even lifting their feet is a struggle. In the end, these little monsters were efficiently harvested by the Thunder Skeleton warriors and shadow ghouls. After a long stalemate, the corrupted dragon boss's health was down to 1/3, while the minor monsters suffered heavy casualties. Shinzei's experience level increased to 13 with 72%. The following battle became tedious as he kept moving around, slowly wearing down the boss's health. Foster father, once we clear the nightmare dungeon, the officials should help you, and the installment debt might be interest-free, Liu Yang said excitedly as he followed Shinzei, looking forward to the future. Shinzei shook his head. No interest? I won't pay a single cent, not even the principal. Liu Yang was stunned, his mind went blank. He hurriedly advised, that's the Li company. They never suffer losses and always exploit others. The exchange in Linhai City is controlled by the Li family's side branch father and son. They are extremely protective of their wealth, ruthless when plundering others, but will fight desperately to recover even a small loss themselves. You now owe nearly 50 million in installments, which is like cutting flesh from their thighs. If you don't pay it back, the father and son will definitely go crazy. Shinzei smiled and said, just as I thought, I like seeing the enemy act ferociously evil, only to end up fleeing in embarrassment. He also pointed at the Dean boss lying on the ground, panting heavily. Unexpectedly, the Dean boss heard this, his face turning red, and he roared angrily once more. Shinzei laughed heartily, looking at you like this, you really do look like a clown. Liu Yang said with concern, there are still level 30 and above professionals in Li's company, while the mayor of Linhai City is only level 24. That is our biggest problem. Shinzei frowned, level 30 professionals? Would they make a move against me? If it's inside a dungeon, no one would care if they attack you, because what happens inside the dungeon is unknown. If they say you were killed by monsters, no one can argue. But in reality, they absolutely cannot act recklessly. The Li family is strong, but not dominant alone. The government and the other 4 major superfamilies will restrain them. If they start causing trouble, it will surely provoke public outrage, Liu Yang explained. That's a relief then, they can't directly come after me. Shinzei sighed with relief. However, the influence of level 30 professionals in Linhai City far exceeds your imagination. Their words are even more effective than the mayor's, so they will definitely use their power to suppress you. Shinzei suddenly looked at Liu Yang. Oh, I remember you used to study hard, so how do you know so much about Li Corporation? Liu Yang smiled bitterly and said, my family chose to commit suicide due to the pressure of installment loans, coupled with Li Corporation's debt collection. The ridiculous thing is, they thought this would ease my burden, but in the end, all the debts fell on me. So even when you become a professional, Li Corporation will still come after you to collect debts? Yeah. Damn Li family. When I have the power, I will definitely kill them all. Shinzei looked into the distance, filled with many emotions. Liu Yang had always thought Shinzei was just talking until one day, he witnessed a scene where blood flowed like a river. How dare you mortals kill me, roared Dean Longhua, I will definitely resurrect and tear you all to pieces. His roar was filled with unwillingness and malice, but in the end, he was struck by a charged cloud-piercing arrow. After 5 hours of fierce battle, Dean Longhua finally fell to the ground. Final boss, defeated. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare-level boss Demonized Dragon Dean, completed the first kill, and received experience rewards. Obtained Diamond-grade equipment, Dragon Staff. Obtained Platinum-grade equipment, Demonized Spear. Acquired special item, Blood of the Demon Dragon. Acquired common item, Corrosion Rune. Leveled up to LV.14, all attributes +1, free attributes +5, HP +500, MP +100. Level, LV.14. HP, 7600, MP, 4200. Attributes, Strength 63, Agility 37, Intelligence 142.
Free attribute points, 0. Skills: Thunder Skeleton Summoning LV.1834, Dark Ranger Summoning LV.1834, Shadow Ghoul Summoning LV.242, Great Curse Chant LV.242, Giant Undead Cemetery LV.242. Talent: Resonance Crystal. Equipment: Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Cape, Necromancer's Tome, Crimson Battle Boots. As the wails of the draconic Dean echoed, the surrounding lesser monsters fell one after another, their twisted veins rapidly withering into rotting flesh. Before dying, they granted Shinzei a considerable amount of experience. Infected Soldier killed, gained 210 experience. Corrupted Ghoul killed, gained 160 experience. Golem killed, gained 320 experience. Experience surged. Shinzei has already reached level 14 with 32%. Leveling up not only enhances attributes but also unlocks advanced skills. The stats of professionals are never as high as those of dungeon monsters, especially the boss, whose stats are often more than 10 times that of the professionals. But professionals can clear dungeons precisely because of their skills and their accurate understanding of the monster's attack patterns. By understanding the opponent's attack routines and continuously whittling down their health, even gods can be worn out to death. I actually got diamond level equipment. Shinzei exclaimed with excitement, Dragon Mage Staff. This was the first time he had seen such top-tier equipment, extremely rare. Previously, when browsing the trading post, the highest he had seen was gold level. Equipment above platinum generally only circulated through auctions. Dragon Mage Staff. Level requirement, level 15. Occupation restriction, Mage, intelligence above 124. Quality, diamond level. Enhancement in forging both at 0, no enchantments yet. Attribute bonuses, intelligence plus 75, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, mana regeneration plus 5 per second, health regeneration plus 1 per second. Skill 1 Dragon's Chant, all mage skills are converted into Dragon's Chant, imbued with dragon attributes. Low-level summons gain the magic dragon bloodline, high-level summons equip dragon weapons, damage skills include dragon breath, defense skills include dragon scales, no consumption. Skill 2 Dragon accompanies me, swing the staff to summon a dragon spirit, which defends against mental and elemental damage, allows riding and flying, supports up to 5 people, lasts indefinitely, consumes 50 mana per second. Skill 3 Magic Staff Heavy Strike, melee attack dealing 2437 magic damage, with additional negative effects such as stun, confusion, and fear, costs 300 mana, 1 second cooldown. Skill 4 Wicked Dragon's Roar, releases a roar causing enemies within 5 meters to become briefly deaf and panic, enemies within 5 to 10 meters become confused and flee, enemies beyond 10 meters are intimidated and do not approach, no damage dealt, consumes 500 mana per use, 1 hour cooldown. This magic dragon staff contains the will of the dragon, and its skill releases like the arrival of a dragon. Shinzei felt heroic in his heart, with this staff, the world is mine. All skills come with dragon attribute bonuses, and summoned creatures' bloodlines and equipment are also extremely powerful. If this staff were to be revealed publicly, it would surely make countless mages envious. This staff is fully functional, capable of both combat and support, and even has a powerful sneak attack skill that can defeat enemies in one blow. Although the fourth skill deals no damage, it can throw enemies into a panic, making it an excellent control technique. Shinzei knew this was the true ultimate divine skill, even stronger than the first skill, Dragon Transformation. The Dragon's Roar, empowered by bloodline and rank suppression, can make any creature unable to resist. If unleashed in front of completely unprepared ordinary people, it would probably scare them out of their wits. Moreover, this move does not cause harm and can be used in real life. Can only be equipped at level 15, I'm still 1 level short. Shinzei glanced at the experience points, feeling anxious inside. Complete Xiaofeng's task and receive a reward of 50,000 experience points. On top of that, with the first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon and the record holder's reward, the experience is definitely enough to level up. Did the Nightmare level boss really die that easily? Am I dreaming? Multiple streaks of white light flashed over Liu Yang's body, clearly indicating a bountiful gain. Gaining just 5% experience could also level him up to level 8. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance,
Soon he would also endure the painful leveling process that Qin Zhe is experiencing now. However, the glory of being the first to clear the nightmare dungeon was enough to ensure he would never worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Do you still think I chose the nightmare dungeon because I was forced by Li's company? Qin Zhe smiled and looked at him. Whether or not Li's company was involved, you would still have chosen the nightmare dungeon. They were just incidental. Lu Yang said quietly. This longtime close friend suddenly became mysteriously powerful, leaving him completely bewildered. But getting stronger is a good thing. Once you're stronger, you won't be bullied anymore, and you can even make those lofty people kneel at your feet. Super Family Li Clan. The final boss, the demon dragon transformed Dean, has already fallen. The walls that were once covered in crimson veins had now turned grayish-brown, the veins like withered vines. Qin Zhe followed the hand-drawn map and headed toward the children's dormitory on the first floor. He didn't withdraw the main force but kept them on guard. There might still be a twist in the end. Xiaofeng could also be a boss. It's dangerous without anyone protecting him. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way, and the manor was as silent as if it were dead. They stood in front of the tightly closed dormitory door, and a prompt box immediately popped up. Door sealed by powerful telekinesis, cannot be opened. Qin Zhe was stunned. Then, an immature and excited voice came from inside the door. Liangyu, is that you? The little skeleton beside Qin Zhe ran forward excitedly, its head almost falling off. Its jaws clicked loudly, as if it wanted to speak, but it had long since lost its vocal cords. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the messy dormitory. In the center of the room, a little boy was tightly bound with his eyes covered. But he could accurately sense the presence of Qin Zhe and the others. Little Wind. Psychokinetic ability user, LV.10, attributes, Strength 17, Agility 23, Intelligence 2317. Skills, Psychokinetic Field, Growth, etc. Description, an ability user born from fear and hatred. The little skeleton was holding a skull, walking slowly. This is your best friend, we brought him here. But he's already dead. Qin Zhe's gaze was complicated. The control center outside the manor was right here. Thank you for bringing Liangyu. Xiaofeng looked up and smiled. Mission complete, experience rewarded, obtained a replica mirror and a golden grade hidden weapon, psychokinetic glass bead. Thanks to the outsider, I now know my friend is dead. Xiaofeng, tied to a chair with a blindfold covering his eyes, spoke calmly. Lu Yang rubbed the back of his head, speechless. Qin Zhe shrugged. A little skeleton falls apart, and its soul will also dissipate. Xiaofeng recalled, after learning about Liangyu's disappearance, I searched everywhere. The dormitory aunt said he was adopted, but I didn't believe it. Later, all the adopted children died at the hands of the demon. I lived in fear, watching child after child disappear, powerless to resist. I have always hoped that Liangyu was still alive, praying that this was just a dream, that the orphanage was just an ordinary place. Until they found me. Qin Zhe asked, what do we do next? Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, I will become the master of the manor, repay all the pain 100-fold to them, and also take revenge on the hidden demons. Qin Zhe handed him a blood moon sphere. This is a tool to open the ancient gate, a gift for you. Xiaofeng was excited, thank you. He understood that only this blood moon sphere could deceive the monsters into opening the door and enable revenge. How to proceed next depends entirely on Xiaofeng's choice. Qin Zhe vaguely felt that the Black Abyss dungeon was not an infinitely looping refresh, it might be connected to a larger world line, and his actions were very likely to influence the direction of this world line. You have given the blood moon globe to the psychic, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's favorability plus 1000. Do you want me to help you unbind it? Qin Zhe asked. No need, thank you, Xiaofeng replied. Pain will remind me not to forget the hatred, she said softly. Congratulations, Nightmare Manor dungeon cleared, perfect ending obtained, Little Wind's revenge. Rating, SSS. Experience reward, large amount of experience. Clear reward, Nightmare Chest *1, Nightmare Equipment Chest *1, Nightmare Manor Clear Title *1.
First clear perfect ending reward, Nightmare Manor Overlord title. Title effect: all professionals entering the dungeon receive a 20% reward bonus, equipment and item drop rates increase by 20%, dungeon difficulty decreases by 20%, entry to the dungeon requires your approval, and you gain an additional 3% experience. All effects take immediate effect upon wearing the title. All the dungeon resources are controlled by me? Shinzei exclaimed in shock, who can enter, who cannot? This is the most amazing reward he has ever seen. The Manor Abyss dungeon is the most popular leveling spot for players from level 1 to 15, and its strategic position is extremely important. Controlling it means all the big shots in Linhai City have to be courteous to him. This is getting more and more interesting, Shinzei said with a slight smile. He finally qualified to sit at the negotiating table. Wow, I got a full set of gold-grade equipment, a first clear chest, and a record-breaking title. The experience points just kept rolling in. Liu Yang was so excited he grabbed his thigh, unable to believe it was real. A full set of gold-grade equipment? Shinzei was surprised. Nothing else? I'm already very satisfied. What reward did you get? Liu Yang asked. Nothing much, just the control rights of the manor instance, Shinzei replied calmly. Liu Yang suddenly looked up. Has the dungeon all become your families? At the entrance of the Nightmare Dungeon, the black vortex slowly rotated, as if unchanging through eternity. The exchange manager Lu Guanghua stood opposite, his eyes cold and filled with resentment, as if he had been cuckolded. The 5 subordinates around him all had sore legs but didn't dare to speak up, they could only smile and flatter. Manager, this Shinzei is really terrible. He can't control himself, still owes so many installment payments, and in the end, caused you trouble too. He truly deserves to die. If his body gets teleported out, just give me a look, manager, and I'll go up and whip him a few times to vent for you. It's been 2 days already. Shinzei's body was probably eaten and rotten by the monsters long ago. Look at those professionals, all hanging their heads low, so naive to think Shinzei could survive the Nightmare Dungeon and still want to rebel against the company. It's hilarious. These people don't have the mindset of being dogs, they don't even know their own worth, and in the end, they caused us trouble. The 5 people complained one after another, and Lu Guanghua found it incredibly annoying, like 5 flies buzzing by his ears. Shut up, he shouted, and the 5 immediately fell silent. Lu Guanghua rubbed his temples, cursing these worthless people in his heart. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure from afar and felt a stir in his heart. Lu Shiyu is here too? Go, call her over. He felt restless sitting in the company and suddenly came up with an idea. After a while, Lu Shiyu, wearing black silk stockings, approached cautiously. Before she could speak, Lu Guanghua started scolding. Lu Shiyu, do you still want to stay in the company? I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm quitting. She answered decisively and then turned to leave. Lu Guanghua was stunned, not expecting her to be so resolute. He quickly said, Shinzei has already died in the Nightmare instance, and his body was eaten by monsters. As the salesperson who lent him the money, you should bear all the debt. Lu Shiyu stopped, suddenly turned her head, clutching her chest, tears welling in her eyes, her pitiful appearance momentarily startling Lu Guanghua. This situation made no sense, but her reaction was beyond his expectations. You say Shinzei is dead? How do you know? Lu Shiyu asked chokingly. Lu Guanghua sneered, you're not afraid of taking on debt, but you're worried about a stranger. What a joke. 2 days have passed, no sign of a person, no sign of a body. Where else do you think he could be? He must have rotted inside a monster's belly. Just as the words fell, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to Shinzei's team for completing the first run of the Manor Nightmare instance, taking 53 hours 27 minutes 32 seconds. Title obtained, Manor Instance Overlord. Congratulations to Shinzei's team for completing the Manor Nightmare Dungeon first clear, with a time of 53 hours 27 minutes 32 seconds. Title obtained, Manor Dungeon Overlord. This announcement echoed in the minds of every professional in Linhai City. Black Abyss's approval instantly plunged the hall into silence. Everyone gaped, their minds completely blank. What exactly just happened? Qin Zhe actually cleared the nightmare dungeon in just 2 days? Who just spoke? Was it you? Lu Guanhua was furious, grabbing a subordinate by the collar and demanding answers. Qin Zhe clearing the nightmare dungeon was simply the worst news. If Qin Zhe had disappeared completely, the company would have lost 50 million. At worst, he would have been demoted, life would be tough but still bearable. The company still had ways to recover this money from others. But if he clears the level, then it's over. Just the thought of facing the young master of the Li family made Lu Guanghua's legs go weak. That person never treated others like human beings. It wasn't me, the announcement suddenly sounded in my mind. The subordinate couldn't believe it either and spoke the truth with a trembling voice. Lu Guanghua's vision went dark, and he nearly fell. Lu Xiyu, wearing black stockings, was also flustered at this moment. Is Black Abyss so humane now? They broadcast deaths in the nightmare dungeon? No, it's that they've cleared it? Qin Zhe, he cleared it? She suddenly realized that Qin Zhe had actually cleared the nightmare dungeon. Oh my god. She looked around, and the professionals were deathly silent. Suddenly, she understood a terrifying fact. Linhai City is probably about to change. Everyone was still in shock, suddenly realizing. Since the Black Abyss announcement has been made, Qin Zhe is very likely to appear soon. Damn, aren't these the very first people to witness the miracle with their own eyes? This is something to brag about for a lifetime. The hearts of the professionals in the hall were pounding wildly, extremely nervous. The first clearers of the Nightmare Manor dungeon have arrived. And it's the level 10 Nightmare Manor dungeon. At this stage, professionals are awkward, with low-level skills, poor equipment bonuses, and limited performance. Countless geniuses, A-level elites, and even S-level prodigies have been defeated here. The Manor Nightmare dungeon is known as the Genius Graveyard. But today, this iron rule has been completely broken. Most importantly, Qin Zhe successfully cleared the Nightmare dungeon, instantly igniting everyone's hope. How should the conflict between Qin Zhe and the Li family be resolved? A 50 million installment loan is by no means a small amount. Wow, I'm really looking forward to what will happen next. Qin Zhe actually cleared the Nightmare level dungeon. His potential probably surpasses that of many S-levels, with only the top talents from the 5 major Central District families able to match him. If he's this amazing, will the Li company compromise and waive the debt? I think the Li family will definitely back down. Those people are thick-skinned, as long as they can keep making money and maintaining their monopoly, they'd kneel if they had to, let alone 50 million. Exactly, recruiting a genius who surpasses S-level, what's 50 million? They might even have to offer several hundred million. These great families understand the value of a super genius very well. Now it's up to Qin Zhe to decide. Hopefully, he won't accept compensation from the Li family, but instead lead us grassroots professionals to resist and break the current order. You're thinking too much. Are they crazy? They have a good life in the upper class, why would they help us break the rules and end up with nothing? Real society is all about maximizing. Indeed, but perhaps. Many professionals snapped out of their shock, feeling both joy and worry in their hearts. Finally, the connection point of the nightmare began to distort, and 2 figures slowly appeared. They were none other than Qin Zhe and Lu Yang. Oh my god, so many people. Lu Yang was almost heart-attacked by countless excited gazes the moment he appeared. Looks like everyone is waiting for us to come out. The result is truly heartwarming. Qin Zhe smiled and glanced around, his gaze locking onto a beautiful woman. Yo, the personal driver is here too, so he doesn't have to take a taxi. Hey, don't block the way, Qin Zhe is tired and urgently needs rest. As soon as Qin Zhe walked by, the crowd automatically cleared a path. Countless eyes were excited and shocked, like fans seeing an international superstar. Soon, someone noticed something was wrong. How is Qin Zhe so clean? What does that mean? Nightmare dungeon, did he really clear it? The kneeling person turned from shock to ecstatic joy. Qin Zhe cleared the nightmare dungeon, finally, there is hope.
They are already at their wits' end, so they might as well take a chance and cooperate with Qin Zhe.
Li Yuhao's pupils slightly contracted as he sat on the sofa with a panicked expression.
His mind was in complete chaos.
At that moment, the phone rang.
Li Yuhao hurriedly answered. The caller ID showed it was his father.
Yuhao, no matter the cost, bring Qin Zhe to Li Corporation, understood?
Oh, got it.
Li Yuhao hung up the phone, suddenly feeling confident.
His father was the strongest in Linhai City, with a level as high as 32, even the mayor had to respect him.
No matter the cost.
He schemed silently in his mind, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Inside the beetle car, Qin Zhe sat by the window, the dashboard lights flickering.
Are you okay?
Lu Shiyu looked at him through the rearview mirror, her face full of concern.
She thought Qin Zhe was forced to enter the nightmare dungeon with no way out because he was burdened with 50 million in debt, fighting desperately. It was truly tragic.
And she was at least half responsible.
I'm fine, isn't it just sitting?
Qin Zhe glanced at the skill panel and casually chatted with Lu Shiyu.
Thunder Skeleton Warrior summoning, the level is already very high.
But he still hasn't been able to advance. However, he is very satisfied with the skill's power. Now, this should be the limit of his combat strength. Thunder Skeleton Warrior Summoning LV, summon 2 phalanxes totaling 300 Thunder Skeleton Warriors, possessing formation abilities to guard you, lasting 1 day, consuming 500 mana. One day, he will even be able to summon the entire Thunder Skeleton clan. By then, Qin Zhe will not be surprised. Set the Thunder Skeleton Warriors aside for now and hang the lower-level Shadow Ghouls to level up.
The Shadow Ghouls are currently too low level, dragging down the overall skill.
When the last skill advances, the Symbiotic Crystal will upgrade all skills together, resulting in a qualitative leap. The problem is that there are too few skills, only 5, which is hard to imagine for an undead summoner relying on skills for survival.
Lu Shiyu kept nagging, the exchange company won't give up easily, they're scary. Trust me, your legs will go weak when you see them. You cleared the nightmare dungeon, it's a big deal, you should negotiate with them. Qin Zhe suddenly asked, does the exchange company have a high-level skill book for the necromancer?
They do, but... Don't say but, buy them all for me, the more expensive the better.
You don't mean to?
Yes, pay in installments over 10 years.
Then just go all out and buy it.
Lu Shiyu looked completely confused. Buying 1 piece is free, buying 2 pieces is also free, so why not buy more?
Are they going to make the genius who cleared the nightmare dungeon take on debt?
The beetle stopped in front of the old neighborhood, where the elderly were exercising.
Are you really going to do this? Lu Shiyu asked again. The other party is Li's company, aren't you afraid? Come, let me do the math for you. Qin Zhe looked at her clear yet confused face and said. The first time I used the professional transfer gift pack, I followed your plan and bought a 990,000 undead summoner, right? Yes. This is the evil beginning. Once you start installment payments, there's no turning back.
Owing 990,000, the company still comes after me. I have to run dungeons to make money, but what if I don't have equipment?
I have to pay in installments again.
See, step by step, the debt keeps piling up.
Owing 1 million or 50 million makes no difference to me. Qin Zhe shrugged. Sounds reasonable. Lu Shiyu's eyes looked a bit silly.
Qin Zhe returned to the empty house, which hadn't been back to for 2 days and had gathered a layer of dust.
Come out, my Dark Ranger. Chanting began, and the fiery Dark Ranger appeared from the summoning circle, kneeling on one knee. My lord, what are your orders? The next second, a rag was handed to her.
The Dark Ranger was puzzled. When it comes to cleaning, she's the only one who can maintain a humanoid form. The Thunder Skeleton and Shadow Ghoul are experts at wrecking the place. After all, it's the master's order. The Dark Ranger grabbed a cloth and started cleaning skillfully. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa and began collecting the dungeon completion rewards. SSS level clearance rewards. Experience reward, Experience Plus.
Clearance rewards: Nightmare Chest *1, Nightmare Equipment Chest *1, Nightmare Manor Clearance Title *1. Claim now? Yes. Successfully received SSS level clearance reward. Obtained: Experience Plus, Nightmare Chest *1, Nightmare Equipment Chest *1, Nightmare Manor Clearance Title *1.
As the rewards were credited, Shinzei's experience rapidly soared.
Level 14, 62%. 73%. 89%.
White light poured down from above, and the level finally broke through to level 15.
Leveled up.
His eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the dragon magic staff from the warehouse and equipped it in his hand.
Only then did he truly embark on the path to invincibility.
The sound of a dragon's roar surrounded her body, suddenly spreading out. The Dark Ranger, who was kneeling on the ground scrubbing, shivered all over and raised her head alertly.
She was surprised to see that her master actually possessed the power of a dragon.
Then she lowered her head and scraped even harder.
As expected, it's the master. Now that I'm level 15, farming monsters in the manor is no longer interesting.
The Phase 2 Black Abyss dungeon includes small environment dungeons like Bloody Factory and Death Cruise, as well as large battleground dungeons like Twilight Plains. The map is large enough to cover an entire region, allowing squads of all professions to enter and supporting both factions. The battleground dungeon is unique and disappears after completion, serving as an important part of the main world storyline. As far as I know, the Twilight Plains battlefield has lasted for more than 20 years, with many professionals involved, and quite a few killed by enemy factions.
The authorities can't control these matters.
In this world, great power lies in individuals' hands, and the authorities cannot intervene. If I can end the war on Twilight Plains, the reward will definitely be substantial.
This kind of battlefield is especially suitable for necromancers. I wave my hand to summon a large group of mercenaries. How can the natives and professionals possibly beat me?
Shinzei had already decided in his heart that the next dungeon would be the Twilight Plains. But first, he needed to prepare all his skills and equipment, getting everything for free in installments. No paying back money, but getting the best stuff.
SSS Nightmare Chest, open it? A 1-meter-long huge box suddenly appeared and thudded heavily onto the ground.
The patterns on the surface of the treasure chest twisted, exuding an aura of madness and ferocity. An SSS-level nightmare treasure chest, theoretically capable of containing all kinds of rare items, skill books, equipment, items, pet eggs, forging stones, and even strange artifacts. He remembered seeing a streamer on Bilibili open one live, and it actually released a horned demon that punched a huge hole in the roof.
Shinzei took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the demon dragon staff, signaled the Dark Ranger to stay alert, and slowly opened the 1-meter-long SSS nightmare chest.
As soon as the chest opened, a crimson light immediately leaked out. Just as Shinzei was about to see what was inside, a snake-like strip suddenly shot out.
Startled, he shuddered and immediately raised his staff to strike fiercely. Bang! A heavy strike sounded, and the tentacle-like object quickly retracted back into the box.
Shinzei finally saw clearly that it was a black-purple tentacle, sharp at the tip, with a surface covered in creepy eyes.
What kind of monster is this? You're not seriously expecting me to fight this?
The crimson light faded away, and the treasure chest dissolved into black smoke.
A book lay quietly on the ground, its cover engraved with a triangular eye pattern.
So it's a skill book, no problem.
Shinzei sighed in relief and immediately picked it up.
Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning, Special Summon, chant for 30 seconds, summon a tentacle from the Forbidden Sea at a fixed location, lasts for 1 day, consumes 3000 mana.
So it's this skill after all. Necromancers and tentacles can also be related, quite fitting. The combat power of the tentacles still needs to be verified.
With skill upgrades, even weak skills can become strong.
B-rank talent resonance crystal activated.
Buzz, 3 crystals vibrated, and the tentacle summoning instantly upgraded to the same level as ghoul summoning. Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning, Spiritual Tentacle Summoning, Disciplinary Tentacle Summoning, Container Tentacle Summoning. The skill kept upgrading, and Shinzei didn't know what would ultimately be summoned, but it would definitely be tentacles. When he reached the battlefield of the Twilight Plains, where a million natives were engaged in close combat, he was ready to summon a few tentacles to blow their minds. Next is the Nightmare Equipment Chest. No need to hesitate, just open it. Crimson light poured out of the chest again, and a small item floated out, spinning. To be continued. Shinzei reached out to catch the nightmare chest, and it instantly turned into black smoke and vanished. Inside the treasure chest was a ring, but instead of a gemstone, it had a bizarre eyeball on it. Why do these nightmare treasure chests always have problems with eyeballs? Shinzei couldn't help but complain. This ring was diamond grade, although strange, he still had to put it on. Nightmare ring. Quality, diamond grade. Level requirement, LV.15. Class restriction, Mage, 150 intelligence points. Basic attributes, intelligence plus 100, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, resistance to negative effects such as illusions, panic, and mental attacks is doubled. Skill 1, Illusion Maker, create 2 illusion clones, inheriting 50% of attributes, dealing double damage, lasting 2 hours, cooldown 6 hours, consumes 1000 mana. Skill 2, Sleep, put any creature into deep sleep for 8 hours, awakens if attacked, cooldown 24 hours, consumes 1000 mana. Skill 3, True Sight, see through invisibility and disguise, perceive malice and danger, automatic alerts, no consumption. Skill 4, Gaze Imprisonment, imprison enemies with the gaze of the eyeball, activated for 10 seconds, imprisonment lasts until the gaze is averted, consumes 100 mana/second. Introduction, you definitely don't want to know its origin. Shinzei put the ring on the index finger of his right hand. The sunlight streamed in, and his eyeball kept moving, as if staring at him. Deep in the black eye, it seemed like something was spinning, trying to pull him in. Deserve a slap. Shinzei slapped it away, his eyeball twisted from the hit, making a smack sound. Now it's much more obedient and doesn't dare to look around recklessly. Next is the title of Manor Dungeon Overlord. As soon as I put it on, it will take effect immediately. Players farming monsters in the dungeon will be forcibly kicked out and won't receive any experience or equipment rewards. This is the overbearing power of the Overlord. Shinzei hesitated, should I wear this title now? Shinzei frowned. The Manor Dungeon ranges from level 1 to 15 and is mainly a livelihood source for low-level workers. Wearing this equipment now is equivalent to cutting off their source of income. Forget it, those in debt shouldn't make things difficult for others in debt. At this moment, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He decisively declined the call. There are too many scam calls nowadays, mostly pushing loans. However, loans are actually a good idea, and you can make a hefty profit. After hanging up, the phone rang again, this time showing Mayor's office of Linhai City. This is no small matter. Shinzei answered the phone, and a female voice came through. Hello, Shinzei, I am Tangju, the mayor of Linhai City. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Nightmare Dungeon. It's truly astonishing. Principal Chow and I can hardly believe it. We didn't expect the school to have such a talent like you. In the past 100 years in Linhai City, your talent definitely ranks within the top 10. Tangju's tone was serious, and her sincere praise was heartwarming. Shinzei's first sentence made her chuckle. Are you really the mayor, not a scammer? Should I call the police to verify? Tangju smiled helplessly. I'm just downstairs, sitting in the official car. You can check my information. Shinzei walked to the window and saw an official car stop. The door opened, and a capable short-haired woman in a white suit stepped out, exchanging a glance with him. Confirmed, it is the mayor himself. You go back into the car. Tangju was speechless. This is the mayor. She returned to the car again. Mayor, is something the matter? Shinzei asked. I sincerely invite you to join the official team, with dedicated positions and resources, a monthly subsidy of 100,000, and the ability to select props from the National Treasury, equipped with a golden level set. What do you think? Shinzei felt little excitement. He no longer valued the golden level, as he had enough in his warehouse to sell to the officials. After a few seconds of silence, Tangju grew nervous. I can help you get a platinum level set, with a level matching your strength. Note, this is a complete set of equipment. No one would buy it on the market.
Major factions all regard it as a foundation to cultivate their seed players. Shinzei, I think you are completely worthy of this set of equipment. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Tangju was also a bit confused. Big brother, you're not going to look down on even the platinum level, are you? To be honest, official resources are tight right now, and the platinum level set is already the top tier reward. If it were the Lee Company in Linhai City, it wouldn't be impossible to produce diamond level equipment. Tangju sighed. Shinzei, did Lee Corporation promise you diamond level equipment? If you join them, it would be understandable. After all, it's your future. Good luck. I'm not joining Lee Corporation, nor will I join them. Shinzei spoke firmly. What? Tangju was just about to hang up when his hand trembled and he picked up again. I have no intention of joining any organization. I only accept cooperative relationships. As long as you are willing. Shinzei thought simply, he hadn't finished reaping the benefits of the installment plan yet. Joining the official ranks, would Lee's company still let him freeload? As the saying goes, if you owe someone a few million or tens of millions, they're the boss and can manipulate you at will. But if you owe billions? The first thing you do when you see me is kowtow. Willing, of course willing. Tangju nodded repeatedly, his heart blossoming with joy. As long as Shinzei doesn't side with the Lee family, everything is negotiable. I need a secure fund account that no one can touch except me. It's best to keep it secret, no one should know. Shinzei said, already laying out a big net in his mind. Installments are one thing, but my money is still my money. Each accounts for their own. The gold-level equipment in his warehouse is waiting to be sold. But if the money is deposited into a regular account, the Lee family can find out and seize it directly. Then taking advantage of the freebies would be meaningless. A secure account? No problem. But your requirement is so simple, no extra resources needed? Tangju found it hard to believe. Can conditions be added later? Of course. Then it's up to you. After hanging up the phone, Shinzei showed a smile on his face. Everything is ready, now it's just waiting to buy. Advanced skill books are rare treasures. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Filled with strong hostility. The nightmare ring on Shinzei's right hand spun quickly as his eyes fixed on the door. Danger was coming. He quickly grabbed the dragon staff from the warehouse, gripping it tightly in his hand. The Dark Ranger followed closely behind him, his crimson eyes full of vigilance. Through the peephole, Shinzei saw the sneering face of the young master of the Lee family, along with 10 level 20 professionals. Is this how the young master of the Lee family operates? Bringing 10 level 20 professionals to deal with me? Shinzei sneered coldly. This was his first time meeting Li Yuhao, and the other party was already going all out. Interesting. However, if they start fighting right here, this dilapidated apartment building will probably collapse. Not to mention the floor that the Dark Ranger just finished cleaning. The level 20 professionals standing outside the door were standing upright, their eyes fierce, and their aura so oppressive it was suffocating. Ordinary professionals would have their legs go weak just looking at them. Li Yuhao stood at the back, a smug smile on his face. No need to say much, just start. They didn't necessarily have to fight, but Shinzei needed to know the gap and surrender obediently. The door slowly opened, and everyone held their breath. No one came out inside, only a phone was extended, its camera facing them. This stunned everyone. Look here. Shinzei sneered, Lee's company is gathering right at my doorstep, what do they intend to do? Li Yuhao's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, quick, grab his phone and delete the video. He hurriedly covered his face. Shinzei mocked, still have a face to keep? The closest level 20 professional reached out to grab the phone but caught nothing but air. That quick of a reaction? Several people gasped in unison. Usually, people with higher ranks can dodge attacks while suppressing, that speed is simply genius. At this moment, a black-clothed assassin was swiftly weaving through the crowd. Just when he thought he could easily win, he was sharply struck on the head by a staff. The heavy blow left his mind blank. Damage 1563. The number floated up, shocking everyone. This damage is way too exaggerated. Moreover, this is clearly a staff, so how does it produce the heavy strike effect of a warrior? A mage using it as a warrior? Everyone's minds buzzed in disbelief. Only 1,500 damage? The level restriction shaved off a whole 1,000. Shinzei smirked. However, fragile fighters like assassins could be dealt with in just 3 strikes of the staff. The assassin who charged up now seemed drunk, clutching his head and staggering, finally backing into a wall and collapsing to sit on the ground. The dizziness disoriented him, and he couldn't stand up for several minutes. The corridor was deathly silent, everyone staring in shock at the fallen assassin. What do you want to do by coming to my house? Shinzei held his phone, staring coldly at them. Li Yuhao covered his face and stepped forward. How dare you hit my men? Trespassing, what's there to be afraid of? Shinzei said firmly and confidently. Li Yuhao ground his teeth. Kid, do you know who I am? The consequences of provoking me will be severe. I really don't know about this. Just as Li Yuhao was about to say something, he saw the phone camera and swallowed the words back. Li what? Say it. Shinzei glared at the camera angrily. Li Yuhao took a deep breath and instructed the remaining 9 professionals, grab his phone first, don't let the video get leaked. Yes. The 9 immediately sprang into action, the warriors taking the front line, with priests, mages, and archers close behind, as if preparing to fight a boss. Looks like you do have some brains, Shinzei said while saving the video. Li Yuhao sneered, seemingly disdainful, but not much. Dragon's roar. A roar of a dragon suddenly erupted in the corridor. Level 20 professionals nearby covered their ears and dropped to their knees, groaning in pain, their heads throbbing, hearts filled with fear. The assassin against the wall tilted his head and fainted on the spot. That is the roar of a dragon. A legendary mythical creature. This one skill alone completely breaks everyone's resistance. Li Yuhao was the weakest, most affected, collapsing on the ground, trembling all over, even losing control of his bladder. The arrogance from just now was completely gone. Ha, one skill took them out. Let me take a couple of photos to post on my moments first. Shinzei laughed as he picked up his phone and snapped pictures. He quickly edited the message and sent it out. The person just now who claimed to be Li Yuhao brought 10 level 20 professionals to block my front door. Is there any law and order left here? The attached pictures show Li Yuhao's arrogant demeanor while blocking the door, a hallway photo of a fallen professional, and a close-up of Li Yuhao in pain, with a large wet stain on his pants. Click to send. People surfing the internet immediately discovered that Shinzei, the first to clear the nightmare dungeon, actually posted. Master, there is more exciting content ahead, click next page to continue reading. After posting, Shinzei immediately closed the page. He had long anticipated that it would cause a great uproar. Then he dialed Mayor Tangzhu's phone. Shinzei, is something wrong? Tangzhu smiled easily. Shinzei said directly, the person who claims to be Li Yuhao came and scared me so much I almost wet myself. Tangzhu was stunned for a moment, then asked, anything else? Shinzei continued, 10 level 20 professionals nearby have all lost their resistance. You need to send someone to handle it and also clean up the hallway. Tangzhu's expression changed suddenly upon hearing this, and he quickly agreed, we'll be there immediately, and we'll detain Li Yuhao. After hanging up the phone, Shinzei squinted, secretly calculating, as long as I'm in the right, don't blame me for being ruthless. The sirens blared harshly as 5 police cars, 3 armored vehicles, and 2 ambulances rushed into the old residential area. TV stations and reporters swarmed in as well. The scene was filled with cameras, all scrambling to capture this big news. Tangzhu stepped down from the police car, his expression tense. Attention, there is a malicious incident involving professionals at the scene. The victim is Shinzei. Protection is imperative. The police tape was quickly erected, and officers rushed up the floors. Inside, 10 level 20 professionals lay sprawled on the ground in disarray, creating a shocking scene. These are level 20 professionals, how come they're all down on the ground? The onlookers exclaimed.
What kind of power is this? Everyone was puzzled.
This is the young master of the Lee family, he's terrified.
The crowd was shocked beyond words. They handcuffed those professionals and carried them into the car. Their eyes scanned the security door, filled with awe. All of this was actually done by one person.
Shinzei's strength far exceeds our imagination, Tangju said softly.
Li Yuhao has always been arrogant, daring to use such methods to control Shinzei.
If his father found out, it would be quite a scene, Principal Chao said from the side, a smile on his face.
After this incident, Shinzei most likely won't join Li Corporation, which is good for us.
We must fight for it with all our might and win him over.
Previously, Li Corporation always pressured us. No matter what Li Yuhao did, it would be suppressed.
This time, we must make our position clear. For Shinzei, we can even go against the Li family. Meanwhile, after finishing these matters, Shinzei lay in bed, sound asleep.
Although he had 2 hot pot meals in the nightmare instance, and the process was relatively easy, 2 days had already passed, and he had barely closed his eyes.
He's not stupid, how could he possibly sleep in a dungeon?
Unless he wants to die on the spot. The Dark Ranger with a perfect figure sat by the bedside, guarding his sleep the entire time. A sense of security off the charts. He woke up naturally, sunlight pouring in through the window. Shinzei stretched lazily and at first glance saw the Dark Ranger sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his phone, with the Jin Chan Chan game open on the screen.
Fun.
The Dark Ranger turned to him. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and the 3-star 5-cost card flashed with electric light, making a powerful entrance. All 3 of the opponent's companies instantly all invested.
Here's yours. Shinzei took the phone and couldn't help but smile.
At this moment, he noticed a long list of missed calls on the phone.
Kept ringing. Dark Ranger said. I'm afraid of disturbing you. She made a pressing gesture again. You're doing very well. If you're bored in the future, you can play with your phone. You can also buy whatever you want. Well, as long as it's installment payments. Shinzei nodded.
Although he is an undead type, even a Dark Ranger can get bored.
At your command, my lord.
Her crimson eyes sparkled, clearly much happier. Shinzei opened the missed calls, 3 from Lu Yang, 5 from Lu Shiyu, 1 from Tangju, 23 from the Li Exchange Office, and calls from classmates as well. What amused him the most was that even his elementary school classmates had called.
Is everyone so concerned about me now? Shinzei thought for a moment and called Lu Yang back first. Soon, Lu Yang's concerned voice came through. Li's company has contacted you. How are things? Are you okay? Not bad.
Li Yuhao has already been arrested and will probably be locked up for a long time.
What? Li Yuhao was arrested. You didn't know? Shinzei asked in surprise. How would I know?
I only know that the post you made went viral, with nearly 20,000 comments.
20,000 comments?
Seems like everyone has a lot of grievances against the Li Corporation.
Then I plan to make a bigger deal out of this. Make it bigger? How? Lu Yang asked in shock.
This matter is a bit complicated to explain.
Forget it, I won't say anything more. I'm getting ready to enter the big battlefield dungeon, Twilight Plane, do you want to join? Foster father. The big battlefield requires team participation, and if we can slightly change the tide of battle, the rewards will definitely be substantial. Then I'll leave the task of forming a team to find collectibles to you.
There are no restrictions on level or strength, but you have to know how to stay low-key.
It would be even better if you can cook. No problem, leave this to me. You focus on dealing with Li Corporation first.
Okay. The issue of forming teams in the Dusk Plane has been resolved. Shinzei believes that the title of Nightmare Conqueror will attract many professionals. At this moment, Lu Shiyu called again.
Shinzei answered and heard a somewhat hesitant voice.
Shinzei, I've arranged the advanced skill book for the necromancer you mentioned, but Boss Lee just contacted me and said he wants to give it to you for free and would like to have a proper talk with you.
Boss Li, is that Li Yuhao's father?
Yes, his name is Li Xingong, the highest level player in Linhai City.
Qin Zhe muttered to himself, reacting quite quickly. I don't accept that. Tell him that I am very angry about his son's behavior.
Also, have him sell me the skill books in installments.
Okay, I will pass the message. Wait, you want installments too? You cleared the nightmare dungeon, you must have earned quite a lot, right? Lu Shiyu couldn't help but ask. I don't have any money. Dungeon equipment has to be used personally.
Now that I've fallen out with Li Corporation, they will definitely freeze my funds.
You really have it tough. Lu Shiyu sighed. Are you at home?
I'll send the skill book over.
Are you sure you want to pay in installments? Wouldn't that just give them leverage? Absolutely, and it will take 10 years. Qin Zhe said firmly.
Li Xing just gave away the skill book for free. How is that different from freeloading in installments? The former still involves a favor, which is too unprofitable. He also planned to give the Li family a big gift.
The top floor of the Li family building in Linhai City.
A purple clay porcelain cup was smashed violently on the ground.
Bastard, useless at accomplishing anything but good at causing trouble.
I told him to spare no expense to win people over, and he ended up recruiting 10 level 20 professionals to block their doorstep? Li Xingong was furious, while the others trembled in fear.
Don't be angry, your wrinkles are about to show.
A charming and elegant lady stepped forward slowly. Our family will have an inspection in a month, let's think of a way to get through it first. Li Xing remained silent. They hold great power in Linhai City, even the mayor has to yield to them.
But in front of the Li family's main branch, they are nothing.
If the main branch finds out that they cannot control Linhai City, they will definitely send people to take over and drive them out. The professionals have long harbored resentment against them, and with the sudden emergence of Qin Zhe, this super genius, the situation is beginning to spiral out of control. Damn it, I originally had no grudge against Qin Zhe, and I wasn't even demanding the debt back, but this prodigal son messed everything up. If you want to make up with Qin Zhe, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Li Xingong cursed angrily, thinking of Qin Zhe's words. Yuhao is still a child, first let's get him out of prison. I'm afraid he won't be able to stomach the food there, the beautiful woman said softly.
Go ahead and favor him then.
Although Li Xingong cursed harshly, he still went to the detention center with the beautiful woman. More than a dozen luxury cars blocked the road in front of the detention center, making a very grand scene. The two got out of the car, wearing black sunglasses. Why isn't the detention center director here to welcome us? Li Xingong frowned tightly. Before the car had even stopped, the detention center gate had already opened. The director led a group of people to greet with smiles, showing a very humble attitude. Now the director hasn't appeared, and the gate is tightly shut. What exactly is going on? Don't want to stay in Linhai City anymore? Li Xingong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The beautiful woman anxiously shouted, they dare openly ignore you. Hurry, they even dare to make a move on Yuhao. It's time to make them know who truly rules Linhai City. Li Xingong said with a dark face, calling his subordinates and quickly walking towards the detention center. He didn't knock, instead kicking open the thick iron door. Head of the detention center, come out here. Li Xingong shouted angrily. At this moment, a stern female voice sounded. Li Xing Gang. Who let you in? This is a restricted area for holding prisoners, unauthorized persons must not enter. If you want to see relatives, you must follow the proper procedures. Now, get out immediately. Yo, Mayor Tang, you're sounding pretty tough today. Li Xingong turned around and saw a capable woman in a white suit, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Li Xingong, your hand has covered the sky of Linhai City, and it has also covered the hopes of countless people for the future. From today onward, I solemnly warn you, everything you have seized must be returned, all the tragedies you have caused must be your responsibility. Tang Zhu spoke each word with force, as if making a vow. Ha! Li Xingong paused for a moment, then burst into wild laughter,
Ha, are you out of your mind? On what basis do you want to challenge me? What's your level 23 worth? I can easily pull out someone with a higher level than you. How many dungeon resources have you grabbed? How much have you contributed to dungeon development? And here you are, talking big without shame. The whole Linhai city was taken down by me single-handedly. Without me, where would you all be today? Li Xingong roared, veins bulging on his forehead. But that's not a reason for you to monopolize resources. Tang Zhu met his gaze without fear. You're here for your son, right? I can arrange a meeting, but if you want to take him away, you must follow formal procedures. Without proper paperwork, he will not be released. If you dare to break in and cause trouble at Li Corporation, I will report it immediately. As soon as the words fell, a door slowly opened, and a strong stench wafted out. Son, what happened to you? A beautiful woman hurried forward but was stopped by a guard. Li Xingong looked at his son's pitiful appearance with a sullen face. The Li family values face above all. If the family saw such disgrace, at best he would be expelled, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you trying to go to war with me? Li Xingong gritted his teeth. If you call this war, then I'm ready to go all the way, Tang Zhu sneered in response. On this day, the official conflict between the authorities and Li's company officially began. Back on the top floor of the Li building, Li Xingong angrily smashed 2 purple clay cups. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. My son has such a hard fate, suffering inside. The beautiful woman's face was flooded with tears. Quick, think of a way. Madam, don't worry. They won't dare lay a finger on you. How? I'll arrange the procedure immediately and have him released in a few days. After comforting her, Li Xingong called his trusted aide. Tang Zhu dares to challenge our Li family? I want her to kneel before me and apologize. Boss, the online public opinion is very unfavorable to us. Ever since Qinzhe posted about the young master bringing 10 level 20 professionals to block the door, everyone's been cursing us, and the impact is huge. The PR director, holding a tablet, spoke urgently. Li Xingong sneered, these ungrateful, thankless scoundrels, if the company hadn't supported them, they'd have starved on the streets long ago. Filter out these ungrateful traitors, and specially train a few loyal dogs. As long as they are loyal to the Li Corporation, give them benefits. For the ungrateful ones, cut off their copy resources and pressure them to repay their debts. Let's see what they do. Li Xingong spoke fiercely, clearly very angry. Understood, I'll handle it right away. Soon, public opinion online began to shift, and supporters of Li's company started to speak out. The one who initially opened the Lehigh City dungeon was Li's company. Li Xingong is a hero, you ungrateful people. I support Li's company, those attacking it have ulterior motives. I'm going into the dungeon to grind experience. You can only shout online, but in reality, it's about strength. Can't get into the instance, huh? Let's see who you're living off of first, serves you right for bringing it on yourselves. Inside the old residential building, Qinzhe watched the Dark Ranger wearing an apron busy cooking and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Can you really cook? My lord, I am preparing the food. Is that big thigh bone in the pot from the neighbor? Yes, my lord. Qinzhe's face instantly turned pale, thinking, could this have taken all the leg bones from the neighbor's house? An angry shout came from outside. It turned out someone had stolen his pig's big bones. Do you usually eat these? Qinzhe looked at the pile of big bones with no appetite, but the Dark Ranger ate them with great relish, crunching loudly with each bite, like eating an apple. Yes, my lord. These bones have low soul content, not as good as what I used to eat. The Dark Ranger said coldly. Qinzhe was speechless, this guy was quite picky. The Dark Ranger is a hero unit, equivalent to a summonable beast that can be trained and will grow. Other summoning skills produce one-time units that disappear after use. So he had to properly train the Dark Ranger, as it would accompany him for a long time. The Dark Ranger finished eating the entire pot of big bones. Qinzhe ordered a serving of braised chicken with rice and also helped his neighbor pay for a big bone, which made the other party feel a bit embarrassed. Want to try some of our human cuisine? Shinzei looked at the slender Dark Ranger. But just as the food reached her lips, the Dark Ranger refused outright. Full and satisfied, it's about time. How will the Lee Company fight back? Could it be that I have to rely on my posts to launch a public opinion counterattack? Shinzei sat on the sofa, opened his phone, and the first message was from Tang Zhu. A few photos of Li Yuhao squatting in the detention center, crying with tears streaming down his face, completely lost his previous arrogance. Tang Zhu said, "I guarantee no one forced him. He will serve exactly the number of years the court sentences." Shinzei replied, "Thanks, I'll give you a gift." "You'll like it." Tang Zhu asked, "What gift?" Shinzei answered, "You'll know soon." Turn off the messages, open the forum webpage, private messages flooding in, $9.99 plus unread. Shinzei browsed and found that everyone was very excited about his personal involvement, some even wanted to push him to lead the resistance against the Lee Corporation. Individual power is limited, but when forces confront forces, it's different. For example, if official authorities directly take action against Lee, he only needs to send some small gifts. Then, he clicked on the post he made, the number of comments exceeded 30,000, and his followers skyrocketed to 500,000. Previously he had only a dozen or so bot followers. Comments kept popping up on the screen. "Damn, the young Master Lee brought 10 level 20 professionals to block Shinzei's door, but ended up scared out of his mind, lol. The young Master Lee is arrogant because of his background, but now he's been tamed by Shinzei. Truly worthy of being a nightmare dungeon clear player. Looks like Lee Corporation has a grudge against Shinzei. Lee Corp hasn't responded yet, probably afraid of his strong talent. I really wish the Lee Company would be tougher, so Shinzei would have a reason to crush them, haha. If anything happens, I will support Shinzei unconditionally. Damn Lee Company, they should have been taken down long ago. Equipment obtained from the Manor Dungeon can be sold to the official account at prices higher than the market value." Tang Zhu stared at the newly posted message, finally showing a long-lost smile on his face. This was their first step in opposing the Lee Corporation. Finally took the crucial step. Control of the Manor Black Abyss dungeon was completely lost, and all Lee Corporation's professionals were driven out. The professionals who were previously ostracized rushed into the dungeon to grind monsters. Even more shocking, the official directly provided equipment trading services, bypassing Lee Corporation's intermediary. Cracks instantly appeared on the territory of the Lee Corporation. At this moment, a man hurriedly ran over to deliver news. "Boss, the inspection time has been moved up. Someone from headquarters will be here in 10 days. If this mess is discovered, it'll be a huge problem." 10 days? Damn it, we have to use extreme measures. Li Xinggang said through gritted teeth, his face darkening. Let them see the might of the Lee Corporation. Anyone who dares challenge us is dreaming. Outside the entrance to the Black Abyss instance in the manor, various vehicles were parked. Professionals poured in excitedly, their faces filled with hope, some moved to tears. Thank you, Shinzei. Thanks to the officials. We can finally run the Black Abyss dungeon, no more selling gear at rock-bottom prices, our lives are going to get better. Shinzei broke the monopoly of the Lee Corporation, amazing. Brothers, I'm a level 2 assassin, please carry me. Come on, I'm a level 3 warrior, let's team up. Level 5 mage reporting, I'll be your DPS. In the past, everyone schemed against each other in dungeons, but this time I decided to cooperate sincerely and aim for a good score. Right, everyone has it tough, let's understand and be considerate of each other. The professionals were deeply grateful, understanding that all of this was hard-won by Shinzei. Without Shinzei, there would be no opportunity today. They put aside their prejudices, cooperated sincerely, and Linhai City was revitalized as a result. The subordinates of Lee's company came out from the Heiyuan connection point, each with their heads hung low. They couldn't understand how the Lee Corporation, which once controlled everything, actually opened the manor instance to the public. Heh, you losers, why have you stopped barking? This is hilarious. They give you peanuts and you actually treat the Lee Corporation like your daddy. Buying back equipment at 1/3 of the market price, only someone with their head caught in a door would think of continuing to work for them.
After saying this, she lowered her head, unable to look at Qinze. The meeting she attended ended with people thinking she was colluding with the company to harm Qinze, but that was not her intention. Doubling the price is fine, as long as I can pay in installments, Qinze said calmly. Lu Shiyu was stunned. Huh? Don't think you can get away just because you borrow money and don't pay it back. What do you mean? A few days ago I found out that if you owe too much debt, the Li family headquarters will target you. They are a super family in the central district, specialized in debt collection. After a pause, Lu Shiyu continued, their methods are ruthless. The family directly presses for debt repayment, which is indeed troublesome, Qinze frowned. He grows fast, leveling up his skills every second, so he's not afraid at all. Now he just wants to quickly finish the dungeon and reach level 30. You must think carefully. Stop overthinking and take out your most valuable undead skill book to have a look. Lu Shiyu was speechless. This scene felt oddly familiar. Inside the beetle, Lu Shiyu was anxious. Did you understand what I said? I know what you're thinking. You believe that having cleared the nightmare dungeon, you're a peerless genius, and everyone wants to recruit you and help pay off your debts. Qinze was somewhat surprised. Had he revealed his feelings too obviously? The Li Corporation is closely linked to the main family, and the main family can control the Li Corporation. This is the case in Linhai City and other places controlled by the Li family. The main family watches the cash flow closely and intervenes whenever there's a large debt. When the Li Corporation doubles the price of goods, it's to provoke the main family to step in and deal with you directly, while they sit back and reap the benefits. This is an open strategy. Lu Shiyu had clearly done her homework, and Qinze pondered seriously. So the Li company doesn't want a direct confrontation, but instead lets the dad behind the scenes take the stage directly? He smiled helplessly. The Li company really knows how to play. They don't follow the usual rules at all. I originally thought we would fight small battles first and then the big ones, but unexpectedly the other side shouted, Dad is coming. The Li Corporation didn't want to get too deeply involved, they just wanted to control the overall situation. If they continued borrowing on a large scale, Dad would step in to clean up. So I was asked, do you still want to buy skill books? Lu Shiyu said that besides the Li Exchange, there were underground channels and mysterious organizations that offered better quality. Hearing her, I thought of the cat-eared girl carrying a suitcase, the underground market. I understood the risks, but I still decided to buy. For me, level was more important than money. Once I reached level 40 and entered the central district, I would confront the Li Corporation head-on to see who was stronger. Skills leveled up every second, the only bottleneck was level. There were hundreds of skills for professionals, divided into civilian and noble paths, and even more than a dozen refined playstyles. Most people equipped according to veterans' experience, while a few geniuses grasped the entire set with just one sword. After level 10, you should plan your route, but I didn't want to fuss, I bought directly. What skills did you bring this time? I asked. Lu Shiyu looked a bit embarrassed, took a tablet from the car cabin, and handed it to me. Those were common level scraps, but the prices were ridiculously high. My skills upgrade every second, so even trash, if equipped for a day, would become stronger. With the resonance crystal, once learned, they could be used. Lu Shiyu secretly glanced at Qinze, looked at his handsome and focused profile, then swept her eyes back to those terrible skills on the tablet, feeling a sharp pain inside. I really deserve this, I really feel sorry for him. About 10 minutes later, Qinze finished reading the skill descriptions on the tablet. In this case, the other party is unlikely to offer him a very good skill chain, even if the price doubles. Can I buy it all? Qinze asked. No, the higher-ups said only one skill chain can be sold. Lu Shiyu shook her head. Oh. Qinze stared at the tablet again, frowning deeply, caught in decision-making difficulties. There were 3 civilian-level skill chains in front of him. The first was Corpse Cemetery, similar to the Necromancer's Cemetery, but the Corpse Cemetery existed in the summoning space and could continuously summon skeletons. The 4 secondary skills were enhancements for the cemetery and the skeletons. This set of summoning-type building cultivation system is very weak.
Undead summoners using this set in dungeons almost all die and can't move. The second core skill is Soul Control, which strengthens summons or attacks enemies by collecting and transforming the remains and souls of corpses. The 4 subskills are Summoning Offerings and Energy Boosts. Slightly stronger, but it depends on corpses. Without corpses, it's useless. The third is Corpse Explosion, literally meaning remotely detonating corpses after enemies die, or detonating your own summons. The 4 subskills randomly summon corpses and enhance explosion damage. So Wicked makes people shake their heads, and the price is outrageously expensive. Do we really have to choose only one? Shinzei asked again, won't Lee's company mind such a weak skill? Alright, I'll add one more. Lu Shiyu agreed reluctantly. Shinzei's eyes lit up immediately and he said, great, I'll choose the first 2. This set of summoning buildings can continuously summon skeletons, and with Soul Drain constantly extracting souls, it's practically unstoppable. He's preparing to go to the Twilight Plains for the next dungeon, so it comes in handy. With the skill upgrade system improving every second, the future potential is limitless. Just these 2, are you sure? Confirm. 50 million for 1, 100 million for 2. It's okay, pay it over 10 years. Lu Shiyu looked at Shinzei speechlessly, feeling a faint pain in her heart. By your calculation, you owe 150 million, someone exclaimed. Or by single skill books, they're cheaper. There's also the skill gacha from Lee's company, where you randomly draw skills. You can even get skills from the Noble Path. Many professionals piece together skills and can still form a nearly equivalent combination, plus they can avoid sanctions from Lee's company. Lu Shiyu watched Shinzei worriedly, feeling he was about to encounter big trouble soon. Lee's super family could crush someone without a second thought. The skill gacha sounds interesting, but are you sure Lee's company isn't rigging it? She asked. I'm afraid of losing 100 million and ending up with nothing. Wouldn't that mean being freeloaded by the Lee family? Shinzei shook his head repeatedly. He believed freeloading others was the norm. That makes sense. So are you really okay? I'm fine. Shinzei answered firmly. After getting the 2 skill placement boxes, Shinzei watched the beetle car drive away and couldn't wait to go home and open the boxes. This most basic skill chain already had 5 skills, the 2 boxes combined had 10. He was about to take off. The Dark Ranger approached curiously, his body lightly touching Shinzei, cold to the bone, instantly sobering him up. He opened the first placement box. Inside was a small pentagram formation protecting a skill book. In the center was Death Cemetery, surrounded by secondary skills. Death Cemetery, summon an otherworldly cemetery, where 2 sturdy skeleton monsters crawl out every minute, up to a maximum of 1,000. It consumes 1,000 mana points. After the skeletons are used up, the skill can slowly restore the summon count, recovering 1 skeleton per minute. This summoning structure is similar to a hero and can be repeatedly cultivated. Not bad, learned it. Shinzei closed his eyes, hearing the howling of lonely spirits and wild ghosts, as if he were standing in a cold and silent cemetery. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Death Cemetery. Resonance Crystal, activate. Death Graveyard can be upgraded to Large Death Graveyard, Pirate Death Graveyard, Cannon Type Pirate Graveyard, Black Pearl Death Graveyard, ultimately evolving into Desperate Naval Battle Graveyard. After 2 days of leveling up, the Shadow Ghoul summoning finally reached its 5th promotion, branching into 2 paths, the Special Monster Path, Hellfire Ghoul, and the Hero Path, Nyx, Original Ghoul. Shinzei did not hesitate to choose the Hero Path, Nyx. After all, he already had a large number of skeleton monsters and didn't need more minions. But, isn't my graveyard growing crooked? Shinzei couldn't help but complain, how did it end up in the sea? Seeing the second Pirate Death Graveyard appear in the sea, he couldn't help but laugh. A mental image formed of a group of skeletons with eye patches and hooked wrists running wildly over the sea, even imagining them shouting set sail. Ship off. Desperate Sea Battle Graveyard summons an otherworldly sea battle graveyard, possessing a giant dried-up sea grave trench. Every 10 seconds, 30 pirate skeletons, captain skeletons, mermaid skeletons, cannibal monster skeletons, sea monster skeletons, ship hull skeletons, etc., can crawl out. consumes 5,000 mana points and can be summoned repeatedly.
Note, after retracting the skill, 15 skeletons are restored every 10 seconds. This setting is quite interesting, Shinzei muttered to himself. How are you supposed to fight a war like this? Imagining a group of pirate skeletons stomping on the ship's bones, clawing and howling wildly, the scene was quite magical. Afterwards, Shinzei continued to learn the remaining 4 skills one after another and completed 5 promotions. Because they belonged to the same skill chain, they all strengthened the Desperate Naval Battle Graveyard. Bone Reinforcement was promoted to Cursed Body. All skeletons can use abilities they had before death, and the skeleton's adaptability is enhanced. Enhanced Oro upgraded to Moonlight Radiance. Silver moonlight shines from another world, turning slain enemies into allies. The Black Pearl resumes recruiting crew members. Rapid Skeleton Summon upgraded to Geyser Eruption. Pirate skeletons flood out like rain. Money Pickup upgraded to Treasure Plunder, frantically scavenging gold and treasure chests. After using this whole set of skills, to sum it up in one sentence, 50 million was money well spent. Shinzei nodded with satisfaction. It's time to let the battlefield of Twilight Plains experience the shock of the Skeleton Legion. At the same time, on the top floor of Li Corporation headquarters, Li Xingong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. If someone dies this time, it can't be blamed on him. It's all these low-level professionals who don't know what's good for them. He was preparing to send someone to investigate the Li family headquarters. Yuhao, what should we do about Yuhao? Is he still not released? An attractive woman asked anxiously. What can we do? He's been eating spiritual rice since childhood, he simply can't get used to ordinary food. Soon, whether it's Tangju or Shinzei, they will have to kneel at my feet this time, Li Xinggang said calmly. Li Corporation controls the main storyline dungeon of Linhai City, controlling the lifeblood of the entire city. After speaking, he looked into the distance. The connection point of the Black Abyss and the Dusk Plains dungeon suddenly mutated, with black lightning constantly striking, linking heaven and earth, and the sky was shrouded in countless black bolts. These lightning bolts twisted endlessly, spreading a terrifying aura, causing the citizens of Linhai City to shudder. What is this? The beautiful woman asked tremblingly. Dusk Plains is the main storyline dungeon of Linhai City, determining the city's survival. As the main explorer with the highest exploration level, I can directly adjust the dungeon's difficulty, he said proudly. Now it has turned into nightmare mode and is starting to affect reality. Only I can reset it. Do you think they will kneel and beg me? You scared me to death. The beautiful woman laughed and gave him a punch. This time, we have to make them suffer, really humiliate and torture them. Darling, shall we enjoy it too? Annoying. Black lightning twisted over Linhai City, connecting to 8 sealed Dark Abyss dungeons on the ground, including Shinzei's manor, all beginning to mutate. The Dark Abyss vortices spun faster, continuously expanding, danger looming. My lord, danger is coming. The Dark Ranger vigilantly stared out the window, his crimson eyes locked in place. Lightning fell like a waterfall. Danger? What's happening in Linhai City? I'll go check it out. Shinzei was still immersed in the island skeleton scenario when he was suddenly shocked by the apocalyptic scene outside the window. He rushed to the window. The vortex of the Dusk Plains dungeon link had already risen over 20 stories high, intensely shocking and filled with a dangerous aura. Black Abyss announcement: the main storyline dungeon Dusk Plains has evolved into nightmare level. In 3 months, the other 8 dungeons will mutate, randomly capturing all living beings in Linhai City until Linhai City becomes a life forbidden zone. Life forbidden zone. I remember the island nation once failed to clear the main storyline dungeon and sought help from America Card Country but was ignored. Eventually, the entire city became a life forbidden zone, breeding terrifying monsters that could wipe out a city in one breath. Speaking of this monster, the netizens of this country proudly said, "Impressive, right? We raised it ourselves. What a truly peculiar imagination." However, the transformation of the Twilight Plains into a nightmare level actually worked in my favor, as my experience skyrocketed and I leveled up faster. When the Li family people arrive, maybe I can give them a good beating and send them back.
How dare you? Do you think you have a say in Linhai City too? The fantasy ends, and now I start practicing the remaining skill chain. Once I finish learning, I'll almost be ready to enter the dungeon. Click, the skill storage box slowly opens, a pentagram formation lights up and spins. I pick up the skill book in the center, Soul Capture, a skill that adds energy to myself, allowing me to have combat power without relying on summoned creatures. Soul Capture, no consumption, extracts souls from corpses or sacrificed allied units, controls souls through spells, soul storage capacity, 0/20. Classic Necromancer skill. I closed my eyes and quickly felt an extra cyan soul right hand, able to extract souls with a void grasp. Resonance Crystal, activate. Soul Capture, powerful Soul Capture. Powerful Soul Capture, Soul Drain. Soul Drain, Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex, Corpse Guidance Technique. This shell skill is quite interesting. Leveled up 4 times in a row, the 5th time is a critical leap. Shell Guidance Technique. Yellow Spring Shell Guidance Technique. Yellow Spring Shell Guidance Technique. The soul's right hand is upgraded to the Yellow Spring's right hand, equipped with the Death Yellow Spring's miniature, which can grow. It can render enemies with weak consciousness unconscious and extract their souls. It can be controlled without incantation. Number of Yellow Spring's souls, 0/. Damn, it actually led to the underworld? From now on, won't I be the one in charge of the realm of the dead? The boundary between life and death began to blur. It could both take lives and grant new life. Souls drawn through the Yellow Spring Corpse Guidance Technique all carry the Yellow Spring special effect and provide feedback to the other 4 secondary skills. Spirit Medium Upgrade Death Speaker. Introduction. The more Yellow Spring souls, the higher the base attributes, up to a maximum increase of 70%. When Yellow Spring souls are destroyed, base attributes slightly increase, restoring 1000 health and mana. Soul Strengthening Upgrade Lost Rebirth. Introduction. Infuse the summoned creature with the spirit of the underworld, granting it new life. Soul Energy Tilt, Upgrade, Possess and Assassinate. Introduction. Control more than 10 underworld souls to attack enemies. The mentally weak can be directly possessed until death. This, controlling ghosts to kill people? Isn't it possible to kill whoever you want in reality? It is well known that professionals cannot use killing or injuring skills in reality. The 5 major families and the authorities issued a joint statement. Once discovered, the pursuit will be relentless. And this trick of controlling ghosts to kill people, it's almost undetectable. The fear halo keeps escalating, eventually turning into hope deprivation. Without hope, how much longer can you hold on? Who said this set of skills is useless? Step forward, take a few steps and try. This set of skills centers on the soul, combining offense and defense into a chain of connected abilities. By sacrificing a soul, it can instantly restore 1000 points of health and mana without performing any action. Drinking a potion requires twisting the cap and triggering the healing action, but this skill is a strengthened version of instant recovery. Don't waste time, hurry up and enter the dungeon to level up. Dusk Plains? Let me take a look at the situation. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Lu Yang calling, and Qinze smiled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hey, foster father, according to what you said, there were over 100 applicants, but after Dusk Plains turned into nightmare difficulty, 80% dropped out. The ones left are all unlucky souls, living very hard lives. Do you want me to send you the list so you can choose? No need, I'll pick myself, just don't get in my way. Right now, no one can stop him. Alright, the candidates are decided. When do we move in? Or is it safer to wait until the anomaly ends? Go in now, meet at the Black Abyss Junction. Isn't it too dangerous? You still don't trust me? I trust you, but I'm also scared. Qinze was speechless. Since when did this guy learn to act coquettishly? As soon as the call ended, Mayor Tangju called again. This is happening more and more each day. Qinze muttered as he answered the phone. Qinze, I want to talk to you, is it convenient? Convenient, go ahead. I'm right downstairs, let's talk in the car.
Shinzei looked out the window. A brand new black sedan was parked downstairs, ready to take him to the Heiyuan Junction. As soon as he got in the car, Tang Zhu's words made his heart tighten. We have decided to compromise with Li Corporation. Tang Zhu lowered his head, his expression heavy. Shinzei, I'm sorry. The main quest instance, Twilight Plains, has too great an impact on Linhai City. Li Corporation's control far exceeds expectations. If this continues, Linhai City might become a life-forbidden zone. Usually strong-willed Tang Zhu was now dejected, her black hair falling in front of her face. What do you plan to do? Shinzei asked softly. The intelligence I received shows that the Li family of the Super Clan, which is the main branch in the Central District, will come to inspect Linhai City in 10 days. Currently, the grassroots professionals are full of complaints against the Li Corporation, and with your appearance, the Li family's control over Linhai City is on the brink of collapse, so they have upgraded the Twilight Plains to a nightmare-level dungeon. If we continue to let this go, it's only a matter of time before the Twilight Plains spirals completely out of control. Shinzei said calmly, isn't this just a lose-lose situation? If the dungeon gets out of control, the Li Corporation will lose everything too. But we can't afford to take that risk, Tang Zhu sighed. Shinzei remained silent, and Tang Zhu continued, so we've decided to admit our mistake to the Li Corporation, which might mean surrendering some key resources. Key resources? Isn't that the dungeon solely controlled by the officials? Shinzei frowned. That's right, with this, Linhai City has completely become the Li family's domain. Tang Zhu showed a helpless expression. I understand. Take me to the Black Abyss link point in the Twilight Plains. Shinzei said calmly. Tang Zhu suddenly looked up, shocked. You don't really intend to go in, do you? No, absolutely not. You'll die in there. Tang Zhu urged anxiously. I have made up my mind, Shinzei said firmly. Shinzei, the Twilight Plains is a main quest dungeon, and its difficulty is several times higher than dungeons of the same level. Now it has reached nightmare difficulty, the environment is extremely dangerous, and professionals who enter basically have no chance of survival. In simple terms, going in is a dead end. Mayor, are you really willing to admit defeat? Shinzei looked directly at Tang Zhu and asked earnestly. Tang Zhu's excited expression froze instantly. Giving up this time means eternal defeat. All grassroots professionals will have no choice but to kneel before the Li family. Are you willing to watch them be drained dry? The young Master Li is arrogant and tyrannical, even capable of maiming and killing at will. Who will be able to control them in the future? Shinzei's voice was soft, yet like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking Tang Zhu's heart. No, I don't want this. This is simply hell. Tang Zhu said painfully. But now, there is no hope of victory at all, she said softly. Trust me once, I am that hope, Shinzei said confidently. Tang Zhu stared at him in shock, speechless for a long time. Silent for a long moment, she took out 2 boxes. These are divine concealment gems. They were originally saved for myself, but now I'm giving them to you. Divine concealment gems are extremely precious and rare. I got them in the Central District. Even if you enter the nightmare level, Twilight Plains, they can ensure your safe return. The other is a super blood pearl. Eating it can directly increase your maximum health. It's also a treasure I brought from the Central District. It will help you go further in the Twilight Plains. Shinzei's eyes lit up. Both of these treasures were extremely precious. Divine Concealment Gem enters a concealed state upon use, able to hide divine identity, reveals form after 1 attack, lasts for 30 minutes, remaining uses April 5th. Super Blood Orb greatly increases health after consumption, no side effects, requires strength above 50. Tang Zhu nodded approvingly when he saw Shinzei swallow the Super Blood Orb. Health increased, current health more than doubled, greatly reducing the risk of sudden death. Health has always been Shinzei's weak point, although it's barely sufficient now, it's far from strong. The Black Abyss Whirlpool is nearly 20 meters high, towering over the surrounding buildings. This area is empty and deserted, the residents have long been evacuated urgently. Occasionally, a few professionals dare to approach. The rewards for nightmare-level main storyline dungeons are extremely generous. The vortex emits a terrifying aura, causing even the concrete buildings to rapidly decay.
Don't push yourself, make sure to come back alive. Qin Zhe reminded. Understood.
Lu Yang stepped out from a nearby building, his face filled with anxiety. I have already gathered the team, they all come from difficult backgrounds and are fighting for their lives.
Are you scared?
Of course. Although I've never been in a dungeon, my legs go weak just standing.
Lu Yang admitted. Did you bring hot pot? I've been craving barbecue lately. You want to eat hot pot while running the dungeon? Lu Yang exclaimed in surprise.
This dungeon takes a long time, at least a few days.
How can we go without eating or drinking?
That's true, I brought a barbecue grill.
Suddenly, a cute female voice sounded, I can grill meat, meow.
Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment, then saw the cat woman hopping over.
It's you, the one who sold me the red and blue potions before, Qin Zhe asked.
That's right, meow, the cat woman nodded repeatedly.
Are you a human or a cat? Qin Zhe couldn't help but ask.
Human, meow, the cat girl replied.
Qin Zhe felt a bit doubtful.
Lu Yang hurriedly explained, this cat girl is not her real name. She belongs to a mysterious organization called Jialan, which specializes in collecting high-quality special skills, equipment, and items for trade. It's one of the underground forces.
To join the Jialan organization, one must undergo body modification and gain approval. The cat girl is just a low-level member. Don't ask me about Jialan, I won't tell you, meow.
Does the Jialan organization have skill books for the noble path?
Qin Zhe asked casually.
No, meow, but there are some twisted special path skill books, oh, meow. The cat girl frowned, hands on her hips, looking very angry. Then, two other team members appeared. One was Mushue, with long black straight hair and a cold expression, bearing many scars. The other was a middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, whose face was marked by the traces of time but was always full of enthusiasm.
Qin Zhe exchanged glances with them and led everyone into the eerie black abyss vortex.
About to enter nightmare-level main storyline dungeon, Twilight Plains.
Do you confirm to enter?
Qin Zhe looked back at the group.
I'm going in. Lu Yang, Knight going all out, turning the bike into a motorcycle. Catwoman, Ranger Abi, meow meow meow. Mushue, Assassin him.
Sun Yulong, Soldier my child is sick and urgently needs money.
If you can help, just say so. Confirm entering the dungeon. Qin Zhe clicked confirm.
At this moment, they were all people with nowhere to turn, each with their own difficulties. Lu Yang was a good brother, willing to fight alongside him. When choosing a faction, Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment and chose Bobo people, which offered more rewards.
Faction selection successful, starting location, Toxic Mist Village.
Space distorts, black lightning swirling around.
Qin Zhe's vision blurs as he steps onto soft soil.
The air is thick with the stench of blood and decay, insect chirps rising and falling, the sky shrouded in black mist. Without hesitation, Qin Zhe raises the magic dragon staff and chants, "Come forth, my Dark Ranger." The alluring Dark Ranger appears from the magic circle, holding a great bow, cautiously scanning the surroundings.
Is everyone okay? Qin Zhe asked. I'm fine. I'm fine too.
As soon as the responses ended, blood loss numbers of -1 popped up above the heads of the four others, except Qin Zhe.
Poisoned. This is the main quest in nightmare difficulty? Starting to lose health as soon as we enter. Lu Yang's voice trembled.
Meow meow, I have antidote potions, one for each person to cure the poison, but the toxic mist will persist, and health will drop again after a few minutes.
I recommend drinking health potions directly. The cat girl took out 4 antidote potions and handed them to her teammates. We are team members, we don't accept money, meow.
Everyone took the potion carefully and stored it, after all, it was vital for survival. The usually silent Mushue suddenly said, strange, why are there no monsters this time, just continuous bleeding? Qin Zhe looked at her, no, the monsters are all surrounding the village, but just haven't appeared. Mushwa suddenly realized something, staring wide-eyed at Qinzhe. That's right, just as you think, Qinzhe said with a bitter smile. Don't keep us in suspense, what exactly is going on? Lu Yang asked anxiously. Catwoman and Sun Yunlong were also confused. What we are facing might be massacre. At the same time, Tang Zhu, along with the high-ranking officials of Linhai City, watched Qinzhe enter the Twilight Plane. Everyone took off their hats and saluted. Tang Zhu turned around and said to everyone, "Comrades, Qinzhe has entered the nightmare-level Twilight Plains. For the sake of Linhai City, we have no reason to give up. Hold on to the end. Return a bright future to Linhai City." The impassioned words ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Yes! Resounded through the skies. Tang Zhu took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and began assigning tasks. Minister of Commerce, immediately establish an official market platform. Prices should fluctuate with the market, for now, just maintain the trading of the Manor's Abyss dungeon items. Understood, but about the funds. Minister of Finance, allocate 1 billion to kickstart the market construction. Subsequent funding will be adjusted based on market performance. Understood. As the tasks are implemented, the official-led market structure is gradually established. The trading of the Manor Black Abyss dungeon gradually thrives. Previously arrogant company lackeys want to switch over, but without Qinzhe's permission, they can only anxiously wait outside. After all, the market-based buying and selling of equipment is highly tempting. On the top floor of the Li Company building, another expensive purple clay porcelain cup shattered, making a loud bang. Li Xinggang was so angry that his face turned bright red, and his whole body trembled. What do you mean? He roared. Can't they see the current situation? The main quest, Twilight Plains, has already reached nightmare level, and Linhai City is about to become a forbidden zone. Why aren't they kneeling to apologize to me, but instead expanding that damn equipment mall? Do they want Linhai City to become the city of sinners? Li Xinggang was deeply puzzled. Members of the main family were coming in 9 days. If they saw this chaos, the entire family would be doomed. A beautiful woman beside him suddenly spoke up. Do you think they are gambling? Gambling on what? What capital do they even have? Li Xinggang asked, puzzled. They're gambling that you won't really turn Linhai City into a restricted zone, the woman said calmly. Li Xinggang fell silent. He had only intended to scare them after all. If Linhai City truly became a restricted zone, he would lose everything too. Let's see who can hold out. When the people of Linhai City disappear one by one, who will still be able to sit firmly? A mad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, I don't care about a few lives. Just as he was feeling triumphant, an announcement rang out, freezing his smile instantly. Announcement: Qinzhe's team has officially entered the nightmare-level Black Abyss dungeon Dusk Plains. Choose faction, Bobo people. Li Xingong was shocked. Is he crazy? He actually dared to enter? The beautiful woman said firmly, Qinzhe is very powerful. Previously, the nightmare-level manor dungeon was said by everyone to be a genius's tomb, but he still managed to clear it. I believe there must be a secret behind it. Li Xinggang said, it's impossible for him to clear the Twilight Plains. The woman retorted, the difficulty between the Twilight Plains and the manor dungeon is worlds apart. The Twilight Plains at normal difficulty has taken 20 years and still isn't finished. Now that it's nightmare level, how could he clear it? Dear, you control the Twilight Plane. Going in to kill Qinzhe would save us all the trouble, wouldn't it? The woman suggested. Li Xing's eyes lit up. Kill him directly, eliminate the threat once and for all. Good, the woman nodded with satisfaction. Massacre the village? Lu Yang exclaimed. Entering the nightmare-level main quest dungeon, Twilight Plains, he was met with such a cruel scene. The village was full of unarmed civilians, completely powerless to resist. But the enemy was determined to kill them all. Lu Yang didn't know that the reality was 100 times more brutal than he had imagined. The specific situation is still unclear. Since we are temporarily safe now, it means the Abyss instance is giving us time to find the Bobo people.
Only after establishing contact with the Bobo people will the state of war begin.
Shinzei looked around. Beneath his feet were rotten mud and waist-high yellowed stalks. The poison gas carried a strong acidity, clinging to the equipment with a hissing corrosive sound, severely damaging durability. Cricket-sized bugs continuously struck at the combat boots with extreme aggression. After stepping on them, their flesh and blood were also acidic.
Do you think this poison gas was deliberately released by someone?
Mu Shui, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice shocking everyone.
The group gasped in shock. If that's really the case, then it's terrifying. The sky was scattered with thin black smoke, faintly glowing blue, indicating that it was daytime.
Shinzei led the team, treading through the mud, heading toward the distant buildings. Suddenly, 4-meter-high wooden stakes were filled with people. The bodies were impaled from bottom to top, with signs of struggle on them. Their heads hung low, eyes vacant.
Flying insects crawled chaotically over their eyes. Ugh! Middle-aged Uncle Sun Yunlong couldn't help but kneel down and vomit.
The others tried hard to hold it in, even the usually calm Catwoman looked somewhat uneasy.
These are all Bobo people from the village.
After the enemy caught them, they were impaled here alive, Shinzei said with a frown. The other Bobo people in the village don't even dare to retrieve the bodies, assuming there are any survivors.
Lu Yang exclaimed, "This is too cruel. Using poison gas, and then impaling people here, could this be a threat to force confessions?"
No, I think the enemy is just playing around, Mu Shui said, pointing at the collapsed straw huts around them. They might have been riding wild beast mounts, stayed here for a long time, and specifically watched the Bobo people struggle as they died. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically.
Even Catwoman nervously said, "If we get caught, wouldn't that be terrible?"
Yes, Mu Shui nodded. Shinzei looked at the army with unsettled morale and smiled bitterly. The team was about to fall apart even before seeing the sacred royal family. Now that they're inside the dungeon, if anyone wants to quit, he wouldn't stop them. Shinzei paused for a few seconds, then looked at the crowd and said, "The dead take priority. Let's bury the bodies of these Bobo people first, so we can also show the surviving Bobo our stance and facilitate communication."
Bury the bodies? Everyone frowned.
Those bodies were still impaled on wooden stakes, it would be a struggle to take them down, and it was really disgusting. Sun Yunlong bit his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "I'm strong. Leave the digging and burying to me, I'll make sure it's done properly."
Lu Yang also stepped forward, "Count me in. I've been lying around for so long, it's time to contribute."
Shinzei shook his head with a smile, "No need. I'm a necromancer, controlling corpses is my specialty." With that, his gaze sharpened. He reached out toward the bodies hanging on the wooden stakes and softly chanted, "Yellow Spring Corpse Guidance Technique, activate." Suddenly, those corpses began to move. They lifted their hollow eyes and struggled to free themselves from the wooden stakes. Lu Yang's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "Big brother, that's even scarier."
Sun Yunlong couldn't help but squat down and vomit.
The corpses fell into the mud, crawled onto the clearing, and stared blankly at the distant village. After a few seconds, they began digging their own graves and then lay down in them. Soul +1, soul +1, soul +1, soul +1, soul +1. Yomi Corpse Guiding Technique, 5/. 5 corpses brought 5 souls. Shinzei murmured, "You will witness firsthand the bloody battle to counterattack the sacred royal family." The 5 souls surged with emotion, hatred blazing fiercely in their hearts. "Let's go, keep moving toward the village." Shinzei led the team, treading through the muddy ground towards the village. After taking a few steps, faint sobbing came from the nearby stalk thicket. "Who's there?" Lu Yang was alert, gripping his obsidian spear in hand. Shinzei hurriedly stopped him, "Don't get excited, it might be a surviving Bobo from the village." He smiled and looked toward the source of the voice, "Come out, we are here to help you resist the holy royal family." As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl with a face covered in dirt and dressed in rags trembled as she stepped out.
Xiao Qiangqiang. Identity, villager. Introduction: the village is controlled by the Holy Royal Family, hiding day and night.
I saw you burying Auntie's body.
You are good people, the little girl said timidly. We just arrived, can you tell us what happened here? Shinzei asked softly. We will help you. Shinzei gave Lu Yang a look, and Lu Yang immediately understood, taking a red apple from the warehouse and handing it to the little girl. This time he didn't buy any equipment, only brought a lot of food. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the apple, and she began biting into it while holding it. They call us swine, the little girl mumbled unclearly while chewing. In the early hours, they would enter the village to catch little Qianqiang, letting her run first, then riding the fierce wolves in pursuit. As long as she could hide in the fields and cover herself with mud, they wouldn't be able to smell her. Some of the people caught didn't die, instead, they were sent to the fortress up ahead. There, they could tear a person apart and reassemble them. Little Qianqiang had seen those monsters with several heads. They said they wanted to send little Qianqiang to the fortress. Little Qianqiang devoured her food, the village's tragic situation gradually becoming clear. This is just too cruel. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly and couldn't help but curse. The others looked grim, clearly more desperate than from the exploitation by the Li family company. This was not just a massacre, it was practically treating life as a joke. Choosing the Popperin faction was really the right move, someone said calmly. If I had to do this kind of thing for the Holy Royal Family, I'd rather quit. I've never seen someone so cruel. Shinzei saw Xiao Qianqiang finish an apple and handed her another one. Xiao Qianqiang favorability plus 50. But she didn't eat it, she carefully put it away. Why aren't you eating? Shinzei asked. Saving it for the other kids, they haven't eaten for a long time. Good child. Shinzei patted her head, his eyes growing more determined. Kill. All the sacred royalty who dare to appear before me will be killed. They do not deserve to live in this world. Every morning, they'll take an hour, then leave. Little Qianqiang just has to endure it. 10 more minutes, little Qianqiang tilted her head, counting on her fingers. The Holy Royal Family is still here, that makes things easier, Shinzei sneered, ordering everyone not to scatter, and raised the demonic dragon staff. Come out, my ghoul Nix. A blood-red pentagram lights up, 2 huge claws stretch out from it, their sharp teeth powerful and filled with murderous intent. Nix's body shape is similar to an ordinary person, but skeletal deformities force it to crawl on the ground. Its back muscles bulge, and its claws and head lean forward, making it easier to tear apart enemies. Its appearance is extremely terrifying, and it possesses strong combat power. Ghoul Nix. Hero Unit. Level, LV.15, cannot exceed Summoner level. Attribute, Strength 1573, Agility 1639, Intelligence 327. Skill 1, Devour Evolution. Nix accumulates evolution points by consuming corpses or living beings, strengthening claws, sharp teeth, muscles, and bones. There is a chance to acquire special skills such as diving, gliding, and invisibility, with an extremely small probability of gaining the skills of the swallowed. Skill 2, Toxic Hunt. The claws contain lethal toxins, causing enemies to be unable to detoxify or heal for a short period after being attacked, continuously dealing 150 bleeding damage and 450 toxin damage per second, with a chance to cause paralysis, unconsciousness, or slow. The toxins coexist symbiotically with Nix, allowing it to sense the location of the infected and steal a small amount of their basic attributes. Skill 3, Magic Immunity. Through special alchemical forging, Nix is completely immune to magic damage but cannot use magic or magical items itself. Skill 4, Feast of Slaughter. Body functions fully activated, movement and attack speeds doubled, killing efficiency and prey perception increased by 100%, toxin diffusion accelerated, able to see through enemy weaknesses, devour their core, lasting for 1 hour. After it ends, fall into exhaustion, all attributes drop by 50%, and HP cannot be restored. Introduction, a mad dog, never let it loose. This is simply a pure physical killing machine. Abandon magic, forge the pinnacle of the flesh. It's time to show those holy royals what a real monster looks like. When Nix appeared, the air was filled with the scent of blood, frightening his teammates into retreating. Foster father, haven't seen you in 2 days,
your summoned creatures are getting scarier. So fierce, meow. I'm a little scared. Although Mu Shui didn't speak, her 3 steps backward showed she was also very nervous. Little Qianqiang, however, was the calmest, pointing at Nyx in a babyish voice and saying, "The monster chasing me is scarier than it is, with long, thin arms and legs." Hoa! Nyx heard that there was a monster fiercer than itself and immediately howled in protest. "Where is the monster chasing you now?" Qinzhe squatted in front of little Qianqiang and asked softly. Suddenly, the tall stalks on the left toppled to both sides. Little Qianqiang shouted in terror, "It's coming!" The gradually pressing posture made everyone's hearts leap to their throats. But the monster didn't rush, it staggered forward slowly, with the stalks falling to the sides. "What are you pretending for?" someone asked. "Dark Ranger," she replied. "At your command, my lord." The Dark Ranger's eyes glowed with crimson light as he drew his bowstring. Dark energy condensed into a black arrow, which he shot out fiercely. Whoosh! The stalks scattered and exploded, and the view ahead suddenly cleared. Only then did everyone get a clear look at the monster's full appearance: a pale human face, no fangs, but extremely strange, muscular, with limbs long and spider-like. A black arrow was lodged in its forehead, and its body leaned back slightly. Damage numbers slowly drifted out. The pale monster had an arrow in its forehead but was completely unharmed. It stared at everyone, showing no anger, but actually grinned. "This thing is really problematic," someone muttered. In everyone's hearts, there were only 2 words: bad luck. At the same time, monster information appeared. Holy Royal Human-Faced Dog. Nightmare Level Monster. Level, LV.20. Health, recovers 50 points per second. Attributes: Strength 1073, Agility 1297, Intelligence 1538. Skill 1, Stealth Hunt can hide the body and set traps. Once an enemy is caught, they will suffer 5,200 damage and be incapacitated. Skill 2, Smiling Suggestion smile when facing the enemy, implanting psychological suggestions. Subsequent confrontations have the advantage, increasing damage by 20%. Skill 3, Information transmission can quickly synchronize important information to others of its kind. Introduction: a new forbidden breed of the Holy Royalty, extremely powerful. The humanoid dog smiled and slowly climbed out from the fallen stalks. Its long limbs supported it on the ground, resembling a giant insect. Lu Yang said, "This thing can even play psychological warfare?" Catwoman exclaimed, "The 3-dimensional attributes all exceed 1,000, this is terrifying, meow." Sun Yunlong said in a deep voice, "This is the nightmare difficulty of the main storyline dungeon." All the team members looked pale and retreated one after another. Only Qinzhe remained solemn, standing in place. The difficulty of the main storyline dungeon far exceeded expectations. The humanoid dog in front of them had even more health than the ghoul Nyx. In the previous Nightmare Manor dungeon, it was considered a mini-boss, but here it was just an ordinary monster. Even more frightening, it could summon a large group of its kind. "Such a strong monster must give a lot of experience," Qinzhe said. "Nyx, confident you can take it down?" he asked. Nyx climbed up disdainfully, his bulbous eyes full of contempt, as if comparing him to the human-faced dog was an insult. "Run!" Xiao Qianqiang's face went pale. Upon seeing the human-faced dog, she stumbled backwards at a rapid pace and quickly disappeared into the straw. Qinzhe did not stop her. Although she was small, she had experience fighting monsters in the village, so it was safer for her to dodge on her own. She would naturally return once the danger was over. Nyx let out a dissatisfied howl, scratching the ground with its paws, eager to leap forward and tear apart the human-faced dog. But without Qinzhe's command, it wouldn't act rashly. The human-faced dog lay in the distance, wearing a cold sneer and staring fixedly at Nyx, its body slightly tense. Both had similar attributes, but their hidden bloodlines were vastly different. "You hold grudges quite well," Qinzhe said calmly, arms crossed. "Come on, show me your strength." Nyx charged suddenly at the humanoid dog, like a runaway bull, claws frantically digging into the ground, leaping forward to pounce, aiming for close combat. The humanoid dog smiled slightly, easily reading the move. It stepped back, its right claw striking fiercely like a sharp sword, hitting Nix's abdomen. Sparks flew, accompanied by a harsh scraping sound.
Minus 1,278. Damage numbers floated above Nix's head. It gave up biting and instead opened its mouth to bite at the slender claw arm.
With sharp teeth biting down, it tore apart both the claw and the flesh together. Minus 3,678, right claw disabled, toxin ineffective.
Minus 3,721, right claw disabled, toxin ineffective. Minus 3,795, right claw disabled, toxin ineffective.
Ghoul's Nix devoured the right claw of the man-faced dog, gaining evolution +1, intelligence +1.
Ghoul's Nix devoured the right paw of the hellhound, evolution +1, intelligence +1. 1 evolution point per bite, and even a bit of intelligence. Could it be that my Nix is starting to awaken? Ghouls fight on instinct, having a bit of brains wouldn't be bad. Aha!
Unexpectedly, the human-faced dog let out a painful scream, staring in shock at its devoured right paw, full of disbelief.
How dare you eat my paw?
Nix's swallowing speed was extremely fast. Its protruding blood-red mouth had 2 sets of sharp teeth, one set jutting outward to enlarge the oral cavity, the other lining the mouth, with a barbed tongue quickly delivering food into its stomach.
A mouthful of food was swallowed down in an instant. Within seconds, the right paw of the human-faced dog completely vanished.
Just as the human-faced dog was screaming in pain, Nix suddenly pounced, holding it face to face. The scream abruptly stopped, and the two locked eyes, the air suddenly growing silent. Nix opened his blood-red jaws wide and bit off the human-faced dog's head in one bite. Brain matter oozed out between his teeth, dripping down as he chewed a few times and swallowed it. Severe brain damage, toxin ineffective. Severe brain damage, toxin ineffective.
Severe brain injury, toxins ineffective. Ghoul Nix devours the right paw of the man-faced dog, evolution +5, intelligence +5. Ghoul Nix devours the right paw of the man-faced dog, evolution +5, intelligence +5.
The man-faced dog lost its head, its 3-legged body collapsed weakly to the ground, its hind paws pointing straight up, twitching intermittently.
Qin Zhe was shocked, exclamation point. Is this the Ghoul Nix? Too brutal.
Both sides have similar attributes, but are completely on different levels.
After severely injuring the brain, it can even break through attribute limits and deliver a devastating blow.
This shows that the Black Abyss dungeon is not a game world, but a place where real bleeding and death occur.
Congratulations, Ghoul Nix has killed a sacred royal manticore and gained 1200 experience points. 1200 points?
Getting rich. The regular monsters in the Manor Nightmare dungeon only give a few dozen experience points, a difference of dozens of times.
The human-faced dogs can even alert their companions. Isn't this giving away easy points? This isn't a nightmare-level main storyline dungeon at all, it's practically an experience farming paradise.
After the human-faced dogs fell, the other team members not only didn't relax, but instead looked at Nix gobbling down food in horror.
They spoke in unison. What kind of filthy thing is this?
The outside world was shaken. The news that Qin Zhe had entered a nightmare-level main storyline quest quickly exploded across the internet. Countless people were overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down their faces.
What? Qin Zhe actually broke into the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon of the Twilight Plains?
The monsters there range from level 15 to 40, with no restrictions at all. Especially the level 40 boss, the level difference is utterly despair-inducing.
Damnly Corporation, they actually upgraded the main storyline dungeon to nightmare difficulty. This is practically a threat to everyone in Linhai City. Qin Zhe is truly heartbreaking. For Linhai City, for loyalty, he resolutely stepped into the nightmare dungeon.
An hour has already passed, and his body hasn't been teleported out yet. Maybe there's still a chance.
Black lightning poured down from the sky over Linhai City like a waterfall.
This terrifying aura scared the wild monsters, causing them to flee and stay away from this place. Li Xingyang stood on the top floor of the Li building, the scene of an apocalypse reflected in his eyes. Behind him stood 60 professionals, all above level 20. Many people's faces showed fear, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation.
You don't need to be afraid. This time, the faction we have chosen is the Sacred Royal Family, which has always been my consistent faction, Li Xing said as he turned back to look at everyone. The Sacred Royal Family holds absolute dominance in the Dusk Plains and has the strength to end this war. But they are not satisfied, they want to seize the Bobo people's secret treasures and exploit their value through disease research. Do you understand what I mean? The crowd stirred, exchanging glances in surprise and disbelief. The truth about the Twilight Plains is shockingly staggering. Of course, in this era where refined selfishness prevails, they do not care about the suffering of the Bobo people, nor do they mind the cruel methods of the Sacred Royal Family. As long as they are safe and can profit from it, relying on the big tree that is the Li family is enough. Your only mission upon entering the dungeon is to take down Qin Zhe inside the dungeon, understand? Understood. Of course, I will also personally enter and coordinate within the specific action instance. As soon as these words were spoken, all the professionals' eyes lit up. Li Xing was just level 34, while Qin Zhe was only level 15, a huge gap. This was almost a freebie, and it was a nightmare-level main storyline instance, with extremely generous experience and equipment rewards. Sure profit with no loss, who wouldn't want to participate? Who wants to quit, raise your hand. I, Li Xinggang, will never force anyone, he said, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. The professionals, who had been hesitating, suddenly broke into a sweat. Quitting now would probably mean being kicked out by the Li family later. This high branch must be grabbed. Chairman, I am willing to fight for the company, someone said excitedly. That Qin Zhe is really too much, forcing the chairman to start the nightmare difficulty main quest and putting Linhai City in danger. He truly deserves death. Rest assured, President, as long as I see Qin Zhe, I will not hold back the big axe in my hand. The professionals all pledged their loyalty one after another, and Li Xingong nodded with satisfaction. Qin Zhe entering the nightmare-level dungeon greatly boosted their fighting spirit. If their clan arrived in 9 days, they would be finished. It was better to shatter their hopes with their own hands and let them know they were just laboring beasts. Li Xingong raised his hand, and a small black vortex appeared in the empty room, with short bursts of black lightning flashing around it. Since everyone agrees, there's no time to waste, we'll enter now. He instructed, after entering the Dusk Plains, each team's spawn point will be different. Be sure to contact your teammates as soon as possible and follow my command. If there's a chance to kill Qin Zhe, you can act directly. There will be a great reward for killing him. After giving instructions, the professionals formed teams and entered the Dusk Plains one after another. Finally, Li Xingong led his team into the Black Vortex. Announcement: Li's first squad enters Nightmare-level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains. Team selection: Holy Royalty. Announcement: Li's second squad enters Nightmare-level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains. Team selection: Holy Royalty. 12 announcements sounded in succession, shocking all the professionals in Linhai City. This was almost the strongest group of professionals collectively entering a nightmare-level dungeon to besiege Qin Zhe. The final announcement sounded, and public opinion instantly exploded. Announcement: Li Xinggang's team has entered the nightmare-level main quest instance Twilight Plains. Lineup choice: Holy Royalty. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The previously excited grassroots professionals suddenly felt a bucket of cold water thrown on them. Everyone's life had hope, but Li Corporation directly counterattacked. The Manor Dungeon and official store form a trading loop, with equipment circulating and sellers making money, all relying on Qin Zhe's existence. However, Li Corporation deliberately chose the Holy Royalty, who are opposed to Qin Zhe's camp. It's truly despicable. Sima Zhao's intentions are clear for everyone to see. Damn, this is completely over. Qin Zhe is only level 15, and he's facing not only high-level monsters but also a level 34 Li Xinggang attacking from all sides. No genius can get past level 20. Damn it, life just started to have some hope, and now it's all gone. How can we help Qin Zhe? I don't want to see him die, and I definitely don't want everything before us to be destroyed. All I know is that some special tools can help, but they are all controlled by the super families, and we have no access to them at all. Sigh. In the rented room, Lu Shiyu was carrying a bowl of instant noodles as she walked. The noodles suddenly fell to the ground and spilled out. She froze, staring at her phone, trembling. The breaking news that just popped up showed elite professionals from the Lee Corporation formed a team to enter the Twilight Plains, clearly intent on hunting down that peerless genius. How did it turn out like this? Lu Shiyu was full of panic and worry. She had just helped Shinzei secure a billion-level installment loan to buy 2 skill chains. Yet, the Lee Corporation actually mobilized collectively to find him? Could it be that the company was chasing debts because he owed too much? Now, she couldn't utter a single word. Although Shinzei took the initiative to get the loan, doesn't she bear some responsibility? The responsibility is huge. It's all my fault that Shinzei is being hunted. If I hadn't helped him get the loan, it wouldn't have come to this. Damn it! The ghoul, Nyx, devoured the human-faced dog meat in large bites, each bite granting 1 evolution point and 1 intelligence point. Suddenly, an announcement sounded. Shinzei looked up. HM? The elites from Lee Corporation have all arrived? And they actually chose the sacred royal family? Daily updated novel group, 940757303. The ghoul, Nyx, was unpleasant to look at and even more unpleasant to eat. The team members all kept their distance, fearing it would spit on them. Liu Yang said, "The ghoul I saw before wasn't like this." Adoptive father, I want to know what it went through in your hands? Catwoman couldn't help shouting, I'm about to vomit, meow. Sun Yunlong, how did you guys hold it in? I was already vomiting bile. Even the mysterious Mu Shui clutched her stomach, feeling nauseous and unsettled. She quickly drank a bottle of sedative, which eased it slightly, and looked at Shinzei with a complicated expression. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This ghoul is a hero-level unit? That's right. Shinzei admitted calmly. Mu Shui glanced again at the Dark Ranger beside her, saying no more. The appearance of 2 hero-level units stirred great waves in her heart. Which super family trained these? Hero units all have growth potential and can eventually even surpass professionals of the same level. Shinzei actually has 2 at once. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the stock field, instantly putting everyone on edge. Liu Yang instinctively jumped up and asked in a trembling voice, "Who's there?" "It's me, little brother." "Did you really kill the man-faced dog?" A muddy, childish face poked out from between the stalks. Seeing it was little Qianqian, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were grateful to be outsiders. If they had grown up in this nightmare of a village, having to constantly outwit and outfight monsters like the man-faced dog every day, it would truly be despair. You really killed the man-faced dog? Little Qianqiang's face showed disbelief. The man-faced dog is invulnerable to blades and guns and impervious to fire and water. How is that possible? At this moment, the ghoul Nyx looked up, holding the hind paw of the human-faced dog in its mouth. Little Qianqian covered her mouth, terrified. Don't be afraid, it's my pet, and it even ate the human-faced dog, Shinzei comforted. Its nickname is also Puppy. Shinzei turned to the ghoul Nyx and shouted, Come on, bark twice. Howl, woof woof woof. The ghoul Nyx rolled and ran over, acting coquettishly, instantly sending chills down everyone's spine. Be normal, thank you. Shinzei coughed dryly, I just want to prove that although it's ugly, its personality is pretty good. Xiao Qianqian looked at the plasma on the ground and fell silent. What about the others in the village? Is the Bobo Resistance Organization around? How do we contact them? Shinzei asked. The Dusk Plane is the main battlefield dungeon, with rewards from both factions. This time, since he didn't take on any faction tasks during this massacre, his experience and rewards were actually reduced. The villagers have all hidden away, and the resistance group was found and completely wiped out. Grandpa, the village chief, wanted to contact Bobo people's main force. There is important intelligence about the sacred royal family to deliver to them, but all contact has been cut off, Xiao Qianqiang said with a dark expression. Shinzei's mind moved. He guessed that the village chief was the one issuing the faction missions and quickly asked, Is the village chief still alive? I don't know. Like everyone else, he is hiding from the face dog hunters. Whether he has been captured or not, I don't know. Then where is everyone hiding?
Right here in this stock field. As long as we cover ourselves with mud, the human-faced dogs won't be able to smell us.
The human-faced dogs only track for an hour. As long as we survive this period, we'll be safe. I see.
Shinzei looked around at the surrounding stock fields and saw all the villagers hiding there, as if they were playing hide and seek. As long as all the human-faced dogs in the straw field are wiped out, the other villagers will be safe, and the mission can be smoothly completed. Next, it's a direct assault on the fortress of the sacred royal family. However, he still has to be careful.
It's best if the enemy's level isn't too different. If it exceeds level 10, there's a high chance of dying instantly. Liu Yang, are you hungry now?
Ha! Liu Yang was stunned, and the others were also puzzled.
Could it be that?
Set up the barbecue stand and grill some lamb skewers.
Seeing Nikes eat so happily, I'm already hungry. Shinzei took a lounge chair from the warehouse and sat down. I understand now. Although Liu Yang was confused, he chose to unconditionally trust Shinzei and went along with whatever he decided to do. This is the determination of just buying soy sauce.
The other three weren't so resolute, staring blankly at Liu Yang busily working, big question marks popping up above their heads.
At a time like this, you really want to barbecue? Seriously? Soon, smoke rose, the aroma of meat filling the air, dispelling their doubts. Catwoman exclaimed, "Ward Far?"
She no longer meowed, as if questioning with her soul. Mu Shui also opened her mouth wide, stunned. The middle-aged Uncle Sun Yunlong was actually the most proactive, immediately helping Liu Yan by handing over the first batch of sizzling oily meat skewers to Shinzei. Shinzei took a bite, his mouth filled with the rich flavors and seasoning.
It's really delicious. Xiao Qiangqiang, want to try a bite too?
When Xiao Qiangqiang tasted it, her eyes lit up. She had never eaten anything so delicious. Big brother, if we do this, the man-faced dogs and the hunters of the sacred royal family will come after us, little Qiangqiang stammered.
That's exactly what I want.
Shinzei smiled, swapping out Nyx Summoning, 4, Dark Ranger Summoning, from skill upgrades, lowering the Thunder Skeleton to its minimum level. Sure enough, smoke from the barbecue rose into the stock field. The message sent by the man-faced dog at the moment of death caused the man-faced dogs playing with villagers and the hunters riding monstrous wolves all to turn their heads and fixate on the smoke. The next moment, they surged in from all directions. Countless upright stalks fell like waves. It's coming! Shinzei's eyes sharpened as he quickly raised the dragon magic staff. Come out, my thunder skeleton! Purple lightning flickers all around, and the pentagram summoning array lights up amidst the thunder. Numerous, a total of 300 fully armed thunder skeleton monsters, cloaked in small dragon scales, instantly fill the surrounding space. Purple lightning flashes in the air as the thunder skeleton warriors slowly descend, dividing into two formations to encircle Shinzei and the others. An invisible magnetic field spread between the formations, purple lightning passed through the skeletons, the straw on the ground was scorched by high heat, the mud quickly hardened, and steam rose into scattering white mist. The damage numbers for Liu Yang and the others disappeared, but they didn't care at all, they just stared dumbfounded at the dense group of thunder skeleton elite warriors, unable to say a word. If the Ghoulniks had brought a small shock, then this group of thunder skeleton elite warriors completely stunned them. Liu Yang shouted in alarm, "Foster father, have you gotten into big trouble?" Catwoman also yelled, "Skeletons with electricity? All the hairs on my body are standing up, crackling and smoking." She waved her claws, disturbing the air and stirring up waves of electric current. Sun Yunlong collapsed to the ground, trembling as he asked, "What should I do?" It was the first time he had seen such terrifying skeletons. Mu Shui's voice trembled, "How did you summon so many?" This skill is definitely not an ordinary forbidden technique, it's even stronger than forbidden techniques. If it were made into a skill book, the entire Dragon Kingdom would be shaken. Shinzei said leisurely, "That's why I let you guys grill the meat first. This battle has nothing to do with us, just eat and drink while waiting for it to end. Are there any chairs? If not, just stand. This nightmare level main quest instance will take a long time. After finishing this meal,
I don't even know when we can eat the next one.
He lay on the lounge chair, eating fragrant lamb skewers while drinking iced beverages, feeling extremely comfortable. The elite Thunder Skeleton warriors appeared from the pentagram formation, standing side by side with disciplined order, their hollow eye sockets flickering with brief electric sparks. These elite Thunder Skeleton warriors were bigger in stature, with purple electric plasma flowing through their spines, and a heart formed of pure thunder energy condensed between their circular ribs. Every time the heart beats powerfully, electric light rapidly spreads along the bones, filling the leg bones, hand bones, toe bones, and skull. They all held long axes in their hands, the handles nearly 2 meters long, and the axe blades were parallelograms, very much like human firefighting axes, but the blades were forged from a mysterious pitch-black material. Whenever the thunder heart beat, the surface of the axe blades would light up with electric sparks like a spider web. These were the elite warriors of Thunder Skeleton Clan, the Thunder Skeleton battle group capable of sweeping across multiple forces.
Shinzei instantly summoned 2 phalanxes. Elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton Clan. Special route monsters. Level, LV.15. Attributes, Strength 1782, Agility 793, Intelligence 238. Skill 1, Thunder Heart.
A power unique to the Thunder Skeleton tribe, allowing the user to transform their body into thunder, gaining terrifying strength far beyond ordinary beings. This is a passive skill with no consumption. With each heartbeat, attack, defense, and speed can increase from 0% to 200%, also causing thunder paralysis, burning, and acceleration effects. When the phalanx is activated, all bonuses increase by 30%, and the user gains thunder strike ability with faster information transmission.
Skill 2, Undead Trait. When an elite soldier's health reaches 0, their bones scatter on the ground. However, as long as they are not completely shattered, the bones will emit electric sparks and reconnect after 500 seconds, reviving with 20% health. This can happen an unlimited number of times. When the phalanx is activated, the revival time is shortened to 100 seconds. Skill 3, Thunder Infection. After killing an enemy, thunder energy rapidly purifies the corpse, transforming it into a summoned thunder skeleton that inherits 30% of the base attributes. Ordinary creatures cannot withstand the thunder power and will be permanently destroyed after 30 minutes.
When the phalanx is activated, the duration extends to 24 hours, allowing the selection of strong skeletons for permanent inclusion in the battle group. Introduction: the skeleton plague grows stronger and more numerous the more it fights, striking fear into countless factions. Even a single Thunder Skeleton elite is so powerful, who can match a phalanx of 300 of them?
Shinzei thought to himself.
The key is that my level limits the attributes of the summoned creatures. If I reach level 30, their attributes will at least triple, and the same goes for other summons.
Level is the real key. Human-faced dogs? Holy royalty? Kill them all. Leave no one alive, he roared.
The Thunder Skeleton elite seemed to receive an imperial decree, as the 400 plasma hearts thundered and vibrated, the sound alone causing internal injuries. Suddenly, a respectful shout came from outside the formation. "Please wait, Honorable Necromancer.
I represent the holy royalty and wish to speak with you." Shinzei raised an eyebrow. "Oh?"
Shinzei raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that he had never seen the legendary Holy Royal family before.
It was a good opportunity to learn about the situation.
He said coldly, "Bring that one who can talk over here." As soon as the order was given, the Thunder Skeleton phalanx immediately opened a passage. 2 3-meter-tall elite Thunder Skeleton guards escorted a humanoid creature walking briskly, followed by an 8-legged monster dog whining, looking quite strange.
This humanoid creature should be the Holy Royal family.
He was bald on top, with a golden diamond-shaped mark embedded in his forehead, dressed lavishly, far superior to the muddy Shao Qianqiang. The Holy Royal family rose gracefully, straightened his clothes, and then spoke arrogantly, "Respected Necromancer, how could you consort with these swine? With your strength, you could easily be an honored guest of the Holy Royal family and enjoy our offerings." Shinzei frowned, glanced at his status panel to understand the basic information, then coldly waved his hand. "Cut him into pieces for me." The Holy Royal family panicked immediately. "How dare you? The Holy Royal family rode 8-legged monstrous dogs, surrounded by snarling man-faced dogs, calculating in their minds how to tear apart this group of swine and listen to their dying wails. But they were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Thunder Skeleton. Holy Royal Family Hunting Team Captain. Nightmare Elite Monster. Level, LV.20. Attributes, Strength 2375, Agility 793, Intelligence 1795. Skill 1, Sacred Crystal. The Sacred Royal Family were once ordinary humans until a man ascended the throne and declared the Sacred Royal Family above all beings, possessing the supreme blood eyes. They cruelly experimented on the Bobo people and successfully developed the Sacred Crystal, inlaid between the eyebrows. In battle, damage and speed increase by 50%, and they can also manipulate sacred energy. Skill 2, Whistle Summon. Within a 5-kilometer radius, sacred royal experimental creatures will gather upon hearing the whistle to hunt the Popo people. Skill 3, Squad Banner. The hunting squad leader commands the team, increasing members' damage and speed by 20%. If the leader dies, morale collapses, and all members' damage and speed decrease by 20%. Introduction: the duty is to turn the Boboran village into a pigsty for disease experiments. This guy truly deserves to die. Shinzei cursed in his heart. The Sacred Royal Family seems to have the power to annihilate the Popo people. They only spared the Popo temporarily because they needed to conduct experiments. The entire area is very likely controlled by the Sacred Royal Family. The problem is, choosing the Popo faction is already nightmare difficulty, so where is the nightmare difficulty for the Sacred Royal Family? Could it be that they too are facing some terrible crisis? As soon as little Kiankiang saw the captain of the Holy Royal Hunting Team, her first reaction was to run away. But after only a few steps, she was blocked by thunder skeletons. She tried to rush past twice but couldn't get through, and could only tremble and hide behind Shinzei. Her fear of the Holy Royal Family had long been ingrained in her bones. Especially that human-faced dog face, just seeing it would make all the hair on her body stand on end. From now on, you don't need to be afraid anymore, Shinzei comforted softly, patting her on the head. I will show you that they are just mortals too. After saying this, he slightly raised his head and spat out a sharp word, kill. The captain of the Holy Royal Hunting Team looks pretty strong on paper, but he's actually quite cowardly. He likes to bully the weak, but as soon as he faces an opponent of equal or greater strength, he immediately loses his fighting spirit. He lay on the ground wailing, "Respected undead summoner, why do you help these brutes? You should be as noble as we are. The hunting team captain has sent you an invitation. Do you want to join the Holy Royal Family? Can you even switch sides?" Shinzei asked in surprise, casually waving his hand and saying, "Who's noble and who's lowly isn't up to you. Your Holy Royal Family has no right to say that either." The hunting team leader's face changed drastically, and he shouted in panic, "And no, don't kill me." The thunder skeletons formed a phalanx, blocking the passage. Then countless skeletons surrounded the hunting team leader, raising their axes etched with electric patterns and slashing down fiercely. Minus 2,723. Minus 2,801. Minus 2,932. The damage from a single skeleton wasn't enough to kill him instantly, but with more than a dozen attacking together, the damage per second was considerable. The hunting team leader fell during the second round of attacks, screaming miserably before losing his breath. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Sacred Royal Family Hunting Team captain and gained 2,300 experience points. The nearby ghoul Nyx could no longer hold back, its sharp claws scratching the ground, its bulging eyes filled with a craving for flesh. Shinzei watched clearly and said calmly, "Go ahead." Ghoul-X received the order and rushed forward rapidly, biting off the head of the Sacred Royal Family Hunting Team captain in one bite. Ghoul Nyx devours the head of the Holy Royal Hunting Team captain, evolution plus 10, strength plus 10, holy energy plus 5. Holy energy? What is that? Shinzei couldn't help but laugh. What will Nyx, a guy who eats everything, end up becoming? After the hunting team captain died, terrified screams came from outside the formation. The damage and speed of all hunting team members immediately dropped by 20%.
The Thunder Skeletons broke their defensive formation and launched an attack on the Sacred Royal Family. Although the hunting team had basic attribute support, facing 10 times their number in Thunder Skeletons, combined with Nick's ambush and the Dark Ranger's long-range sniping, they quickly couldn't hold on. The human-faced dog finally stopped sneering. Surrounded by Thunder Skeletons, it looked up in despair, trying to escape. A dozen square axes swung down, blood splattered everywhere. -2,891. -2,907. -2,918. After 2 attacks, the humanoid dog fell to the ground, almost unable to fight back. Slain humanoid dog, gained 1,200 experience. Slain Sacred Royal Hunting Team member, gained 1,500 experience. Slain modified dog mount, gained 700 experience. Kill people when seeing people, slaughter dogs when seeing dogs. A huge amount of experience poured in, and Shinzei actually leveled up twice. Leveled up to LV.16, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +400, MP +100. Upgrade to LV.17, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +400, MP +100. For other classes, leveling up mainly means attribute and skill improvements, but for Shinzei, it is more important to unlock the strength of summons. The battle around was one-sided, and Xiao Qianqian was stunned watching it. The once terrifying Holy Royal Family was now easily defeated. She thought of the days when she used to avoid in panic, tears instantly streaming down her face. At this moment, she wasn't crying out of joy for revenge, but because her nose tingled, and she burst into tears. Shinzei looked at the crying little Qianqian and sighed softly. It's all over now. The Sacred Royal Family hunting team, including the man-faced dogs, totaled 40 monsters. Once surrounded by Thunder Skeletons, there was basically no way to escape. A Holy Royal, seeing the situation was hopeless, fiercely threw his monstrous dog mount to the Thunder Skeletons, and a burst of divine light erupted from his body as he desperately ran away. Whoosh! A black arrow struck the back of his neck. He fell heavily to the ground. The Thunder Skeleton from behind stepped on the electric light, grabbed his foot, and dragged him back. No, he screamed, raising the square axe high before slamming it down hard again. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Hunting Team, gained experience, 1,500. The dust settled, and the screens gradually faded away. The Thunder Skeleton elite warriors' eye sockets flickered with electric light as they reformed into a phalanx, impeccably disciplined. Amidst the cries of the Holy Royalists' resistance, some had their health reduced to half. Disperse, my skeletons! Shinzei raised the dragon magic staff, and the pentagram teleportation array lit up once more. Thunder Skeletons sank one by one into the teleportation array, and the skeleton phalanx vanished with a roar, leaving only corpses scattered on the ground. The once proud Holy Royal Family now lay on the ground like dead dogs. The ghoul, Nyx, devoured greedily, its appetite never sated. Netherworld Corpse Guidance Technique. Huang Quan reached out his right hand, and the souls of 40 corpses rose one after another. Soul +1, soul +1, soul +1. Huang Quan's soul capacity, 45/. To Shinzei's surprise, that 8-legged monster dog didn't have a soul at all. It looked more like a patchwork creation. What on earth is this Sacred Royal Family up to? Thud. Little Qianqian sat down on the ground full of corpses, tears streaming down her face. They're all dead, ha ha ha. She never thought the Holy Royal Family would actually die. As long as she could escape the pursuit, it was fortunate. The Holy Royal Family hunting team was completely wiped out. This was an ending she wouldn't even dare to dream of. A companion was once caught next to the muddy ground where she was hiding. She tightly covered her mouth and nose, not daring to make a sound. Those high and mighty guys now lay at her feet like dead dogs. Is it over just like that? This is supposed to be a nightmare-level main quest dungeon, and the first wave of monsters was wiped out within minutes? How is that possible? Mu Shui, who is usually calm, was the first to shout out at this moment. She knew more and felt it more intensely. The key point is, she had formed many teams before but had never seen this kind of battle strategy. Ordinary professionals desperately use health potions and terrain to wear down monsters, But this battle was completely different. Genius noble professionals rely on skills and teammates to tank damage for each other, pulling and clearing monsters one by one, unable to kill 40 monsters even in a month. They ended up wiping them all out in just a few minutes. This strength is practically capable of solo farming the entire minimap. Just get used to it, let's just cheer 666 from the sidelines. Lu Yang comforted Mu Shui, saying that if you're just running errands, you have to accept it. He took out a bunch of raw lamb skewers and handed them to Mu Shui. Mu Shui took them hesitantly, feeling it was unreal. What are you standing there for? Let's barbecue. Meow meow meow. The cat woman stood dumbfounded in place. What just happened? I don't know anything, just focus on grilling the barbecue. Sun Yunlong was busy arranging the barbecue stall, and the grilled meat skewers tasted excellent. Soon, rustling sounds came from the distant straw field, and a skinny villager covered in dirt emerged. They saw the bodies of the sacred royal family on the ground and took a few steps back in fear. It's the hunting party. Run! They didn't even dare to confirm whether they were alive or dead and immediately fled, their fear deeply ingrained. Xiao Qiangqiang hurried over and shouted, "They are all dead, it was the young brother who killed them." The villagers nervously turned around, and after confirming, all collapsed to the ground. Thank you, outsiders. The village chief, covered in mud, walked out and looked sincerely at Qinzhe and the other four. Poison Mist Village Favorability plus 500. Your courage and strength are astonishing. To be able to wipe out the sacred royal hunting party, you should be able to leave here smoothly. Head north, that's where their defenses are weak. We, the Bobo people, have built underground fortifications there. Take my token, and they will accept you. The village chief took off a silver ring and handed it to Qinzhe. Do you accept the silver ring token? Agree to join the Bobo faction and receive faction quests. Village chief, you keep the token. Qinzhe said with a smile. Lu Yang and the others looked puzzled. Why refuse? This is better, leaving the sacred royal family's power behind to live a good life. Young master, there are more chapters ahead, even more exciting, click next page to continue. The village chief nodded, nodding in understanding. The sacred royal family was infamous, not everyone dared to oppose them. Village chief, you misunderstood. I'm staying in the village to kill every member of the surrounding sacred royal family so that I can win faster. The village chief abruptly looked up, staring at Qinzhe in disbelief. He shook his head and said, "The hunting team that can completely wipe out the sacred royal family, you are indeed formidable. But don't think you can kill all the sacred royal family. Do you see that mountain peak? On top of the mountain fortress, there are not only elite sacred royal family members but also their flesh and blood monsters. Even more terrifying is that they are researching diseases. There are several strongholds around, probably encircling and besieging our village. You better run now, there's still time." The village chief spoke sincerely, he didn't want the hero to die here. If I run away, wouldn't you all be finished? The village chief smiled bitterly, if we stay, it's the same as dying. Xiao Qiangqiang. He choked up. I just hope you take her with you. She's still young and will have more opportunities in the future. We will defend the village. Once the holy royal family is wiped out, we will retake the castle. Qinzhe said firmly. These members of the holy royal family are all veterans, he would never retreat easily. Faction task trigger, defend the village. Reward, experience asterisk. Reward, exquisite treasure chest asterisk 1. Daily updated novel group, 940757303. Poison Fog Village was a pitiful sight. The houses were pieced together with broken wooden boards, and the roads were full of potholes and mud. Some houses had large holes dug into them, with debris thrown out from the holes. It was clearly the mark left behind by the man-faced dogs during their hunt. The sacred royal family is cruel and ruthless, deliberately keeping the village population within a certain range. Little Qiangqiang always thought she survived because she hid well. In fact, the dog-faced man caught her but just played with her a bit before letting her go.
"Heroes, the village's resources are limited, please have some food and water." The village chief and the villagers all came out from their dilapidated houses, bringing the few pieces of food and water they had. But the yellowish, muddy mixed water and the hard, stone-like dry dough pieces made it difficult for Chinzé to swallow. He had no choice but to politely decline. He didn't share any food or water because he didn't know when the main quest would end, and his own rations were insufficient. Moreover, giving his own supplies to the villagers might cause them to mentally collapse. People who live in darkness find it hard to adapt when exposed to light. Chinzé knew that this was the real world. 10 minutes passed, and the village remained quiet. The sacred royal family still showed no signs of movement. "They're ridiculously slow, aren't they?" Chinzé muttered. His skills were all ready to be unleashed: container tentacle summoning technique, desperate naval battle graveyard, underworld corpse guidance technique, all eager to be activated. Maybe the sacred royal family hasn't received the message yet? Liu Yang speculated. There are no communication devices here, everyone is dead, so there's no one who can notify them. That's right. It's useless for us to just wait here, we have to find a way to notify them. Mu Shui and Catgirl looked at each other, feeling like they were playing different games. Everyone was worried that the sacred royal family wouldn't take the initiative to launch an attack and that they had to alert them first. Dark Ranger. My lord? Get ahead of a holy royal and shoot it into their castle. As you command. The Dark Ranger drew his bow, a black energy arrow hanging with the head of the ghoul Nyx, and began to charge. Liu Yang, Mu Shui, and Catwoman were all stunned. So arrogant, directly shooting the heads of the hunting team members toward the castle. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was extremely strong. Just as everyone was shocked, the Dark Ranger released an arrow, the arrow carrying the heads disappearing into the clouds. Whether it reached the castle or not was still unknown. At this moment, the village chief slowly walked over and began to explain the situation of Poison Mist Village. The sacred royal family hunts our villagers, not just for experiments, but mostly to sell slaves. There is a city of the sacred royal family nearby, inhabited by ordinary residents who have a high demand for slaves, mainly selling to those people there. That city originally belonged to us Popo people, but the sacred royal family slaughtered us all and then seized it. The village chief spoke, his eyes full of hatred, almost like they were about to breathe fire. Chinzé's eyes lit up, thinking, how much experience must be hidden in that city? The village chief didn't notice Chinzé's expression and continued. The noble castles of the holy royal family are now researching growth potions. They want us to grow quickly like wheat, then sell us off batch after batch. It's utterly humiliating. If the potion is really developed successfully, I'd rather die than let them succeed. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief coughed violently in anger. Liu Yang shook his head and sighed. The holy royal family is truly evil to the extreme when it comes to humanity. Catwoman said sadly, it sounds heartbreaking. Bobo's people are too miserable. Who would choose the holy royal faction? Chinzé pondered, the hunting team is in charge of capturing slaves. There should be a caravan transporting slaves coming soon. He still had faction missions and couldn't leave rashly. He felt uneasy thinking the village might be slaughtered after he left. It's better to clear out the surrounding holy royal faction first, then attack the castle. Ghoul Nyx, leave the heads, and like before when you hung them on the wooden stakes, hang all these heads at the village entrance. Nyx was happily eating, its claws already turning dark gold, about to evolve. But the heads couldn't be eaten, they were the most nutritious part. However, it still immediately complied, carrying the wooden stakes and planting them at the village entrance, where they hung full of the sacred royal family's heads. Now we just wait for the enemy to arrive. 10 minutes later, the convoy carrying the prison cages slowly approached. The carts were pulled by large dogs with 8 legs. The leader of the sacred royalty leisurely sat on the cart, suddenly shocked to see the village entrance adorned with their own heads. This is the head of our sacred royal family? After he realized, he was so scared that he fell off the car. Come out, my skeleton. Let's start with an appetizer, kill. A pentagram intertwined with lightning appeared, and a thunder skull emerged from it, swinging an axe fiercely. The skeletons acted swiftly and decisively, quickly killing all the holy royalty of the slave caravan. Congratulations, you have killed a holy royal, gaining 700 experience. Congratulations, you have killed a holy royal, gaining 700 experience.
You can't kill me.
I am the direct nephew of the Black Sun General, and he is right inside the stronghold. If you dare kill me, he will make your life worse than death. The leader threw himself out of the vehicle and shouted at Nyx.
Nyx didn't understand his language and just tilted its head in confusion. Black Sun General? Is that something edible?
Then, it bit off the leader's head in one bite. Congratulations, you killed the leader of the Holy Royal Clan and gained 900 experience. The experience of this convoy directly increased by 10%. The Holy Royal Clan's experience varies, but it's still very lucrative.
The Black Sun General should be the mini-boss of this area.
A bunch of scum, kill them all. The convoy was wiped out, along with the heads in front of the castle, enraging the Holy Royal family at once. They dispatched a large army from the stronghold, quickly surrounding the toxic fog village with no way in or out.
Seeing the village entrance hung with heads, they felt even more humiliated.
You're here.
Bring more. Daily updated novel group 940757303.
Wooden stakes stood at the village entrance, hung with the heads of the sacred royal family.
The godless eyes seemed to tell of past glory.
But they terrified all the villagers of Poison Mist Village.
The village chief ran over with a face full of anxiety. This can't happen, absolutely not.
How dare you hang the heads of the sacred royal family at the village entrance? The village chief glared at Shinzei.
Shinzei smiled and retorted, it's fine when they hang the bodies of our villagers, but now it's not okay for us to hang their heads? The village chief turned pale with anger. Don't you know how cruel and ruthless the sacred royal family is?
They value their dignity above all else.
Hanging heads like this is unprecedented and the consequences will be severe.
The villagers stood behind, their faces full of worry, and the atmosphere was tense.
Shinzei sneered, since we're all going to die anyway, why not humiliate them thoroughly first?
Village chief, what do you think? The village chief was left speechless. Shinzei turned his head to look outside the village, his face full of confidence and calm. Suddenly, a sharp howl pierced the silence, followed by countless footsteps echoing from the forest. Figures darted swiftly, silently surrounding the Poison Mist Village. Their movements were coordinated in uniform, clearly a seasoned slaughter team. There were estimated to be over 1,000 holy royal warriors, each clad in golden armor, wielding long spears, and riding powerful crawling beasts. The beasts were covered in thick scales, exhaling white breath, fiercely intimidating. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, clearly accustomed to bloodshed. When they appeared, they suddenly saw the heads hanging at the village entrance, everyone stunned, the air instantly freezing. The village chief and villagers held their breath, daring not to make a sound, their hearts pounding like drums. At that moment, a holy royal riding a blood-red crawling beast slowly emerged. The golden diamond-shaped crystal embedded on his forehead resembled unfolding wings. With a proud expression and a deep voice, he said, "Outsider, are you the one who hung the heads of my clan members?" Shinzei answered fearlessly, "It was indeed me." Liu Yang and several others looked at each other, silently thinking, "Big brother, don't be too reckless, we're scared." The sacred royal's face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his neck. "You will pay the price for this. Charge!" The sacred royal family will never tolerate humiliation. The warriors shouted in unison as they rushed toward the village entrance's heads. Their target was not Shinzei or the villagers, but to first eliminate this shame. Shinzei sneered coldly, "Since you came to rob, I refuse to let you succeed. Let's see if I can piss you off." He raised the dragon magic staff, with green light flashing. "Come out, my tentacles." With the power of the resonance crystal, the tentacle summoning technique surged forward once again. The container tentacle summoning technique has advanced to Forbidden Touch summoning technique. Forbidden Touch summoning technique LV.5371 allows summoning any number and posture of forbidden touches at any time and place. They cannot move and can serve as sensory sentinels. Consumes 5,000 mana to summon 100, exceeding 100 causes mana consumption to triple, with an additional 1,000 mana consumption added daily.
Shinzei held his staff, lightly tapping forward.
Amidst the wooden stakes topped with skulls, the transparent air split open, and a black, sea-like substance surged. A thick tentacle crawled out from the rift, spanning across the air, its edges pressed tightly against the tear. The surface of the tentacles is covered with sharp teeth that can bite independently, clamping tightly onto enemies once contacted.
What is this?
The leader of the sacred royalty braked in terror, but their momentum carried them forward. The 10-meter-long tentacle raised a strike, knocking down 4 members of the sacred royalty. The sharp teeth tore through metal armor and heavy scales, emitting a piercing screech.
Minus 6,273, curse activated. Minus 3,207, gnawing damage. Minus 6,321, curse activated. Minus 3,289, gnawing damage.
Damage numbers kept popping up, the faces of the Holy Royal family suddenly changed, and they all retreated, no one dared to save their comrades. Hypocrites, someone sneered, these tentacles are quite convenient, summon one by one, just like tower defense.
The coolest part is that they can appear out of thin air. Come out, my tentacles! Shinzei shouted.
Tentacles surged out from beside the wooden stake's skull, forming a square formation, daring anyone to break through.
Forbidden touch. Cannot move. Level, LV.17.
Attributes, Strength 4217, Agility 0, Intelligence 0. Skill 1, Fierce Whiplash strikes the target fiercely, dealing 6,000 plus damage and inflicting suppression, intimidation, and crippling effects.
Attack interval 2.5 seconds, with a chance to miss.
Skill 2, Forbidden Knot sharp teeth can bite through armor, causing permanent damage.
Magic equipment damage bonus 200%, each hit deals 3,000 plus damage. Skill 3, Curse Aura, continuously curses enemies, weakening their combat effectiveness.
With Forbidden Touch as the core, enemies within a 10-meter range continuously lose 10 HP per second, while perception is greatly enhanced. When casting Fierce Whip on cursed enemies, hit rate increases by 200%, damage increases by 50%, and negative effects such as stun and suppression are also enhanced by 50%.
Introduction: where does the devoured flesh ultimately go? 20 forbidden touches suddenly sprouted at the village entrance, instantly overwhelming the approaching holy royalty. Once trapped, without teammate support, it's impossible to get up, and you're directly eaten alive.
Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Sanction Squad and gained 3,000 experience. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Sanction Squad and gained 3,000 experience. Intense crashing sounds also came from around the village.
Shinzei raised the dragon magic staff, emitting a blue glow.
The forbidden tentacles emerged all around the village, creating a horrifying scene.
Daily updated novel group 940757303. What exactly is this? Foster father, aren't you a necromancer? Since when can you summon tentacles? Don't tentacles have no bones? Are you stupid? Tentacles don't have bones. Ah, so they really don't? Practice makes perfect.
The battle began, and Liu Yang and the others set up the barbecue stand again. The middle-aged uncle Sun Yunlong, weighed down by the hardships of life, had a slightly hunched back, embodying the bitterness of middle-aged men. He ignored the attack from the sacred royal family outside, focusing solely on grilling meat, making sure Shinzei ate comfortably.
He said that everyone was just living day by day.
The villagers of Poison Mist Village had long been terrified and had no intention of resisting.
Little Qianqiang had become addicted to eating and ran over excitedly, not caring whether the Holy Royal family outside could hold on. She wanted to enjoy the delicious food first.
The rows of 10-meter-high forbidden touch surrounding the village gave people a strong sense of security.
How do you plan to deal with my 100 forbidden touches?
On the other side, the heads of the Holy Royal family hanging on wooden stakes enraged them.
The noble Holy Royal family would never tolerate such humiliation. But the phalanx formed by 20 forbidden touches blocked them from advancing an inch. Unforgivable crime.
The Holy Royal family member riding the blood-red crawling beast stormed out angrily. The golden wing-like patterns on his forehead began to glow, growing stronger. Shinzei's eyes lit up. Looks like he's about to explode? It seems these deaths were not in vain, directly forcing out the opponent's ultimate move. Captain of the Holy Royal Punishment Squad. Nightmare level elite monster. Level, LV.20. Health. Attributes, Strength 2731, Speed 2061, Intelligence 2289. Skill 1, Metamorphosis Stage 1. The Holy Royal family, through cruel experiments combined with ancient diseases, induces eligible members to transform and take wing. Each metamorphosis grants great power, and after 3 transformations, one can ascend to a higher lifeform, not yet achieved. The captain of the Sanction Squad is undergoing a Phase 1 transformation, with strength increased by 700, agility increased by 500, and divine energy circulation accelerated by 50%. Under extreme emotions, divine cells may occasionally be triggered, unleashing immense power, but death will follow once the state ends. Skill 2, Energy Beam. The captain of the Sanction Squad can condense energy from the divine crystal on his brow to emit a high-energy scorching beam, attacking within a 300-meter range. Damage decreases with distance, causing a continuous burn damage of 3,000 points. After releasing, he falls into exhaustion and weakness states. Skill 3, Holy Light Descent. The captain activates the sacred cells through secret techniques, additionally enhancing strength by 700 and agility by 500. The number of energy beam releases increases to 3, and 3 major abilities are activated: Holy Strike, Holy Transfer, and Holy Shield, lasting for 10 minutes. Sacred energy cannot be used for 3 days after the status ends. Skill 4, Sanction Squad Flag. The captain hunched over, firmly bracing his shoulders against the holy shield, while the blood-red scale beast was pressed down to the ground. "What are you still standing there for? Come help quickly," he shouted angrily at the stunned teammates in the distance. However, he despairingly realized that the others were moving even faster, and what they said chilled him to the bone. Quiz over, it's time to end all of this. The captain was stunned. You still have an ace up your sleeve? Daily updated novel group, 940757303. The forbidden touch was like a tower defense, surrounding the village on all sides. The 10-meter-tall body lifted and smashed down, each time causing heavy casualties among the Holy Royals. The only drawback was the slow attack frequency. Lifting and falling took 2.5 seconds and had to rely on other tentacles to fill the gaps, or the Holy Royals would seize the opportunity to rush in. As long as they were crushed by the tentacles, the Holy Royals were basically doomed. Some Holy Royals sensed danger and dared not break through by force. They took out crossbows and aimed at the sharp mouths of the forbidden touch tentacles, shooting repeatedly. Each arrow hit precisely, shattering and swallowing after just a few shots. This guy's recipe is even more extensive than Ghoul Nix's. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Sacred Royal Judgment Squad, gaining 3,000 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a Linjia beast and gained 700 experience. The experience notification keeps sounding, and the numbers soar like a rocket. The Judgment Squad offers extremely high experience rewards. 3,000 experience points stand out uniquely among all nightmare dungeons. Currently, the number of Holy Royals is large, making experience easy to obtain. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV.18, all attributes plus 1, free attributes plus 4, HP plus 400, MP plus 100. All free attribute points are added to intelligence. At the same time, the attribute cap for summon creatures is further unlocked. Existing summons remain unchanged. The battle ended quickly. The Sacred Royal family was attacked from the flanks and rear of the Poison Fog village, with 80% already dead. Only the captain of the Judgment Squad at the village entrance and a few subordinates remained. The captain had golden wing patterns above his head, holding the holy shield and the touch of taboo with great effort, fear showing on his face as he shouted urgently. "Hurry, don't just stand there, come help me quickly." The subordinates hesitated. The captain was about to collapse, and going over now was nothing less than a suicide mission. Order! Anyone who disobeys will be sent straight to the castle. As soon as the words fell, the team members' faces turned fearful. they feared being sent to the castle even more than the Forbidden Touch, that was a place no one wanted to go. The holy rhombus crystal glowed, transmitting the order, while the team members stepped forward, gripping their spears tightly, thrusting fiercely at the Forbidden Touch. Juice splattered everywhere, and damage numbers kept appearing. Minus 3,897. Minus 3,902. Minus 3,919. The ruling squad's morale soared, and hope for victory arose. The Forbidden Touch trembled in pain and couldn't lift its tentacle. The captain took the opportunity to escape. The team members wore smiles of victory on their faces. The Forbidden Touch is not invincible and can be completely defeated. The next second, the captain dropped the blood-red Chelan armor beast beside him, turned around, and dashed off decisively. Golden light flickered on both sides of his feet, weaving into simple wings in the air. He ran at full speed, even using holy energy. The members of the Judgment Squad were stunned, standing dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. "Ha, this is killing me." Lu Yang laughed heartily. Catwoman couldn't help but complain, the sacred royal family is so hypocritical. Their name sounds so grand, but their actions are so despicable. Their subordinates came to rescue him, but when he managed to escape, they abandoned him and ran off. They're just like those leaders in Jialan, it really drives me crazy. Mu Shui also joined in the complaints. "I'm really curious, is this tentacle business for real?" "Mu Shui, you're acting weird," someone said with a laugh. "I didn't." Mu Shui blushed. At this moment, Xin Zhe spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, the Holy Royal Family just bullies the weak. They pick on the powerless Bobo people to squeeze out their last bit of value. When they meet tough opponents, they back down, losing the will to fight, but their pride is quite strong. In nicer terms, they're just experts at bullying weak players. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mu Shui asked curiously, "The Judgment Squad captain escaped the tentacle's range and they just let him go like that?" "Mu Shui, you really like tentacles," someone teased with a laugh. "Don't say things like that." Mu Shui blushed even more. "Of course we can't let him get away, the Judgment Squad captain has the most experience," someone said. "But how do we catch him?" Everyone was curious. The Judgment Squad leader ran so fast, almost disappearing from sight. How to catch him? Xin Zhe didn't hold back and shouted, "Dark Ranger!" "My lord!" The Dark Ranger, hooded and well-built, held a longbow and knelt on one knee. A cluster of blue ghost soul appeared in Xin Zhe's hand, hanging on Huang Quan's right hand. Lost soul, rebirth, activate. He slammed the soul into the Black Ranger's chest. Soul consumption 1 point, Huang Quan's soul capacity, 44/. Death Speaker, triggered. Strength attribute +5, random, health and mana restored by 1000. Soul infusion, she suddenly raised her head, her ruby eyes shining brightly. Surging power flowed, and the front of the longbow instantly ignited 5 flames. Soul fire, 5/5. The next shot increases range by 100 kilometers, damage is enhanced, the arrow penetrates everything, and comes with a piercing effect. Upon hitting an enemy, it ignites their soul, dealing 3000 soul burn damage per second and applying negative effects such as agony, entrapment, and crippling. The Dark Ranger's blood-red eyes stared in the direction the Punishment Squad captain fled, raising his longbow toward the sky and slowly drawing the string. A flickering soul fire gradually dissipated, merging into the arrow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At full draw, the arrow shaft instantly ignited with eerie green flames. These flames strike fear into all living beings and can burn the soul directly. The Dark Ranger released the bowstring, and the flaming arrow instantly vanished into the sky. A few seconds later, terrifying damage numbers appeared. Soul ignition, crippling strike. -500050005000. The distant jungle echoed with the screams of the Punishment Squad captain. The damage caused by the burning soul made him agonize, forcing him to roll on the ground, hoping the pain would lessen. But soul damage cannot be blocked by physical protection. This screen shocked all the team members. Lu Yang claimed to be well informed, but at this moment, he couldn't help but gape. This is amazing.
What was that skill just now? The Dark Ranger exploded instantly and took down the Sanction Squad leader from miles away? I must be dreaming, right?
Mu Shui looked at Qin Zhe with a complicated expression. 80,000 damage in one shot, plus continuous burning. This is beyond just being overpowered.
Brother Qin Zhe, are you interested in joining our Jelon organization?
The Catwoman's eyes sparkled as she coquettishly said, just a nominal membership is fine, please.
The Jelon organization is a secret black market. After the dungeon, help me check if there are any skills for the necromancer. Qin Zhe valued skills the most, far more than equipment or items. Of course, meow. Can I pay in installments? Installments?
The Catwoman scratched her head in confusion, then nodded firmly, yes.
Qin Zhe snapped his fingers. Nix, come here.
The ghoul Nix, biting onto a thigh in the distance, looked up blankly, then glared angrily at the remaining scraps on the ground. With a howl, it ran towards Qin Zhe, as if to complain.
All the corpses have been eaten. Who exactly did this?
The forbidden touch swayed beside him, took the last bite, and pretended nothing had happened.
Go call the captain of the Sanction Squad over. No sneaking bites on the way, I have questions for him. Wait until I finish asking, then I'll let you eat.
As soon as Qin Zhe spoke, Nix immediately got excited, clawing fiercely at the ground and rushing wildly toward the leader of the Sanction Squad.
Liu Yang and the others watched in disbelief. If you send the ghoul Nix to find someone, will he come back intact?
Sure enough, a few minutes later, the dreadful screams of the Sanction Squad leader came from the forest. The team members shook their heads and sighed.
How could the ghoul Nix possibly hold back? Throwing a meat bun to hit a dog, can it strike back? However, Qin Zhe trusted Nix very much.
Time passed by the minute, and Nix came out of the woods biting the leg of the leader of the punishment squad, placing it in front of Qin Zhe with a look full of self-praise. The leader of the punishment squad was still groaning in pain, with all fingers and toes gnawed off, extremely miserable.
Qin Zhe walked over, suddenly trembling with fear. I'll ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, I'll consider letting you go. Really? I will tell you everything I know. The captain's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. You are now at the first stage of transformation. What stage of transformation are the strongest Holy Royal clan members in this area at?
The Black Sun General has already completed the second stage of transformation, with both body and soul transformed. He now wants to break through to the third stage, a higher life form. Don't worry, only 20 members of the Holy Royal family can currently reach the third stage of transformation. After the cocoon turns into a butterfly, only our king can achieve it.
He has already completed the second stage of transformation? Qin Zhe frowned slightly.
The path of transformation for the Holy Royal family is strong and a good class change choice at level 25, but it doesn't suit his profession. This transformation was created by the Holy Royal clan through studying diseases, but no one knows what kind of monster they will eventually become.
After all the effort, ending up as a monster, who can you argue with? Is the Black Sun General really the strongest in this area? Qin Zhe continued to ask.
He had to understand the enemy's strength limit to avoid being killed instantly by a suddenly appearing monster. General Black Sun is indeed the strongest. He has 12 fierce generals under him, all at the second stage of transformation. One of the fierce generals even coached me and helped me successfully break through to the first stage of transformation. The leader of the Sanction Squad said proudly.
What's the situation with that castle? Qin Zhe asked out of confusion.
According to previous intelligence, the castle is stronger than General Black Sun, so why is its combat power actually weaker? That is the Duke's castle, which can communicate directly with the royal family. It specializes in researching ancient diseases and promoting the development of the sacred transformation path. The Black Sun General once stayed there for 10 years, using his body to explore the transformation and eventually successfully entered the third stage. It can be said that the Duke's castle created the Black Sun General. The captain of the enforcement squad grew even prouder and lifted his head. Such a feat could only be achieved by the sacred royal family.
Understood. Qin Zhe nodded and began to understand the power distribution in this area. Then, he waved at the ghoul. Nix, it's up to you. Grah!
Nix eagerly crawled over, staring at the terrified and distorted face of the sanctioned squad captain.
You don't keep your word.
I told you to leave, but I didn't say where to go.
How can this count?
Congratulations, you have killed the punishment squad leader and gained 4,500 experience.
Item obtained, Holy Shield, Platinum level. Ghoul Nix devours a head, Evolution plus 25, Strength plus 25, Holy Energy plus 100. Nix begins to evolve.
Nix stopped eating, stood up, and looked at his dark golden claws in surprise. The claws suddenly spread open, forming a vibrating cutting harvest disc like petals.
With a casual movement, the claws suddenly retracted fiercely.
Harvesting disc, bloomed claws, vibrating to cut enemies, piercing armor over twice as thick, causing 6,000 points of tearing damage, with a guaranteed bleeding and crippling effect.
Nix has finally evolved. Attack power 6,000, impressive.
Completed faction mission Defend the Village, gained 500 faction points.
Gain 3,000 favorability in Poison Fog Village. Reward, Exquisite Treasure Chest. Faction Mission Trigger. Mission Selection, continue to defend the Toxic Fog Village, eliminate the Sacred Royal Clan stronghold, capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Bobo people, extremely dangerous. Note, each choice will affect subsequent missions. Faction mission successfully defended the village. Shinzei saw white light emanating from the team members' bodies, indicating generous experience rewards.
The Black Abyss dungeon distributes rewards based on contribution ratio, so they could only receive a portion of the experience. But this was much better than fighting alone. Continuing with the faction selection task, I think we should choose the third one, capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Bobo people.
What does everyone think?
After all, we are teammates, so it's important to ask for opinions.
Liu Yang said, Godfather, I'm with you, I don't mind what we choose. Easy or hard, even the holy royalty can be defeated by me. Catwoman, let's listen to Brother Shinzei.
After the dungeon comes out, he'll cover for me. I'll get him the skill book for the undead summoner, how about that?
Shinzei gave an okay sign. With a skill book, everything is easy. Mu Shui remained silent. Sun Yunlong was excited. Awesome, I leveled up twice and got golden equipment. Is there any other work for me to do?
Everyone listened to Shinzei, and he didn't say much, directly choosing the third task.
Seize the invading city, liberate the enslaved Popo people. These holy royal families, just kill them. Let them see the power of the undead plague. Faction mission, accepted successfully. Experience reward. Equipment reward, Star Glory Quality Equipment Chest *1. Other rewards, Perfect Quality Chest *1, City Economic Share *1. 500,000 experience points, and a Star Glory Quality Equipment Chest? Star quality is even higher than diamond level, extremely rare. Those who get it will cherish and use it to the end. Level 20 Star Shine equipment can rival level 30 diamond equipment. This city must be captured, the mission must be completed. There's also an exquisite treasure chest. A heavy treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of Shinzei, dropping with a bang. Metallic texture, intricate patterns. The treasure chest slowly opens, emitting a cyan glow.
A skill book appears, spinning.
Skill book. Shinzei's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it. The treasure chest transformed into black smoke and disappeared.
Congratulations, you have opened the exquisite treasure chest and obtained the skill book, Frost Armor. Frost Armor can be learned by Necromancer, Undead Mage, Water Mage, and Arcane Mage.
Skill Introduction, Extreme Cold Armor can freeze surrounding enemies, slowing the movement and attack speed of strong enemies.
It can be applied to yourself or allies, armor value plus 1000, mana cost 500, lasts 1 hour. The skill is average, the freezing effect is somewhat useful. Shinzei is not anxious because he has the Resonance Crystal. If there is a skill book, accept it. Resonance Crystal, activate. Frost Armor, continuous upgrade, Extreme Cold Mana Armor. Extreme Cold Mana Armor LV. Skill description: releases extreme cold elements to form a solid ice armor, increasing armor and mana power, with a running speed boost of 50 meters per second. Attack and jump speeds also increase. An extreme cold aura covers enemies within a 50-meter radius, freezing or slowing them, and continuously causing 100 points of damage per second. Consumes 3000 mana, can be used on yourself or allies, lasting for 3 hours. When cast in a group, you can designate 10 allies to share the extreme cold magic armor, and mana consumption is halved. This skill is amazing. Wait, the mana consumption is halved when cast as a group? Using it solo is good too, but the key is that there's no size limit for allies. There's a big difference between 10 meters tall and 1 meter tall, don't know exactly how it's calculated. Current mana is 4835/7500, recovering 20 points per second. As skills improve, mana becomes tight. Equipment bonuses to mana are too low, 3000 mana almost uses up half. I need to quickly get some equipment and items that increase the mana cap. Hopefully this mission can solve the problem. Shinzei immediately went to find the village chief to inquire about the location of the invaded city. The village chief hadn't reacted yet and kept repeating, "The Holy Royal Family has been completely wiped out? Impossible, right? Unbelievable." Shinzei smiled and said, "Don't just talk about the Holy Royal Family. When I liberate the occupied cities, those holy royals will have to step aside and let you true natives return home." The teammates all nodded, feeling that Shinzei made a good point. The village chief was stunned for a long time, then tears suddenly welled up as he knelt down and kowtowed to Shinzei. "Hey, village chief, let's talk this through." Shinzei quickly steadied him. With tearful eyes, the village chief said, "We Bobo people also have an ancient heritage. Although not as strong as the sacred royal family, we are rich in magical power, capable of unlocking tremendous potential. But the sacred royal family has set their sights on our heritage. Once merged, it could perfectly make up for their physical shortcomings and might lead them down the path of sacred transformation. At that time, the Popo people were in danger." The village chief revealed the secret, clearly trusting Shinzei. Only 2 words echoed in Shinzei's mind: Lan Duo, endless. No matter how others viewed the heritage of the Bobo people, to Shinzei, this was an SSS-level job transfer inheritance. "Village chief, can I obtain the transfer inheritance?" Shinzei asked directly. The village chief answered without hesitation, "Of course, you are a benefactor of our Bobo people, fully qualified." "But..." Shinzei had not finished speaking when the village chief interrupted. "In order to prevent the Holy Royal Family from getting their hands on it, we hid the heirloom treasure in the underground defense structure to the north. Only by obtaining the treasure can the inheritance truly be gained." "Is the treasure still there?" Shinzei asked. "Of course, but my token alone may not be enough. As long as it exists, I'll handle the rest." The village chief's eyes lit up. "How about I help you exterminate the Holy Royal Family and give you a hand?" Holy Royal Family, General's Mansion. The tall, bulky Black Sun General sat on a golden throne. Golden light radiated from the golden crystals on his body, illuminating his fat flesh and shining like sunlight. Around 5 or 6 holy royal women, so small that even his belly was bigger, busied themselves around him. Suddenly, an informant hurried in, knelt down, and reported, "General, the Poison Mist village is in rebellion." The Black Sun General raised an eyebrow and pushed aside the women around him. "Tell me what happened." "The slave squads haven't returned at all, suspected uprising." He sneered, "These Bobo people are really tough, daring to resist? If that's the case, send them all to the castle." The word castle made the guards tremble all over, as if a nightmare had descended. "As you command." The Black Sun General grabbed one of the woman's legs again, toying with it, the atmosphere eerie and tense. Soon, the informant hurriedly came in again. "There's a new development." The Black Sun General was in high spirits but was suddenly interrupted, his expression immediately darkening. The sacred royal informant wiped the sweat and said nervously, "The entire slave squad has been wiped out, and their heads are hung at the village entrance. The castle guards also found arrows bearing the slave squad leader's head." The general was stunned. A bunch of frail Bobo people managed to take out the slave squad? He immediately realized there might be outsiders in the village and said coldly, "Dispatch the punitive squad, raise Poison Fog village to the ground. The outsider must be captured alive, and we will hang our royal family's heads."
Humph, he really doesn't know when to die. At your command.
Just as the Grand General was about to launch a major attack, an informant rushed in panic. "The sanction squad has also been wiped out." Huge tentacles appeared near the village and crushed everyone.
What?
The Grand General suddenly stood up, the bones in his hands cracking with a splash of blood, the women around him too terrified to make a sound. "Damn it, are these outsiders really this arrogant?" he roared. "Prepare the Longma beast, I want to go to Poison Mist Village myself."
At that moment, 5 shadows wearing professional armor appeared.
The man at the front smiled and said, "Grand General, please don't act rashly." Lin Moshwan, the berserker of Lee Corporation, level 24 and nearing the job advancement threshold, stared determinedly. He knew that as long as he gained sufficient faction points, he could advance his job, take down Qinzhe, and achieve a win-win outcome. The Grand General saw that they were professionals and his anger eased slightly.
He asked sternly, "You outsiders, do you have something to say?" Lin Moshwan answered respectfully, "Grand General, that outsider is very weak.
You could crush him with just one finger." The Black Sun Grand General nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was a powerhouse at the 3rd stage of the divine transformation, able to easily crush enemies with a single finger. Although the outsiders spoke out, it made him feel quite pleased inside. Lin Moshwan continued, "But that person is sinister and ruthless, fond of using small forces to challenge great ones.
He specifically prepares various poisonous tools and one-time instant-kill artifacts.
You know, we outsiders have all kinds of strange things, and he collects these, waiting for the right moment to secretly harm others." General Black Sun frowned after hearing this. His life state was already chaotic and often uncontrollable. If poisoned again, he could suddenly die at any moment. Lin Moshwan smiled and said, "Please hand him over to us. After all, we are outsiders too and understand his methods best."
General Black Sun sneered coldly, "For such a low-level life form, do I really need to handle it personally?"
He sat back satisfactorily in the luxurious wide chair and said, "If you eliminate the outsiders in the Poison Mist Village, I will give you 3 great treasure chests.
Money, women, deer, even divine power, whatever you want, I can give it to you."
Lin Moshwan listened, overjoyed, when suddenly a mission prompt box appeared before his eyes.
"Faction mission, defend the colonial city."
He said nothing, and together with the 4 team members behind him, knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, Great General, for your trust. We will not fail your expectations." General Black Sun nodded slightly but impatiently waved his hand to dismiss them. Lin Moshwan and the others walked out of the general's mansion and immediately rushed towards the colonial city. In the colonial city of the sacred royal family, a group of tall and imposing royals strode through, tasting the plundered delicacies and fine wine, their faces full of superiority and contempt for other beings. Meanwhile, the city's indigenous Bobo people were locked in iron cages in the slave market on the west side, their necks shackled with heavy chains, being bought and sold by the sacred royals, often whipped until their skin was torn and bloodied. All they saw was numbness. At this moment, above the west city wall, the calm space began to ripple, as if an invisible cloak was being taken off. Mushue's cold and beautiful face appeared behind the spatial veil. She suddenly swung her right arm, unfolding the invisibility cloak. Qinzhe slipped out from under her arm, hands in his pockets, and walked to the edge of the city wall, looking out over the entire colonial city. Wow, quite a number, a conservative estimate of around 200,000. The living conditions here were simply too shabby. The small, dilapidated houses closely resembled shantytowns, and muddy dirt roads connected each household. What was even more unbearable was that the entire city had no sewage system, with people freely relieving themselves by the roadside. Some who claimed to be from a sacred royal lineage even collected their waste in basins and then dumped it onto the streets. Qinzhe couldn't help but pinch his nose, thinking how absurd it was. At this moment, several people behind emerged from Mushue's invisibility cloak, playing like in a game of eagle catches chick. Qinzhe wrapped his arm around Mushue's waist and closely followed. Being in such close proximity, a flush appeared on Mushue's face. However, the scene ahead made everyone frown and cover their noses.
Ugh, it stinks.
My eyes can barely stay open. Lu Yang had just appeared, tears streaming non-stop.
Meow.
The cat girl was also hit by the smell, sticking out her little tongue, eager to escape back into Mu Shue's arms, but was pushed away.
Ugh, ugh, ugh. Sun Yunlong, on the other hand, adapted well and did not vomit.
It seems his resistance points are quite unusual. Mu Shue saw everyone coming out, quickly waved and covered herself back up, refusing to show herself again no matter what. I really admire these holy royal families. Their names sound powerful, but their lives are so dirty and messy it's unbearable. Qinzhe raised the magic dragon staff, consuming 1000 mana to cast extreme cold magic energy armor on himself. The light blue cold current quickly enveloped him, the air was fresh and icy, instantly refreshing his spirit. As for the others, Qinzhe didn't care. After all, if he used 1000 mana on these trivial matters, how could he possibly siege the city? But everyone had a way to cope. Lu Yang took out a stone mask, and after putting it on, he was finally able to breathe normally.
Catwoman used her bubble skill, covering her head like an astronaut. Sun Yunlong calmly put on a mask. Looks like the barbecue stand is a bust.
Everyone just watched this undead disaster here.
Qinzhe and his companions, using Mu Shue's invisibility cloak, quietly infiltrated the West City Wall.
The area was filled with holy royal strongholds. Breaking in forcefully would be too troublesome, so sneaking in quietly to take them out in one go was better. Suddenly, a wary question was raised.
Who are you?
Qinzhe turned his head and saw 5 sacred royal guards with golden diamond-shaped crystals shining, each holding a spear. He glanced at them coldly, then smiled faintly. Take a guess. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the dragon mage staff and began to chant. Appear now, my despairing naval battlefield graveyard. Desperate naval battle graveyard LV summons 5 super naval battle graveyards from another world, each possessing 5 distinctly different deep-sea grave trenches: Ship Naval Grave Trench, Sea Monster Naval Grave Trench, Piranha Swarm Naval Grave Trench, Ocean Serpent Naval Grave Trench, and Abyssal Fishman Naval Grave Trench, all in skeletal form. Every 10 seconds, each trench spawns 30 different types of ocean skeletons, with unlimited summon numbers and infinite skill duration, consuming 5000 mana points, with mana consumption doubling every hour.
Chanting requires 30 seconds. The skeletal graveyard summoning skill chain is one of Qinzhe's ultimate moves. As his level continuously rises, the power of this skill becomes even harder to predict. The only drawback is the additional 30 seconds of chanting time. Qinzhe is well aware of this, as such a destructive skill requires time to establish its domain. 5 holy royal guards detected the anomaly and confirmed Qinzhe's strength.
According to their racial habits, they wouldn't rashly approach but instead scattered to quickly spread the news to others.
Hurry, enemy attack. Notify the city defense commander.
I'm going to inform the city lord, the opponent's momentum is fierce and must be taken seriously.
I'll go find reinforcements first.
Saying that, the 5 hurriedly fled. However, they had only taken a few steps when the sky above their heads was obscured by a massive shadow. The shadow spread rapidly, as if it were about to engulf the entire city. The 5 of them stopped in their tracks, staring at the horizon in astonishment. The sky appeared to ripple like an ocean, with a deep sea hanging upside down in the air. The dark trenches were bottomless, as if the entire ocean was about to pour down. But it was only their illusion. The dark trench hung inverted in the air, calm as ever, without a single drop of water falling. As Qinzhe chanted, the graveyard of the trench slowly unfolded, faintly revealing the strange objects within. In the next moment, a creaking sound came from the naval battle trench in the middle. The broken ship bones emerged from the dark trench, the massive ship's shattered remains breached the critical point, rushing straight toward the colonial city. The 20-meter-long ship hull struck the city wall fiercely. Rumble, the city wall collapsed, and the ruined shipwreck slid down the stone bricks toward the city center. On the pitch-black mast and broken shipboards stood skeleton pirates holding curved knives. They thought they were plundering the city, their jaws clicking as they cheered jubilantly. At this moment, whether it was the Holy Royal Family, the Lee Corporation professional squad, or other teammates, all that remained in their minds when they saw the suddenly appearing 5 trenches was a single question.
What on earth is this? The colonial city of the Holy Royal Family, inside the Lord's mansion.
Lin Mashwan entered quickly with 4 teammates, and upon seeing the Lord, he first cupped his hands and saluted. "My Lord, we have come specially under the orders of the Black Sun General to protect this city." The thin, bamboo-like sacred royal city lord stood with his back to the window and said coldly, "My city doesn't need you to protect it." Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and Lin Mashwan's expression changed slightly. He took 5 gold bars from the warehouse, stacked them carefully, their golden light shimmering, and placed the tray in front of the city lord. The city lord glanced sideways, a look of delight instantly appearing on his face, but he suppressed it without showing emotion, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. "Lord of the city, this is by no means to question your ability, nor to show off," Lin Mashwan said, holding the gold bars as he continued. "The enemy threatening the city this time is our long-standing foe. We need your assistance to jointly encircle and eliminate him, removing the hidden danger from the city. These 5 gold bricks are a token of our goodwill, please accept them." "An outsider? Worth such effort?" the city lord asked coldly. "I heard he's just one of the swine Bobo people, what trouble could he possibly stir up?" He turned and took the gold bars calmly, his fingers lightly stroking the metal surface, his eyes full of complexity. "Lord of the city, you are right. This outsider's strength is indeed inferior to ours. I guarantee that as soon as we meet, I'll have him biting the dust." Lin Mashwan nodded in agreement. "So weak?" The city lord was clearly surprised. He handed the gold bars to a servant, stretched out his arm, and said, "By your account, I could easily take him down too. Of course, Lord City Master is far superior to us and would definitely achieve an easy victory. However, this outsider is extremely cunning and treacherous. There is only one water source in the city, and he is likely to poison it with a contagious deadly toxin, putting most of the city's inhabitants at risk." The lord of the city suddenly widened his eyes, unable to hide his shock. "Moreover, he can also wield wind magic to blow poison powder into the city, which is equally deadly. So what should we do now?" "My lord, please recall all the sacred royal soldiers from the outposts, surround the city with tight defenses, and build an impenetrable formation that not even a bird can fly through. Our team will be responsible for tracking down and executing this cunning outsider." Lin Mashwan curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly imagining the wonderful scene of receiving rewards from both sides after killing Qinzhe. He was LV.24, with the support of the entire city, losing? Absolutely impossible. Then, both sides began to discuss candidly how to kill Qinzhe. This topic alone could be made into a book, titled 100 Ways to Kill Qinzhe. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside the window, slowly opening like a vertical eye. "Huh, what is that?" The frail city lord was the first to notice the anomaly, looking out the window with suspicion. He had thought it was an experiment from the castle, but the more he looked, the more something felt amiss. The situation is grim. Time ticked by second, the vertical crack widening more and more. Inside was pitch black, like an abyss filled with water, faintly revealing countless white bones and strange objects. The Holy Royal Family only lived inland, having never seen the ocean, let alone understood the horrors of the deep sea. Lin Mashwan and the others' faces instantly stiffened. The next moment, Lin Mashwan suddenly stood up and shouted, "Enemy attack, the outsiders have arrived." "Outsiders? Didn't you say he would only poison the river?" The city lord was baffled. "What is going on? How did the river get summoned directly into the sky? And there are 5 of them. Is this really possible? Does a skill of this scale exist in this world? Oh my god, the deep sea is hanging upside down in the sky, and there are shipwrecks and sea monsters hidden inside. The intel says Qinzhe is only a level 15 professional. I can understand summoning skeletons as an undead summoner, but how did he summon a trench?" Lin Mashwan and the others had no time to care about the city lord's confusion, they were all utterly shocked. They were completely unable to comprehend the scene before their eyes. However, the trench in the sky seemed to be separated from reality, as the seawater did not flow back down. "Ha ha, I get it now, this must be an illusion meant to scare people." Lin Mashwan's heart stirred, his confusion suddenly cleared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he finished speaking, a battered, pitch-black skeleton pirate ship suddenly burst out from the trench in the middle, covered in white bones and skeletons, brandishing curved swords. The heavy ship's hull directly crushed through the city wall. Everyone was shocked. This is for real. The ship is full of skeletons, it truly is the work of a necromancer. Not just one ship, but 4 nearby sea trenches continuously spew out all kinds of skeletal sea monsters. Mermaid-like skeletal fishmen twist their tails and leap out in droves, like a torrential downpour. Immediately after, a giant armor covered with seaweed popped out. Below it was the titan giant of the Death Ocean, poking its head out from the trench graveyard. The piranha twisted its body, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, biting anything it saw. A large number of white skeletons poured down from the 5 trenches, like 5 white waterfalls. This can't be a joke, right? Lin Moshwan and the other 4 were dumbfounded, their minds completely blank. The city lord, on the other hand, grew anxious. Is this the so-called outsider you mentioned? Didn't you say he was very weak? Lin Moshwan quickly reassured him, don't worry, immediately gather all the soldiers of the Holy Royal Clan to deal with these skeletons. Rest assured, these skeletons are already decayed, very fragile, and will fall apart at a touch. The necromancer himself is very weak. We'll take a group of experts and kill him directly. Lin Moshwan spoke rapidly, coaxing and persuading without hesitation. The city lord immediately nodded, good, I will personally lead the troops to fight these skeletons. Bring my confidants, they are the strongest Holy Royal family members here. Make sure to eliminate that undead summoner as soon as possible. Understood, we'll do just that. Both sides quickly spread out in the city lord's mansion and began attacking the skeleton horde in the air. However, the undead plague was unstoppable, and countless experience points flowed into Qinzhe's body. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Guard, gained 2,100 experience. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Archer, gained 1,800 experience. Congratulations, you killed an ordinary member of the Holy Royalty and gained 100 experience. Enemy attack. The sacred royal guards were hiding in the shade of the city walls, playing cards and gambling, when suddenly a huge fissure slowly opened in the sky overhead. They were stunned, and only when the dark, dilapidated massive ship's hull burst out of the fissure did they realize that horror had arrived. The ram of the ship grew closer and closer, the guards panicked and jumped up, scattering in all directions, afraid of being a step too slow. But most couldn't escape. The ram suddenly crashed into the city wall, crushing many guards into bloody pieces. Triggered death by heavy impact. Triggered death by heavy impact. Trigger crushing death. Damage numbers keep popping up, instantly killing without any suspense. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Guard, gained 2,000 experience. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Guard, gained 2,100 experience. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Archer and gained 1,800 experience. The pitch-black ship's hull struck, and the city wall shattered instantly, with 123 sacred royal guards losing their lives. Congratulations, successfully upgraded to LV.19, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, HP +400, MP +100. Fearless ship hull. Special monster route. Level, LV.19, cannot exceed summoner. Health. Attributes, Strength *5000, Agility *0, Intelligence *0. Skill 1, Setting Sail. The spirit of the fearless longs to set out on an adventure once again. Although it has been sunk by cannon fire and eternally rests at the bottom of the sea, it still persistently moves forward. It slides along the terrain, with its hull breaking obstacles, advancing at a speed of 0-20 knots, damaging enemies along the way. If there is no terrain, the skeleton crew will carve out the terrain. Skill 2, Skeleton Crew. Those who gain the recognition of the fearless spirit can become skeleton crew members, sharing 50% of the ship's strength, gaining an additional 300 agility, while retaining their original intelligence. After killing enemies, they can convert the opponent into skeleton crew or absorb life force to strengthen themselves. Current skeleton crew count, 100/100. Skill 3, Hull Activation. After the ship's soul possesses it, the hull gains mobility. Ropes and anchors can be launched, entangled, and steered, the deck can open and close, abandoned cannons automatically reload and fire to attack enemies.
Introduction: Fierce Naval Battle.
Boom, the hull of the dreadnought crashes into the city wall and slides inside. Skeleton crew members leap off swinging their blades, their edges clash against the Holy Royal Guard's spears, sparks flying. The guards scream and fall back, bleeding from their hands. The pirate skeletons are ferocious, giving no respite, hacking fiercely until the guards are smashed into mincemeat and their bones shattered.
-478948014823.
The green breath of life overflowed from the dead guardians' 5 orifices, evenly distributed to the slain skeletons. In the next moment, their bones gleamed brighter, and the seaweed on their bodies turned lush green. After the hull of the Fearless rammed into the city wall, the sacred royal guards quickly surrounded them, launching a fierce battle. The fight here was extremely brutal for the sacred royal guards. Inside the city, the sacred royal slave masters whipped the Bobo people harshly, leaving them battered and bleeding. More Bobo people were confined in cages nearby.
Show some spirit, don't you understand?
If I can't sell it at a good price, I'll beat you to death. I still have to eat, this is ruining me.
Even a pig is more useful than you.
The harsh curses came wave after wave. Each time, Ren's hands were tied and hung up, his head bobbed low, so weak he couldn't make a sound, only able to whimper.
Since birth, his hometown had been occupied by enemies.
Every day, he could only follow his mother to hide everywhere. Until one day, a few guards of the Holy Royal family sneered as they reached out to assault his mother. He fought back desperately, but it only ended with his head battered and bleeding. Since then, he never saw his mother again. Only a blurred pool of torn flesh. He was filled with unwillingness. Before dying, he would rather drag someone down with him, or bite off a chunk of flesh fiercely, even if it meant dying more painfully. Now, being tied up and whipped to death was truly humiliating. Suddenly, the pain abruptly stopped. The Bobo man trembled as he opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. It turned out a guest had arrived, 3 members of the glorious sacred royalty. He recognized them, they often came to select Bobo women as slaves, and the fate of those taken was predictable.
The slave owner rubbed his hands with a smile, accompanying the 3 as they chose female slaves.
The women's screams and cries of pain echoed continuously. They knew that once bought, they would face a fate worse than death, but they were powerless to resist. The bound Bobo closed his eyes, tears slipping down his cheeks. His heart was filled with humiliation and anger, yet he was powerless to change his fate. What awaited him was only being whipped to death, dying in disgrace.
Not far away, a female slave was pulled out of an iron cage, while the slave owners and royalty leered lasciviously.
Suddenly, a crisp clack sounded, as if something had fallen from the sky.
Immediately, the slave owners and the 3 men screamed, "What is that thing? A skeleton with a fish tail? They're still moving. Help me shake them off. It bit me. My ear is gone." The Bobo opened his eyes in shock and witnessed a scene he would never forget.
Skeletons with human bodies and fish tails fell like raindrops from the sky, wildly tearing into the people around them after landing. He laughed wildly, "Serves you right. All of you die." Tears of excitement streamed down his face. Just as a mermaid skeleton slowly crawled toward him, its terrifying face chilling to the bone, he shouted, "Come on, eat me, and eat them too." Suddenly, the rope binding him was bitten through by the skeleton.
Ha!
At the slave market, white skulls fell like raindrops, and the situation reversed. Dust rose from the ground where it was struck, and houses shook with loud bangs. Food also struck the sacred royal family, knocking them to the ground. Seeing the food, the mermaid skulls bared their sharp teeth and bit down, blood splattering like bursting fruit.
Sacred royal family, you finally faced this day.
The Bobo people saw this apocalyptic scene without fear, only excitement.
Who could endure the humiliation of being sold into slavery and having their homeland invaded?
Now it was finally over, and seeing the sacred royal family die miserably was the greatest satisfaction. However, what shocked the enslaved Bobo people was that the skulls falling from the sky did not harm them, instead, they cut the ropes and shattered the cages. Sharp claws touching their bodies caused blood holes, but they remained unharmed.
The slaves collapsed where they sat, dumbfounded as they watched the sacred royal family being bitten to death.
Those once high and mighty royals were now so terrified they lost control, unable even to resist.
A holy royal, seeing the slaves unharmed, hurriedly hid beside them.
Sure enough, the mermaid skeleton changed its attack direction. The holy royal began to flee, and everyone scrambled to squeeze towards the middle of the Bobo people, including the obese slave owner.
"What are you looking at?"
"Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out," the slave owner shouted angrily.
"Don't you see the skeleton monsters outside? Move aside. If you don't, I'll kick you to death."
While cursing, he cowardly pushed towards the center. The Bobo people exchanged glances, hatred burning in their eyes, and grabbed stones and bricks to throw at the slave owner.
"Ah!" the slave owner screamed in agony, blood flowing profusely, turning around and roaring angrily, "You slaves, how dare you!"
The Bobo people's eyes were filled with blood and tears, their anger having solidified. They had waited too long for this day. Bang bang bang, countless stones pelted the slave owner's body, beating him into a bloody pulp.
"Congratulations, killed sacred royal family commoner, experience plus 50, faction points plus 10.
Congratulations, killed sacred royal family slave owner, experience plus 200, faction points plus 2000. Congratulations, you have killed a commoner of the holy royal family, gained experience, 50, faction points plus 10. Shinzei stood by the city wall, clad in extreme cold demonic energy armor. The colonial city before him was destroyed by the undead plague, a shocking sight.
"Captain, can I take a photo and post it on Moments?" "Meow."
The cat girl approached hesitantly, eyes full of anticipation.
"Phones can be brought into the dungeon, but there is no signal."
"Of course."
Shinzei smiled and called everyone to gather.
Lu Yang wearing a mask, Sun Yunlong with an N95, and Mu Shui hidden under a cloak, only showing their heads. Catwoman stands in the front, with a destroyed city behind her, making a heart hand gesture. Pressing the shutter, the deep-sea titan skeleton hoisted the massive ship anchor, creating a spectacular scene.
"Wow, the photo turned out amazing."
"I'll need to slim down my face a bit when I edit it," Catwoman nodded approvingly.
"Do you want me to send you the original or the edited photo?"
Shinzei, original image, please.
Lu Yang, me too. Mu Shui, send me the edited one. Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Asian head transplant surgery is indeed formidable. Lu Yang walked over to Shinzei and looked outside. The Holy Royal family has reacted, and soldiers from surrounding strongholds are rushing over frantically.
Expected, but they have quite a few trump cards.
Shinzei looked at the huge machine in the forest crushing trees underfoot. This is the Holy Royal family's war machine. But in the end, it was just giving experience. Yomi Corp's guidance technique.
Shinzei's expression was grave, and the world before his eyes twisted. Countless souls of the sacred royal clan wailed in the air, seemingly unable to accept death. Shinzei showed no mercy and directly absorbed the souls. In an instant, dark cyan souls surged forth, bearing twisted expressions from their lifetimes, eerie and terrifying.
Soul plus 1, soul plus 1, soul plus 1.
The number of souls surged.
Huangquan soul storage slash.
Within a few seconds, storage had reached half. So many souls, might as well take them.
They can also replenish the missing blue energy.
Shinzei grabbed a handful of souls and threw them towards the fearless ship keel.
Lost rebirth, activate.
The tilted mast of the fearless immediately straightened. The remaining few sections of the ship's ropes instantly became incredibly thick as an adult's wrist. More than a dozen dark ropes twisted powerfully in the air, like raging giant serpents. The ship's anchor also became extraordinarily hard. With a single strike, it could easily knock down a child. The key was, after the anchor and ropes regained their strength, the fearless ship's bones no longer relied on the skeletal crew to propel it, but instead firmly anchored the front with the anchor and ropes, forcibly pulling the hull forward. The flexibility of the fearless ship's bones greatly improved, and it could directly hunt the soldiers of the Holy Royal family.
Death Whisperer, triggered.
Agility attribute plus 5, random, health and mana restored by 1000.
Death Speaker, triggered.
A total of 5 souls were consumed, and the mana was fully restored.
Shinzei did not hesitate and immediately summoned Ghoulnix and the Dark Ranger. He had a bad feeling, only these two close guards could provide better security. As soon as Ghoulnix appeared and saw the city covered in blood and flesh, his eyes nearly glowed. Shinzei said coldly, "Wait until you're done before eating." Suddenly, applause echoed from one side of the city wall. Lin Moshwan, accompanied by 4 professionals, slowly approached with a sinister smile on his face. "Shinzei, you're quite arrogant. How dare you stand so recklessly on the city wall?" The colonial city fell into a one-sided massacre. White skeletons descended from the sky, and ordinary people of the sacred royal family could not resist at all. They could only scream in terror and scatter in all directions. The 15-meter-high deep-sea Titan wreckage raised the giant anchor in its hand and smashed it brutally onto the more fortified buildings, destroying them with every strike. Since the opponents were all ordinary people with combat power lower than the ghouls from the Manor Dungeon, the experience points earned were not high, but their large numbers still made the accumulated experience quite considerable. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV.20, all attributes plus 2, free attributes plus 6, HP plus 1000, MP plus 500. As the level rises, attributes are also enhanced. The situation in the city is gradually becoming clear, but the real challenge lies outside the city. Soldiers from the Holy Royal Family's stronghold swarm in, along with various strange experimental subjects like human-faced dogs and specially made war machines, their strength not to be underestimated. Shinzei summoned 5 sea tombs, using the mermaid skeleton sea tomb to defend the city, while the other 4 fend off external enemies. Shinzei. Lin Moshwan appeared slowly with a dark expression, accompanied by 4 teammates and a large number of City Lord's personal guards who were in the first stage of transformation. "You're just a summoner, yet instead of hiding, you dare to stand openly on the city wall. Isn't this asking for death?" Lin Moshwan sneered fiercely, his eyes filled with excitement. Summoners are universally acknowledged to be weak, and he didn't believe Shinzei could unleash a city-annihilating ultimate skill and still keep fighting. He must be relying on his teammates to hold him up. However, these teammates weren't much better either. Except for that cat girl who was slightly stronger, the female assassin was hiding her level information and probably had concealed items. She came from a wealthy family, so they had to spare her life and avoid making enemies. Professionals get ahead entirely through social connections and favors. As for Shinzei, he must be killed, preferably beheaded. Li Xing would be pleased to see that. Getting S-level resources will be just a matter of time. They stood in a row, their hostility obvious. On the other side, Shinzei squinted at them. Fighting summoners felt strange, somewhat like foreigners meeting fellow countrymen. But fellow countrymen can be the most ruthless, as if they wanted to skin you alive. Lin Moshwan, LV.24, Berserker. Li Dezhuang, LV.22, Shield Warrior. Xingyang, LV.24, Ice Ranger, HP 7500. Lu Yan, LV.24, Electric Mage, HP 6300. Wang Chunyang, LV.19, Holy Light Priest, HP 4800. Standard setup for a professional team, with tanks, damage dealers, and healers. Their levels are generally 2 to 4 levels higher than Shinzei's, with one member a level lower, so the difficulty isn't too high. It's Shinzei's first time encountering a professional team, and it feels quite novel. "Shinzei, you massacre ordinary people in the city, how are you any different from an executioner? I kill you to uphold justice on behalf of heaven." Lin Moshwan stood resolute with righteousness, crossing his twin blades in front of him, his aura shifting suddenly. Lu Yang and the others couldn't help but retort. "This is the city of the Bobo people, the natives have all been sold into slavery. Are you blind?" Sun Yunlong said, "I am uneducated, but I know the oppression the Bobo people face is 100 times worse than mine." That was in the past. Now you have slaughtered the city of the sacred royal family. You are evil, I am righteous. Lin Moshwan crossed his twin blades, his body radiating a crimson glow as he activated the Berserker core skill. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. The Holy Light Priest Wang Chunyang shouted in shock, "No!" Lin Moshwan's heart tightened, and he turned his head to look. The assassin Mu Shui silently approached behind Wang Chunyang,
her dagger cutting across his throat.
Minus 1783 damage, triggered by bleeding state. Minus 73 additional damage. Lin Moshwan's pupils suddenly contracted, the damage was too high. He quickly turned around, crossing his twin blades in front of him, desperately activating the Berserker skill. This skill takes 30 seconds to take effect, and he had already started the countdown.
Once successfully activated, speed and damage would increase by 30%, and it would also provide lifesteal, making it incredibly powerful. Beside him, Shield Warrior Li Dejuan was holding the line, along with the 12 Stage 1 transformed guards of the City Lord. They were the main force. Suddenly, Li Dejuan let out a scream. A terrifying ghoul suddenly appeared, tearing through his giant shield and biting off his right arm, the chewing sounds chilling to the bone. Minus 7,321, disability triggered, toxin added.
Minus 500.
Lin Moshwan's eyes widened, this damage was just too terrifying. 3 arrows filled with cold energy whistled out, aimed at Qinzhe. Lin Moshwan breathed a sigh of relief, it was finally his turn to strike.
Minus 173. Minus 188. Minus 209.
The damage numbers kept popping up, all in white.
This can't be.
Hanbing archer Qingyang gripped her longbow, her mindset instantly crumbling.
Her attacks couldn't even break through the enemy's shield? It's my turn. Level 17 Lu Yang charged forward with his gun, aiming at Qingyang's face.
Qingyang retreated in panic, her back hitting Nix, who was crouched eating on the ground.
Nix slowly turned his head, still holding an eyeball in his mouth. Qingyang's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground.
Nix showed no mercy, grabbing her leg and sinking his sharp teeth deeply. Qingyang screamed repeatedly, the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Professional Li Dejuan has died, dropped equipment, Platinum Tier Earth Great Shield.
Professional Qingyang has died, dropped equipment, Platinum Tier Frost Longbow.
A clash, 2 team members fell in an instant. The priest was also throat-slitted, unable to chant.
Lin Moshwan trembled all over, the Berserker's rage hadn't fully activated yet. 10 seconds left before the skill activates.
He gritted his teeth, hair standing on end. He never expected to lose 2 teammates right at the start. What happened to the level advantage? However, Qinzhe was somewhat honorable and didn't take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Lin Moshwan thought to himself, once the Berserker is activated, it will be immune to negative effects and controls, and if necessary, it can still retreat. The key point is that the 12 guards of the City Lord are all here, and each has reached the first stage of metamorphosis, making them very powerful. At 25, their health points are at a boss level in other dungeons, but now they have become their greatest reliance.
Kill for me! Lin Moshwan shouted loudly, crossing his 2 blades. This shout did not prompt the 12 guards to take action, instead, it provoked their disdain. As noble and sacred royalty, they were extremely unwilling to be commanded by outsiders.
Seeing the outsiders die one by one in misery, they secretly felt pleased. The only remaining electric mage, Lu Yen, could no longer hold on and turned to flee in panic, casually throwing 2 thunderballs at Nix's face. The electric sparks flickered wildly on the terrifying face but caused no harm whatsoever.
Magic immunity. Ah! Lu Yen was so scared she almost wet herself.
Nix reached out his claw to wipe his face, then suddenly leapt up like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning her to the ground with his claws firmly pressing her arms and legs.
What do you want to do? Lu Yen looked at him in terror.
Nix opened his big mouth wide, biting fiercely into her exposed chest, then pulled upward, tearing flesh and blood. Minus 7,389, bleeding effect triggered, toxin spreading.
Damn it!
All the women on the scene instinctively clutched their chests, as if experiencing phantom pain.
Professional Lu Yen has died, dropped experience, equipment, electric staff, platinum level. The experience fruit dropped by the professional is indeed tempting. Hold on for 5 more seconds, just 5 seconds.
Lin Moshwan crossed his twin blades, his skin flushed red, pores releasing heat, and power continuously rising within his body. There are still 12 bodyguards, they can hold on.
A thrilling battle, now it's our turn, the city lord's personal guard captain said calmly. He had seen the entire fight just now and felt the opponent was far inferior to them. The only one they feared was the woman wearing a hood. The black arrows she launched with force and the burning eerie green flames were highly threatening. Eliminate her first. The city lord's personal guard captain rushed towards the Dark Ranger with his men. Right hand of the Yellow Springs. Shinzei's world changed in his eyes, he could clearly see souls. He grabbed a handful of holy royal souls and pressed them hard against the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul -1, soul -1. A total of 100 souls were consumed. Soul storage in Yomi, full, it's about to overflow. Lost rebirth, activate. The charging arrow of the soul flame suddenly transforms, crystallizing the flames and covering the entire arrow. Countless twisted and tormented faces are forever etched into the crystal. Soul crystal, the soul's fire condenses into an eternal crystal, increasing range by 1,000 kilometers, target must be locked in advance, damage is enhanced, can penetrate defenses to attack the soul, adds 5,000 soul damage, and causes the enemy's soul to crystallize, body stiffens, consciousness loses control, lasts 3 seconds, use times January 1st. Death Speaker, activate. Consume 1 soul, randomly increase strength by 5, restore 1,000 health and mana. 100 souls converge, and Shinzei's attributes surge sharply. Strength plus 175, agility plus 225, intelligence plus 100. Whoosh! The charged soul crystal arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow trembled in the air, as if it could tear through the soul, causing discomfort. The city lord's personal guard captain's face changed drastically, a warning bell of danger ringing in his mind, and he tried to dodge in panic. But the arrow pierced straight through his chest, creating a large hole. Accompanied by 5,000 soul damage and soul crystallization effect. He widened his eyes, his pupils gradually losing their luster, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain a divine royal city lord's elite guard captain, gaining experience. Arrows continued to shoot out, consecutively piercing through 3 royal guards and finally embedding into the city wall. Everyone took 5,000 soul damage, fell into soul crystallization, and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a royal guard of the holy royal host, gaining experience. Lin Moshwan stared in shock at the fallen royal guards. I have 3 seconds left. At this moment, Nyx was devouring Luyan's body, biting off her arm in one bite and tearing her thigh apart in another. Ghoul Nyx devoured professional Luyan's right leg, evolution plus 100, agility plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. Ghoul Nyx devoured professional Luyan's right shoulder, evolution plus 100, agility plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. Shinzei was astonished by such a huge attribute boost, but he still chose to deal with the immediate enemy first. Huang Quan drew out about 100 souls again with his right hand and shot them toward Nyx. 6 souls were consumed during the long-range teleportation. Lost rebirth, activate. Nyx tilted his head back and roared angrily, his claws and sharp teeth rapidly crystallizing, ready to counterattack. Dark Ranger uses charges, and this time there is a 20-minute time limit. In terms of damage, the soul damage remains 5,000, but movement speed and attack speed have increased by 300%. Death Speaker, activated. Strength plus 325, agility plus 55, intelligence plus 120. Nyx turned to look at the remaining city lord's guards, his eyes flashing with a rainbow-colored soul light. The guards instinctively took a step back. My core skill has finally been activated. Lin Moshwan's blood surged throughout his body, exuding an imposing aura, yet he dared not make a loud noise. The core skill, Berserker's Fury, was finally activated. Lin Moshwan's muscles bulged, veins exposed, strength rushing through his body, a killing intent filling his mind, so powerful that it seemed he could easily crush any enemy. This skill makes him sacrifice his sanity in exchange for immense combat power, and all subsequent skills are based on this. In the past, he would charge directly into the enemy ranks, but now standing amid the scattered scraps of flesh, he was silent and obedient. Suddenly, the agonized screams of the Holy Royal Guard came from beside him. Lin Moshwan turned his head, held his breath, and his legs trembled as he knelt to the ground. Brother Qin, it's my fault. We're all from Linhai City. Please spare my life, I will definitely repay you.
I really didn't recognize how strong you are, please don't kill me. This berserker, known for having half the intelligence, was unusually rational at this moment.
Who just said I am the executioner?
Shinzei smiled with his hands behind his back and stepped forward. He deliberately left Lin Moshwan behind because he still had a lot of intelligence to gather from the enemy. It was me, big brother, I am the executioner. The Bobo people are too pitiful, they originally lived and worked hard in their homeland, but were burned, killed, and plundered by the Holy Royal Family, who seized their city and even sold people as slaves. This is just too evil. The Holy Royal Family deserves to be wiped out. Lin Moshwan said angrily, as if witnessing it with his own eyes. Shinzei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, your moral standards are quite flexible.
Not at all.
Lin Moshwan said modestly.
Alright, I'll ask you a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I'll consider sparing your life. Alright, ask away, even if it's 100 questions, I'll answer them all.
First, tell me about General Black Sun, tell me everything about him. As the strongest boss in this area, thorough preparation is a must. I know, my faction mission is to get it from General Black Sun, so I understand some aspects of him. Lin Moshwan said excitedly.
Then you tell me.
The Black Sun General has contracted a strange serious illness, his body is deformed, layered with fat, and he has no excretory orifice.
Shinzei was stunned, ? You mean that? No, how do you know about this?
I have previously undertaken a mission at his residence and also attended a meeting held by the Lee Corporation about the path of divine transformation. We all agreed that he is a failure, which is why he came out of the castle. If he had succeeded, he would have turned into a cocoon like the Holy King, waiting to metamorphose into a higher life form.
I understand, but what use is this to me?
The Black Sun General is extremely powerful, virtually immortal. Now that it's nightmare difficulty, his strength is even more unfathomable. Honestly, with your current combat power, going after him is basically a death sentence. Lin Moshwan shouted excitedly.
The Lee family company once held a meeting to discuss countermeasures, concluding that the Black Sun General cannot be killed. Shinzei frowned. If what he said was true, wouldn't encountering the Black Sun General be the end? Even if his body is pierced through, he can recover quickly. In the end, the Lee company found a way to exploit his physical flaw to make him collapse. He has no excretory opening, and the fat is non-breathable. If the last opening is sealed, he will explode. Sounds somewhat reasonable.
Shinzei pondered, having the Black Sun General and the castle as the final bosses was indeed strange.
Do you have a way to kill him now? Can you let me go? Lin Moshwan asked eagerly. Wait a moment, I still have a question. Since Lee's company found a way to kill him, why didn't they use it? Lack of strength? Using some special tool to shut the boss up shouldn't be difficult, right?
Lin Moshwan's expression stiffened.
You're still lying to me. I'm not lying to you, it's all the truth.
If you have a lie detector, you can use it. You're not lying, but you're ignoring the key point, the ancient disease studied in the castle.
Shinzei sneered coldly.
A flicker of fear flashed in Lin Moshwan's eyes. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I have no idea about any ancient disease. You only learn about it after changing classes and embarking on the sacred transformation path.
I don't have that qualification right now. Are you going to say it or not? I really don't know. Next, it's up to you. Professional Lin Moshwan is dead, experience dropped, none, equipment dropped, bloodthirsty dual blades, platinum level.
Announcement: the Lee Company's 7th professional squad has been completely wiped out in the nightmare level main storyline dungeon, Dusk Plains. The Disruption Squad was utterly annihilated.
Shinzei's face remained heavy. What exactly is this so-called ancient disease?
If they can't figure it out, facing the Black Sun General, this super boss, is hopeless. Just now, Lin Moshwan's gaze at him clearly showed he knew the crucial secret but absolutely refused to say it.
Shinzei didn't believe he had such integrity.
This meant that after revealing the secret of the ancient disease, the punishment was even more terrifying than being eaten by ghouls. The waters here are too deep. No, we need to use several powerful skills to steady our formation. Half an hour later, the main force of the sacred royal family outside the city was completely annihilated. Faction mission: capture the invaded city and liberate the Bobo people. Successfully completed. Experience reward. Equipment reward: Star Glory Quality Equipment Chest *1. Other rewards: Perfect Quality Treasure Chest *1, Share in City Economy *1. Main Quest Dungeon First Phase of Twilight Plains completed, free entry and exit without penalty. Announcement: Shinzei Squad has completed the first phase of the main mission, altering the world line by 5%. Reward: World Line Treasure Chest *1. Daily Updated Novel Group 940757303. The continuous beeping stunned Shinzei. Is the faction task really completed just like that? My Ocean Skeleton Legion hasn't had its fill yet. Wait, the experience doesn't add up. The main force of the Holy Royalty should have experience 100 times that of ordinary people. After killing so many, logically, they should have leveled up 3 or 4 times. He turned to look at the colonial city. Streets full of Holy Royalty were now a bloody mess. The remaining Holy Royalty trembled inside the houses, waiting for the mermaid skeletons to come finish them off. Several hundred Bobo people in the slave market knelt on the ground crying, their eyes filled with gratitude. They loudly thanked the mermaid skeleton, their eyes full of awe. If they regain control of the city, they will definitely erect skull statues and even worship the skulls as gods. The slaves of the Holy Royal Family, the Bobo people, took to the streets in great numbers, stunned as they looked at the city suddenly struck by a disaster. There were thousands of Bobo in total, enough to repopulate and take control here in the future. Outside the city, the army of the Holy Royal Family retreated like a tide. They finally understood that there was almost no chance of victory if they tried to storm the Ocean Skeleton Legion, so they chose to withdraw. The gaunt, pole-like city lord ran the fastest and disappeared from sight in an instant. What a waste of my experience, Shinzei sighed. We have already spent 3 days in the dungeon, and the first phase is complete. I'm planning to go out and take a break. What do you all think? Shinzei turned to ask everyone. He was actually in pretty good shape, but he was very interested in the special skills the Catwoman mentioned. The Shining Level Equipment Chest and the World Line Chest obtained during the recent settlement also needed thorough study. Lu Yan laughed and said, "Let's listen to the foster father and follow the plan. We, who are just here to play a supporting role, have to be content with being extras." Sun Yunlong agreed, "Same here." Catwoman suggested, "How about I try to contact the higher-ups and help you apply for the special skills collected by the Jalan organization?" Shinzei immediately nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. The skills he had previously bought from the Lee Company were all poor and expensive. If he could get powerful skills, combined with the skill upgrade system, the effect would definitely be amazing. Mu Shui hesitated a little. "I can help on my end as well." "Never mind, you should first finalize the skills with Catwoman. If I come across any good skills later, I will inform you. After all, I have access to some upper-level resources. Consider it my reward to you," she added. "Alright, no problem. After we finish the dungeon, add me on WeChat to keep in touch." Shinzei smiled and made a gesture. The first phase of occupying the colonial city was successfully completed. Next, we'll go back to get some powerful skills before coming back. Maybe then we can easily take down the Black Sun General. Shinzei and the others didn't leave immediately but waited for the village chief of the Poison Fog village to come and officially hand over the entire city. "This is our city, we've finally taken it back." The village chief looked at the devastated town, tears of joy filling his eyes. Little Qianqiang opened her eyes wide and asked excitedly, "Village chief grandpa, we don't have to hide anymore, right? We still have a house to live in." "No, no more hiding. From now on, you will live in your own home," the village chief said firmly. "Leaving Black Abyss Dungeon, please wait. Experience settlement in progress. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 21, all attributes +1, free attributes plus 4, HP plus 1000, MP plus 500. Your Despair Naval Battle Graveyard has not been reclaimed.
Would you like to reclaim it? Note, cannot be reclaimed outside the instance. No take back.
The Desperate Naval Cemetery has no time limit. Like a heroic summon, it always exists as the same entity.
Thanks to its special form, the Holy Royal Family has difficulty threatening it. It stands guard above the colonial city, protecting it until the new city construction is completed.
Suddenly, the scene twisted, and the familiar abyssal nexus appeared.
There's truly an inexplicable sense of familiarity.
After enduring the harsh conditions of the Popo people and the sacred royal family, returning to Blue Star instantly made the real world seem incredibly beautiful. To put it bluntly, their productivity was too low, almost like Blue Star in the Middle Ages, unable even to manage waste. At this moment, the prompt box popped up again. During the main quest dungeon Twilight Plains, the Manor Dungeon has produced a total of 1.27 million experience points. As the dungeon ruler, you gain an additional 5% experience, totaling 60,000 experience points.
Oh, I almost forgot about this.
A large amount of experience poured in, and the experience bar instantly skyrocketed to LV.21, 41%.
Everyone is tired, let's go back and rest first.
By the way, let's add each other on WeChat first. Shinzei took out his phone and exchanged WeChat IDs with the team members to facilitate future skill communication.
Brother Shinzei, I'll be waiting for your news, meow. Always on standby.
The cat girl shook her phone, took a few running steps, and climbed off the wall.
Lu Yan laughed and said, "Do you think she has a crush on you?" Shinzei waved his hand, "Don't talk nonsense, it's just a skill transaction."
Mu Shui glanced at him and said, "I owe you a favor and will repay it in the future." After speaking, she activated her concealment skill and vanished into the air.
I feel like Mu Shui is interested in you too? How did you figure it out? A man's intuition. Shinzei was speechless. At the same time, once the announcement was made, the internet immediately exploded. The headlines of major media in Linhai City are all about Shinzei.
Hashtag that man has once again created a miracle. Shinzei successfully passed the first stage of the nightmare level main quest dungeon. Hashtag everyone thought it was certain death, but he completed the nightmare level main quest dungeon. Hashtag polls show that Shinzei's popularity in Linhai City reaches 99%, with a 97% approval rating. Hashtag. At the same time, Tang Zhu was sitting in the mayor's office reviewing documents. The professional mall had taken shape, although it only stocked equipment from levels 1 to 15, it already met the needs of most low-level professionals. The Manor Dungeon had become a cornerstone, and everything was gradually improving. At that moment, the announcement of Shinzei's team completing the first phase sounded, and a smile spread across Tang Zhu's face.
I knew it all along.
Even with a nightmare-level main quest dungeon, Shinzei would definitely carve out his own path. The black lightning above the city is weakening, which means he has started to seize control from Li Xingeng.
Should I rush over and celebrate with him in person? That doesn't seem very appropriate. He just got out of the dungeon and now has to entertain me. How about making a phone call? But that might not seem formal enough. Tang Zhu fell into deep thought. At this moment, a mature female voice suddenly sounded beside her. What are you thinking about? Tang Zhu was startled, someone had actually entered the office, and she hadn't noticed. Her skills immediately activated automatically. When she saw the visitor, she panicked and exclaimed, Lord Baidi, how did you come all the way from the central district to our Linhai city? A woman wearing white knee-high boots with a cool and elegant demeanor sits on the desk, looking at her with a beaming smile. Of course, there is someone worth my effort. Unfortunately, my level isn't high enough to enter the main quest dungeon, otherwise I would help him clear it and take him to the central district. Tang Zhu looked at the other party's LV.45 and nodded silently in his heart. So, you this time? Exactly, I came specifically for Shinzei. The Li family might make a move in secret, and no one on your side can stop them, so I came to be safe. Baidi said with a smile. At the same time, Shinzei returned home. Tang Zhu once proposed to move him to another villa, with official funding.
But he never had time to pay attention to it, moving was too much trouble. He had just sat down when the notification box popped up.
Dark Ranger summoning has changed to Dark Empress summoning. Xin Zhe. Just a moment ago, the Ranger turned into an Empress? Or was the Ranger originally an Empress? In short, it looks nobler now. The Dark Queen's summoning spell's mana consumption has also risen to 5,000 points.
He raised the Dragon Mage staff, determined to catch a glimpse of the Queen's demeanor.
"Come forth, my Dark Queen." A loud, high-pitched chant immediately echoed all around, as if countless rituals were surrounding them. The neighbor couldn't help but curse loudly.
The chanting quickly ended, and from the darkness, a woman dressed in a gorgeous long gown slowly descended.
Crimson eyes, prominent cheekbones, isn't this the Dark Ranger?
But she no longer wore revealing leather clothes. Instead, she wore a dark, magnificent long dress adorned with gilded patterns, and a golden crown on her head. She was no longer fiery and sexy, but became noble and intellectual.
"My lady."
After the Dark Queen appeared, she did not kneel to the ground but made a noble bow, lifting her skirt and skillfully bending her knees.
"Dark Ranger, I really want to know what you've been through." Xin Zhe silently complained to himself. Dark Queen. Hero level summoned unit. Level, LV.21, cannot exceed summoner.
Attributes, Strength 3721, Agility 5783, Intelligence 5890.
Skill 1, Dark Solitude.
She can control darkness. The longer she chants, the larger the control range, up to a maximum of 10 kilometers.
Enemies within the darkness will be blinded, silenced, muted, deafened, and plunged into absolute solitude. Note, cannot move while chanting, interruption will cancel it. Skill 2, Arrow of Darkness.
The Queen takes out her exclusive longbow, and the arrows are shrouded in darkness. Charging from 1 to 10 seconds deals 30,000 to 100,000 damage, or releases a splitting arrow rain, reducing damage to 70%.
Enemies hit by the arrow enter a dark solitude state and turn into dark skeleton archers upon death. Skill 3, Death Knight Core. Summon a Knight Order to protect the Queen. Skill 4, Dark Resurrection Cross. Allies can be revived 5 minutes after death with 50% health and mana, randomly gaining a dark skill. Cooldown, 1 day.
Introduction, your Queen has returned.
The Dark Queen exudes a mature aura, with a hint of enchantment.
If her photo were posted online, keyboard warriors would definitely say she has a high-end look. From Dark Ranger to Dark Queen, her face transformed from youthful to alluring, her crimson eyes carrying a sinister and inhuman aura. Much time passed between the two phases. The Dark Ranger endured countless trials before becoming the Queen. Xin Zhe did not retract the skill but instead kept the Dark Queen by his side to get familiar with each other. As for Nyx, he decided to leave it be for the time being. The more skills promoted, the higher the level. The Dark Queen had already advanced several thousand levels, and Xin Zhe was preparing to hand her over to the elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton tribe. He felt that upgrading the skeleton's summoning skill would bring great surprises. Even without a promotion, the enhancement to the summoned creatures from the skill level increase is very noticeable. The Dark Queen paced slowly around the room, seemingly lost in memories. For Xin Zhe, the Dark Ranger's rise to Queen was instantaneous, but for her, it was the accumulation of long years. Then she tapped her toe and sat down in a swirl of dark mist, her crimson eyes sparkling as she waited for Xin Zhe's next command.
Why does it feel like everything has changed? Xin Zhe tilted his head and began to claim the reward. Faction task: recapture the invaded city, rescue the Bobo people. Do you want to claim the reward? Yes. Reward details. Experience, 500,000. Equipment, Star Glory Quality Equipment Chest *1. Others, Perfect Quality Chest *1, Enjoy City Economic Share *1. Faction points.
A surge of experience poured in, and Xin Zhe felt a flash of white light as his body subtly changed.
Leveled up to LV.22, all attributes +2, free attributes +6, HP +1000, MP +500. The free attributes were still added to intelligence.
However, the skill points gained from upgrading are far less than those from controlling souls with the Death Speaker. Randomly consuming 1 soul adds 5 points, consuming 100 souls can grant 500 points, that's terrifying. Shin Zai. Title: Manor Dungeon Overlord. Level: LV.22. Attributes: Strength 432, Agility 270, Intelligence 417. Skills: Dark Queen Summoning, Thunder Skeleton Summoning, Ghoul Nyx Summoning, Forbidden Touch Summoning, Extreme Cold Magic Armor, Despair Naval Battlefield Cemetery Summoning, Netherworld Shell Guidance. Equipment: Staff of the Demon Dragon, Nightmare Ring, Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Boots, Crimson Cloak. If it weren't for the random stat distribution from the Death Whisperer, my strength would already be higher than my intelligence, making it hard to reach level 200. To get attribute points, I have to rely on extra gains. Leveling up alone is too slow. There are too few skills, only a few summoning and defense spells. You need hundreds of skills in battle to crush your enemies. These skills consume a lot of mana. Once you reach level 25 and switch classes to inherit from the Bobo people, the mana consumption problem should be solved. After all, the village chief said they are the source of magical power. The equipment is too old, all level 15. They all need to be replaced. Shin Zai looked at the stats and summarized, you need more skills, but also manage mana consumption. Speaking of equipment, the Starshine Grade treasure chest is naturally the focus. He opened the treasure chest with great anticipation. The nebula on the chest swirled beautifully and magnificently. Do you want to open the star quality equipment chest? Shin Zai was stunned. He is currently level 22, but the treasure chest contains level 20 equipment. Why not wait until level 25 to open it? That way, he could get level 25 star grade equipment and save himself years of setbacks. The same goes for other treasure chests. Forget it, I'll endure it. World Line Reward, do you want to claim it? Yes. Received, World Line Treasure Chest *1. This world line is quite interesting. Could the Black Abyss dungeon be a large world? The Bobo people and the Holy Royal Family, as the main dungeons in Lin City, have a significant presence in the world line. Could the ultimate goal be to change the world line? Shin Zai recalled that when they were at the Twilight Plains, the cat girl's emotions were still relatively normal, such as fear when entering Poison Mist Village, or discomfort from the stench in the colonial city. These reactions were similar to others. But when faced with the Jalan organization, she became numb, enduring hardship without complaint. Could it be? Shin Zai stared at the Catwoman's slender back, his heart stirred. Did the Jalan organization subject her to mind control? There were also cases of mind control in reality in the previous life. In this world with extraordinary powers, mind control is even easier, achievable with just one skill. Suddenly, a tail appeared behind the Catwoman's jeans, swaying in the air. It looks like the pants were cut open to let it out. Is this tail grown or attached on? Shin Zai instinctively reached out and pulled it, and the cat girl was so startled that she jumped up on the spot. Ah! So sensitive? Ahem, sorry, I couldn't help it when I saw the tail just now. Shin Zai coughed, recalling the sensation from before. It should be growing out. Don't touch my tail from now on, the cat girl warned, blushing. Got it. My tail is very sensitive, it fluffs up whenever someone touches it. Catwoman's attitude softened, and she reached out to touch her own tail. The location of the Jalan organization was very mysterious. Catwoman led Shin Zai through the mall, turning left and right, until they finally arrived by a staircase. She looked around first, confirming no one was there, then took out a blue crystal. The crystal stone emitted a glow, and the space ahead twisted. Once you go in, you'll be in the Jalan organization, meow. They already know you're here. Okay. I'm going in. The Catwoman was the first to step into the twisted space, instantly disappearing from the stairwell. Shin Zai followed closely, feeling dizzy before arriving at another place. This place was different from the Black Abyss dungeon. The Jalan organization's space was a dark corridor stretching into endless darkness. The doors on both sides were tightly closed, and rows of transformed people stood beside them. They wore loose blue uniforms, heads bowed, hands clasped together as if praying. Woolen carpets covered the floor, patterned with eerie creatures. Is this inside a building or underground? Shinzei wondered, as there were no windows around. At that moment, a gentle male voice sounded, "Shinzei, welcome. I've long admired you. Being able to single-handedly confront the entire Lee Corporation is truly remarkable. We also want to resist oppression like you, but our strength is too weak, so we can only struggle here." Shinzei turned his head and saw a man also dressed in blue, his eyes smiling, but with a nose as large as a lion's. Su Liang, Beastified Human, level LV.23. Are you Su Liang? Shinzei asked. Yes, Catwoman said you want to buy special skills, I'll take you to have a look, Su Liang said with a smile. Bring Catwoman along, she accompanies me because I'm shy, Shinzei said cautiously. The members of the Jelon organization are very obedient, it feels like a pyramid scheme or a cult. She is basically not allowed to come, but since you asked, of course it's no problem, Su Liang hesitated slightly, but agreed. Su Liang made a beckoning gesture and led the way forward. Shinzei nodded and followed, while the members of Jelon behind them silently watched them leave. After walking for 5 minutes, the narrow corridor had doors tightly shut on both sides. Occasionally, strange noises and the roars of beasts could be heard, sending chills down the spine. We believe in changing ourselves to gain power, Su Liang explained. Like me, who has gained the explosive strength of a lion, capable of instantly pouncing on and killing enemies. If we relied only on ordinary leveling up, we would never have a chance. I understand, Shinzei nodded. That's good. Su Liang smiled satisfactorily. A golden door sparkling with light appeared before him. Please come in. Su Liang smiled and pushed the door open. Shinzei was surprised, this place actually hid secrets. He walked in excitedly, only to find it empty inside, like a broken cave. Dimly, a large statue could be seen at the back. In front of the statue was a stone table, wrapped in a faint blue glow, revealing the outline of a skill book. This is a necromancer skill book specially prepared for you by our Jelon organization. It is extremely rare, and we hope you like it. The price is negotiable, or we can trade with other items. Su Liang said confidently. The skill book floated above the stone table, its eerie blue light slowly spinning, emitting an extraordinary aura. Shinzei's eyes lit up, getting excited at the sight of the skill book. Ordinary skill books are usually just heavy materials, where would they have automatic floating in glowing rings? There might be some kind of protective device, specific information cannot be read. Just as he was about to step forward, Su Liang kept talking without stopping. This skill book cost us a huge price to obtain, so we value it greatly. Brother Shinzei, you are truly admirable. Not only did you clear the nightmare level manor, but you also dared to confront the Lee Corporation. That's no easy feat. This ultra-rare undead skill book would cost even a super family a fortune to buy. For you, our Jelon organization is willing to sell it at 98% of the auction price. How about that? Quite loyal, right? Also, we hope you can put our organization's name on it. That way, we won't have to hide anymore, and we will firmly support you in openly opposing the Lee Corporation to fight for freedom for the oppressed professionals. Shinzei thought to himself, a 2% discount is generous? And on top of that, I have to lend my name? Am I being played for a sucker? But he smiled on the surface and said, we'll talk about the price later, let me see the skill book first. Does this skill book have any restrictions? I can't see the information. Please let me finish, Su Liang frowned. This book is very valuable, we must be cautious. Shinzei nodded repeatedly. You're rushing too much. We still want to sit down and have a good talk, and maybe grab a meal together. Su Liang sighed. Do you see the statue in the darkness ahead? That's the professional skill of our Jelon founder. By erecting the statue, you can absorb special abilities, and it also provides protection. This skill book is within the protection. Once our deal is done, the protection will be lifted. I see. I'll help you unlock the restriction, take a good look. I have some things to do, I'll step out for a bit. Okay,
you go ahead. I promise I won't make a move.
Su Liang smiled, but his expression changed immediately after he turned around. He felt that Qinzhe was not easy to deal with and was mentally planning to leave. Qinzhe walked up to the skill book and felt as if the statue was staring at him. The seal was broken, and the skill book information appeared. Qinzhe's smile stiffened, then he showed a look of confusion. Undead skill book, bone magic. This is considered super rare? He could summon a bunch of skeleton monsters effortlessly. After looking carefully, he suddenly understood. This is not a summoning skill, but a necromancy spell. Bone Art summons 3 burning skulls, 5 powerful thigh bones, and 16 underground ribs, causing burning, kicking, and piercing damage respectively, consuming 1000 mana. Note: bone placement points can be set by will. Prohibited, cannot be learned. This skill is somewhat like the Forbidden Touch summoning, both allow you to freely choose where to release the effect. But it's not as powerful as Forbidden Touch and cannot be released out of thin air. Burning skulls chase enemies, thigh bones suddenly appear for a fierce kick, ribs are buried in the ground to set traps that pierce flesh when triggered. What's summoned are not whole skeletons, but bone parts, combined with spell damage. This is the true high-level necromancer skill. If secondary skills could be cultivated or combined, the power was quite strong. This skill is indeed interesting. Qinzhe nodded slightly in approval. But what about Su Liang? What is this guy up to? Qinzhe frowned and looked around, noticing that the other party was unwilling to set a price, obviously trying to ask for more money. Where did that Su Liang go just now? Qinzhe asked Catwoman. I don't know either, meow. Catwoman wagged her tail and said. I guess he wants you to join or support us in negotiating the price with the higher-ups. That 98% discount you just heard was clearly a contemptuous gesture. Did I? Qinzhe touched his face, frowned, and looked at the banned skill book. After thinking for a moment, he raised the dragon magic staff. Come out, my dark queen. The chanting of the priests echoed from all directions. The magnificent figure of the Dark Queen slowly emerged from the darkness. My lord. Qinzhe pointed at the skill book and asked, Can you take it out? The Dark Queen slowly lifted her head, her crimson eyes growing even brighter. A ball of darkness isolating light slowly descended, completely enveloping the skill book. The sculpture behind the stone table began to tremble, cracks rapidly spreading, and eventually it crashed down with a loud crash. Qinzhe was surprised. Does the Dark Queen's power really have this kind of effect? The Dark Queen stepped forward, her fair right hand reaching into the darkness to pull out a new skill book, surrounded by a faint blue glow. Skeletal magic, learnable. Qinzhe's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to learn. Countless white bones appeared in his mind. Congratulations, skill learned. Resonance crystal, activate. Bone technique continuously upgraded Kingdom of Bones. Realm of Bones, awaken the power of the undead to create a kingdom made of bones, such as Arm Bone Tower, Spinewall City, Skull Spire, and more. Inflicts continuous undead suppression and functional damage on enemies, consumes 8000 mana, permanent effect. Amazing! So powerful! Qinzhe said excitedly, feeling like he had truly become a necromancer. He casually pulled out a spine wall, just the thought of it made him thrilled. The darkness dissipated, and the sculpture completely collapsed. Hey, what are you doing? Someone shouted angrily. The price hasn't been discussed yet, how did you learn the skill? The statue was smashed, he grabbed the skill book. Quick, catch him. I'll report it upstairs. In the darkness, several people wearing blue appeared, pointing at Qinzhe and shouting loudly. A dark arrow shot hit one of them in the head. Infected with dark energy. The sound of clenched teeth trembling rang out as a skeleton crawled out from the corpse. Gada gadada, the sound of bones colliding echoed. Under the terrified gaze of the Jelan organization members, a pitch-black skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the flesh. The entire pitch-black skeleton slowly crawled out of the ground. Dark skeleton monster +1. The Thunder Skull's bones emitted a purple glow, and its eye sockets flashed with electrical light, possessing self-awareness. The skeleton before me, crawling out of a corpse, was pitch black all over, with hollow eye sockets, sending chills down my spine. It had no self-awareness and could only act under orders, moving clumsily. What is this? A skeleton? Necromancer, run! Damn it, I haven't finished spending my money yet, don't let me turn into a skeleton. The surrounding Jalan members immediately turned and ran away. After only a few steps, a flash of green light suddenly appeared in their eyes. A piercing whistle sounded, and everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. Dog training? Just stop at a whistle? Do you expect us to bite? Before the words finished, everyone suddenly turned to glare at Shinzei, showing fierce smiles, fangs exposed, saliva stretching into long strands. Shinzei sneered coldly, rabies? The members of Jalan began to beastify and lose their sanity. Some grew exaggerated ram horns, their eyes turning into horizontal pupils, some had protruding fangs, transforming into bizarre tigers, others were covered in scales all over their bodies, crouching and howling like lizards. Even Catwoman was not spared, she lay painfully on the ground, her beautiful legs covered in fuzz. She seemed to be struggling desperately, so she did not attack Shinzei. Amidst the surrounding fierce glances, Shinzei spoke calmly, "Dark Queen." "At your command, my lord," the Dark Queen responded quietly, raising her longbow adorned with a crown. Dark arrows rained down like a machine gun. The beast-transformed human roared angrily and charged at Shinzei. The fastest sheep-transformed human was instantly knocked down, its head jerking back violently before collapsing motionless on the ground. "Congratulations, you have slain the sheep-transformed human and gained 100 experience." A pitch-black skeleton crawled out from the fallen corpse, its eye sockets empty and merciless. Other beast-transformed people also fell one after another, motionless, lifeless. "Congratulations, killed a bull-transformed person, gained 100 experience." "Congratulations, killed a dog-transformed person, gained 100 experience." "Congratulations, killed the snake-transformed human, gained 100 experience." Dark skeletons crawled out of their bodies one after another, their hollow eye sockets devoid of emotion. Dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1, dark skeleton monster +1. The hall suddenly fell silent, and the beast-transformed humans stopped making noise. 25 dark skeleton monsters stood crookedly in front of Shinzei. Dark skeleton monster. Normal summon. Level, LV.22, cannot exceed the summoner. Attributes, Strength 1079, Agility 672, Intelligence 137. Skill 1, Vital Seeker can sense living beings, gaining life by devouring flesh and blood, upon reaching a certain level, can evolve into a more powerful skeleton. Skill 2, Dark Spread after killing an enemy, the enemy will be infected with dark power and generate a new dark skeleton monster. Skill 3, Pursuit Heavy Strike running speed and attack damage are doubled, hitting enemies causes stun. Introduction, the Dark Queen Skeleton Army, a powerful tool for expanding territory, has spread everywhere within just 1 year. You little skeletons can evolve too? Shinzei asked in confusion. 25 skeleton monsters all stared at the Dark Queen in unison, and the Dark Queen returned their gaze with determination. Dough, spread, slaughter, devour to your heart's content. Shinzei spread his arms wide and shouted loudly. This area is separate from the real world, so it doesn't matter that it's full of skeleton monsters. They are like treasure hunting minions, when they find equipment, they can report it remotely to the Dark Queen, which is very convenient. Clatter clatter. The dark skeleton monster followed the scent and walked outward. At the same time, Su Liang walked toward the beast transformation hall with a heavy expression. He had just finished a meeting with the high-ranking officials of Jalan, discussing the skill prices. The leadership unanimously agreed that this skill must be used to bind Shinzei and the Jalan organization together. This gave him a big headache. How could anyone who can clear the nightmare dungeon be willing to cooperate with Jalan? As long as Shinzei is willing, the 5 great superfamilies and the central district authorities will provide him with resources. But the higher-ups at Jalan ordered him to use underhanded tactics, even if the negotiations failed. Su Liang looked down at the crystal ball in his hand, Knowing that the prop could subtly influence and confuse the target by implanting useful information, and combined with the transformation of the beastification hall, the success rate was actually not low. But he worried that Shinzei's alertness was too high and that he would see through everything. After all, this person was a nightmare dungeon clear player with considerable strength. Su Liang stood before the golden doors, his heart racing. He took a deep breath and pushed open the golden doors. Suddenly, a rattling sound arose as dark, hollow skulls squeezed out one after another from the door gaps. They stretched out their bony hands, staring straight at him. Su Liang's face turned pale with fright, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Where did these skeletons come from? He panicked internally. Wait, there's an undead summoner in the hall who cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Could it be him who summoned them? He hurriedly shouted inside the door, "You don't want the skill book anymore? Don't like it? I'll exchange it for another one." Inside the door, Shinzei suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. "There's more?" More and more skeleton monsters poured out from inside the door. Su Liang was so scared his face was full of terror, and his pants were wet. "You said there's another skill book? Where is it?" Excitement was evident in Shinzei's voice. I don't know where it is either." Su Liang was terrified inside. He wanted to make up a lie, but he knew that if Shinzei dragged him in to search, he would surely be doomed. So he gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran desperately. Roar! He let out a beastly roar, unleashing tiger-like speed as he sprinted away. Rise! At Shinzei's command, a wall made of vertebrae suddenly rose from the ground. Countless skeletal arms reached out frantically from the bone wall, grabbing at Su Liang like vengeful spirits. Su Liang was so frightened that his head hit the bone wall, and his head was ringing. The skeletal hands tightly gripped him, some grabbing his wrists and ankles, fixing him to the bone wall. Flesh was torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. He struggled desperately but couldn't break free at all. For hands far outmatched 2 fists, there were too many skeletal arms on the bone wall. His flesh gradually disappeared, leaving only bones, eventually merging into the vertebrae bone wall. Congratulations, you have killed a professional tiger man and gained 2,000 experience. Vertebrae bone wall. Necromancer spell. Description: a wall composed of bones and spines, equipped with countless skeletal arms, blocking enemies, capturing and imprisoning targets, dealing 1,000 points of tearing damage per second. The flesh of enemies restores the bone wall's health, while the enemy's bones enhance its defense. Duration: permanent, naturally dissipates, consumes 8,000 mana. How tragic! Shinzei looked at the bone wall stained with blood and shook his head with a sigh. The cackling of the skeleton monster gradually faded away, and Shinzei stepped forward from behind, his expression complex. The necromancer, caught between life and death, can communicate with the deceased and borrow their power, a profession despised by all the living. Shinzei gradually understood these truths. He was moving from the surface into the depths of this profession. Death is inherently cruel. But I am not afraid to spread death. The undead crow circled in the air before disappearing. Shinzei strode forward, the Dark Queen close behind him. A dark skeleton monster carried on its shoulder a nearly fully beastified catgirl, barely retaining any human form. The doors on both sides were tightly shut, occasionally filled with growls and the sounds of heavy impacts. Shinzei was curious about what was inside. Finally, he stopped in front of a door and knocked. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from inside. "Delivery," Shinzei replied. There was a moment of silence inside, then the sound of footsteps, and the door creaked open. A man with a head resembling a brindle dog appeared, and he froze when he saw Shinzei and the Dark Empress. Quite a unique look. Shinzei couldn't help but laugh aloud. Could the anal probe expert also have a variety of choices? Or was the beast transformation of the Jelon organization random? The Dark Empress drew her bowstring and released an arrow. The brindle dogman fell to the ground with a thud. Congratulations, you have killed a brindle dog human, gaining 300 experience points. The dark skeleton monster crawled out of the corpse, sniffed the scent, and then left. Dark skeleton monster +1. So these rooms were just dormitories, Shinzei sighed. I thought otherwise. He knocked on several doors, offering some warmth. When he saw the corridor full of dark skeleton monsters, he stopped. Breaking down the doors made no difference. I just heard the top leaders of the Jelan organization are here, it's time to meet them, Shinzei thought. Catch the leader first, take out the top brass, and the organization will naturally fall apart. This show of force quickly alarmed everyone. Stop, or you will regret it, a tower-like strongman slowly stepped forward, his arms hanging down to the ground. Gorilla? Shinzei muttered softly, is the Jelan organization running a humanoid zoo? The burly man saw Shinzei ignore him, roared angrily, leapt into the air, and slammed down with both hands gathered. The Dark Queen remained calm, pulled the bowstring tight, charged for a second, and shot out a dark arrow. The burly man groaned and crashed heavily to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a professional gorilla hybrid, gained 3,000 experience. A sturdy dark skeleton crawled out from the shadows, its arms suspended and disappearing into the darkness. Dark skeleton monster +1. 3,000 experience points, a bit stronger than Su Liang. Where did the higher-ups of the Jelan organization go? Did they run away as soon as they heard the news? This is not right, the dark skeleton has no abnormal feedback at all. Where exactly is the high-ranking official hiding? Shinzei frowned and looked towards the corridor filled with dark skeletons. This place is already swarmed with skeleton monsters, every corner has been thoroughly searched. Not only did we not find any high-ranking members, but not a single piece of equipment or item was found. The Jelan organization is an underground black market, how could it possibly be empty? Unless this is just a branch. The Jelan organization is really cautious, they didn't trade at the headquarters but set up a rather useless branch. But getting this powerful skill is still worth it. At this moment, the dark skeleton suddenly sent back an unusual signal. There's a room that's very strange. Shinzei's heart stirred, and he immediately walked over with the Dark Queen. Pushing open the door, 3 humanoid holographic projections stood at the 3 corners of the room. Shinzei was puzzled, using this kind of high technology too? Necromancer, you have inherited the true necromantic system. The holographic figure in the middle with a black bear's face stared at Shinzei with a complex gaze. The other 2 senior executives of Jelan remained silent. I hope our cooperation ends here. Shinzei nodded, me too. If we want to continue trading, where should we go? The senior members of Jelan were silent, glanced at him, and then one after another shut down the holographic images. The communication room was instantly empty. The holographic device started to emit smoke and finally broke with a bang. Nothing was left behind, really stingy to the extreme. Forget it, let's go get a set of level 20 equipment and head to the Twilight Plains to take down the Black Sun General. If I can still find a skill book on diseases, then I will have the confidence to combat the ancient diseases of the Holy Royal Family. Necromancers have profound expertise in disease curses, which is just perfect. Skill books are equivalent to knowledge. Let's go, there's nothing left here. At your command, my lord. The Dark Queen led the way, extending her long fingertips towards the darkness. The space twisted, and a passage was constructed accordingly. Shinzei stepped into the darkness and distortion, instantly appearing at the familiar staircase. Next to Mayor Tangju stood a beautiful woman wearing over-the-knee boots, with a cool and elegant aura. Baidi, profession, Gale Swordsman, level, LV.45. Level 45 Gale Swordsman? No wonder he looks so graceful. Shinzei felt a stir in his heart. Being able to stand alongside Mayor Tangju indicated that she was someone of extraordinary status and also an official of the Central District. He was slightly stunned, then smiled at Tangju and said, Mayor, why are you waiting for me here? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just call me directly? I've called you, but your phone has been off. Tangju said urgently. The Jelan organization is officially recognized as a terrorist group, and trading with them carries great risk. We have received multiple reports of people who, at the Heiyuan Junction, believed the lies of Jelan members, only to have their money stolen and, in some cases, failing to even keep their kidneys. One almost lost a kidney. Tangju warned excitedly. It's certainly very dangerous.
Shinzei nodded in understanding.
At this moment, Baidi looked Shinzei up and down and said with great interest.
To escape intact from the Jelan organization, and still be only level 22, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Let's properly introduce ourselves.
My name is Baidi, I am an official envoy from the Central District.
This time I came to Dasha City to handle the main quest dungeon issues.
Passing through Linhai City, I saw black lightning filling the sky and sensed something was wrong. Don't worry, with me here, no one from the Li family headquarters will lay a hand on you. After speaking, she extended her right hand. Shinzei reached out to shake her hand and gave a brief self-introduction. I'm about to enter the nightmare level main quest dungeon, but I'm missing an undead skill book and a set of level 20 mage equipment. The Li family hates me, so it's basically impossible to buy the equipment and skills, and there are no other channels in Linhai City. Lord Baidi, do you have any way to help? Of course, I can pay to help you get them, Baidi said firmly. Official assistance like this is only natural, Tangju quickly nodded. Even if Baidi didn't help, she could apply to the Central District, but the process was complicated and would take at least a few months. Shinzei, you don't have a mentor yet, right? How about I be your mentor? Baidi smiled at him. A level 45 expert can carry him instantly, and the direct access pass to the Central District is even more valuable. Once you get the qualification, you can go straight to the Central District, avoiding the tedious application process. Shinzei didn't hesitate. Mentor, please accept me as your apprentice. Baidi was stunned, not expecting him to be so straightforward. Suddenly, the darkness behind twisted, and a magnificent Dark Queen slowly emerged. Seeing so many people outside, her crimson eyes flickered in surprise. Hero level summon. Baidi looked at Shinzei in surprise, then suddenly realized. No wonder you can easily clear nightmare level dungeons. Undead hero summons are much stronger than those of other classes. Combined with support skills, their strength is simply incredible. Accept my mentor application. I occasionally publish mentor quests with generous rewards, and I'll also help you get the Undead Disease skill book and a set of diamond level 20 equipment you mentioned. Baidi has applied to become your mentor. Do you accept? Shinzei clicked yes, but suddenly asked, is there a fee? Of course it's free, it's only right that a mentor provides resources to their students. Baidi smiled and patted his shoulder, keep it up, young man. Shinzei asked again, if others provoke me, can I fight back? Of course you can. Mentors have the responsibility to protect their students. For enemies around level 45, I can help block them for you. For higher levels, I will apply for official protection. So don't be afraid, give it your all. Even more exciting things await you in the future. Baidi said boldly and with great spirit. Shinzei nodded in agreement. Congratulations, you have become a student of Baidi. Mentor task, resolve the crisis in the main dungeon of Dasha City. Thank you, mentor. I usually don't cause trouble and focus on grinding dungeons, Shinzei said sincerely. With me watching your back, who would dare mess with you? Baidi said, the Dasha City dungeons are level 30 to 55. Once you finish your tasks here, you can come find me. I'll take you through the main storyline dungeons, it will help you when you enter the Central District later. Shinzei agreed. At that moment, the sound of bones clashing was heard, and a dark skeleton carrying a catgirl emerged from the shadows. It froze when it saw everyone's gaze. Turns out the little skeleton still had social anxiety. This is a teammate I rescued. She accidentally got mixed up with the Jalan organization and something went wrong. She needs treatment, Shinzei said, pointing at the catgirl. No problem. Tangju readily agreed. Then I'll head off first. After Shinzei left, Baidi admired inwardly. Not only does he have heroic level summons, but he also cares about his teammates. His character and strength are both top-notch, and his future is limitless. Lord Baidi, the cleanup of the Jalan organization this time is entrusted to you. No problem. Baidi smiled and nodded, then strode into the spatial vortex. Clatter, clatter, the corridor was crowded with pitch-black skeletons, their hollow eye sockets staring at her in unison. Baidi's smile immediately froze.
Something's not right.
Shinzei had just returned home when his mentor, Bai Di, closely followed him, hesitating to speak.
Mentor, what's wrong? Shinzei asked with suspicion. It's nothing. After hesitating, Bai Di didn't ask further.
It is possible for a level 22 professional to eliminate the Jelan organization, but the corridor full of skeletons shocked her.
This apprentice is really exceptional.
The stronger the apprentice, the more she benefits.
Isn't that how a necromancer should be?
The skill book and a set of level 20 diamond grade equipment you mentioned have been requested and will be delivered before noon tomorrow.
Remember to check for them.
The people from the Li clan's main branch will come to cause trouble for you in 3 days. You are now officially a part of the Central District, so he dares not act rashly. Although the official power is weak at the low level, talents are concentrated in the Central District, which can suppress individual superfamilies. If the two families unite, it will be difficult for the official authorities to handle.
The Central District is currently balanced by mutual checks and balances.
Before leaving, Bai Di gave careful instructions.
Longhua has billions of people.
Ordinary civilians occasionally show talent for clearing nightmare dungeons, and mentors are responsible for discovering and nurturing them. Superfamilies rely on their bloodlines and resources to cultivate geniuses. The two follow different paths, and their talents vary. It's hard to say which is superior. The official represents the interests of the common people, while the superfamilies represent the interests of the nobility. The relationships are complex and intertwined.
Bai Di looked uneasy when leaving.
She wasn't afraid that someone would threaten Shinzei, but feared Shinzei causing trouble.
Just like those dark skeletons filling the corridor. There is half a day left before the equipment and skills are delivered.
After Shinzei and the Dark Queen rested, they contacted Tang Zhu to go to the connection point of the manor instance. The warehouse is too messy, it's hard to find key items, might as well just sell them. Tang Zhu helped him open a private account to enjoy the thrill of growing deposits. Soon, an official car stopped downstairs at his home, drawing curious looks from the neighbors. Shinzei got into the car, and Tang Zhu smiled as he said, "Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the White Emperor, you have a bright future ahead." Shinzei said, "I heard the Central District is the real stage, I want to see what's so special about that place." He has always wanted to climb to a higher level and see a broader world. Tang Zhu sighed, the Central District gathers all the main Black Abyss dungeon instances from everywhere.
As an unparalleled prodigy, you really should go and see it. She then asked, how is the mall for the Manor Dungeon Group now?
Shinzei replied, it has already gotten on track, but the quality of the equipment provided is low, with almost no gold-level equipment. Lower-tier players level up quickly by farming monsters, so their demand for equipment is increasing, and the mall probably can't keep up. Tang Zhu sighed, she had been worried about this for several days. She originally planned to transfer 100 silver-tier items and 50 gold-tier items from a neighboring city but didn't expect the other side to keep them all hidden and refused to sell them even for money. Shinzei said, I have a batch of high-quality equipment that can be added to the mall, and you set the price. The Manor Dungeon is under his control, and he also gets a share of the experience rewards.
Maintaining a healthy cycle between the dungeon and the mall is his responsibility.
Tang Zhugang was about to say something else, but when he saw the warehouse equipment list sent by Shinzei, he was completely stunned and trembling. Silver equipment, 3,218 pieces, gold equipment, 342 pieces, platinum equipment, 73 pieces, diamond equipment, 27 pieces. Shinzei frowned slightly, considering whether to make a trip to the Li family trading post. With the support of the White Emperor mentor, if any Li family professional tried to block the way, they would seize everything.
No repayment installments, equipment would be confiscated nonetheless. Tang Zhu hurriedly said, enough, absolutely enough. The quantity of this equipment is astonishing, enough to make neighboring cities insanely jealous. More importantly, Shinzei cleared the nightmare instance, and the attributes of this equipment far exceed those of same-level gear. If given to lower-tier classes, the monster farming efficiency would greatly increase. She had already decided on the trading method and was preparing for equipment rental. The equipment was too expensive for ordinary professionals to afford. She asked, is the price acceptable?
Silver equipment costs 500,000, gold equipment 5 million, platinum equipment 10 million, and diamond equipment 50 million. Lin Hai City is under heavy financial pressure, but she believes that once the higher-ups see the equipment attributes, they will immediately approve the purchase. After all, selling items one by one at the auction house will get higher prices, it just takes more time. Of course. Xinzei's eyes lit up, thinking that the little treasury could finally be filled. Tang Zhu suggested, exchange all your equipment above the gold level for Central District contribution points. With higher contribution points, you can not only enjoy the benefits of the Central District but also buy rare items in the internal shop and even exchange for A-level resource packs. Xinzei asked, are there skill books for the undead class? Of course, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can get the noble route skill chains and unique single skills. Alright, then I'll follow your advice. I'll sell the silver level equipment for money and exchange the rest for contribution points. He knew that sooner or later he had to go to the Central District, so he wanted to lay a solid foundation first. Tang Zhu nodded, I'll help you handle it right away, but the process might be a bit slow. Xinzei said calmly, it's okay, I won't be able to go to the Central District anytime soon either. Let's solve the main storyline dungeon in Lin Hai City first. If Lin Hai City turns into a forbidden zone for life, all the previous efforts will have been in vain. Tang Zhu reminded, have you noticed that after the first phase, the black lightning in Lin Hai City has decreased? It means you've seized control of the main storyline dungeon from Li Xing'an. But he might strike back, so you need to be careful. Understood. After organizing the equipment, a military heavy truck slowly drove into the community, followed by military professionals acting as guards. Such a big formation? Neighbors peeked out in surprise. After handing over with the military professionals, Xinzei opened the back door of the truck, revealing ornately designed safes, with several skill book stands placed in the center. This is the undead skill chain of the disease system, he said excitedly in a low voice. Mentor, the eternal god, the assistant said excitedly. The armor of the military heavy truck is made by granite giants, possessing magic resistance, able to withstand high-level fire meteor spells, perfectly protecting the cargo. Ordinary residents had never seen such a scene and watched curiously. Mr. Xinzei, please sign for the delivery. A loud voice rang out, making the necromancer who controls life and death a bit embarrassed. After signing, the compartment opened, releasing a blast of white cold air. On both sides were military green equipment safes, and in the middle were disease-related necromancy skill books. Black mist spread out, causing unease. Xinzei looked at the several large boxes in front of him and asked, do you offer home delivery? The person in charge's expression changed, and he shook his head repeatedly. The necromancer's things, they simply didn't dare to touch them casually. A slight mistake could lead to extremely tragic consequences. Xinzei smiled, how about I summon a few skeletons to help move them? Skeletons? The person in charge hesitated, then nodded, that could work. The skeleton was scary, but still relatively safe. But soon, his body froze, trembling as he looked up, his eyes full of terror. This skeleton was different from what he had imagined. Xinzei snapped his fingers and shouted, Kingdom of Bones! Countless arm bones and thigh bones intertwined, forming a stair-like structure of white bones. Countless skeletal hands reached out from within, frantically grasping in the air, as if trying to seize some flesh and blood. The military personnel around stepped back in fear by several paces, keeping their distance far away. Don't be afraid, they are very well behaved and won't hurt anyone. Xinzei comforted. The person in charge complained inwardly, you think I would believe that? He regretted secretly, wishing he had given them some blood potions earlier and let them carry it themselves. This also confirmed his inherent impression, any undead mage who can fly is utterly abnormal. The skeletal hand grabbed the equipment box from the truck and passed it to Xinzei's window like a relay. Several slender arms carefully passed it into the room, set it down, and then casually closed the window. In less than a minute, all the equipment was moved upstairs with extreme efficiency, and the service was first-rate. If you guys go build houses and move bricks, you're really wasting your talent. Xinzei sighed. After the truck drove away, Shinzei retracted the skeletal transport platform and went back inside to open the treasure chest. There were 5 items in the equipment safe: a coat, pants, a weapon, a cloak, and a ring. His equipment level was already behind, so it was just right to change to a new set. He opened the box, and the words "exclusive to Necromancer" appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. What? The treatment in the Central District is way too luxurious, casually giving away a level 20 Necromancer exclusive set, and all of them are diamond grade. Shinzei took out a skeleton staff made of bones from the safe. It was about a meter long, sharp at the bottom, with a fist-sized skull at the top. Skull staff. Exclusive to Necromancer. Level, LV.20. Quality, diamond grade. Basic attributes: intelligence plus 80, strength plus 15, mana plus 3500, all undead skills instant cast, no chanting required. Skill 1, Perfect Skeleton. Passive, all skeletal undead skills gain perfect affixes. Skeletal toughness plus 150%, skeletal damage plus 150%, skeletal agility plus 200%, elemental and physical resistance plus 25% each. Skill 2, Bone Wings. Summon Bone Wings for free flight, up to 3,000 meters high, at a speed of 10 meters/second, gaining a 5,000 point shield. The shield absorbs attacks, and once depleted, the Bone Wings disappear. Consumes 1500 mana, lasting until damaged or retracted. Skill 3, Life Drain. The staff's tail has a drain needle. It pierces at close range or hits from a distance, continuously draining the enemy's life at 100 points per second, locking onto up to 3 units, with additional immobilization and paralysis effects. Attacking or moving interrupts the drain, consuming 50 mana points per second. Set effect: Skull Staff. Intelligence plus 10, health plus 5000, mana plus 2000. Description: crafted from bones, with a mysterious identity. Awesome plus. All white bones can be enhanced. The power of the White Bone Kingdom has increased again. An extra 5500 mana, solving the problem of insufficient mana. The equipment in the central area is really generous, giving plenty. However, necromancers might not be chosen by many. Shinzei continued to examine the remaining undead sets, with excellent effects. Skeleton armor, intelligence plus 50, strength plus 50, health plus 3500. Skill 1, automatic shield, refreshes every hour, shield value 8000. Skill 2, shield detonation, with bone entanglement. Skill 3, chest emits a stunning beam, stunning enemies for 3 seconds. Set effect: intelligence plus 10, strength plus 10, health plus 2000. Skeleton cloak, intelligence plus 45, agility plus 20, strength plus 10, health and mana each plus 1000. Skill 1, swamp aura, slows enemies. Skill 2, running acceleration. Skill 3, bone assistance, 2 bone legs assist when running, speed increased by 35%. Set effect: agility plus 10, running speed plus 50%. Skull necklace, intelligence plus 75, mana plus 4000. Skill 1, light of destruction, consumes 1000 mana, severely injures enemies. Skill 2, scapegoat, summons a skeleton substitute and releases obstructive mist when attacked. The third skill is stealth detection, which can discover hidden professionals or monsters nearby. Set effect: intelligence plus 20, mana plus 1000. Skeleton war boots, intelligence plus 40, agility plus 40. The first skill, Bone Bind, summons skeletal arms from the ground to grab the enemy's ankles. The second skill, Bounce Leap, allows a jump up to 10 meters high. The third skill, Skeletal Heavy Kick, strikes the enemy 5 times in a row with 5 skeletal feet, dealing damage 5 times. Set effect: intelligence plus 10, agility plus 10, speed plus 20. The war boots don't even have a speed boost skill? Grabbing the enemy is basically speeding yourself up, isn't it? That actually makes some sense. Daily updated novel group 940757303. Skeleton suit effect activated. Why do I look like a villainous big boss? Speechless. Shinzei stood in front of a mirror over a meter tall, carefully examining himself. The cloak was made of white ribs, with a spine in the middle and 2 rows of ribs on each side. The spine didn't look like human bones. Between each bone segment, there was cartilage connecting them, allowing movement. The white bone armor is even more special, composed of countless skeletal hands gripping each other's finger bones, and you can even snap the fingers apart. To be honest, I was a bit uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to it slowly, I found it quite comfortable. Windproof and fireproof, warm and breathable, and there's a soft stepping on marshmallow feeling underfoot. Shinzei thought for a moment, took out his phone to take a selfie, and sent it to his mentor Bitey. Shinzei, thank you, mentor. I really like the new outfit and have already put it on. Once I pass the main storyline dungeon of Linhai City, I'll follow you to keep moving forward. A few seconds later, Bitey replied. Bitey, damn, what the hell is this thing? Shinzei. Dear mentor, do you think it's appropriate to say it like that? Then Shinzei posted the selfie in the teen group chat. A few seconds later, the group chat exploded. Liu Yang, foster father, are you going to tend the grave? Why are you dressed all in white? Liu Yang, wait, are those bones? Big brother, what have you been through in the past 2 days? I took a nap and you turned into this? You haven't been possessed by a spirit, have you? Give me back my foster father. Liu Yang, anger.jpg. Sun Yunlong, I just got the child to sleep, and as soon as I opened my phone, I was scared to tears. Mu Shui, beat the child up once, and they won't cry anymore. Sun Yunlong, I'm talking about myself, not the child. Captain, your look scared me to tears. Mu Shui. Liu Yang, big brother, say something. You haven't really been possessed by the undead, have you? Do you want me to call the police for you? Or did you post this photo to make us call the police? Shinzei, sorry, this is my new outfit, exclusive to the undead summoner. Once you put it on, it looks like this. Liu Yang, damn, wearing a bunch of bones like that, it's no wonder this undead summoner isn't sticking with it. Mu Shui, +1. Sun Yunlong, +1+1. Shinzei said, I've found a way to crack the main storyline dungeon. Tomorrow morning, everyone meet at the Black Abyss connection point. This time we'll clear it directly. If you don't want to go, say so in advance. Mu Shui asked, is the way to crack it by identifying the disease characteristics, or by using special medicine to power through with drugs? I think a sealed mask could also prevent infection, but it always gets broken during combat. Shinzei laughed and said, guess what my profession is? Liu Yang said, necromancer? Wait, I remember there are virus types in necromancy magic, you wouldn't be? Mu Shui said urgently, don't tell me you can control the progression of the disease. Sun Yunlong said confusedly, I don't understand, but it sounds pretty scary. Shinzei replied, more or less. The group chat fell silent for a long time with no one responding. Shinzei continued, Liu Yang, Catwoman is currently in the hospital. Go talk to her, and if she still wants to participate in the main story, I'll save her a spot. Liu Yang asked, alright, bro, but what's wrong with Catwoman? Shinzei explained, she said the Jialan organization had skills. I went with her to get them, but the other side refused to let go. I had to take them out myself. Those guys transformed into beasts and charged at me, but I ended up taking them all down. Liu Yang and Mu Shui were both stunned, and Sun Yunlong exclaimed in surprise, you actually wiped out an organization while coaxing a kid? Shinzei confirmed, yes. Sun Yunlong had a face full of question marks? Everything was arranged, and Shinzei even pulled some strings with his mentor Bitey, though he felt it didn't amount to much. He solemnly walked to the skill placement box, where black mist was spreading. He pressed the button, the green light turned on, white steam appeared, and thick black fog carrying a sickly aura began to diffuse. Shinzei immediately felt his throat itch and started coughing, like the early symptoms of swallowing a blade. This is terrifying. Someone exclaimed, no wonder the person in charge doesn't want to move these boxes. If you inhale that black gas, you'll be bedridden as soon as you get home. A wave of weakness surged from within. Shinzei saw the name of the skill book, and his vision went black. Black Death Dissemination Technique. Description: implant the core of the Black Death virus into the body, experience the outbreak process, stabilize on the brink of life and death, grasp the pathological mechanism, and control the infection rate. This skill is 50% effective against other diseases. Those infected will inevitably die within 3 days without any treatment. Note: ineffective against non-living beings. Shinzei felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Does this mean I'll be done for in 3 days? No wonder all necromancer mages look feeble and close to death. Black Death spread technique, learning. The sensation of the disease invading the body was extremely intense. First came difficulty breathing, followed by a fever all over, and an unbearably dry and itchy throat. Shinzei gritted his teeth and endured, quietly waiting for the Black Death spread technique to upgrade. Black Death spread technique is continuously upgrading, transforming into Black Death forbidden technique. Black Death forbidden technique. Introduction: after a long struggle and study of the Black Death, you have fully mastered the core principles of the plague, able to control the viral particles at will and easily cure any infected. To you, they are like harmless little lambs, but when you give the order, they become deadly killers. The control rate over other diseases is 75%. If untreated after normal infection, death occurs within 3 days. You can cause the disease to erupt early, becoming lethal within 1 day. Shinzei remains silent for a long time. This skill is sinister, yet it carries a sense of justice. After all, harming and saving others are separated by just a single thought. Ultimately, this is not just a skill, but a profound understanding of the pathology of the Black Death. His control over the Black Death is at 100%, unmatched by anyone. He can also control 75% of other diseases, and beyond that value, he can still suppress his opponents. Can the Holy Royal Family control over 75% of the ancient disease? If they can, the Black Sun General's path of holy transformation would not have failed. Holy Royal Family, ancient disease. It's time to give them a shock. Daily updated novel group 940757303. That was close, I almost got taken out by the Black Death. Looking at it this way, necromancer-type mages really don't live long. Just as he was lost in thought, a 20-meter-high black abyss link vortex appeared before him. Because he successfully passed the first stage, many professionals gathered around, hoping to try their luck. The moment they saw Shinzei, they immediately became excited. Look, it's the great Shinzei. Wow, I'm so excited, wha? Can you sign an autograph for me? Shinzei's ears twitched slightly. Luckily that woman didn't come over to ask for an autograph. His handwriting looked like chicken pecks. If she insisted on signing, he could only give her a bone as a keepsake. Hey, over here. Lu Yang saw Shinzei and waved excitedly. Shinzei smiled slightly and strode over. Familiar faces were all there. Sun Yulong said with a smile, "Hello, Captain. I brought you some local specialties." Mu Shui also smiled and said, "Captain, you're here." Catwoman was there too. Her previous fur was almost completely gone, and her 2 long legs had become smooth and straight. She looked at Shinzei and whispered, "Captain, I didn't expect it to turn out like this, meow." "What do you mean?" Shinzei was momentarily stunned. "They are using skills to scheme against you, trying to keep you here, meow." Shinzei felt a bit guilty and waved his hand. "That's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Let's enter the dungeon." He hadn't yet mastered the ability to speak differently to different people. Whether to enter the nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plains? Yes/no. Yes. Entering, please wait. Lu Yang shouted, "Charge, charge, charge." The Catwoman meowed, "Meow meow meow." Sun Yulong scratched his head. "My local specialty fell outside." Mu Shui was speechless. The scene twisted in front of him, the hustle and bustle of the market noise sounded, and the aroma of steamed food wafted through the air. Shinzei looked around and found that the people wearing loose robes all had happy smiles on their faces. Bo people? He recognized them with surprise. At this moment, Lu Yang shouted, "Shinzei, look! The Bobo people made a statue of you, it's so funny, I have to take a photo and post it on my social media." Shinzei looked over and saw a 20-meter-high stone statue in the distance, exactly resembling his face. The statue held a sword high, with an intense expression, as if leading the Bobo people into battle. Shinzei was speechless. The sound of a camera shutter clicked nearby. "Are you all taking photos? Mushue, are you posting on your moments too?" Mushue smiled as she put away her phone. "No, I'm posting in the family group." At the same time, the despairing naval battlefield cemetery still floated in the sky, but no skeletons appeared. Shinzei waved his hand to withdraw the skill, and the 5 trench lines that darkened the sky disappeared, sunlight flooding the city. The Bobo people knelt on the ground in fear, at a loss. They had always believed that the things in the sky were protecting them. Shinzei said calmly, "You have to protect yourselves. This skill needs to be taken slow." At that moment, a beautiful woman ran over, lifting her skirt, her face full of disbelief and joy. Shinzei was momentarily stunned, whispering, "Little Qianqiang? How long have we been gone?" Faction mission trigger: break through the Holy Royal Line defense. Experience reward. Reward: Shining Great Equipment Chest *1. Special reward: Perfect Treasure Chest *1, Bobo Profession Inheritance, subject to faction points conditions. Daily updated novel group 940757303. Boboran City. The huge sea tomb that blocked out the sky and sun disappeared. Countless Boboran panicked, fell to their knees, and prayed, thinking the gods had abandoned them. The sacred royal family a few kilometers away saw this scene, each showing excited and grim expressions. For many years, they had been intimidated by the vast ocean trench, their hearts deeply shadowed. Now that the trench has disappeared, it is their turn to face the test. A beautiful woman of about 20 years old ran over excitedly, holding up her dress. At first, she was unsure, but after looking around anxiously, she excitedly hugged Shinzei's neck. "Big brother! I thought you wouldn't come back." Shinzei was stunned. Just a few days ago, she was a petite and adorable little girl, and now she had become a woman standing 1.7 meters tall with well-defined curves. The other teammates were also stunned, the change was just too great. "Come, I'll show you our city." Good. The colonial city was almost destroyed at first, and the Bobo people rebuilt it. The streets are clean, the sewage system is complete, and it no longer reeks. It has been 10 years since leaving, and the colonial city has become a Bobo city, with an annual economic income of several thousand gold coins. Shinzei can receive 10%, about 100 gold coins per year. In some dungeon native markets, gold coins can be used to buy items or bribe. Shared city economy penalty: you receive 10% gold coins. Obtained, 1027 gold coins. Gold coins clattered into the warehouse. After Big Brother left, we entered the stage of confrontation with the Holy Royal family. After their probing failed, they retreated to the foot of the mountain, afraid we would attack the castle's summit. We took the opportunity to develop and even contacted the northern rebel Bobo people. They taught us how to train troops and formulate defenses. We Bobo people don't have the strength to attack them. Xiao Qianqian laughed out loud, shaking her head in self-mockery. "So you're in charge of this city now?" "In charge? No, I'm the chief administrator. Grandpa, the village chief, was the previous chief administrator. After he passed, I took over. Fortunately, the city hasn't declined, it has become even more prosperous." Xiao Qianqian looked up, like a child waiting for praise. "Well done." Shinzei smiled and patted little Qianqian's head. He. Little Qianqian laughed happily. "I came this time to help you eliminate the fortress on the mountain and restore peace here. If you want to live a good life, you still have to rely on your own efforts, understand? Destroy the fortress?" Little Qianqian's eyes lit up. She completely believed Big Brother's words and excitedly pecked Shinzei's cheek lightly. "Big Brother, you marry? So cold." Before she could finish speaking, her lips were already icy and numb, unable to even speak. Shinzei forced a bitter smile and touched his face, thinking this was the drawback of the undead profession. Little Qianqian was paralyzed by the undead, which was even more terrifying than extreme cold. After catching up, little Qianqiang covered her mouth and couldn't speak for a long time, so she had no choice but to take out a box and hand it to Qinzhe. Opening the box, a prompt sound rang out. Obtained, Holy Royal Family Defense Line Distribution Map. Obtained, Antidote *5, temporarily prevents ancient disease infection. Obtained, Mana Entity Inheritance Qualification, can change profession at level 25, gain new profession, or directly inherit to increase base attributes. Obtained, Castle Blueprint. The things were well prepared. Thank you, let's go. Qinzhe waved to little Qianqiang and gave a slight nod to his teammates. Suddenly, Xiao Qianqiang stepped forward and said hesitantly, Frontline intelligence reports that someone claiming to be a professional, from the same place as you, has set up an inescapable trap specifically targeting you. Professionals of the Li Company? We really need to settle the accounts between us properly. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Li building, the beautiful woman lay face down on the ground, blood slowly oozing out. Li Xinggang, whose face was covered in golden stripes, shimmered with waves of golden light as the golden lines spread from his eye sockets into his brain. General of the Black Sun, orders received. I will get you out of here. There is advanced medical treatment available here that can solve your problem. I will definitely get you out, but before that, I have to kill Qinzhe. Li Xingyang's eyes were wide open, golden patterns spreading and converging in his pupils. No one was around, yet he kept murmuring quietly. You lowly scum, you will always be trampled under my feet. Who dares to resist? I want you to watch hope be crushed little by little. I will trample on you again. Death prediction, Li Xingyang has set a deadly trap, Qinzhe will die within 3 days. Will not. He did not hesitate and put all his chips on will. The chapter isn't over yet, click next page to continue reading. He staggered to his feet, shouting, General Larry, I am forever loyal. A twisted vortex appeared before him, and his figure gradually vanished. A beautiful woman was lying on the ground, already dead, blood still flowing. The official website of Li's company pinned a life or death bet at the top, leaving the employees stunned. The boss must be crazy, really betting on Qinzhe and putting the company on the line? I don't want to lose my job, I haven't even finished paying off my loans. I just bet Qinzhe 1,000 yuan, the odds are so high, it's too tempting. The boss is really going all out against Qinzhe? That's intense. There was a lot of buzz inside the company. The two receptionists were even more excited. A big event is coming. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the light in front of them. Ah! The two looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of the counter, dressed neatly in a suit, with a kind smile, exuding a steady masculine charm. Hello, I am from the headquarters of the Li family, here to inspect the company, the man said politely. Ah! The two exchanged looks, at a loss for words. What's wrong? Aren't you going online? I'm not interested in that stuff. Our boss just lost the whole company gambling. The middle-aged man showed a puzzled expression. The glass elevator in the Li building slowly ascended, and standing inside felt as if the entire city was beneath his feet. Two front desk girls whispered to each other, occasionally sneaking glances behind them. The middle-aged man stood upright, his expression serious, full of the calmness and dullness of adulthood. Ding, the elevator doors opened. They brought the middle-aged man to the door of the top-floor office and politely said, Sir, this is the boss's office. He should be in the main quest dungeon. I'll try to contact him. You two open the door first, I'll wait for him inside, the middle-aged man said firmly, looking down at his watch. All right. The two quickly nodded and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the crimson liquid came into view, and they screamed in terror, clutching their heads. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and strode into the room. Someone died? Was it the prostitute called during the fun who killed them? The body is already cold, it looks like a middle-aged woman, not a young lady. There is only one possibility, she is Li Xingyang's wife. Someone assassinated her, or he killed her. Do you recognize who this body is? The middle-aged man carefully examined the body, then turned to look at the two front desk girls trembling together. He flipped over the corpse. The face was so disfigured it was unrecognizable, and there were large holes in the chest and abdomen, with the internal organs exposed. Two young women immediately knelt down and vomited. "Is this Li Xingong's wife?" the middle-aged man asked. One of the young women nodded, while the other continued to vomit. The middle-aged man sighed, stood up, and took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe off the blood. "We're all of the Li bloodline, and causing such a scene is truly embarrassing. If other prominent families find out, we'd definitely be ridiculed." He turned to look out at the cityscape outside the window. "Resources in Linhai City are crucial. We can't let the authorities take control easily. It seems it can only be managed by the headquarters. First, call Li Xingong over. This farce must come to an end." In Dashishi, Baidi was lying bored on the conference table, which was covered with a flood of documents. In front of her sat executives in suits, taking turns to report their work through PPT presentations. The reports were all about GDP, people's livelihood, economy, and real estate, making her feel drowsy. After half an hour passed, she couldn't help but shout, "I'm here to tackle the main storyline missions. What's the use of listening to this?" Everyone was stunned. The mayor with glasses, LV.33, adjusted his glasses and said politely, "Lord Baidi, the main quest is closely tied to our city's economy. It's not just about clearing the stage. Please listen patiently, as we hope to discuss countermeasures together. You rarely come here, and you wouldn't want to leave empty-handed, would you?" Baidi sighed helplessly. She had been in meetings for 3 hours and still wanted to go to a famous bar for a good drink. Suddenly, the phone rang with a ding-dong sound. When Baidi saw it, his eyes immediately widened, and then he burst out laughing. "Interesting. My student is really interesting. To think they actually forced the Li family to bet the entire company. Ha, I can already imagine the expressions on those old guys at Li headquarters. Student, go ahead and give it your all. Your mentor, will back you up. Ha ha ha." The executives in the conference room looked at her helplessly. "Yo, the odds are actually 879 to 1, my student's multiplier is 879? This won't do. As a mentor I have to support my student. First, I'll bet 1 billion. Baidi held his chin in thought, then opened the payment page. Since the amounts involved for professionals are usually very large, the limit on the amount was long ago removed. Funds quickly flowed in, with the digits rapidly jumping, instantly boosting the total by an order of magnitude. About 1 billion invested? The mayor of Dashi City looked at Baidi's operation, his face full of shock. He was somewhat informed about the situation in Linhai City. Tang Zhu once asked him to buy equipment, but he refused. Unexpectedly, the situation has now become so intense, with the Li Corporation completely breaking ties with the authorities and even putting the company itself on the line. "Do you think Xin Zhe can crack Li Corporation's killer move?" the mayor asked. "The Li Corporation has been entrenched in Linhai City for decades, using ruthless methods," he added. "If you can't beat them, just run away?" Baidi looked at him in surprise. "Don't underestimate my student, he's very cunning," Baidi said. "This billion is just to support my student's standing. I have no intention of getting it back. By the way, I'll help you with the main storyline quest. Can you help support my student's standing? Hurry up, invest 1 billion. I'm almost bored to death here." The mayor helplessly said, "Sorry, the budget is planned, it can't be used for personal support." Baidi snorted coldly, "You won't help with such a trivial matter? Then I won't listen anymore. Let's go drink." After saying that, Baidi jumped out directly from the open window. "Wait." The mayor and others quickly rushed to the window. A height of over 10 floors was nothing to Baidi. She was already walking on the sidewalk, but turned back and gave the middle finger. The upper floors of the skyscraper were speechless. Once the deathbed is activated, it can only be closed by the initiator. Unfortunately, Li Xingong had already disappeared in the main storyline dungeon, leaving no trace. The Li family's company was in complete chaos, and even the main branch of the super family Li was furious. They had worked hard for decades in Linhai City, and now everything was being blocked off. This was no trivial matter. Other super families watched on amused,
while the entertainment media they controlled only added fuel to the fire. Shocking. Internal turmoil in the Li family. Linhai City's Li Corporation completely blocked off. Li family's dominance shaken, grassroots professionals rebel, they lost control of the company in a panic. The death prediction game begins. Li's company launches a desperate attack to surround Qinzhai, only to be blasted away with a single palm strike, becoming a laughingstock. Daily updated novel group 940757303. On the rubble beach, several giant stones 2 or 3 meters high are piled up at odd angles. The holy royal guards ride crawling beasts, swaying as they move among the rocks. There is also a kind of large, fleshy ball creature. When it gets close to the ground, many legs and arms extend out, pulling it forward as it rolls. Its gray skin looks sickly. This used to be a large canyon with a river running through the center, but now it seems to have dried up, Lu Yang said in a deep voice, looking into the distance. Not only that, Mu Shui looked around and said, there used to be lush trees on both sides of the river. When I went back to check the guide, I learned that this canyon had an excellent ecosystem. Professionals once gathered precious herbs here, and there were also beasts to grind experience on, but now it's all gone. Look, the mountain ahead is bare too, and you can clearly see the fortress. Catwoman excitedly pointed at the castle ahead. It seems that over the past decade, the Holy Royal family's research into ancient diseases has become increasingly insane, to the point of poisoning all the living things on the entire mountain, Qinzhai said, stroking his chin in thought. I wonder how their research is progressing. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 instinctively touched the antidotes in their pockets. The antidotes could barely resist or cure the ancient disease, with effects lasting only 5 minutes, which had become their lifeline. Foster father, how do you plan to deal with the ancient disease? Lu Yang asked nervously, so we have some peace of mind. It's simple, fight poison with poison, Qinzhai answered calmly. The ancient disease is strong, but my poison is no less potent. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that his words were quite impressive. Qinzhai, draped in white bones, strode straight toward the sacred royal family's defense line. Hey, wait, come back first, someone shouted. The Li company has set a trap, shouldn't we be more careful? Everyone looked at Qinzhai in surprise as he charged forward without a hint of hesitation. Weren't we supposed to take it easy? Lu Yang paused for a moment, then charged forward without hesitation, completely trusting Qinzhai. Let's go, charge. He is Qinzhai, trustworthy. Mu Shui smiled and shook her head, quickly following. Catwoman, meow. Sun Yulong, wait for me. But soon, they discovered a problem. Qinzhai had no summon and charged straight ahead. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Holy Royal Guard on watch immediately shouted upon seeing someone approaching. Golden stripes appeared on the holy crystal between their brows and spread across their foreheads. This indicated that they had entered the second stage of the holy transformation, doubling all attributes, with average stats reaching 4,000, health soaring to 150,000, a nightmare for professionals. At the same time, Qinzhai noticed a small squad carrying that big meatball. The information about this big meatball was shocking. Plague meatball. Nightmare level disease monster. Level, LV.25. Health. Attributes, Strength 532, Agility 671, Intelligence 594. Skill 1, Core of Disease. The Holy Royal family, through terrifying experiments, successfully created the ancient core of disease, sealed within flesh, capable of consciously spreading disease. After 7 days, the core of disease fully merges with the flesh, slicing it into pieces and eating it can bring the Holy Royal family closer to a divine metamorphosis. Skill 2, Self-Destruct. The disease core within the plague meatball explodes, releasing a powerful shockwave that pulverizes the body into a flesh paste, splattering onto surrounding objects, while maximizing disease transmission. Those in direct contact have a 100% infection rate, inhalers an 80% rate, and witnesses a 50% rate. Introduction, a hybrid of human, cow, sheep, and dog. How did they even manage this? Qinzhai saw the introduction and immediately stopped in his tracks. Even if he could control diseases, he still didn't want to be blown to bits. Outsiders, what are you doing?
The Holy Royal Guard surrounded Qinzhe and his 4 companions, the captain demanding loudly.
It seems it's really been a long time. Qinzhe smiled, raising the skeletal staff. You even forgot about me?
You are. The sentry squad leader squinted at Qinzhe and rubbed his head. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he leaned back sharply, pulled hard on the crawling beast's reins, and actually flipped the beast over. Wait, he is the Dark Destroyer.
Oh my god, run!
No, quickly send the message to General Black Sun, the Dark Destroyer has appeared again.
Damn it, I just happened to be on patrol duty when it happened.
Before Qinzhe made a move, the sentries were already panic-stricken. He once single-handedly wiped out the entire holy city, summoning countless undead skeletons, becoming the greatest fear in the hearts of the Holy Royal family. In short, they were thoroughly scared.
Qinzhe awkwardly scratched his nose. Dark Destroyer? Is this the nickname the Divine Royal family gave me? It's quite imposing.
The sentries retreated 5 meters like waves.
The other 4 teammates were all dumbfounded. Mu Shui, huh? Lu Yang, huh? They're scared, really scared. Catwoman, I'm not surprised at all, meow. Sun Yunlong, how does the monster know I've gotten stronger? Qinzhe of course did not let them escape.
The skeletal staff was gently raised.
Kingdom of Bones.
The undead aura immediately filled the surroundings, and the sky darkened. Countless skeletal hands emerged from the earth, precisely grasping the crawling beast's limbs and forcibly dragging them underground. Congratulations, you have killed a crawling beast and gained 700 experience points.
The wails of ghosts and howls of wolves echoed like purgatory.
The Holy Royal sentries fell one after another, as skeletal hands began to grope them up and down. They had strong defenses and wielded golden spears, frantically swinging them. The clashing of metal was accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. But these skeletal hands are just the appetizer, the real threat is yet to come.
In the desperate gaze of the sentry, strings of flaming skulls hovered in the air, connected by their spines.
He, terrifying laughter echoed from all directions.
On the rocky beach of the canyon, bones intertwined, and chilling winds blew.
The sacred royal sentry howled and screamed miserably, as if trapped in hell. 2 kilometers away on a giant rock, 5 figures flickered in and out of sight, their movements panicked and distorted.
One of them cursed softly, Su Lao San, can't you even use your stealth skill properly? You're swinging around, exposing your back. Su Lao San shouted indignantly, I'm scared. Afraid of losing control of my skill, isn't that normal? Another female voice responded angrily, you use 100 mana, I use 100 mana, what's the difference? You don't even know how to use stealth.
It's really unlucky to have a useless teammate like you, no rewards at all, and we end up messing around for nothing.
The assassin snapped back, you're right.
I chose assassin to get free kills, and I have stealth skills to boot.
What can your ranger archer do?
Shooting people is like scratching an itch, less effective than a massage.
Are you giving someone a scrub down?
The female archer's face flushed red, a small pearl fell, and she wiped the powder from her sleeve. Alright, this time the company has laid all its cards on the table to take down Qinzhe.
Those who successfully eliminate him will receive $1 billion bounty. The chance to become a billionaire is right in front of you, so why are you still arguing? A slim young woman interrupted the argument. Her name was Chow Lily, LV.
She had already switched to being an arcane mage, not following the holy transformation path. This time she came in purely to make money and grind experience and equipment. She possessed an A-grade talent called Savage Growth, giving all her spells exaggerated bonuses. As a key professional cultivated by the Li Corporation, she was one of the top mages in Linhai City. Chow Lily's reputation was high, and the team immediately fell silent. The assassin's stealth skills also stabilized considerably. I've already notified the other professionals from the company, they're on their way, bringing the Holy Royal Army with them. She looked at the rows of skulls emerging in the sky, showing no fear but rather excitement, eager to fight. In her view, battles between mages were about breaking moves and counterattack. Those white bone skeletons flying all over, though looking like summons, were actually created spells. As long as it was a spell, she was confident in countering it with magic, suppressing Qinzhe's spells. Why hasn't he summoned yet? She grew a little impatient, wanting to fight Qinzhe. Her opponent's summons were very strong, capable of dealing tens of thousands of damage in one hit, while her own health was just over 10,000, not nearly enough to withstand such blows. The company took out their last resort equipment and items to counter Qinzhe's undead summoning. The refreshed talisman stone can erase enemy summon creatures' marks and turn them into their own. The absolute banishing will can exile enemy summons. The shattered zone can directly kill enemy summons and steal their attributes, but exceeding attribute limits can cause backlash. Almost everyone was equipped with these, solely to deal with Qinzhe. An undead summoner without summons has no combat power at all. She hid here, waiting for Qinzhe to summon undead, then planned to use the shattered zone to steal attributes, gaining dozens of attribute points, which would be incredibly satisfying. Team member Dark Knight, level, LV.26, profession, Illusion Assassin. Team member Wang Deshan, level, LV.25, profession, Heavy Armor Warrior. Team member Mugo, level, LV.24, profession, Bard. I thought you would come and challenge me one-on-one. Qinzhe sneered, Tisk tsk, how boring. His enthusiasm instantly faded, and only contempt remained in his eyes. Chao Lily was speechless. Who would go and challenge the big boss one-on-one? In that case, let's settle this quickly. Qinzhe said calmly, as the bone wings composed of white bones slowly unfolded behind him. The bone wings were layered, sharp and cold, emitting a strange beauty. As the bone wings spread, he soared into the air, blocking the sunlight overhead. Those indifferent eyes seemed to be staring at the Grim Reaper. I didn't trigger a single arcane. Chao Lily's face instantly turned pale. 10 vengeful souls rushed out from Qinzhe's side, quickly entangling the 5 people. Elemental shield. Chao Lily hurriedly raised her staff, and an energy shield formed around them. However, the vengeful souls did not attack the magical defense directly, but instead grabbed her staff. She hadn't reacted yet when the staff was already swept up by the resentful spirit into the sky, drifting further and further away from her. A piercing mocking laugh sounded in her ear. Ah, my staff! Chao Lily panicked. The arcane trap hadn't triggered, but her staff was lost. She hurried to the warehouse to grab another staff, but its attributes were far inferior, and the arcane bonus was much weaker. Others also suffered losses. The knight's illusion cloak was torn away, Wang Dachang's helmet was forcibly removed. Elven archer Yang Qing screamed as her leather armor was taken, clutching her chest and crying out in pain. Resentful spirit clinging, activation successful. Obtained, arcane staff, diamond grade, illusion cloak, diamond grade, rock helmet, diamond grade, bardic instrument, diamond grade, elven leather armor, diamond grade. A piece of diamond level equipment is worth 50 million, collecting 5 pieces amounts to 250 million. A small profit. Qinzhe released the vengeful spirit mainly to restore mana, not to steal things. Wraith. Trigger *10. Strength plus 237, agility plus 109, intelligence plus 174. He was stunned. He had just killed so many sacred royal sentries, but the soul capacity in the right hand of the Yellow Spring was already full. Without hesitation, Qinzhe spread his bone wings, and 3,000 undead soared into the sky. Chao Lily and her teammates were furious after their equipment was stolen. That was their hard-earned exclusive gear and absolutely could not be taken away easily. Seeing the sky filled with vengeful souls, their faces changed drastically, and they quickly shouted, "Run!" Surrounded, they feared all their gear would be stripped away, a fate worse than death. The 5 each showed their skills, desperately fleeing. Chao Lily, with short legs, gradually fell behind. Phantom activated his speed skill and instantly disappeared. "Wait for me," she shouted, but before she finished, eerie laughter came from behind. Her ankle was grabbed, her balance lost, and she fell to the ground. The force of the vengeful spirit did not weaken, it dragged her straight into the air. Arcane missiles. Fireball. Refresh summoning stone. She counterattacked wildly, but to no effect. Countless vengeful souls swarmed her like hawks, and she panicked. Shinzei replied calmly, "These souls were just caught by me, so of course they have no effect." Chow Lily was shocked. Looking at the bodies on the ground, a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. These souls were actually sentinels. She hurriedly performed the arcane ritual, her hands gathering a magical orb, which she fiercely smashed towards the nearest wraith. The wraith was scattered. A blue light flickered in her eyes, the magical energy rapidly spreading, instantly eliminating the wraiths within a 10-meter range. Death Speaker activated, agility +5, HP and MP +1000 each. Death Speaker activated, intelligence +5, HP and MP +1000 each. Not bad, wiped out 1,000 wraiths. Another 5,000. Shinzei waved his hand, and more resentful souls surged like a tide. Chow Lily floated in the air, a green light flickering in her eyes, panting heavily, with pride on her face. But as she turned around, a dense crowd of resentful souls had already pressed close to her face. Chow Lily looked ahead in confusion. Sizzle, sizzle. The armor was torn open. Chow Lily's eyes widened in terror as she stared at the close-range vengeful spirit. On those twisted, pained faces were phantom golden crystal engravings, souls of the Holy Royal Family. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of "caught in the act" that Shinzei had mentioned. And her own soul, could it be? No. The fear deep in her heart surged to her forehead. She finally understood the terror of necromancer mages. Regret surged in my heart, wishing I could slap myself twice. There's clearly nothing wrong, why provoke him? I should have just run away as soon as we met. Countless resentful souls swirled around me, their sinister laughter flooding like a tide. The wraith had no biting attack, but reached out with icy soul hands brushing over her skin, sparing not a single inch, making her feel her privacy was being invaded. But she couldn't care, furiously swallowing the blue potion, gulping it down her throat. The mana kept rising rapidly, +100 +100 +100. The recent arcane blast consumed 3,000 mana, and her mana was depleted. The first mana potion was swallowed, restoring 1,000 mana. Just as she was about to open the second bottle, her right ankle was suddenly grabbed, and she was helplessly hung upside down in the air. The mana potion bottle in her hand dropped in panic, shattering and splashing blue liquid. Countless resentful souls clung to her as they spun wildly, forming a small black tornado. Chow Lily was completely surrounded, hidden within it, and her equipment was continuously sent out. First, 5 resentful souls presented a pair of white over-the-knee boots. Elemental magic boots, diamond grade. Not bad, but why is there a sour stench? How long has this girl been wearing these? Shinzei picked up the shoe corner with disgust and casually tossed it into the warehouse. No matter what, the petty cash plus 50 million. Then various equipment was sent out one after another: arcane pants, mage leather armor, critical strike cloak. Damn, a C-cup, you actually got that for me too? Shinzei twitched at the corner of his mouth and casually tossed it aside. There was no use in selling it. After Chow Lily was dealt with, the other 14 members couldn't escape either. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the flying vengeful spirits. 5,000 per person, a total of 20,000, fiercely demonstrating their power. Soon, the slowest bard, Muge, screamed in agony as a vengeful spirit grabbed his ankle, suspending him in the air. Countless vengeful spirits rushed forward, frantically tearing off equipment, handing over one piece of still-warm diamond-grade gear to Shinzei. Is it because of the healer that these vengeful spirits are like this? Shinzei wondered secretly. The other 2 were also quickly surrounded and their equipment was frantically grabbed. Before long, Shinzei's hands were piled high with second-hand diamond-grade equipment. Although used, it was still extremely valuable. Vengeful spirits possessing you, and they're actually trying to snatch gear, he was puzzled. I thought it was continuous damage. Suddenly, Shinzei's expression changed. Could these vengeful spirits have been influenced by him? The originally fierce attacks had turned into grabbing equipment and fleeing. If he had become a vengeful spirit, he would definitely strip the equipment first, not bite. This made him fall into deep thought. Just how big are the differences in personal skills? Among hundreds of millions of mages worldwide, could everyone's fireball spell be the same? Impossible. Shinzei's eyes suddenly widened, feeling as if he had grasped something, yet it remained unclear, like 100 ants crawling chaotically on his heart, itchily uncomfortable. At this moment, the first black tornado composed of vengeful souls suddenly dispersed, heavily slamming Chow Lily to the ground. The vengeful souls returned to the right hand of the Yellow Springs, turning into soul reserves.
Didn't finish her off?
Shinzei sneered, swinging the skeletal staff. Several circular ribs immediately emerged from the ground, piercing through Chow Lily's body, with blood splattering.
The experience must be secured.
Congratulations, you have killed the arcane mage Chow Lily, gained experience, and dropped item, refresh summoning stone.
The professional had considerable experience. Refresh the summoning stone?
Shinzei was momentarily stunned, and after checking the description, he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Chow Lily kept defending, it turns out she was guarding this treasure all along. This thing isn't very useful to me, take it out and sell it. After all, when he kills, both the soul and the bones can be utilized, even stronger than his original summon.
Right hand of the underworld.
As usual, he extracted Chow Lily's soul and placed it into the reserve. But when he saw her soul sit up from the shattered body, that confused and numb expression struck a chord in his heart. The realization from just now surged in his mind again, 100 people, 100 hamlets.
There are no two identical leaves in the world.
Even practitioners with the same skills and levels produce different effects when they release them. Only those with a unique style can be called geniuses. Perhaps, I can forge a path that belongs to me. Shinzei felt a sudden clarity in his mind. Even if the undead world and the skeletal realm truly exist, they would not appear within the dimension of ordinary humans. No one can see their full form, even necromancers can only catch a glimpse of a part.
If not, then I will create a kingdom of white bones myself.
To become the only existence in this world.
This is a path no one has walked before.
Most necromancers perish early, at 30, they are considered old, and by 40, nearly at death's door. They only caught a glimpse of the iceberg's tip in the world of the dead, and they had already fallen.
I will be the one to witness the true world.
Shinzei raised the skull staff and pointed it at Chow Lily's soul. Countless white bones surged from all directions, filling her soul, ribs densely arranged, arcane crystals reformed on the skull, and the arcane staff returned to her hand.
What is this?
Chow Lily opened her mouth wide, blue light flickering in her eye sockets, revealing shock.
Is it death, or loyalty to me?
Shinzei looked down from above, his gaze full of authority. Chow Lily transformed into a skeleton, trembling as she knelt to the ground, her teeth chattering.
I am willing to pledge my loyalty. Shinzei nodded gently.
He did not expect her to bring much combat power after turning into a skeleton. But she was the first human being he transformed in the land of white bones,
becoming the anchor for the world he created.
In the past, the Bone Nation was just a skill. If forgotten or affected by items, it would become ineffective. But the Bone Nation he created belongs solely to him.
The true world of the undead is extremely mysterious to humans. It is the realm of the dead, existing in a dimension higher than the human world. Just the thought alone inspires dread.
The goal of all necromancers is to get closer to the undead world and glimpse the secrets of this mysterious dimension, unveiling the true mysteries that hover above the heads of mortals. Here lies a clear boundary. Crossing it, an aged body can regain the vitality of youth, and a fearful soul can reclaim peace and confidence. It also allows one to touch the real undead world that terrifies the world. This is no longer a matter of skill strength, but a dimensional crush.
For a superfamily, this is both a temptation and a poison.
Once they cultivate family members who can cross boundaries, the entire superfamily can easily crush other forces and dominate Blue Star. The Eagle Sauce Federation, Dying Country, Little Life Country, and the like are not worth mentioning, they can be easily crushed. Not a single one dares to make a sound when beaten. Shinzei was filled with curiosity about the undead world he was about to enter. While at home, he researched extensively and discovered that the fate of necromancer mages was extremely tragic. Only 1% of undead mages live to the age of 40, mostly those trained by super families, the remaining 99% practically met their end by the age of 20, either drained dry or killed horribly. This struck him as very odd. All those who chose the undead path met bad ends. This was a world apart from the warriors who lived to 100 and the nature mages who specialized in life forces. After deeper digging, he finally came across a necromancer who had successfully crossed boundaries on a forum in Jujyo, level 60. This person had once caused a huge uproar in Dragon Kingdom. Some feared he would bring an undead plague that would destroy the nation, while others were extremely excited, believing he could easily annihilate powerful enemies like the Eagle Sauce Alliance and the Little Japan Kingdom. At this level, an apocalyptic undead flood could turn enemies into dead zones. In Jujyo was originally a member of the super family Wan clan. The Wang family was overjoyed and demanded concessions from other super families and the authorities, but suddenly In Jujyo disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. This matter caused the Wang family to plummet, not only becoming a laughingstock but also falling from the strongest to the weakest. To this day, the whereabouts of In Jujyo remain a mystery. Some say he entered the depths of the Black Abyss dungeon, others say the mortal world could not contain him and he was taken away by a mysterious force. There are all kinds of rumors, but only a few top officials know the truth. Mu Shui struggled to maintain composure and tried her best to stay calm. Oh. Shinzei nodded, feeling nothing unusual. After all, Mu Shui has always been calm and strong. Lu Yang leaned in. Let me take a look, I'm an expert at reading maps. There are 2 small paths on this side that can go around to the back of the castle. Seems like they're for deliveries, not entirely sure. Taking the shortcut counts as completing the mission anyway. After all, it's just breaking through the defense line. Killing more monsters means gaining more experience. What do you all think? Lu Yang smiled and said, let's listen to the foster father. The Catwoman softly let out a meow. Sun Yunlong also nodded, I agree too. Mu Shui said faintly, all right. They crossed the rocky beach, and the hillside ahead was shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, causing unease. The aura felt like the onset of disease. Sick aura. Lu Yang and the others immediately grew tense, tightly clutching the only antidote. Before even getting close, my head began to ache faintly, and my throat was dry and unbearably itchy. A negative condition rapidly appeared. Ancient disease, the pathogen enters through the respiratory tract, spreading throughout the body within 10 minutes, dissolving into the bloodstream, and eventually gathering at the forehead. It parasitizes after 1 day, forms a holy worm after 10 days, devours cerebrospinal fluid, and breaks through the brain. Host, in peril. Range of spread, within 1 meter, lethal beyond that. Everyone's faces changed abruptly. This is basically raising insects with their bodies. Could the sacred path of transformation be about raising insects in the space between the eyebrows? In the end, does the human turn into the insect, or does the insect turn into the human? This heritage looks strange no matter how you see it, and no one would choose it at all. Lu Yang frowned. Does the antidote remove the disease, or is it most effective when used 4 or 5 days later? Catwoman groaned in pain. My head hurts so much, it feels like something is crawling inside. The others were also staggering, unable to hold on. Mu Shui is powerful, surrounded by a white aura, temporarily resisting the illness. In pain, Mu Shui suddenly witnessed a shocking scene. Black Death. Shinzei raised the skeletal staff and struck out. Dense and overbearing disease particles were instantly released, fiercely colliding with the ancient disease, intertwining and dissipating. In the microscopic world, the battle was exceptionally fierce. Mu Shui covered her mouth in terror, her legs weak and trembling. Shinzei could actually control diseases. LV.23, not yet transitioned, is this even human? Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Lu Yang and the other 2 recovered, their eyes filled with surprise. They looked at Shinzei, the answer now clear. I told you I had a way to solve the illness. Lu Yang frowned. Foster father, why did a negative buff called Black Death suddenly appear? Catwoman also called out confusedly, me too, meow? Sun Yunlong said helplessly, I got affected too. Shinzei remained silent. Adoptive father comforted, don't be afraid, the Black Death virus has very low lethality, you won't die. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, I thought it was over. Mu Shui lowered her head, looking at the new condition status in her status bar, silently. Her steps gradually staggered, falling to the back of the group. Lu Yang asked with concern, Mu Shui, why are you walking so slowly? Aren't you stronger than us, shouldn't your resistance be higher? Mu Shui answered softly, I'm fine. But why are your pants wet? Was there a puddle anywhere just now? Mu Shui suddenly shouted, no, I just changed my pants. Everyone stared at her in unison, their eyes full of confusion. Qin Zhe and Lu Yang exchanged glances, and Catwoman also showed a surprised expression. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the defensive stronghold of the Holy Royal Family. In the middle was a steep slope, with cliffs on both sides, and the edges of the cliffs had been dug even steeper. Before they got close, they heard someone shouting ahead. Hurry! Qin Zhe is coming right away, shield warriors push forward, everyone activate the rock-solid skill, don't worry about mana consumption. The company will compensate for all losses, and if you die, the company will still pay 10 million. For one general's success, tens of thousands of bones wither. Rangers and mages, quickly fill in, start chanting skills immediately. Even if you can't stop Qin Zhe, you must delay time to give the priests a chance to heal. Qin Zhe is a necromancer. Take out all items that counter summons. Under no circumstances let him summon successfully. If he can't summon, he dies, if he does summon, we die. Understand? Yes. Qin Zhe reluctantly stepped forward, watching thousands of professionals busy setting up formations. Is this the rhythm for preparing to fight a boss? He thought to himself, why not count me in? Is he really a necromancer? Why does his skin look better than mine, so rosy and spirited? I remember the undead summoners in the video all looked sickly. I'm an LV.24 warrior, so why does he seem to have more muscle than me? I don't know about anything else, but just look at the Holy Royal Guard, their legs are shaking, they're absolutely terrified. Damn, even the crawlers are scared shitless. Everyone was talking in a heated manner, and the atmosphere was tense. The professional mercenaries hired at great expense by the Li Company were whispering among themselves. They had plenty of experience killing bosses, especially the main storyline dungeon bosses, and some had even achieved the first kill. When it comes to killing bosses, these guys are the most professional. But this mission made them really puzzled. Facing the Black Sun General, the super boss, they were actually not allowed to go up and kill him, but instead were sent to block a necromancer? With their status and price, this gap is just too big. A small professional, does he really think this is a big deal? She cursed silently but held back, after all, the money was already guaranteed. As long as the payment is in place, even if they are asked to slaughter the lead pig, they can make it look as grand as killing a boss. This is their expertise, customer satisfaction is the most important. Li's young master Li Yuhao, level 15, was sitting at the back of the group, burning with anger. Having just been released from prison, the first thing he wanted was to kill Qin Zhe, not even bothering to attend to the news of his mother's death. Summon the brothers to charge towards the main quest dungeon. Knowing that the company is besieging Qin Zhe, he did not hesitate to take the position of chief commander. Hurry! There are still breaches on the front line, block them all. Axe warriors, hold the line for me. Archers, what are you standing there for? Quickly raise your longbows, fully draw your arrows, get ready to fire. My father has already entered the castle. Even if we can't kill Qin Zhe, we must hold him off to give my father time to complete his transformation. Stop fucking chatting, focus on the fight, or you won't get a single cent. Li Yuhao sat on the wooden platform, issuing orders with fierce momentum. The professional mercenaries were displeased internally, each cursing silently, but since the money hadn't been received, they still obediently followed the orders. At this moment, a scruffy man leaning against the wooden platform spat out a mouthful of smoke and sneered, "Ha, what kind of monsters could a small coastal city like Linhai possibly have? We, the Hungry Wolf mercenaries, have killed the guards beside the Black Emperor before, those were tough guys, yet we killed them all the same." He is the mercenary leader, codenamed Wolf King, level 29, about 50 years old. His words carry a lot of weight in the team, and these two sentences especially hit everyone's sore spots. They were particularly dissatisfied with a LV-15 kid being placed in command. Slaughtering pigs is one thing, but having a pig right on your head, who could stand that? Shut up! Li Yuhao shouted sternly, showing no mercy. The Wolf King's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and took a deep drag from the cigarette, but, his face shrouded in smoke, barely concealing his displeasure. Qin Zhe's strength exceeds your imagination. He is an undead summoner who cleared the nightmare dungeon. Li Yuhao shouted. Even the nearby holy royalty was so scared their legs trembled. Didn't you see that? At these words, the professionals from the Li Corporation all nodded. Those who had fled in fear earlier were these very people, who even thought Qin Zhe was inhuman. Peeling back his skin, no one could say what was really inside. Suddenly, a large knife suddenly stabbed into Li Yuhao's abdomen, pinning him to the wooden stake. -100, teammate protection, bleeding triggered. Li Yuhao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face twisted in pain. The Wolf King walked over coldly. You are too arrogant. Don't be afraid, I'll use a blood potion to keep you alive. Li Yuhao's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he barely managed to say, You will regret this. The Wolf King sneered coldly, Regret? What a joke. I never regret anything. At this moment, a scout ran over to report, Captain, that undead archmage named Qin Zhe has arrived. Alright, everyone, go all out and take him down. The sooner we finish, the sooner we get paid. We will never cooperate with Li's company again. Ugh, what rotten luck, what is this thing? Lu Yang said in surprise, Guess what? It turns out the one commanding from the rear is Li Yuhao, the young master of the Li family, leading a group of high-level professionals at level 15. This is hilarious. Catwoman shouted excitedly, Look, that man can't hold it anymore, and stabbed Li Yuhao directly. Qin Zhe was also very surprised. Li Yuhao was released so quickly? According to Tang Zhu's words, it should have taken at least a year or half a year, right? Could it be that people from the Li family headquarters have already arrived? They used a swift, decisive method to pacify Linhai City, and Tang Zhu was under too much pressure, so he had to release Li Yuhao. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Li family headquarters didn't want to give up the resource point of Linhai City and were forcefully taking control. No matter what, first deal with the person in front of him, then try out the newly understood skill. Solid as a rock. Hearts connected. Hardened resistance. The frontline shield warriors raised their 2-meter-high rectangular shields, like security doors, firmly blocking with their shoulders. A soil-brown light overflowed from the shields, connecting into a continuous field. They evenly distributed the damage they were about to receive, enduring many boss attacks. This method was repeatedly tested and proved to be extremely effective. Everyone was full of confidence. At the same time, behind the shield battle line, arrows and magical energy orbs flew across the sky in arcs, all smashing towards Qin Zhe. Although a single arrow caused little damage, hundreds or thousands of arrows combined had a tremendous impact, capable of dealing tens of thousands of damage points within a second. It's over. The Wolf King looked coldly at Qin Zhe and said indifferently, Professionals have low HP, no one can withstand an attack like this. At this moment, Qin Zhe raised the skeletal staff in his hand. Kingdom of White Bones. The skeletal structure he summoned slowly rose up. It was a skeletal figure made of densely packed ribs, named Xiao Lily, holding an arcane staff. Beneath her feet were layers of skulls, continuously piling up around her, pushing her higher into the sky. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, and Qin Zhe smiled and said, I'll name it, the Arcane Skeleton Mage Tower. Countless skulls quickly emerged from the ground, lifting the skeleton Xiao Lily straight up into the sky. This was the Bone Kingdom created by Qin Zhe, using Xiao Lily as the anchor. With the soul of a professional at its core and white bones as support, connecting the living world and the undead. He is taking the first step in building his own kingdom of white bones. Facing the arrows and magical bolts flying everywhere, Xiao Lily's skeleton raised the staff. Arcane Magic Counter. The densely packed skulls at the base bared their sharp teeth, with eerie green flames burning in their eye sockets, emanating a strong undead aura. Combined with Xiao Lily's spell, it formed an undead-enhanced version of the magical countermeasure field. The flying arrow entered this domain, its speed suddenly slowing down as if trapped in a quagmire. Then, a faint green flame ignited on the surface of the arrow. The skulls at the base of the tower flew up one after another, swirling chaotically in the air like a swarm of insects. They clattered, biting into the lodged arrows, eerie green flames surging from their eye sockets and jaws. Then, these skulls took the place of the arrows, counterattacking along the original path, biting at the archers who had shot the arrows. All the professional mercenaries were stunned. What kind of necromancer is this? How come the skeleton monsters here are completely different from the ones they've seen before? What the hell are all these flying skulls? Unfortunately, they didn't have time to think about it. The skull burning with eerie green flames rushed into the mercenary ranks, biting at their archers, the gnashing of teeth clattering chillingly. Once it bit down, it held on tightly, refusing to let go until it tore off a piece of flesh. -1783, soul burn, -300. -1803, soul burn, -300. Although the damage wasn't huge, this continuous soul burning was hard to withstand. After all, this wasn't Shinzei's truly mastered skill, he was merely experimenting with his newly grasped mastery of the beauty of the undead. Archer's health usually ranged between 7 to 9,000, so getting hit was no small matter, and it especially hurt. Screams immediately rang out, the mages in the back row holding staffs looked pale, as if they saw their own death looming. Unfortunately, once a magic missile was launched, it couldn't be recalled. The slower magic missiles flew into the magic countermeasure zone. After the skeleton tower base thinned, it sent out another batch of skulls, which bit into the ghostly green magic missiles midair. After swallowing them, the magical energy caused them to ignite, then they wildly charged toward the mages. Ah! The mages weren't as agile as the rangers and archers. They screamed in panic and quickly cast magic shields and 2-second chant teleportation spells. They thought this would save their lives, but unexpectedly, the skulls bit through the magic shields, drilled in, and bit tightly onto their thighs, their sharp teeth nearly piercing bone. Aga! Even more miserable screams than those of the archers sounded. Sure enough, the mages had quite loud voices. Waves of screams from the rear made the frontline warriors, who carried 2-meter-wide shields, unable to help but question, our side can still hold, so why can't their side? I don't know either. It looks like the rangers and mages are about to break. They complained, then suddenly turned their heads and were stunned to see skulls flying all over the sky. Damn! What the hell is this? The squad leader, Wolf King, took a puff of smoke, exhaled a cloud, and stared solemnly at the battlefield ahead. Shinzei is not like ordinary necromancers. Others summon skeleton monsters to form troops, but he summons skeletons who use arcane magic and flying skulls, forging his own path. Every generation's genius has never followed the conventional path. This kid can't be left alive. He crushed out the cigarette butt and waved his hand to summon the Dark Oblivion Spear. A black pentagram slowly unfolded, and a black spear fell. A hiss came from the darkness, and a black horse with eyes shining a ghostly blue charged out. The Wolf King mounted the horse, and a fierce aura instantly erupted. His profession was Dark Knight. He. Li Yuhao, with blood all over his mouth, suddenly laughed. What do you mean? The Wolf King wearing a black helmet turned his head to stare at Li Yuhao. Now, just starting to be afraid? Li Yuhao spat out blood and sneered, too late. Afraid? Me? The Wolf King sneered, what a joke. With a wave of his hand, the task force composed of assassins and knights quickly charged out. I am the Dark Knight, fear means nothing to me. After speaking, he led a group rushing toward a skeleton behind an archer, thrusting his spear fiercely. Bang! The skeleton's head was pierced, and the power was immense. The Wolf King showed no joy. If he couldn't even handle a skeleton's head, he wouldn't survive either. First, deal with the skeleton head and rescue the ranger and the mage. Frontline shield warrior, hold the line. Understood. At his command, everyone continued clearing the skulls. Shinzei surprised him greatly. These skulls have magical countermeasures that caused major trouble for the archers and mages. But that's all there is to it. What trump cards could a level 23 professional possibly have?
He himself might also be troubled by the shield warrior's defense.
Taking shortcuts is possible, but the gap in true strength will eventually become apparent. Suddenly, a powerful sense of pressure surged, causing the Wolf King to feel awe.
What? He was stunned.
The Dark Warhorse let out a neigh and suddenly threw him off, charging straight ahead.
Unfortunately, your Dark Warhorse has chosen to betray you.
Having lived so long, this was the first time the Wolf King had seen such a prompt. He lay on the ground, trembling as he looked up, his face full of astonishment. His lips quivered as he whispered, "Darkness."
Your Majesty the Queen? Everything suddenly made sense. However, how could this LV.23 necromancer possibly summon such a powerful being?
The Dark Warhorse galloped toward the Dark Queen, and as it entered Shinzei's kingdom of bones, its flesh automatically peeled away, leaving only the black skeletal horse frame. It turned its head in astonishment.
It seems my exploration of the realm of white bones is beginning to bear fruit.
Even forming a halo-like effect, entering my skeletal realm causes the flesh to automatically fade away. Digging deeper, combined with skill upgrades, the future changes are unimaginable.
Shinzei was extremely excited.
This was his first attempt at creating his own undead system, and the effect was clearly successful.
Next, no more holding back. Dark Queen. At your command, my lord.
The Dark Queen slowly saluted, then drew her longbow. Dark arrows quickly gathered power at her fingertips and were suddenly released.
Boom!
The once impenetrable shield warrior's defense instantly collapsed. Countless shield warriors didn't even have time to scream before falling to the ground. The corpses infected by darkness quickly transformed into skeleton monsters, crawling out from the ground one after another.
Shinzei and the Dark Queen approached calmly, black smoke emanating from his body.
Wherever they passed, blood flowed from the 5 orifices, and breathing became difficult.
That was the deadly Black Death. Once infected, one would fall into excruciating pain as the body steadily deteriorated.
If the Black Death could be more than just a skill, and instead be fused to create a power of its own, that would be quite interesting.
Shinzei watched the spreading Black Death thoughtfully.
The Wolf King saw the damage numbers and was plunged into despair. 180,000 damage, 4.5 times more than the Shield Warrior's highest health, simply outrageous.
Not even dungeon bosses were that extreme.
Although the Dark Queen was summoned and the attack was somewhat bearable, the spread of the Black Death and Shinzei's expression filled him with complete terror.
This guy is not human at all.
On this day, the Dark Knight felt true fear for the first time. The air was filled with black smoke, inhaling even slightly stung the throat, and within seconds fresh blood spurted from the mouth and nose.
His blood volume dropped sharply as if purged by a laxative.
Healing potions and recovery skills were all ineffective, only the antidote provided slight relief, but soon the blood level plummeted again. Pain spread throughout his body, he couldn't even straighten his waist, as if every cell was battling the virus and losing completely. Congratulations, you have killed Mercenary Shield Warrior, gaining experience and a Platinum level Earth Shield. Congratulations, you have killed Mercenary Ranger, gaining experience and Platinum level Agile Boots. Congratulations, you have killed Mercenary Healing Elf, gaining experience and Platinum level Warm Short Armor. Continuous kill notifications sounded. The professional's experience rewards were extremely high, nearly 10 times that of the Holy Royal Guard. The experience bar soared rapidly. Unfortunately, leveling up now is too difficult. The progress bar has only reached 49%, still more than halfway to go. However, as long as the Black Sun General is defeated, I can reach level 25. Then I will be able to receive the Magic Energy Profession inheritance from the Bobo people, and the blue bar will surge dramatically. Using skills to bombard, there's no need to worry about mana consumption at all. The substantial increase in blue mana was a qualitative leap for Shinzei. He could boldly experiment with undead powers, even building a vast kingdom of white bones. Casually summoning a skeleton legion who could still win against that. The level 25 job change is a deep exploration of the original profession. This is a well-recognized fact. But very few people can actually do it. Many only know that changing professions allows them to learn advanced skills, gain more attribute points, and unlock unique magic, but they don't understand the source of these powers. This should be a necessary path for every professional to trace back to the origin.
Killing is still too slow. Infectious black crow swarm.
The crisp whispers reached the ears of the surrounding professionals, like the roar of a demon.
Still killing slowly? Don't joke around.
Caw caw caw, the pitch-black crows flew out from Chinze's side like a swarm of insects. They circled and took off, rushing fiercely toward the mercenaries in the distance. Whoosh! The sound of air vibrating arose. Don't come any closer, I'll cleave you down with one swing. The warrior holding a giant axe saw the black crow attacking and hurriedly raised his axe, shouting, "Leap slash!"
His combat instincts immediately reacted, swinging the axe fiercely.
Poochie, the axe struck the black crow, which made him very happy.
I survived.
He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Once upon a time, a mere bird would die from a single axe strike, but Chinze's summoned creature was too strong, and he was extremely fearful. He was excited to tell the others, gods can be hurt, gods can die. But in the next moment, he saw the black crow struck by the axe still moving. What? He looked at the black crow in astonishment, his black eyes shining, and his head jerked sharply to the side. Bang! The black crow exploded, foul-smelling blood and flesh mixed with feathers smeared all over the axe warrior's face.
Damn it!
He quickly stepped back, and when wiping his face, he felt a handful of fresh blood. It was his own blood. At the same time, a term appeared.
Late-stage Black Death, you are about to die.
The axe-wielding warrior hadn't even reacted before his vision blurred, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In his final moments, he finally understood that these black crows were suicide attackers. Once touched, it was like contracting the late stage of the Black Death, with no chance of survival.
This gives no way out at all.
Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional axe-blade warrior, gaining experience and blood blade battle axe, platinum level. The black crows around exploded one after another, flying bits of flesh splattering, instantly covering my face. The other mercenaries were cursing at first, but when they saw negative effect alerts suddenly appearing on themselves, they froze, then all fell to the ground one after another. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional clown assassin, gaining experience and clown red nose, platinum level. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional sharpshooter, and gained experience and a platinum level revolver.
As the infection-carrying black crow flock joined the battlefield, their lethality multiplied. No matter how far the mercenaries fled, the black crow's sprint strike was always fatal.
So this is what it's like to be infected with the Black Death.
But my infection is somewhat different. The question is, how should I innovate based on this?
If transforming the Bone Nation is a difficulty level 1, then dealing with the plague, a real existing disease, is an almost insurmountable challenge. It follows realistic logic and is fundamentally hard to change. Even the Holy Royal Family researched it with all their might, yet they still failed. Skills not only carry the transformation of higher damage and power forms but also contain a profound understanding of professional strength.
My skills can upgrade once per second. When the plague evolves next time, I will gain more related knowledge, and the transformation will be much easier then. Shinzei nodded, this matter cannot be rushed.
He looked up toward Li Yuhao, who was nailed to a wooden stake in the distance.
Young Master Li. The first time we met, I was thrown into prison. The second time we meet, am I really going to have to end him with my own hands? What a tragic fate. Did the Li headquarters release you? Shinzei asked. He, you're really smart.
Li Yuhao laughed arrogantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
The big shots at Li headquarters are much more powerful than you think.
Shinzei shrugged, no wonder this guy was still arrogant even at the point of death.
Go to hell. Daily updated novel group, 940757303. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Li family.
The young master of the Li family never thought he would die. He had always acted tyrannically, killing people both in the game and in real life, and the Li Corporation would always handle the aftermath for him, ultimately ensuring he never had to pay any price.
The Li Company is basically the local tyrant in Linhai City.
But now, he really felt like he was about to die. This time, the Lee Corporation probably couldn't save him. On his deathbed, he thought to himself, I might as well have stayed in prison. Blood splattered onto the face of the bearded man beside him, who trembled in fright, not even bothering to wipe it off. Only level 15 and you dare to charge at me? Trying to challenge me above your level? Shinzei widened his eyes as he looked at Li Yuhao's level. Congratulations, you have killed a professional swordsman, gained 7,000 experience, dropped equipment, crippling greatsword, golden grade. Low-level drops did not provide much experience, so Shinzei turned his attention to the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight shuddered, liquid flowing from his chest. Your level is the highest here, the experience drop should be considerable. The Wolf King hurriedly spoke up, wait, how about we make a deal? I certainly have something that will satisfy you. Go on, Shinzei responded coldly. The main storyline dungeon in the central area is the Black Emperor. The Holy Royal Family you saw is just one family within the Empire. The main questline represents various factions in the Empire. Choosing a camp determines whether you side with the Black Emperor or the rebels. Entering the central area's main dungeon requires the Black Emperor's permission, the Wolf King said urgently. You will definitely take the main stage in the central district in the future. Let me solve this problem for you, how about sparing my life? I always thought Black Emperor was just a nickname. I didn't expect there to really be such a thing, Shinzei said in surprise. You need the Black Emperor's permission to enter the main storyline dungeon? This news shocked him. The Black Emperor not only knows about the Black Abyss and the human world but can also control this world's resistance against the Black Abyss. The power is terrifying. If you anger the Black Emperor, it's not impossible for him to counterattack into reality. Thank you for the information, but sorry, I already have a mentor in the Central District. The Black Emperor's approved mentor can handle it for me, so you can give up. Shinzei said coldly. That's a key resource. Your mentor can't get it unless you pass the test and reach the required contribution level, the Wolf King said urgently, but Shinzei interrupted him. Good, you also understand that these are not a problem for me. Let's go. Shinzei raised his right hand, and the plague pathogen gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a strange black spear. In the desperate gaze of the Wolf King, the spear pierced his chest. Immediately after, the spear exploded into countless fine branches, fiercely stabbing through the Wolf King's chest like a black cactus. The plague erupted, and the Wolf King died on the spot. Congratulations, you have slain the mercenary captain, Dark Knight, gained 50,000 experience, and obtained equipment, Obsidian Spear, Diamond Grade. 50,000 experience, truly delightful. No way, why didn't you bribe me with money? If you give more, maybe I'll be moved. Shinzei felt very surprised. The person is dead, and the money can't be taken away. He looked into the distance, where the Holy Royal Guard was hiding far away. Seeing Shinzei looking over, they immediately panicked and retreated, creating a chaotic scene. To be honest, the combat power of the Holy Royal Family in the second stage of the Holy Transformation is not weak, their basic attributes all exceed 3,000 plus. Any one of them would be at the boss level in an ordinary dungeon. The only drawback is that the experience given is too little. Moreover, they have a certain resistance to the Black Death, unlike professionals who start bleeding from all orifices after infection. Let me take a look at the skill upgrade slot 4, Thunder Skeleton Clan Summoning. Counting the time, it has been dead for 3 days, and I haven't paid much attention to it. Click to check, and the skill had already been upgraded. Thunder Skeleton Summoning has become Thunder Skeleton Emperor Summoning. Thunder Skeleton Emperor Summoning LV.573, summon one of the 5 great skeleton emperors, the skeleton emperor seated on the Thunder Throne, to fight for you. Consumes mana, duration 1 day. Thunder Skeleton Emperor? It must have a deep understanding of white bones and skeletons. Next time there's a chance, we must have a good conversation. Since the skill has been upgraded, next attach the Ghoul-Nix summoning technique. Once it advances, the other skills will upgrade as well. Come out, my Thunder Skull Emperor. Shinzei raised the skeletal staff, and immediately a large circle with a diameter of 10 meters appeared ahead. This was not a magic circle, but continuously flowing plasma, boiling like molten lava. The plasma bulged upward, and a skeletal hand adorned with flickering mysterious runes reached out, gripping the ground.
Who is it that disturbed my plasma bath?
Accompanied by a discontented voice, a large skull slowly rose.
Plasma flowed along the bones, forming muscle-like strips attached between the bones. Ordinary thunder skeletons have plasma hearts, but the Skeleton King is even stronger, possessing 5 plasma hearts that continuously pump plasma among its hundreds of ribs.
Oh, Master.
Please forgive my rudeness just now.
The Thunder Skull Emperor crawled out of the plasma and immediately became respectful upon seeing Qinze.
Go, eliminate these sacred royal family members.
Understood, Master. The Thunder Skull Emperor knelt, arcs of electricity flickering between its legs. After a brief charge, it suddenly leapt toward the sky.
Its feet crossed, fiercely stomping down with overwhelming momentum.
War Stomp. The Holy Royal Guard soldiers fell to the ground one after another, their eyes filled with terror as they looked toward the sky filled with electric light and the giant skeletal foot covered in plasma flesh.
Boom!
With a single step, the Thunder Skeleton Emperor crushed the army commander beneath his foot, sparks flying as the commander shattered instantly.
Plasma tore apart, endlessly.
Congratulations, you have killed the commander of the Holy Royal Guard Legion, gaining experience. Congratulations, you have slain the Holy Royal Guard, gain 3000 experience.
Congratulations, leveled up to LV.24, all attributes plus 2, free attributes plus 6, HP plus 1000, MP plus 500. Camp mission breakthrough of the defense line completed. Reward, Shining Great Equipment Chest *1. Special reward, Perfect Treasure Chest *1, Bobo Profession Inheritance, conditions met.
Only one level away from transfer inheritance.
Daily updated novel group, 940757303. Thunder Skull Emperor, this flesh and blood body formed by flowing plasma is very cool. It not only has the might of a muscular giant, but the dazzling blue plasma also conceals the skull's ferocity. A towering body nearly 15 meters tall stood out conspicuously in the defensive battle.
More importantly, the Thunder Skeleton Emperor overcame the skeleton's sluggishness, its plasma muscles gave it biologically flexible mobility, allowing it to sprint wildly across the battlefield and unleash terrifying war stomps. It also greatly enjoyed the satisfying impact of each powerful strike.
Thunder Skeleton Emperor. Special Monster Route. Level, LV.24, cannot exceed the summoner's level cap. Health.
Basic attributes, Strength 5271, Agility 3721, Intelligence 2230.
Skill 1, Perfect Plasma Muscle.
An exclusive talent of the Thunder Skeleton clan, storing vast amounts of plasma within the bones, forming precise muscle tissues through connection points. The Thunder Skeleton Emperor imitates humans by creating 5 hearts to perfectly circulate plasma energy. Attribute bonuses, Strength plus 2000, Agility plus 3000, Intelligence plus 1000, Damage plus 200%, with plasma decomposition causing 30,000 to 50,000 continuous damage that cannot be healed. Charge speed ranges from 1 to 8 seconds, movement speed from 25 m/s to 300 m/s.
Skill 2, Thunder Throne.
The Thunder Skull Emperor sits on the Thunder Throne, mastering the power of thunder, continuously absorbing thunder energy, and possessing infinite thunder resurrection ability.
After chanting for an hour, the Thunder Throne is successfully summoned, all thunder levels soar, and thunder bonuses multiply tenfold. Thunder strikes hit enemies once per second, dealing fixed thunder damage.
The foundation of the Thunder Skeleton clan is thunder, losing it is equivalent to the extinction of the clan.
Skill 3, Martial Arts Secret Technique.
Before the Thunder Skeleton King ascended the throne, it was the only outcast in the clan who could not control thunder. All the skeletons ignored it and let it fend for itself. However, it forged a difficult path to seek power, and after returning, it mastered the invincible skeleton martial arts secret technique, earning the admiration of all the skeletons. It also mastered multiple branch skills such as War Stomp, Rapid Heavy Strike, and Block and Resolve.
Skill 4, Thunder Summon.
Chant for 10 seconds to draw a thunder teleportation portal, from which 4 great thunder skeleton generals emerged to fight alongside the Skeleton King.
Introduction: this is an inspiring skeleton. Truly an inspiring skeleton.
This time, Shinzei was not impressed by its power, but moved by its indomitable will.
You really look like me, Shinzei said softly. When we get back late at night, we need to have a good talk. Among 3 people walking together, there must be one I can learn from.
Shinzei felt he could learn a lot from the Thunder Skull Emperor. Lightning flashed not far away, signaling that the Thunder Skull Emperor's battle was nearing its end.
Spare my life.
I know this place well and can guide you, the Holy Royal Guard soldier with a face covered in blood shouted in terror. The Thunder Skull Emperor held him down, his fist already raised. As soon as the words fell, he paused for a moment and looked up at Shinzei.
Guide party?
I hate guide parties the most, kill them.
Boom.
The Thunder Skull Emperor did not hesitate, punching down with electricity, shattering even the bones of the Holy Guard into mush. Congratulations, you have killed the Sacred Royal Guard and gained 7,000 experience.
Congratulations, faction mission completed.
The Sacred Royal defense line has completely collapsed, and the bloody rain is coming to an end. The sacred path of transformation is not sacred, the power explored in ancient diseases can only fall into the abyss. Before the disaster arrives, end all this and return a home to the Popo people and other living beings. New faction mission triggered, kill the final boss, General Black Sun. Hidden mission, prevent the castle from presenting the perfect research results to the Black Emperor, countdown 1 month. The defensive line was shattered and ruined, broken walls and scattered flesh littered the muddy ground, with occasional flickers of electric light.
It all seemed to have ended, yet it hadn't really ended. Right hand of the underworld.
All things in the world changed, countless numb souls surged into the right hand of the underworld.
Soul reserves rapidly increased, and the remaining 20 or so souls were entirely swallowed as mana potions. Death Speaker, activated. Intelligence +5, HP and MP restored by 1000 points. Death Speaker, activated. Power +5, health and mana restored by 1000 points. The nearly depleted mana was instantly replenished. Can't just randomly use skills, it's really frustrating. We must obtain the legacy of the Bobo people.
Defeat the Black Sun General and reach level 25 to unlock the class change. At this moment, the voice of the Dark Queen sounded from beside them. My lord, how should we deal with this dark bone horse?
Shinzei looked at the dark horse with a slender skeleton and graceful neck bones. You want to take it away? Fine.
No, my lord, you misunderstand.
It belongs to the Dark Clan.
Only then did Shinzei understand that the Dark Queen was very protective of her own kind and wanted to give the dark creature a place to settle.
The problem was, where could it be accommodated?
Only the land of white bones was relatively inclusive. Shinzei nodded, reached out and made a grasping motion toward the dark skeletal horse, Bone Kingdom.
Huge crescent-shaped bones protruded from both sides, interweaving to form a bridge. This is... I didn't plan to mess with this. Shinzei was stunned.
He originally intended to take the dark bone horse into the white bone realm, but unexpectedly it turned into a bone bridge.
The dark bone horse was originally gloomy and sullen, but upon seeing the bone bridge ahead, its eyes lit up.
It whinnied joyfully and galloped, its hoof bones flying across the bone bridge until it disappeared at the end.
I understand now. Shinzei suddenly realized.
The white bone realm and the consciousness of the dark bone horse connect to create the place it longs to run freely.
A person's consciousness can only create a toy-like white bone realm.
And the kingdom of white bones, made up of countless life wills,
is the dynasty. At this moment, he awakened once again. Daily updated novel group, 940757303.
Linhai City, top floor of the Lee Corporation building. The middle-aged man looked serious, sitting in front of the computer desk, quickly typing on the keyboard with 2 fingers. A contract that had just been handed over was placed to his right. After a quick glance, he signed it decisively. Inspector of the Lee family's main branch, Li Wei, level 43, profession Dragon Fighter.
The result was a mess. Li Wei witnessed the tragic death of Li Xinggong's wife firsthand and also saw signs of Li Xinggong's decline. If things continued like this, the Li company would collapse within a few months. Therefore, he decided to take full control of the company and handle various urgent matters, including dismantling the mall established by the official team. At this moment, the secretary hurriedly ran over. "Mr. Li, the official store has dropped prices again. If we lower our prices too, there will be no profit left. What should we do?" Li Wei replied coldly, "How many times have I said it? Our prices will always be way lower than theirs. Even if we lose money, we have to do it." The secretary nodded in response and hurriedly left, not forgetting to close the door behind. Li Wei said in a deep voice, "The family values the dungeon resources of Linhai City very much. Whether it's the sacred royal clan or the Bobos legacy, both are suitable for large-scale cultivation of professionals. There's also a hidden legacy. The family has found it, and it's very likely to solve the deadlock of the Central District dungeon. This time, I must secure that hidden legacy. Li Xinggong has brought considerable benefits to the family, but now he has fallen, even killing his wife with his own hands. He must be sacrificed." Li Wei finished typing the last character, closed the notebook, and walked into the reception hall. The sacrifice ritual begins. He chanted softly, his lips emitting a burning sound. A crimson pentagram spun beneath his feet, expanding continuously with the chant until it covered the entire hall. The sofa and coffee table seemed to sink slowly like into a fluid, gradually descending into the center of the pentagram. Soon, the room became empty, stone pillars rose around, and candle flames flickered softly. In the center appeared an outstretched stone claw, oddly shaped, yet capable of seating a person. Li Wei's whole body shimmered with red light as his chanting stopped. He raised his head and stared ahead, calling out in a deep voice. "By the name of Bloodline, I command you, Li Xinggong, return. The family needs your flesh and blood, sacrifice everything." As soon as the words were spoken, the space twisted and rotated, forming a blood-red vortex. In the vortex, Li Xinggong was strangely pierced through by an iron pillar, his feet hooked around his neck, his hands stretched downward, his skin charred black like coal, peeling off in layers. His eyes were wild, mumbling under his breath. Seeing Li Wei, his whole body trembled as he painfully said, "The family members have finally arrived." Li Wei's expression was stern, and he said lightly, "The family is disappointed in you." Li Xinggong's expression gradually cleared, his face twisted in pain, yet he could not hide his shame. I know. The plans of Li's company have been completely disrupted, and I couldn't even control the main quest. I even mistakenly killed my own wife. I have fully taken over Li's company, and under my pressure, my son was released. Linhai City is still the Li family's territory," Li Wei said calmly. That's good. Li Xinggong's pain eased slightly, his son could still inherit something. "Now, the main family has a new task for you. If you succeed, not only can you maintain your status in Linhai City, but you'll also have the chance to enter the Central District main family. Are you willing to pay the price for your bloodline?" "Really? I'm more than willing." Li Xinggong lifted his head with difficulty. "The main family requires you to complete the 3 stages of the sacred transformation and ultimately become a cocoon." Li Xinggong was shocked. Could it be? "With the pure bloodline of the Li family, I believe you can get through this tough time. I will assist you throughout, observe your condition, and guide you in completing the cocoon transformation." "But what about Qin Zhe? He's the one who caused me to end up like this," Li Xinggong said angrily. "He has an official mentor. I can't touch him, nor do I intend to. Our goal is to obtain the hidden inheritance and cultivate a new generation of strong individuals in batches. After the main storyline dungeon ends, he will leave with his mentor, and Linhai City will still belong to the Li family. However, if he looks for death, don't blame me." Li Xinggong, hidden inheritance? Li Wei suddenly grinned. The sacred royal family and the Bobo people share the same origin. Li Xinggong was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. "This is a life crystal stone, eat it first." General Airy failed because he was plagued by an old illness and couldn't recover.
I'm using a life system item to forcibly sustain you, this time it must succeed. Announcement: all members of the Lee Corporation professional team have been killed. Announcement: all mercenaries of Lee's company have died in battle. Announcement: all elite team members of Lee's company have been sacrificed. Announcement: Shinzei's squad has broken through the sacred royal line, receiving the first clear reward in treasure chest. The continuous announcements shocked all professionals immensely. Li Xinggang, struggling in the third stage, immediately looked up. My son. Your son is very good, focus on breaking through the third stage. Li Wei said with a cold expression. Li Xing let out a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. The internet instantly exploded. What? The professional team of Li's company was completely wiped out? The Holy Royal faction controlled the battlefield advantage, but was completely defeated? Did you mess with something you shouldn't have? Could it be Qin Zhe? He's only level 20 and just entered the dungeon. How could he possibly wipe out so many professionals? Who else could it be? Didn't you see the announcement? Qin Zhe's team broke through the Holy Royal family's defenses. When the professional team blocked their way, they just took them down. How many teams have been wiped out? This is like the reincarnation of a killing god. Killing god, I like it so much. Daily updated novel group 940757303. The day the Li family's inspector arrived in Linhai City, the entire city was deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. People finally remembered the Li family and their terrifying power as a superclan. Mayor, the dungeon mall system we just established has completely collapsed. If this continues, we'll be pushed back to square one again, completely losing control over the professionals and dungeon resources. We simply can't compete with them. The Li family's main faction that came this time is too steady, their operations flawless, hitting our weaknesses with precision at every step, leaving us struggling to breathe. Mayor, what should we do? We can't continue like this. At the high-level meeting, the ministers all talked at once, full of anxiety and helplessness. No one expected the Li family to be so formidable. Although there was only one person, they immediately launched an all-out attack after taking over the company, giving us no chance and continuously consolidating and expanding their advantage. Just like a Go master who keeps capturing black stones, yet covers the entire board with white stones. The most frustrating thing is that the opponent's moves seem simple, easily thought out with a bit of brainstorming, but it is precisely these simple step-by-step cutouts that lead to our complete collapse. Tangzhu sat silently in the chair. After a long while, she sighed, everyone has already done their best. This world is inherently unfair, some are born brilliant, while others are destined to be ordinary. We have no power to compete against the Li family's main branch and can only accept defeat. We are completely finished. The ministers were silent for a moment, though reluctant, the reality was just that cruel. At this moment, kill announcements rang out one after another. What? The entire Li Corporation professional squad has been wiped out? Damn it, the Li Corporation actually hired ruthless mercenaries who kill without blinking. Qin Zhe killed them all and even broke through the defenses of the sacred royal family. Everyone's expressions immediately improved. Qin Zhe is indeed formidable. But the people from the Li family's main branch have already arrived. What kind of storm will they stir up next? The best outcome is for him to leave Linhai City for the central district, and for Linhai City to remain as usual. I hope Qin Zhe can survive. Absolutely no accidents. In Dasha City, Baidi stood at the abyss connection point of the main storyline dungeon Sea War. Hanging at her waist was her favorite white cleaver. The teammates seriously checked their equipment and supplies. This dungeon was extremely difficult, and anyone could die. Moreover, this time it was on the open sea, making it even more dangerous. My obedient student actually took down all the professionals from the Li company? Baidi's phone vibrated, and when she took it out to look, a smile appeared on her face. They even hired mercenaries. When I return to the central district, the Li family must answer for this. This is clearly an attempt to harm my student. Compensation is a must. At this moment, the black vortex accelerated its rotation, and the space began to distort. Bitey's face darkened, and as the captain, he said in a deep voice, "If anyone wants to quit before entering the dungeon, speak up now. Once inside, no one is allowed to act on their own. Follow my orders. Otherwise, if I die, it's none of my business." Everyone shuddered upon hearing this. The Black Abyss dungeon is too dangerous, even advanced professionals can barely survive. No one's responding, then I'll go in first. As the space twisted, the salty sea breeze hit their faces. The boundless ocean surged with turbulent waves. The ship's deck beneath their feet was their only support. Faction mission: kill the final boss, General Black Sun. Lu Yan finally reached this point. What kind of guy is the Black Sun General? Can he control the Black Sun and turn us to ashes? Catwoman: meow, Black Sun is just a nickname, don't actually think he can control the Black Sun. I guess he wears black battle armor, is a tough guy, can punch through a skull, and his fighting style is all about hard-hitting punches. Mu Shui: how do you know he's a tough guy? Catwoman: that's how it is in the movies, muscular, with a face carved like a knife. Mu Shui: that makes sense, but no matter how terrifying it is, it's not as terrifying as Qin Zhe. He is the pinnacle of fear in my understanding, the monsters in the videos can't compare to him. Qin Zhe: am I really that scary? Mu Shui said confidently, of course, I was physiologically scared during the fight just now. Qin Zhe? Lu Yang? Sun Yunlong, what is a physiological reaction? I don't understand. At this moment, Qin Zhe shouted, we've arrived. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they all stopped walking. In front of them appeared an estate, its gate made of pitch-black metal bars, blocking their way. Behind the iron gate was a withered garden, the trees, flowers, and plants were all dead, with black branches scattered chaotically. From deep within the manor came a woman's scream, along with monstrous lecherous laughter and roars. It seems General Airy is home today. Qin Zhe decided to give the final boss the respect it deserved. Come forth, my forbidden touch. Come forth, my desperate naval battlefield graveyard. He sacrificed 10 souls, the Death Speaker awakened, randomly gaining 50 attribute points and replenishing mana. Come out, my ghoul Nyx. Kingdom of White Bones, domain, unfold. Come out, my plague-bearing black crow swarm. Sacrificing 10 souls again, the Death Speaker triggers, replenishing mana consumption. Rumble rumble pentagram summoning circles appear one after another. The ghoul Nyx crawls out, revealing menacing fangs, the forbidden touch guards the gate, the plague-bearing black crow swarm circles like a dark cloud, the sky obscured by a mass of black crows. In the summoning trench, the mermaid skeleton and the bones of the fearless are already impatient. The Thunder Skull Emperor and the Dark Queen have always stayed by Qin Zhe's side, never leaving. Qin Zhe scanned the army and nodded slightly. Lu Yan, Mu Shui, and the other 2 teammates were shocked. Such a massive undead army mobilizing all at once is truly overwhelming. General Black Sun, I'm here. Qin Zhe waved, as thousands of plague-spreading black crows swooped down first. The ghoul Nyx slashed with its claw, shattering the iron gate. Charge! Boom, the iron gate shattered into fragments. The ghoul Nyx roared and crawled out, bulging eyes scanning for prey. The dark skeleton army followed closely behind, teeth chattering. The Dark Queen walked forward steadily, holding a longbow, her fingers on the bowstring. Qin Zhe followed calmly, glancing around, searching for the roar deep within the manor. Who are you people, daring to break into the general's mansion? The guard shouted angrily. The sacred crystal between their brows displayed black spiderweb patterns. Their sacred transformation had reached the late 2nd stage. If they dared to advance, they could enter the 3rd stage, but their consciousness would go out of control. Only Black Sun General could remain clear-headed. So noisy. Qin Zhe glanced coldly. His fingertips tapped lightly. Exterminate them. As the words fell, a flash of electricity sparked through the air, and a massive figure suddenly leaped out. Launching forward. Boom! An electrified giant fist slammed down, directly hammering the enemy into the ground. Plasma tore through the dirt, releasing a burnt smell. Congratulations, you have killed the guard of the Sacred Royal General's residence and gained experience. the guard's severed limbs mixed with the soil, now shattered into fragments. The undead army did not look back, surging forward mightily toward the depths of the general's residence. However, there are always rebels who break formation. Ah! The ghoulniks lay on the smoking earth, screaming in pain as if shouting, "What a waste of resources!" Mermaid skeletons fell like raindrops, landing on the decayed flowers and grass of the general's mansion. The dauntless ship's bone crashed down like Mount Tai, carrying a full ship of pirate skeletons rushing forward. The ropes and masts had long been repaired, swinging more powerfully. The pirates shouted wildly, eager for the treasure in the general's mansion. Despair and fear spread rapidly, with the guards of the general's mansion crying out in panic. This is truly a calamity from the heavens. Powerless to resist all along the way. The guards were as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the Thunder Skull Emperor's fists. The Dark Queen needed only one arrow to instantly kill a guard. The ghoulniks was slightly weaker and had to struggle with the guards for a while, barely winning by instinct. But it liked to hunt and eat on its own. None of the corpses from the Thunder Skull Emperor and Dark Queen were edible. The woman's screams and lascivious laughter drew closer, the mixed sounds grating on the ears. The undead scourge has arrived but has not changed this chaos. This Black Sun general really knows how to play. They've all broken in, and they're still causing trouble. Qin Zhe frowned deeply. The Black Sun general seemed unusual. On the way, he saw mermaid skeletons and plague-spreading black crows charging ahead, but they seemed not to disturb the general's good business, with continuous calls. In the huge ocean trench suspended in the sky, the skeleton of a deep-sea titan appeared, falling straight toward the depths of the general's residence. Boom! The deep-sea titan skeleton crashed down, shaking the ground. A body about 15 meters tall emerged from behind the wall. It raised the giant anchor covered with seaweed high and slammed it down fiercely. Clang! A dull metallic collision sound rang out, and the giant anchor weighing over 10 tons flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string, drawing an arc in the air before crashing into the ground fiercely, creating a large pit. Lu Yang and Mu Shui, along with the others, shuddered all over before advancing. Lu Yang exclaimed, "This Black Sun general really isn't to be underestimated. The anchor can be slammed so high, over 10 meters up. How terrifying is that power?" Mu Shui nodded. The final boss of the nightmare-level main quest is indeed formidable. It's estimated that tens of thousands of people besieging it would still struggle to win. At least hundreds of thousands, all level 40 max, would be needed to slowly wear it down. Catwoman had a fascinated look on her face. I don't know why, but Lubu suddenly came to my mind. Meow. That was definitely the sound of weapons clashing just now. Sun Yunlong frowned. Can I come to this place? Everyone knows exactly how formidable General Airy is. Bang! Qin Zhe kicked open the pitch-black door. The massive figure of General Airy gradually appeared in everyone's view. The Catwoman was instantly stunned, her illusions completely shattered. Ugh! She turned around and vomited. Those layers of stacked fat, like lard, are real? And they're even blackened, like their years without a bath. Not to mention what he's doing, it's simply hard to look at. His hands, like cushions, are toying with two naked slender women, fingers even pinching through the folds of fat, seemingly enjoying the friction. You've ruined my good thing. The Black Sun general's smile vanished, golden streaks flashing in his pitch-black eyes as he stared straight at Qin Zhe, radiating murderous intent. Dark Destroyer. You should be with us, pursuing power together. His voice was deep, and his massive body slowly rose. It seemed like he was standing up, but the fat still hung down to the ground. The golden diamond-shaped crystal between his brows lit up, radiating dazzling golden light, illuminating the golden stripes all over his body, shining brilliantly like a Buddha saving all beings. However, the light from the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly turned black as if it had broken. The golden stripe cracked open, turning into a creepy spiderweb pattern. The black spiderweb detached from his body, floating in the air like a black mist made up of tiny line segments. Combined with that lump of flesh, from afar it actually looked like a black sun radiating light. This was the legendary final form of the Black Sun General. The ancient disease also manifested at this moment in another form. At the general's residence, the trench hung upside down in the sky, and white skeletal rain crazily pounded the earth. The screams of the sacred royal guard echoed from all directions. They danced with the mermaid skeletons, creating a lively scene. In the general's chamber at the deepest part, there was complete silence. Thunder, lightning, dark energy, and the aura of the undead were all at full intensity, yet the air was so stagnant it was suffocating. The Black Sun General seemed to have stolen the light from this place. The piece of fat covered in golden veins had detached from his body and shattered in midair into a shape resembling a black spider web, appearing from afar like a thick black fog engulfing the area. He pointed forward, and the plague's exploding spear grew wildly, devouring the black lines of disease, with full control. The Black Sun General's face changed drastically, his hefty body suddenly leaping back as the black lines of the ancient disease snapped. Shinzei did not pursue and withdrew his spear. Disease battles emphasize home field advantage. If his plague pathogens entered the opponent's territory, they might be devoured. The Black Sun General was shocked. You actually have a disease too? And it's completely different from mine. He found it hard to accept that a new disease was controlled even more meticulously than his own. This left him in a state of complete turmoil. If the Black Emperor found out, he would probably abandon the Holy Royal Family immediately. Anyone in a higher position knew that the Black Emperor used all means to achieve his goals. If Shinzei was willing to contribute methods to control the new disease, he would surely be granted a title, stealing the glory of the Holy Royal Family. Shinzei stared at him coldly, the black pathogen swirling around him. Unlike the distinct black lines of the Black Sun General, his pathogens were loose like sand, swirling into a misty form, displaying a similar atomizing effect. I can fully control the Black Death. But unlike General Black Sun, who has a fixed structure, the efficiency is much lower. The Holy Royal Family's years of research were not in vain. Shinzei felt it deeply in his heart. The Holy Royal Family's research on ancient diseases provided him with a clear direction for developing the Black Death. He felt that he had finally uncovered the secret of the Holy Royal Family. Shinzei looked at General Airy and chuckled lightly. The warm-up is over. The Thunder Skull King roared angrily and charged forward with flashes of lightning. He had long wanted to give that fat man a good beating. The Dark Queen, the Gulax, and Chow Lily's arcane skeleton tower also emerged from all around. You have helpers, I do too. Come on, 5 great generals, the guests have arrived. General Hei sneered coldly. 5 strange giant creatures slowly emerged from the dormitory. This guy is really hard to deal with. The probing ended, and the two sides stood off. Shinzei stared at the Black Sun General and the 5 monsters emerging from deep within the mansion. Their forms were strange, obviously modified by ancient diseases, much stronger than Holy Royals at the same stage. With his strength, killing the Black Sun General wouldn't be easy. Black Sun General. Nightmare Level Main Quest Dungeon Final Boss. Level, LV.40. Health. Base attributes, Strength *, Agility 3795, Intelligence 9833. Skill 1, Sacred Metamorphosis Phase 3 Final, Failure. General Black Sun endured countless painful nights in the castle, struggling to explore the end of the Sacred Metamorphosis. His mind gradually went mad, and his body was mutated by an ancient disease. After enduring all hardships, he failed, falling into an endless abyss of pain and desire, never to die. Basic attributes increased by 300%, health regeneration speed increased by 1000%. When the golden pattern is fully activated, it triggers the ancient disease in its complete form, capable of devouring all flesh around it and delivering a fatal blow. After health is depleted, the body reorganizes on the spot, reviving with full health. Skill 2, Mutated Flesh Wave. Long-term disease experiments caused his body to become weak, swollen, and diseased. After failure, the degeneration reached its peak, with waves of flesh all over his body hindering movement and greatly reducing agility, but those flesh waves became his strongest shield and sword. Agility decreased by 2839, the flesh waves can freely change shape, such as into Black Sun twin wings, a large shield, fleshy spikes, etc., with effects and damage varying according to the form. Skill 3, Sacred Kingworm. The Black Sun General felt the crisis at the end of the sacred transformation path, that fear made his soul tremble. After giving up, his body began to degenerate, and the sacred kingworm gradually hid away, sleeping in the deepest depths. It will be awakened when he is near death. This is really troublesome. Qinzhe quickly analyzed the stats of the Dark Sun General in his mind. His strength reaches 13,000, more than twice that of the Thunder Skeleton Emperor, and his HP is 1 million. He's simply hard to deal with. He continued, the problem is, the Dark Sun General can revive infinitely. Even if the professionals use a human wave tactic to drain his health, he revives at full HP within seconds, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Qinzhe recalled the intelligence he had received earlier. The Dark Sun General lost his excretion orifice. Once the internal circulation system is blocked, his body will collapse. Li Corporation's strategy is to block his nose and mouth on his face, causing his internal system to go haywire and completely disintegrate. He quickly formulated a plan. This disease is eroding his body. As long as we find a weakness, we can make him completely collapse. His Black Death is the key, we need to reach deep into his body. At this moment, the 5 great generals emerged from deep within the residence, looking strange. Their skin was pale as if from an experiment, some had enormous heads with protruding sharp teeth, while others had long limbs, with base attributes far surpassing those of the Holy Phase 2 Guard army. Thunder Skull King, summon your subordinates. Qinzhe commanded. The Thunder Skull King spread his arms, thunder raging like hellfire. 4 plasma muscle Thunder Skeleton Generals slowly appeared, each with only 1 plasma heart beating between their ribs, their bodies flashing with electric light. The Dark Queen, take Nyx and the other skeletons to deal with the 5 great generals. Thunder Skull Emperor and I are responsible for the Black Sun General. At your command, my lord. The Dark Queen's eyes flashed with crimson light as she led the main force charging toward the 5 great generals. The charged dark arrow struck a holy royal general, sending him flying. The gulags quickly crawled forward and bit the enemy. Come forth, forbidden touch. Chow Lily, unleash the arcane skeleton tower, support the Dark Queen. The courtyard split open, and forbidden power surged out. The skeleton tower loomed tall, Chow Lily holding her staff atop it. No hidden cards were allowed on the battlefield, the boss had to be killed instantly, or it would mean certain doom. Dozens of spirits surged forth, igniting within the bodies of General Black Sun and X, boosting their attributes and restoring their mana. Are you ready? Qinzhe took a deep breath, staring intently at General Black Sunday. The Thunder Skeleton Emperor clenched his fists, his 5 electric plasma hearts in his chest pulsating violently. Lightning flashed wildly, and his figure instantly expanded several times over. The Black Sun General laughed wildly, I want to eat you. Before the words finished, a huge electric fist smashed toward him. With a boom, the electric light shattered, and his body was thrown toward the mansion, dust flying everywhere. The Thunderbone Skull Emperor flashed his figure, a towering body 15 meters tall appearing above the mansion, feet pressing down forcefully. Bone wings, unfold. Black Plague Condensation Explosion Spear. The crescent-shaped bones behind Qinzhe unfolded, carrying him charging toward the sky. The tip of the spear extended infinitely, pointing straight at the dust-covered mansion. Lu Yang was surprised. What are we supposed to do now? Mu Shui hesitated. Cheer him on? Or control your sphincter properly? Then, the Black Sun General's body fell again into the mansion, dust scattering everywhere. The Thunderbone Skull Emperor's plasma muscles unleashed dazzling electric arcs, leaping up and stomping down hard with both legs, but only landed on the hard chitin. The thunder energy was weakened, causing minor damage. The immense force threw him flying. Qinzhe spread his bone wings and hovered in the air, wielding the Black Death explosive spear. Combined with the Thunder Skull Emperor's impact, he launched a probing attack, unexpectedly triggering the negative effects of the Black Death. The Thunder Skull King was blasted away. Although Qinzhe was not surprised, he was shocked by the damage he had caused himself, 270,000 damage in a single strike. Just a few shots like this could kill the Black Sun General. I'm going to eat you. The Black Sun General roared. A cyclone erupted amidst the ruins of the mansion, the red stone walls cracked one after another.
The Dark Queen and the 5 generals were shaken and staggered by the impact. Shinzei's bone wings flapped as he also stepped back several meters. The Black Sun General slowly appeared. His fat disappeared, and his body transformed into a hard, rotating horny layer, resembling crocodile skin. When the Thunder Skeleton Emperor kicked this armor earlier, it only caused a few hundred points of damage and was bounced away. This was his Black Sun Great Shield. You want to eat me? I'm going to eat you. Shinzei sneered, his bone wings unfolding behind him. General Black Sun was furious, his fat flesh bulging as he charged fiercely. Black Sun meets Spike. The Kingdom of White Bones, the right hand of the Yellow Springs, the soul infusion of the heavy shield profession. The undead aura converged, and crescent bones interwove into a thick, gate-shaped shield. Fleshy spikes slammed against the shield surface, sprouts of sharp spikes spun and drilled in, prying and shattering each crescent bone one by one. Although the Black Sun General is slow, this fatty attack method solves the problem, providing semi-ranged combat and increased health, combining offense and defense. The weakness is also obvious: clumsy attacks. The bone wings trembled, Shinzei dodged the shield, gripping the Black Death explosive spear and charged straight at the Black Sun General. The food has come right to my door, hee. The Black Sun General licked his lips, 2 more fleshy spikes sprouted on his body, joining the previous spikes to launch a fierce attack on Shinzei. He knew the Black Spear was strong against him and could extend, but he would never give the opponent a chance. The tip of the meat spike turned into a disc-shaped sharp tooth, spinning rapidly, highly effective at breaking shields. Shinzei activated the heavy armored bone shield again, but 3 spikes of flesh shattered it in a second. Come out, forbidden touch. A flash shone in Shinzei's eyes, the space tore open, and the forbidden touch burst out, fiercely smashing into the fleshy spikes, the tentacles' mouth opening wide to bite. Your methods are starting to repeat, the Black Sun General said with a smile on his face. You're finished, you're about to become my food. Oh? Really? The forbidden touch began to tremble, and the body suddenly shattered. Shinzei floated in the narrow space, surrounded on all sides by the Black Sun's flesh spikes. But there was no panic on his face. What's going on? The Black Sun General, seeing his calmness, became alert in his heart. He looked around, still dominant, he found no abnormalities. Since that's the case, then die. He stood in the realm of the White Bone Kingdom, the undead aura behind his head gathering into a sharp white bone claw. Although the bone claw was fierce, it was not yet deadly. This is a new move Shinzei learned from the Thunder Skull Emperor. Huff, still 10,000 health points short. Quick, cut off his head. Shinzei saw that there was still some health left and couldn't help but get anxious. Logically, the Black Death condensed explosion spear should be able to destroy the body's structure, preventing resurrection. The general should have died on the spot, but obviously something went wrong. Gasp! The skeletal bone claw plunged into the brain and pulled sharply. The huge head was torn off, leaving only a headless body spurting black blood, seemingly lifeless. Why isn't it dead yet? Could it be from Pinduoduo? Shinzei widened his eyes, trying to stab the Black Death Plague explosion spear into the bowl-shaped scar and stir. This should be the end now. Suddenly, the terrifying chirping of insects broke out. Damn, you scared me. He was suddenly startled, seeing a centipede as thick as a basketball crawl out from the scar at the bull's mouth, twisting like a snake, baring its pincers and hissing at him. The lifeless lump of flesh surprisingly stood up slowly, staggering and constantly falling. So disgusting. Forget it, I'm not eating you anymore. Shinzei looked disgusted, but in his heart, he suddenly understood. At the end of the sacred path of transformation, is one devoured by the insect, or does one become the insect? Squeak squeak squeak, the elongated centipede worm shot out from the neck of the Black Sun General, its body twisting in the air like a snake, its tiny legs flailing wildly. Meanwhile, the Black Sun General below seemed drunk, unable to stand steady and wobbling on the ground. The long worm obviously saw Shinzei as a threat, its black insect eyes intensely fixed on him. It opened its pincers and surprisingly emitted a human voice, eat eat eat. I'm going to eat you. And it even sounded somewhat like the Black Sun General's tone. Did the Black Sun General merge with this bug? Someone exclaimed, consciousness synchronization?
Shinzei broke out in goosebumps. This situation made him feel eerie. Even if it could multiply his attributes tenfold, he still wouldn't choose this path. My lord, this skeleton fears no disease. Let me go up and kill this worm, the Thunder Skeleton Emperor volunteered, lightning flashing through his muscles, clearly ready.
No need, you might not be able to kill it in a short time.
It would be troublesome if it recovers, Shinzei stopped him.
As you command, my lord. The Thunder Skeleton King retreated. Shinzei unfolded his bone wings and hovered in the air, slowly approaching the menacing long worm. The creature was clearly on alert, wildly screeching in an attempt to scare Shinzei away and buy itself time to recover. However, its screeches also revealed its attack range. Shinzei observed cautiously from the edge, irritating the long worm immensely. Plague Ravens, attack! With a command from Shinzei, thousands of plague ravens rushed toward the long worm.
The long worm panicked in response, but the ravens burst apart before it, blood and flesh splattering as pathogens immediately began the fierce battle.
The Black Sun General writhed uncontrollably on the ground. Black Death Explosion Spear. A black spear pierced the insect's body. Black Death Forbidden Technique.
Shinzei released black mist-like pathogens, enveloping the long insect and rapidly devouring and eroding it at the cellular level. Your Black Death is devouring the Holy Royal Worm, please wait.
Moving or attacking will interrupt the process.
Congratulations, Hidden Quest triggered, the truth of the ancient disease.
Hidden Inheritance triggered, sacred origin.
The prompt sound kept ringing, and Shinzei entered a state of enlightenment, able to continuously comprehend. He perceived the evolution of the Holy King Worm and the origins of the ancient disease, understanding everything comprehensively.
This ancient disease is actually a parasitic illness.
The sacred royal family, by being infected with this disease, coexists with the sacred royal worm and enters the so-called 3 stages of sacred transformation. In reality, it is not a human transformation but the 3 growth stages of the worm, with each evolution making the host stronger. At the 3rd stage, the cocoon breaks open, and the host either becomes a human-worm hybrid or completely transforms into a worm.
Congratulations, devouring and absorption successful.
The plague release scale increased by 200%, pathogen release speed increased by 200%, plague intensity increased by 200%. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the final boss of the main quest, General Black Sun, and achieved the first kill.
Experience gained.
Treasure chests obtained. First kill chest *1, Black Sun Grand chest *1, Perfect chest *1, Shining Great Equipment chest *2. Collecting 5 Shining Great Equipment chests greatly increases the chance of obtaining a set. Faction points. The Bobo people will be eternally grateful and worship you as the one true God. General of the Black Sun has died. Main quest Twilight Plains achieved normal ending. The Popo people can finally live peacefully, but the castle's gloom still lingers, and the research will temporarily halt.
Obtained control of the main storyline dungeon, time taken 6 days 9 hours 27 minutes 34 seconds, setting a record for the first clear.
Note, overthrowing the castle is considered a permanent conclusion, and the Twilight Plains dungeon is permanently closed.
The dungeon will be replayed by the clearer with replicated monsters and quests, its progression cannot be changed, and it does not affect other main storyline dungeons.
Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV.25, all attributes +2, free attribute +6, HP +1000, MP +500, granted first job change eligibility, basic attributes increase significantly after job change.
Is everything here really happening in some spatial dimension? After I clear it, will the Twilight Plains become a recorded replay for other players to farm experience and equipment? Then the information here is very likely to be passed on to the Black Emperor in the Central District. Quite interesting.
Although Shinzei has little dungeon experience, this is definitely a complete dungeon world. Those old guys in the Central District are clearly facing difficulties and having a hard time.
No matter what, I'll change my class first.
The magic power and stamina of the Popo people greatly increased the mana limit, so mana consumption is not a problem. I can spam skills like crazy, this boost feels amazing.
Where are my teammates? So they were here, hissing, what a strong smell of urine. Xinzhe found Lu Yang, Mu Shui, and the other two. They were curled up in the corner, collapsed on the ground, the terror on their faces yet to fade. Seeing Xinzhe standing before him, Lu Yang couldn't help but cry out, "Foster father, you are amazing. I thought I would never see you again. That Black Sun General is terrifyingly powerful." I glanced at the information panel and didn't dare look a second time. With a power attribute of over 10,000, how could we possibly stand a chance? Damn it, my power has just barely broken 100. Mu Shui blocked Xiao Qian's nose and said coquettishly, "Who's getting angry?" Everyone turned to look at Sun Yunlong. This middle-aged uncle was a bit careless. "It's not me, really not me." Sun Yunlong defended himself aggrievedly. "Not you?" Everyone looked at me, and I looked at everyone. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. At this moment, Catwoman silently raised her hand. "I've been a bit irritated these past couple of days, meow." Everyone immediately understood. Among the 5 team members, 4 had wet pants. They had returned to the Popo People's City. "What? You actually killed the Black Sun General?" Xiao Qian's eyes widened, looking at Xinzhe in disbelief. As soon as the news spread, the Bobo People's City erupted in cheers. The brutal reign of the Black Sun General has finally come to an end. They no longer have to live in constant fear. Xiao Qiang asked, "Are you ready for the Bobo People's legacy, the magic energy body? Do you accept the Bobo People's legacy magic energy body? Or, accept the hidden legacy same origin?" Of course, choose the hidden legacy. The second one. Daily updated novel group, 940757303. Announcement: Xinzhe's team has completed the nightmare level main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains final boss first kill. Received first kill treasure box *1. Announcement: Xinzhe's team chose the Poporan faction, crushed the evil forces of the Holy Royal Family, successfully cleared the nightmare level main quest dungeon Twilight Plain, with an exploration rate of 80%, far exceeding professional player Li Xingang's 37%. Professional player Li Xinggang has lost control of the main quest dungeon Twilight Plain. Professional player Xinzhe has gained control of the main quest dungeon Twilight Plain. One announcement after another echoed through Linhai City, leaving everyone stunned. This news hit like a bombshell, leaving people dizzy. Even the announcement from the Black Abyss was hard to believe. A nightmare-level main storyline dungeon, cleared just like that? And in one go? Could Xinzhe be a godsend stud? Li Corporation has been stationed in Linhai City for over 10 years, specializing in the Dusk Plains main storyline dungeon, switching factions between the Holy Royal Family and the Popo people, with only 37% exploration. Yet Xinzhe went straight and killed the final boss, General Black Sun. Impossible, the Black Sun General is not someone an ordinary professional could kill. I can accept that Xinzhe helped the Holy Royal Family wipe out the Bobo people, but saying he killed the Black Sun General, I wouldn't believe it even if I died, someone said excitedly. There must be some twist, or Xinzhe exploited a bug. This matter will definitely turn around, it must turn around. These voices were full of unwillingness. The first to wail were those company lackeys. When the grassroots workers rebelled, they betrayed without hesitation, licking the Li Corporation like lapdogs and speaking harshly to the rebels. Now that Xinzhe has truly cleared the main quest, this is what they find hardest to accept. However, the black lightning above Linhai City gradually dissipated, and the long-missed sunlight bathed the land. Someone laughed and shouted, "Big Boss Xinzhe is truly amazing, he cleared the nightmare-level main quest dungeon. He is Linhai City's pride." If anyone is looked down on by outsiders, just call on Big Boss Xinzhe's name to dominate the scene, and it will definitely work. Where are those corporate dogs? Why are they silent now? A bunch of spineless creatures, nodding and bowing for a bit of scraps, licking Li's boots, really disgusting. I strongly suggest the authorities register these lackeys and deny them the rights that Xinzhe fought for. If they like licking the company, let them follow it forever. Someone else said, those celebrity influencers who supported Li's back then can't be let off either, those opportunists who go with the wind must be punished. The grassroots workers raised a unified call, demanding severe punishment for lackeys and opportunistic celebrities, refusing to let them take advantage.
Inside the official building of Linhai City, the faces of the top executives finally showed excited smiles. Qin Zhe's move completely shook the foundation of Li's company. The situation in Linhai City started to change. Really impressive, Qin Zhe pissed off Li's enough. Li's headquarters is at a loss too. As long as anyone dares to move against Qin Zhe, it's a signal of war against the government, and they dare not. Someone analyzed, the other four great super families also hope to have one less competitor. Tang Zhu sat at his seat, pondered for a moment, and said, "The public hates traitors, it's meaningless to keep them. Compile the list and let them leave with Li's company. Those celebrity influencers who supported them, openly challenging the government, should be investigated as well. We want to reorganize Linhai City and give the citizens and grassroots workers a clear sky." A few words that stirred the blood. Linhai City is about to be renewed, is it finally coming? Fantastic. At the same time, the top floor of the Li Corporation building. The room was filled with urgent chanting, a pentagram magic circle spinning on the floor, emitting a crimson blood-like glow. Li Wei sat cross-legged in the middle, head bowed and hands clasped together, with more than a dozen empty oversized blue potion bottles scattered beside him. "This is a superpower crystal stone that can increase strength by 50 points, he explained. "Sky tree branches can enhance mental power and help you control the insect body. Li Xing'an, you can't sleep. Suppress the holy king worm inside your body with willpower and endure this period. I will help you forge the perfect adult form, combined with Bobo people's magical energy body, to perfectly master this power. Understand?" Li Wei saw that Li Xing'an was about to collapse and shouted fiercely. The roar, combined with a deterrent skill, made Li Xing'an shudder all over and quickly continued the third stage of the holy transformation. "I understand, I will definitely not let the family down." Li Wei's expression softened. This time, for the hidden inheritance of the Linhai City main quest, he invested heavily, and every treasure was extremely precious. As long as the perfect sacred kingworm was successfully crafted and Li Xing'an could use the Bobo demon energy body to get through the third stage of the transformation, all the investment would pay off tenfold. This means they can mass-produce super-strong professionals, which is of great strategic significance. Each transformation doubles the attributes. The earlier super power stone normally adds 50 strength points, but at the third stage of the divine transformation, it triples the bonus, producing an astonishing effect. Li Wei himself also invested a lot, but it was all worth it. Gulp gulp, he downed another bottle of super blue potion, and his mana kept increasing. Just then, the announcement sounded, Qin Zhe's team killed the final boss, General Ri, gaining control of the main storyline dungeon. The super blue potion bottle shattered on the ground with a crack. Li Wei was stunned, staring at the painfully twisted Li Xing'an, unable to speak for a long time. Was all the effort wasted? The final boss kill announcement echoed, and Li Wei was dazed for over 10 seconds. Having weathered many storms, he was completely stunned at this moment. He really didn't want to admit that his hard work was about to be in vain. To fail and return like this meant he couldn't explain to his family and would start doubting his own abilities. What should I do? Li Wei pushed aside his chaotic emotions and focused on thinking. If Qin Zhe takes control of the main storyline quest, he can kick Li Xing'an out of the Twilight Plains. Li Xing'an is currently in the third stage of the sacred metamorphosis inside the castle. Once he leaves this environment, death is certain, and his plan will completely fail. The top priority is to keep Li Xing'an alive. I can't return empty-handed, this is also a responsibility to my family. I need to prove that the path of sacred metamorphosis can truly give a useless profession the power to challenge higher levels. Just 3 times the attribute points, and it makes others far behind. As for Qin Zhe mastering the main quest line, that means he's controlling the inheritance path. When the time comes, we'll negotiate cooperation and money, then sign a confidentiality agreement. I heard he owes Li Corporation 150 million. Judging by his behavior, he really loves money and likes to freeload. Then let him freeload to his heart's content. Such a petty person who only sees money can't perceive the enormous value behind the inheritance path. That's not something money can measure. Li Wei quickly formulated a strategy: defend Li Xing'an at all costs to let the family see the value of the inheritance, then use money to stun Shinzei and buy the exclusive inheritance rights to the Linhai City main quest. In his view, Shinzei did nothing but still managed to get a large sum of money from the Li family. But he didn't expect that Shinzei's understanding of getting something for free was a bit different from his own. You have chosen the hidden inheritance path. Hidden inheritance quest chain triggered. Please follow the quest chain, or the inheritance may fail. Shinzei? Honestly, it's quite considerate, he thought, saving himself the trouble of gathering information step by step. Hidden Task 1: Accept the Bobo people's legacy magical body. Little Qianqiang, can I accept your Modic energy inheritance? Of course, Big Brother Shinzei. You are the great hero of our Bobo people. We will always praise you, build statues and churches for you. Little Qianqiang said excitedly. The death of General Black Sun was a huge relief to the Popo people. Thank you, but let's skip the statue and the church. You will have to rely on yourselves in the end. Only then can you face future crises. I can't be here forever, Shinzei said calmly. The Popo people were finally liberated, and he was very relieved, but in the end, their fate still rested in their own hands. Big Brother Shinzei, are you really leaving? Little Qianqiang asked tearfully, full of reluctance. Almost time, I need to go see the Black Emperor. Shinzei gazed toward the distant horizon, thinking that after completing the main quest in Linhai City, he would go to the central district with his mentor. That place was the convergence point of all local main quests and the true stage where countless geniuses competed. More importantly, there was a world-class boss guarded there, the Black Emperor. He was determined to challenge it. Xiao Qianqiang, are you really going to face the Black Emperor? Xiao Qianqiang's eyes were filled with tears. She covered her mouth in horror and took a few steps back. What's wrong? Shinzei asked with concern. The Black Emperor is very scary. Even the Holy Royal family has to obey him, and he has many cruel followers like the Holy Royals. I'm worried you might be captured or even killed by them, Xiao Qianqiang said excitedly. Are you afraid I'll become the Black Emperor's henchman? Shinzei smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, since I was able to kill the Black Sun General, I naturally have the confidence to escape. Xiao Qianqiang, you have to keep working hard too, and become my strong support, Shinzei said firmly. Xiao Qianqiang's eyes lit up, and she nodded, I definitely will. Shinzei didn't expect that a casual remark from him would actually forge the future queen. The magic energy inheritance site of the Bobo people. This is an ancient stone building, once occupied by the sacred royal family, but it was not destroyed, instead, it was carefully preserved. Here lies the hidden secret of the origin of the Bobo people. The sacred royal family once tried to unlock the stone door but never succeeded. At this moment, the Bobo people gathered here to hold a grand inheritance ceremony. Although Shinzei was an outsider, they believed he was qualified to receive the magic energy inheritance. Receive inheritance, career change. Shinzei stood before the huge stone door, with two options appearing before his eyes. The ordinary inheritance could only bring attribute boosts, such as increasing mana recovery speed, but would not grant new skills. The career change, however, would merge with his current, necromancer, profession, unlocking deeper powers. I choose to change my profession. Shinzei decided without hesitation. As the prompt sound rang out, the stone door slowly opened. Stepping inside, the ground shimmered like a water surface, stone pillars stood around, and faint melodious chanting could be heard. At the very front was a huge stone pool, with water continuously overflowing and flowing into the floor beneath his feet. Shinzei felt something wonderful. He stomped hard twice on the ground, immediately splashing two large patches of water. But he was always stepping on the water's surface, never sinking. This is mana? He suddenly realized. This mana could carry everything and also accommodate everything. The closer he got to the mana pool, the stronger his perception of the mana became. The mana liquid transformed into several water columns, rotating around him, and Shinzei entered a mysterious state. He seemed to see the past, numerous gigantic rainbow-colored butterfly insects spreading their beautiful wings by the mana pool. The mana fluctuations brought all things around to life. Countless people knelt under the mana waves, as tiny as dust.
Question mark. Shinzei felt puzzled. Congratulations, you have received the Mana Body Profession Inheritance. Unlock Hidden Job Change Quest 2, obtain the perfect Divine Royal Worm.
Congratulations, you have obtained the perfect Mana Body Inheritance, unique. All your mana bars are converted into magic power bars, skill mana consumption is reduced by 50%, skill efficiency is increased by 200%, and when casting, you can more clearly perceive the flow of magic power, making it easier to comprehend and explore the essence of skills. Magic power can be materialized, and consuming it restores health at a 1-to-1 ratio. Gained Magic Energy Fountain, Intelligence plus 500, Magic Power Upper Limit increased, restores 100 points of magic power per second. Accompanied by a prompt sound, a column of water suddenly surged into Shinzei's body, and the door to a new world slowly opened before him.
This is ridiculous, all the mana bars have been replaced with magic power bars? Shinzei exclaimed in surprise, and they even added special effects to my stats panel?
Originally, the blue bar was just a simple long bar that decreased slightly as mana was consumed. Now, the blue bar is transparent like crystal, with a surface shimmering with the iridescent glow of diamonds, and the internal magical energy flows continuously like running water.
Are all my panels going to turn into special effects now? Shinzei wondered to himself, I've never seen anyone on Douyin with special effects on their panels, could it be just me?
As soon as he had the thought, mana surged from his fingertips, flowing lightly down his arm. Shinzei tasted the mana, it was incredibly sweet, and his spirit instantly felt much refreshed. Health is full, cannot recover. This magic energy can actually be consumed and it even refreshes you.
It's really unbelievable.
Shinzei recalled the scene he had seen before, where colorful butterflies and insects spread their wings. Perhaps magical energy was their source of power. Later, humans knelt down and prayed, attempting to dominate magical energy and plunder the power of the butterflies and insects, which ultimately led to the formation of two completely different lines of inheritance.
Yes, it should be like that. Speaking of which, the magical energy inheritance bonus is so strong, if the job transfer is successful, wouldn't it be even more powerful?
Moreover, there is only one perfect magical energy inheritance, others will get a simplified version. However, those who perform exceptionally well might be able to obtain the official version. After the arcane body inheritance ended, Shinzei returned to the city of the Bobo people. He had reached LV.25 and planned to find a secluded spot to open the shiny tier equipment chest formed by the 5 Dragon Balls.
The entire set of shiny equipment, along with first clear, first kill, and record-breaking chests, could almost fill an entire warehouse. Fortunately, the chest didn't require a key, otherwise, it would have taken a long time to open. At that moment, Liu Yang and the others wrapped in the Bobo people's robes came out, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Shinzei couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with you guys? Why are you all wearing Bobo people's clothes? What about the gear?"
Liu Yang awkwardly said, "Just now at the general's residence, we got so scared that we ran in a panic and ended up sitting right in a puddle.
The Bobo people helped wash the gear." Shinzei scratched his head, "There are no puddles at the general's residence, you guys fell into a puddle too?"
Sun Yunlong blushed and stammered, I
don't know either." Catwoman openly admits, "I peed myself out of fear, meow."
Everyone stared at her in unison, and she said confidently, "I'm no longer human, it's perfectly normal that I can't control myself, meow."
It sounds quite reasonable.
Then Shinzei looked towards Mu Shui, who had changed clothes and taken a shower. This cold and beautiful woman's cheeks flushed slightly.
To be honest, who hasn't been scared out of their wits while running a dungeon?
She wanted to be honest, but seeing Shinzei's puzzled look, the words stuck in her throat.
In the end, she didn't say it. Shinzei waved his hand. "Forget it, it's not important.
You don't need to follow me to the final castle, just rest well and wait for me to settle everything before setting out." Mu Shui coughed dryly, a strange sense of competitiveness igniting in her heart. She looked at Shinzei's back, full of thoughts.
It's time to open the treasure chest again. Let's see which little darling gets favored first. Shinzei arrived at the secret room arranged by Xiaoqiangqiang. It was sealed and empty, so he could safely open the treasure chests.
5 shining grade treasure chests were neatly lined up, their surfaces radiating a rainbow-like luster. Next were 2 first clear treasure chests, with a low-key appearance but faintly emanating a powerful aura. Lastly was the first kill treasure chest of the Black Sun General, engraved with the Black Sun General's portrait and a fierce long worm. With a click, Shinzei opened a shining grade equipment chest. Rainbow light erupted instantly, revealing a staff engraved with black-purple gemstones slowly rotating. Staff of Death. Shining grade equipment. Exclusive to undead classes. Equipment level, LV.25. Attributes, Intelligence plus 300, Strength plus 40, Agility plus 40, Death Aura plus 10. Skill 1, Life Drain. Consumes 110 points of Death Aura, siphons the target's life, dealing 101,000 life drain per second, and steals 10 100 attribute points to transfer to a designated unit. Permanently suppresses beings caught between life and death until the opponent dies or escapes. Skill 2, Death Song. Consume 5 points of Death Breath to activate a death domain with a radius of 50 meters, making undead immune to control and enhancing their abilities, while causing enemies to become fearfully uncontrollable, rendering their skills ineffective. Permanently suppress units that are between life and death. Skill 3, Undead Summoning Enhancement. All undead summoning skills have no cast time. After a successful summon, there is a chance to gain multiple buff effects, dealing double defense ignoring damage to units between life and death. Skill 4, Death Electric Flash. Waving the staff releases a powerful electric shock, dealing true damage and prohibiting healing, resurrection, and buffs. Introduction, a divine artifact that all necromancers dream of, unbeatable in one-on-one combat. The Death Staff specializes in dealing with beings caught between life and death, Shinzei thought to himself. This is practically a weapon for civil war. Any summoned skeleton undead can be wiped out with a single wave. Does that count for creatures in the third stage of sacred transformation? After all, they are half human, half ghost. He planned to go to the castle to find the Holy King Worm and directly suppress it with this staff to avoid unnecessary arguments. Then, he opened the remaining shining grade equipment chests one by one. The brilliant radiance was invigorating. Sure enough, they were all death sets, greatly increasing his power. Death Armor, Intelligence plus 200, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 50, Death Aura plus 10. When enemies nearby die, it absorbs Death Aura, increasing the storage limit by 500 points. It constantly generates a shield, with shield value equal to 5,000 plus 100 times the Death Aura, and can also prevent enemies in a near-death state from approaching. Death Cloak, Intelligence plus 275, Agility plus 175, Death Aura plus 15. Allows flight by using Death Aura. The more consumed, the faster and more agile the flight. The cloak provides a flight shield that effectively resists elemental attacks like strong wind, frost, and fire. Death Necklace, Intelligence plus 350, Agility plus 100, Death Aura plus 10. Consumes Death Aura to release a large area death shockwave, siphoning the life of all creatures within range to replenish any unit. It also has a chance to steal vitality, lifespan, and attributes. Death Warboots, Intelligence plus 200, Agility plus 200, Death Aura plus 5, Speed plus 500. Can summon Death Guardians, which cannot move or attack but can scout the surrounding area and share vision with the user. Consuming Death Aura allows swapping locations between units, ignoring distance and territory, lasting 6 hours, summoning up to 3 Guardians. Set effect Death Like the Wind. When receiving lethal damage or actively evading damage, parts or all of the body become intangible, immune to physical attacks, evading some magical damage, but taking double damage from holy attributes. A Radiant grade set, truly powerful. Centered on Death Aura, it can attack and defend, and also teleport instantly. Set up teleport points. Running back and forth in battle becomes much easier, and it can also produce unexpected effects in close combat. With just this set of equipment, you can stand against the boss. The final castle area is secured. You have unlocked the dungeon first clear treasure chest and obtained Shining Tier item Skytree Sapling. Skytree Sapling, a legendary magical tree that grows above the sky, highly adaptable, capable of growing in deserts, oceans, rocks, and even clouds. Different planting locations yield different growth effects. The rarer the place, the more likely the sky tree will possess rare attributes.
Isn't this just planting vegetables? My DNA is itching to move. Kingdom of Bones.
Shinzei shouted, and a cold wind spread everywhere. White bones faintly appeared in the black soil, and crescent-shaped skeletal hands reached out from the air.
He took out a sky tree seedling, its crystal-clear branches and leaves pure and transparent.
Throwing the seedling out, several skeletal arms emerged from the soil, carefully planting the seedling into a pile of white bones made up of skulls. Crystal-clear roots spread out from the eye sockets of the skull. Soon, the entire pile of skulls was covered, and the young sky tree at the top gently swayed. That pure sapling carried a faint, sinister aura of evil. Sky tree sapling planted successfully, expected to grow to the next stage in 107 hours.
107 hours? Shinzei frowned. All right, as long as it can be harvested, a longer time doesn't matter.
He opened the treasure chests one after another, obtaining the ghost summoning technique, the Black Sun general summoning technique, as well as radiant great items like the plague cauldron and the spyglass. Shinzei complained helplessly, the most ridiculous thing is the X-ray glasses. I'm not that kind of person. He took out the X-ray glasses and carefully observed his surroundings. Sure enough, these glasses were impressive. They could clearly see the worms inside the wooden stakes, cracks inside the stones, and even the energy flow tracks within the equipment. Walking out of the secret room, Shinzei saw Mushue staring blankly at the lake surface. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but she said nothing. A glance through the X-ray glasses revealed a seductive skeleton standing there, its heart beating rapidly between the ribs, with a heart rate exceeding 120, while she herself remained cold and indifferent. Your heart is beating too fast. You should go see a doctor, Shinzei reminded her. Mushue was stunned. Big brother, are you really going to the castle at the mountaintop? Little Kiankian asked worriedly, it's very dangerous there. We're doing quite well now, and the enemy can't hurt us for the time being. I will work hard to build the Boboran city and train a magic power Boboran army, so you won't have to take risks then. A good person must see things through, I don't do things halfway. Xiao Qianqian's eyes were moist, moved to tears. Xiao Qianqian favorability plus 3,000. Professional Mushue favorability plus 500. Shinzei was feeling emotional when he suddenly received a notification, with a hint of terror. I placed a death guard here with you all, no one else can enter this room, or there will be a life-threatening danger. Don't worry, big brother, no one dares to come in. Little Qianqian nodded firmly, her eyes full of affection. Shinzei nodded, and after placing the death guards, he consumed 5 death auras and spread his arms like Ultraman, flying effortlessly without needing to flap wings. Lu Yang shouted, Foster father, I'll take care of the barbecue stand for you. Remember to eat some meat when you come back. Sun Yunlong said, I'm best at grilling meat, leave it to me. Bobo City quickly receded beneath his feet, the houses as small as matchboxes. The castle atop the distant mountain was shrouded in black toxic gas, drawing closer and closer. Free flight is really awesome, much more convenient than bone wings, no need to spread out, just bend your legs and you can fly away. Wait, what is that? Shinzei looked down and saw a huge stone carving with his face engraved on it. Dozens of Bobo people were pulling ropes, slowly raising the stone statue. Xiao Qianqian actually made a stone carving for me. Are there any beliefs in becoming a god in this world? If so, this city might bring me a lot of faith. Don't think too much for now, let's see what skills came out of this treasure chest. The most surprising thing is that it can summon the Black Sun General. The Black Sun General is already max level, what else can this skill upgrade to? Shinzei glanced at the flight path and began to check the skill books in the treasure chest. Ghost summoning, summon a ghost with eerie abilities to fight, 50% immune to physical attacks, can pass through walls and retrieve objects from a distance, lasts for 1 day, consumes 500 mana. Only 500 mana? You really underestimate me. I'm going to drain all your mana. Resonance Crystal activated. Ghost summoning upgrading Nether Warrior summoning. Please choose a path, special monster or hero path. Of course, choose the hero path. The mana issue is solved, the quantity is already enough, now we need to improve the quality. Selection successful. Nether Warrior Summoning upgrading to Nether Iron Underworld Emperor Summoning. Nether Iron Underworld Emperor summons the Underworld Emperor sitting on the Nether Iron Throne to fight, carry out all commands, lasts 1 day, mana consumption undetermined.
The Nether Iron Underworld Emperor and the Iron Throne? Sounds pretty powerful. The real test will have to be tried at the castle.
Next is the Black Sun General Summoning Technique, with the cover showing the Black Sun General's chubby head and terrifying long worm.
Learn. Congratulations, learning successful.
Black Sun General Summoning Technique summons the Black Sun General who has failed the 3rd stage of the Divine Transformation, normal abilities, lasts 1 day, consumes 3000 mana.
With the strength of the Black Sun General, this mana consumption is not high.
Black Sun General Summoning Technique upgrading max level Divine King Worm Black Sun General Summoning Technique. Divine King Worm Black Sun General Summoning Technique summons the fully revived Divine King Worm Black Sun General, lasts 1 day, consumes 5000 mana.
This is probably the state of having parasites growing in the neck. I haven't seen the true strength yet. 5000 mana points have already said it all. Wait, that's not right.
The skill upgrade system previously said there was no limit to upgrades.
So why has it reached the limit now?
Even if the Black Sun General reached the peak, it shouldn't have stopped.
Limit surpassed, continue upgrading.
Divine King Insect Dark Sun General Summoning Technique Limit Break Upgrade Imaginative Level Dark Sun General Summoning Technique.
Shinzei was puzzled. Imaginative level has appeared? Is this going the conceptual route?
Imaginative Level Dark Sun General Summoning Technique summons the Dark Sun General's ideal form in his heart to fight for you, lasting 1 day, with extremely high mana consumption.
This blue consumption is even higher than the Dark Iron Underworld Emperor's, really makes one look forward to it.
The ideal image in General Black Sun's heart was obviously one that had undergone the 3 stages of holy transformation and reached the ultimate form.
The last dazzling great item appeared, Plague Treasure Cauldron. Just from the name, you know it has something to do with disease.
Plague Treasure Cauldron, Radiant Grade, can contain multiple pathogens. After devouring and evolving, produces composite pathogens completely controlled by the user.
Disease understanding plus 10%, spell casting speed plus 50%, pathogen spread speed plus 50%, and allows the user to deepen understanding through observational experiments. Fantastic!
Truly worthy of being a shining level artifact, a formidable weapon against diseases.
It's often difficult to make breakthroughs after studying pathogens, but the Plague Cauldron has undoubtedly opened up new horizons for me.
Shinzei flipped his right hand, and a luxurious golden patterned square cauldron appeared in his palm, equipped with 4 diamond-shaped metal pieces. When pulled open, it revealed an observation glass through which the pathogen's activity could be directly seen. Inside, there are 4 independent experimental chambers, each with a self-cleaning function to ensure no external interference. If the castle of the Holy Royal Family saw this, they would definitely be envious to death. The plague pathogen oozed from Shinzei's fingertips, slowly entering the treasure cauldron.
Plague Treasure Cauldron, pathogen quantity +1. Black Death.
The props were all counted, and Shinzei also arrived at the mountaintop villa. A thick black mist toxin filled the air here, clearly the aura of an ancient disease. He immediately took out the Plague Treasure Cauldron, ready to record the pathogen. But unexpectedly, a message appeared indicating the recording had failed.
Data entry failed, no disease pathogen in toxin.
Shinzei was momentarily stunned, but relying on his understanding of the disease system, he quickly grasped the reason. The essence of ancient diseases is parasites, which are the colorful butterfly worms he had seen before. The pathogens are their eggs, and the black mist in the air is merely toxin.
To control ancient diseases, one must find the worm eggs. There should be quite a few in the mountaintop castle. Shinzei approached the castle, the heavy bronze doors tightly closed, and inside it was silent, like a dead city. The walls, entwined with withered branches, showed signs of decay. Playing dead? Shinzei sneered. Come out, my forbidden touch. He raised the death staff, death aura enveloping his entire body.
The space split open, and the forbidden touch covered with mouths surged out wildly. They crawled into and out of the castle, gardens, and houses, tearing open large holes one after another.
The densely packed tentacles sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, covering the entire mountaintop castle. From afar, it looked as if this mountaintop was overrun by thick seaweed.
Tens of thousands of tentacles caused screams of terror to erupt from inside the castle.
Ah, what is this thing?
The tentacle still has its mouth open.
It ate my right leg.
Quickly spread the toxin to wither the tentacles. Shinzei was the first to probe with so many tentacles.
No choice, Landuo is just willful. Castle on the mountain top.
The castle, spanning thousands of square meters, was filled with tentacles. The sacred royal family screamed in terror, and sounds of fleeing could be heard. Where did these enormous tentacles come from?
Could it be the gods punishing us?
I have lived a righteous life, why must I suffer this?
It's so unfair.
The people of Bober at the foot of the mountain live well. We, the sacred royal family, are obviously nobler, so why don't we go after them? We've been pushed to this last piece of land, so why don't they let us go?
I don't understand.
Shinzei thought to himself, are these sacred royals really clueless, or are they just pretending? Before this castle was built, it was completely Bober's home. They occupied it for over a decade, yet they still ask why they are treated this way? He was so angry his blood pressure soared. Opening the door to greet guests, you little brats. Shinzei put his hands in his pockets and strode forward, kicking the bronze door hard.
Boom! A large hole was blasted open in the middle of the copper door.
Death Guard, activate! In midair, a wooden stake exuding a deathly aura suddenly appeared, with a large eyeball at the top spinning continuously, curiously scanning the surroundings. The lower part of the stake was conical, deeply embedded in the soil, unmoving.
Death Guard, 1/3.
When in danger, it can teleport away directly and then retry the challenge.
Shinzei valued caution.
He stepped leisurely through the broken gate, his movements lazy, as if strolling in his own garden.
After all, this was his domain. The castle garden was filled with forbidden touches of various sizes.
Perhaps the massive creatures hidden deep within had long since been drained by him.
Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice thundered, trembling with anger. How dare you? You trespass into the castle without permission. Who gave you permission to enter?
The sound suddenly exploded in Shinzei's mind, leaving him stunned.
Even the Black Sun General was dead, so how could there still be someone like this?
Oh, I remember now, Shinzei clapped his hands. The castle is the territory of the Holy Royal Duke, personally appointed by the Black Emperor.
The Holy Royal family wanted to come back here to study ancient diseases. The Black Emperor marked the area on the map and gave this land to them.
The native Popo people became slaves, test subjects, and livestock. The Duke and the Holy Royal family arrogantly believed this land belonged to them. After all, the Black Emperor had granted it.
But I don't admit it. Boom, boom, boom.
The forbidden touch was fiercely wielded, sending stones flying and splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Castle Guard, gained experience. Congratulations, killed a Holy Royal Disease Test Subject, gained experience, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Flesh Construct. The soul thanks you for its release and you gained 1,000 experience, Castle Laboratory Map *1. Shinzei smiled faintly, stretched out his right hand, and a translucent soul floated out, leaving behind a parchment. It was a cross-sectional map of the castle, perhaps secretly drawn by a captured Bobo to aid in escape, unexpectedly transformed into a flesh monster.
Thank you.
Shinzei watched the soul fly toward the horizon, without using the hand of the underworld to catch it. Suddenly, the castle shook violently, and a roar thundered.
Unforgivable.
How dare you let the test subject escape?
Ugh, ah, ah.
Shinzei turned back to look at the trembling castle, waited for a few seconds, but saw no further movement. He shook his head helplessly.
Just like that?
Just really roar twice?
Wait for me, I'll come back and settle accounts with you. Faction mission perfect ending, destroy the Duke's castle, eradicate evil. Experience reward. Other rewards, perfect ending treasure chest *1, shining accessories treasure chest *1, divine hand treasure chest *1.
Hidden job change task, find the perfect divine king worm. The Duke can be killed at any time, but if the perfect divine kingworm is accidentally killed by him, the hidden job change task will fail.
Expand the castle laboratory map. The experimental area is actually underground and even larger than the castle above ground. Qinzhe followed the map to find the entrance. This is an arched door, engraved with characters that resemble tadpoles, their tails connected.
This is Qinzhe's pupils contracted, feeling extremely familiar.
Isn't this the very door they entered in the nightmare-level manor dungeon before?
The orphanage director gained powerful strength by absorbing the flesh and blood of the children.
Now seeing a similar door here is definitely no coincidence. Could this be related to the Dark Emperor?
Doubt surged in his mind. Before reaching level 10, he still had to measure his strength when facing such a gate.
Now, he hesitated not at all. Give it your all. Come out, Dark Queen.
A pair of crimson eyes gleamed as the Dark Queen slowly emerged from the mist, her aura more imposing than before.
Come out, Ghost Iron Dark Emperor.
The surrounding space twisted, and a phantom appeared. A robust figure slowly rose from an iron throne embedded with swords and walked toward Qinzhe. The armor was pitch black and profound, devoid of flesh, with only an eerie blue light flickering like a soul.
Great Master, pleased to meet you for the first time. I am willing to obey. Qinzhe nodded with satisfaction. Strength needs no further explanation. Come out, Ghoul Nyx.
Nyx slowly crawled out from underground, glancing at the Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor, then surprisingly stood up slowly on its hind legs, making a strong gesture with its claws.
You, go play. Qinzhe waved his hand.
He summoned Nyx to let it consume more corpses and evolve faster.
Ow!
Nyx put down its paws in grievance and crawled towards the castle, its ugly back full of loneliness. As it crawled, it suddenly sped up and dashed into the castle.
Nyx. Daily updated novel group 940757303. Nyx ran away crying.
It ran wildly through the ruined castle, using its sense of smell to find a hidden sacred royal. The other party screamed in terror, but it raised its head and suddenly tore it apart from the middle, spraying hot breath and bloody liquid all over itself.
Roar! Nyx howled to the sky in rage. Create it, go ahead and create. If I get beaten to death, I'll summon you out again.
Qinzhe waved his hand decisively and was the first to walk toward the mysterious door. Yu Taiming Huang and the Dark Queen followed closely on his left and right.
Considering the limited underground space, summoning an oversized form was inappropriate. Let me take a look at the situation.
After entering the doorway, the surrounding space changed strangely, and the tadpole-shaped characters on the doorframe lit up with a crimson glow.
You have entered Nibelungen.
Nibelungen, higher dimensional space, possible presence of higher dimensional beings.
They have an overwhelming effect on lower dimensional life forms.
Do not disturb, leave immediately.
Nibelungen? Higher dimensional space?